Chapter 1. The Flower's Appreciation. The moonlight tonight is far from ideal. Thick clouds have early veiled the crescent moon with a heavy shroud. Occasionally, a few scattered stars twinkle down, and aided by the streetlights, Huashang extinguishes the half-smoked cigarette between his lips and stealthily proceeds forward. Huashang possesses a peculiar habit of smoking half a cigarette before undertaking any task, only to relight it upon completion. He is a man of remarkable ambition, an ambition that knows no bounds. His aspirations reach for greatness, and thus, he must resort to murder. Huashang has taken the lives of many, leading to his success. After his most recent conquest slaying a rival faction's chief, ascended to the position of vice chief of the Qinglong Hall. The Qinglong Hall stands as the foremost hall of the Qianlong society, one of the two dominant gangs in Province A. Tonight, Huashang is once again set to commit murder, this time targeting the leader of the Falcon Gang, Yin Tian. The Falcon Gang is similarly one of the two major factions within Province A. As for the long-standing enmity between the two gangs, Huashang has no desire to delve into it, for such matters predate his entry into the Qianlong society. They are of no concern to him, nor do they need to be. By the end of this night, the Falcon Gang shall be consigned to history, for he will eliminate Yin Tian. Huashang is confident in this. He possesses an unwavering self-assurance. In the dead of night, with few people around, and even fewer vehicles, Huashang instinctively touches the slight bulge inside his suit jacket, where a small gift resides. This little fellow should be delighted to see this, he muses, recalling the place he considers home. A shiver runs through him. Single-handedly supports an orphanage, and no one is aware of it, for he himself emerged from that very orphanage. This spot is where Yin Tian is expected to pass. Huashang has conducted numerous reconnaissance missions and simulations, for the opportunity is singular. Almost there. According to his luminous watch, in no more than 5 minutes, Yin Tian and his convoy of bodyguards will traverse this very location, which shall become Yin Tian's final resting place. Huashang subconsciously grips a miniature remote control in his hand. The headlights of a vehicle pierce through the darkness. The first car has arrived. However, this is not Yin Tian's vehicle. His ride lingers behind, flanked by a couple of black Autos for protection. A sleek black Rolls-Royce Phantom glides past Huashang, surrounded by a protective entourage. A slight smile graces Huashang's lips as he gently presses the button on his remote. Boom! The concealed explosive detonates, engulfing the vehicle in flames. The remnants of the explosion illuminate the surroundings, casting a fierce glow upon Huashang's somewhat menacing visage. Suddenly, Huashang furrows his brow. Something feels amiss. Upon closer inspection, he realizes the source of his uneasy. Tian's bodyguards, their expressions eerily calm, as if the occupants of the vehicle were inconsequential. A wave of intense apprehension washes over Huashang, prompting him to turn and flee. Yet, unbeknownst to him, 5 black-clad bodyguards have silently materialized behind him, their gazes cold and indifferent. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause resonates. Yin Tian? The clapper is indeed Yin Tian, a man in his 50s, his imposing physique radiating explosive strength, a stark contrast to an ordinary middle-aged man. A splendid ambush. Had I not been privy to the situation, I might have genuinely fallen to your hand. Prince Huashang. The title Prince is a moniker bestowed upon Huashang by those in the underworld, signifying his esteemed status. Slightly furrowing his brow, Huashang swiftly surveys his surroundings, seeking an escape route. What's the matter? Got your tongue? Or do you believe you can flee from here? Yin Tian claps thrice more, and in an instant, Huashang finds himself heavily encircled. Kill! With a low growl, he draws a tang sword from behind his suit and strikes at one of the black-clad bodyguards. The blade, ignited by the firelight, swiftly claims a life. Huashang is indeed a master swordsman. His tumultuous youth has taught him the most effective means of attack. Yin Tian does not display anger at the loss of his bodyguard. Instead, he regards the young figure weaving through the black-clad man with an appreciative gaze. What a remarkable talent! How unfortunate that he is under the thumb of the great deity. Huashang, emerging in the underworld, has vanquished 6 thugs, later caught the eye of the great deity of the Qianlong society, and in just 15 years has ascended to the vice chief of the Qinglong Hall, the largest faction within the society. He has fought 95 battles without a single defeat. The Qianlong Society's meteoric rise to become one of the two major factions in Province A owes much to your contributions. Though everyone calls you Prince, I prefer your other name tonight, Demon Huashang. Ying Tian speaks with a casual air, seemingly unconcerned that Huashang's sword is now merely a meter away from him. Thank you for the compliment. Huashang's blade, simple in its approach, sweeps toward Ying Tian, not ornate, but exceedingly practical, as if intent on severing the connection between the knight and the man before him. Yet, the Tang sword cannot descend. Ying Tian's hand gently clasps Huashang's blade, effortlessly holding it in place, and despite Huashang's attempts, he cannot withdraw it. A true warrior? The term evokes memories of his past with a wandering Shaolin monk. Such beings exist in this world, warriors who transcend human limits. True warrior. Huashang once aspired to become one. Yet after years of training, he merely possesses a robust physique and reflexes surpassing the average person. His unnamed breathing technique has only sharpened his mind, rendering him more lucid and composed. However, this has sufficed for him to thrive in his world, thus earning him the title Prince. Do you know why I anticipated your arrival to hunt me down tonight? Ying Tian does not respond to Huashang's query, but instead begins to divulge his thoughts. Your title, Prince. Quite impressive, yet you seem to have forgotten that you are not a true prince. Do you understand what I mean? Huashang's gaze remains steady, but his thoughts race, eventually landing on one individual, Wei Yun, the son of the great deity. Wei Yun, excellent, just as I expected from you. The Qianlong Society is too small. It offers you insufficient room to flourish. Ying Tian lightly twists his fingers, and Huashang's Tang sword snaps in two. I need you, and I can offer you the entire Qianlong Society, provided you are willing to submit to me. A subtle smile tugs at the corners of Huashang's mouth. So, I would continue serving under your command, while you would become the sole ruler of Province A, correct? Isn't that appealing? You seek to ascend, yet if you do not kill me, you could immediately attain greater power. It's a win-win situation. Huashang is indeed a man of ambition, but he is also one who understands gratitude. The great deity once saved him, and he vowed to repay that debt with his life. Hence, Huashang shakes his head. You are correct about half of it. Ying Tian calmly responds to Huashang's refusal, the fragment of the broken blade in his grasp easily disintegrating into glittering dust. The great deity is aging, and he has only one son, and you are the greatest obstacle to his ascendancy. The great deity? Impossible. Huashang may be ambitious, but his aspirations do not eclipse his sense of gratitude. Being one man beneath another suffices for him to achieve the utmost limit of what he can attain before repaying his debt. There is nothing impossible as one ages. Suspicion grows. This is entirely natural. Otherwise, do you think he remains unaware of Wei Yun's betrayal? Moreover, he likely had no objections when you came to kill me. He probably consented without hesitation. Huashang smiles, a pale and bitter smile. As time flows like water and fleeting scenes pass by unheeded, has he ultimately been scorned by others? A talent overshadowing the master? Ying Tian glances down at the silvery dust scattered upon the ground. This is power, extraordinary power. Huashang, come help me, and you can gain more without fear of envy. Observing Huashang lost in thought, Ying Tian unveils another bombshell. You know I have no son, but you could become my son. Excellent. However, had you spoken those words 3 years ago, it would have been even better. 3 years ago, the great deity saved me. From that moment on, I vowed to repay him with my life. So let this be my repayment. Thus, I still intend to kill you. Huashang makes his move the length of the Tang. Sword bears no significance to him. It is equally capable of ending lives. Ying Tian deftly evades Huashang's strikes, observing the increasingly frenzied Huashang. He knows that no matter what he says, he cannot sway Huashang now, and he shakes his head in resignation. The great deity is truly aging. Such a talent, why does he not learn to cherish it? Ying Tian strikes swiftly and lightly, evading the blade, and Huashang suddenly feels a sharp pain in his chest along deep gash extending diagonally across his torso. The sword is Huashang's, yet it is Tian wielding it, and blood splatters across his clothing, staining a large area crimson. Such a talent, and since he cannot appreciate it, there is no need to let him live. Huashang does not press on the wound instead. He gently touches the small gift nestled against his chest. His pallid face struggles to form a smile as he takes a few steps back, drawing upon the last remnants of strength from the carefully wrapped gift, and slowly extracts the unfinished cigarette. With a cigarette clamped between his lips, the air thick with a pungent stimulation penetrated deep into his being, causing his blood to surge with greater intensity. So my life has been repaid. However, I still intend to kill you. It was the same diminutive remote control, yet this time Huashang pressed a different button. You, Xiao Yu. Boom, boom, boom. An even more colossal explosion erupted than before, the epicenter lying between Huashang and Tian. Yet, at the very instant of the detonation, a blinding white light surged forth from beneath Tian's blood-soaked garments, striking directly at Huashang's chest, and astonishingly, it pierced through the small gift resting there. When the cacophony of the explosion subsided, the remnants of the ruins lay in silence, the smoke dissipating. Huashang's lifeless body was flung against the wall by the roadside, propped up against it, but he did not collapse instead. The small bulge on his chest indicated that the precious gift had vanished without a trace. The night remained profoundly somber. Chapter 2, Master Na Fei. When Huashang awoke once more, he was suddenly engulfed by a sense of bewilderment. Was he not supposed to have perished in that high-intensity explosive blast? Had he ascended to heaven? No. Huashang gently shook his head. He ought to be heading to hell, didn't he? He chuckled bitterly, fully aware of the blood staining his hands, the countless so-called happiness he had severed. From beneath him, the soft cushion of the seat conveyed a rhythmic, jolting motion, accompanied by the orderly sound of hooves outside and the ceaselessly shifting scenery beyond the window. Huashang realized he was ensconced within a carriage, leading to the pressing question, why was he here? Or rather, who had rescued him? At that moment, a voice called from outside the carriage. Young Master Na Fei, your knight has matters to report. After a prolonged silence within the carriage, Knight Ryan grew increasingly impatient. His once promising future had been utterly ruined by aligning himself with this master. Their destination was desolate and sparsely populated. Young Master Na Fei, he shouted again, his tone tinged with irritation. Finally, the carriage door swung open, revealing a young man of 17 or 18 years, with raven hair and eyes, his complexion unnaturally pale. He gazed in astonishment at the knight Ryan, who sat astride an exceptionally large steed, performing a gesture of respect. Young Master Na Fei, the day has grown dark. I believe we should find shelter in the nearby grove for the night. However, if you wish to reach the territory sooner, we could travel through the night. After a moment of stunned silence, the youth merely responded with a faint before shutting the carriage door once more, offering no further commands. A fellow knight, Hada, approached Ryan. Brother, what does this mean? Who cares what it means? Relay the order to set up camp in the grove. With that, he cast a cursory glance at the tranquil carriage before striding into the woods without looking back. Returning to the carriage, Huashang's mind was now in greater disarray. He stared wide-eyed into the mirror, beholding the reflection of another with the same raven hair and eyes, yet this was no longer the Huashang he once knew. Rebirth? Transmigration? Na Fei, he murmured softly, repeating the name of the original owner of this body. Suddenly, a torrent of information surged into Huashang's mind, overwhelming in its rapidity and magnitude. A sharp pain erupted in his head, causing him to convulse in agony within the carriage. Yet he stifled any cries. He did not wish for those outside to discern anything, and he had never been one to lament his suffering. After a considerable time, Huashang's garments became drenched with sweat, and he leaned against the carriage, slightly exhausted, panting as he felt occasional sharp pangs in his head. The continent of Irsiconi, the Lewis family. And the useless Baron Na Fei? Huashang's fingers gently tapped against the window frame of the carriage, and he began to ponder certain matters. His thoughts first drifted to the little one, the son he had abandoned at the orphanage. His illegitimate child, a secret known only to him, though it had long been prepared. When the little one reached adulthood, he would inherit a substantial sum sufficient for a life of affluence. Perhaps many dream of traversing worlds. And Huashang was no exception. His dark childhood, a life more wretched than that of a beggar, had left him to sit alone beneath the streetlights, clinging to fantasies to sustain his semblance of existence. Yet now, having truly crossed over, Huashang felt little sensation, merely a change of location and identity in his previous world. He had evaded his enemies by assuming numerous identities. This time, it was merely a more distant escape. And the place was no longer Earth. The tinge of regret lingered as he realized he could never return to the orphanage that had once sustained him, nor see the little one he cherished. His inherently cold nature perhaps meant that only the little one could awaken the kindness he had long lost. Thinking of the child, Huashang instinctively touched his chest. Oh, the gift still remained. Could it have traversed with him? Slowly, he unwrapped the package to reveal a delicate box containing a red and black device, exuding a metallic aura, a digital monster machine. This was the birthday gift he had specially purchased for the little one. And unexpectedly, it had accompanied him into this new world. Huashang affectionately handled the device, now the size of a mobile phone. Perhaps this object would serve as proof that at least one soul did not belong here. Accidentally pressing a button, the sleek black body emitted a dim glow, and a semi-transparent display screen projected from the device, measuring roughly 17 inches. What is this? Huashang pondered, astonished at the advanced technology of such a toy. Considering the high price tag, the global limited edition, he felt a sense of acceptance. Intrigued, he examined the virtual screen, which displayed numerous pet avatars, some vibrant and others indeed dull. A data bar at the bottom read, Soul Power 3030. Evolution Power 0. Localization. It seemed the developers had been considerate of language barriers. What a pity. If the little one were aware, he would likely be grinning from ear to ear. Above the screen, a row of shining avatars appeared. Rolling Beast, Unicorn, Bai Gao Beast, Nian Gao Beast, and Good D Beast. Huashang had watched the animated series with the little one, thus he could recognize these avatars as the pets of the main characters. Each avatar bore the number 30 beneath it. He casually tapped the icon of the rolling beast in the top left corner of the screen. The operation was straightforward. With virtual projection, it was evident that it could be manipulated via touch. The screen transitioned, revealing another interface, where the rolling beast filled half the display, accompanied by a plethora of data. Rolling Beast Evolution Stage. Infant Type, Small. Attribute, None. Special Move, Acid Attack. Abilities, Attack 10. Defense 0, Agility 0, Special 0. Total Combat Power 20. Summon. Feeling somewhat bored, Huashang decided to explore further to pass the time, pressing the affirmative option. A sensation of emptiness surged through his entire body. Suddenly, what did Huashang see? A colorful arc appeared before him, resembling a swirling vortex, from which a small pink creature with long, wavy ears and red eyes emerged. It was indeed the rolling beast. Bouncing with enthusiasm, it leaped onto Huashang's shoulder, exclaiming, Master, I am the rolling beast. Huashang's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he not be astonished at such remarkable technology from toy developers? He lifted the creature's ears and gently squeezed its soft face. It was not a mere virtual projection, it felt real. Master, what are you doing? The rolling beast inquired, bewildered. Although Huashang's touch was gentle, it was still uncomfortable, yet due to the rules of servitude, it could only ask questions. Unable to resist. On the digital monster machine's projection screen, a circular shadow began to form within the rolling beast's avatar, gradually darkening in a clockwise motion. Huashang had many questions and pointed to the screen. Asking, what does this mean? The rolling beast bounced, responding, that is my summoning time. Once the shadow completes the circle, I will return to the digital space. Digital space? Does that refer to the world within the light circle you emerged from? Huashang asked uncertainly. Yes, Huashang furrowed his brow. If that were the case, this digital monster machine might be far more than a mere human invention. Could it be that the machine underwent a mutation due to his crossing over? He suddenly recalled the moment of the explosion, when a beam of light shot from Yin Tian's chest, coincidentally striking the monster machine. Could that have been the moment of mutation? Then, can anyone summon you? Huashang voiced his greatest doubt. Not at all, Master. Only you can use the digital monster machine. That is the highest law of the digital space. Chapter 3, Kill One, Promote One. Ryan, having ascended to a third-tier knight before the age of 27. May not have been a prodigy, yet his diligence and decent talent convinced him that he could attain the status of a fifth-tier knight before reaching 40. For the inhabitants of this continent, who typically live for at least 150 years, 40 is merely the beginning of their golden years. However, all of this was ruined by the spoiled young master abandoned by his family. As he watched the expressionless Napier step into the exquisite camping tent, Ryan grit his teeth in frustration. Why should such a person receive protection and shelter while they remained outside, exposed to the elements? Just because he had noble blood flowing through his veins, did it grant him the right to command others? Taking a deep breath, Ryan's hand rested on the knight's sword at his waist. His face contorting with a fierce expression. Perhaps I should take action to alter my fate. Huashang remained lost in thought until the midnight hour, when his soul power of 30 had fully recovered. He reopened the projection on the monster machine, contemplating which digital beast to summon this time. At that moment, the circular shadow on the rolling beast was about 1/3 darkened. Estimating the time, a single summoning could last at least 18 hours or more. Lacking measuring tools, Huashang decided to study this further later. The available summons remained the same, and he discovered that the same digital beast could be summoned multiple times. This was advantageous, for with greater numbers of the same type, the attacks would cause qualitative changes and save time and coordination. Thus, Huashang chose to summon the rolling beast once more. The data showed 2 identical pink spheres, bouncing adorably, yet Huashang, being a man, did not quite appreciate this cuteness. When they had just set up camp, Huashang had tested the summoned digital beast, discovering it could indeed be called back, freezing the summoning time at that moment, meaning no soul power would be consumed for subsequent summons. As for what would happen once the summoning time elapsed, Huashang had yet to consider. For now, he needed to focus on a more pressing matter: self-preservation. After years of navigating society, one easily becomes attuned to the atmosphere of hostility surrounding them. Huashang, having practiced breath control techniques since childhood, possessed an uncanny sensitivity that had helped him evade numerous assassination attempts. This time would be no different, from the moment he dismounted the carriage until he entered the tent. Huashang felt a faint but palpable hostility emanating from Ryan, the leader of the night squad. Huashang was unsure why Ryan harbored animosity towards Na Fei, yet this hostility intensified during dinner, transforming into a murderous intent. Huashang understood that those who possess such gazes would soon take action. In the early hours, just before dawn, when one is typically at their most fatigued and deeply asleep, it is also the optimal time for murder. Huashang was aware of this, and Ryan was equally cognizant. Step by step, Ryan endeavored to move without making a sound. Almost there, Ryan gently lifted the tent flap. The faint glow of the magical beast core lantern softly illuminating the figure beneath the blanket. Its rhythmic rise and fall attesting to the peaceful slumber of the individual, perhaps lost in a beautiful dream. Ryan quietly approached Huashang's side. Let you die blissfully in your dreams. How fortunate for you. With a delicate motion, Ryan drew his knight's sword, poised to strike. Suddenly, Huashang emitted a languid yawn, rubbing his eyes and murmuring, "Ryan, what brings you here at such a late hour, perhaps still groggy from sleep?" Huashang appeared like a defenseless animal to Ryan. In that instant, Ryan's resolve hardened, and with a fierce grit of his teeth, he thrust the sword downward. Thud, the knight's blade pierced the pillow, stirring Huashang and awakening the 2 rolling beasts, who simultaneously retaliated by spraying acidic liquid at Ryan from either side. Catching him off guard, at the same time, Huashang lunged forward, catching Ryan unprepared. One eye was corroded by the acid as he was knocked to the ground. A gleaming dagger swiftly plunged into his throat. A splash of crimson. Even in a world where humans possess remarkable physical prowess, a dagger through the throat leaves only death. Thus, a scream erupted. The sound reverberated loudly, particularly in the stillness of the early morning, echoing through the skies. Do not blame me. I have already given you a chance. Ryan's throat gurgled, attempting to articulate something, yet his pupils widened in shock. Ryan breathed his last. The scream startled a group of knights waiting outside. Though they were merely third-rate guards, they moved swiftly, quickly tearing open the tent. The dim light, though weak, was sufficient for them to discern the unfolding scene. There stood Huashang, their master, Baron Fei, appearing relaxed as he methodically wiped the blood from the dagger with a white handkerchief, a few droplets of blood still staining his face, casting an eerie and bloodthirsty aura under the lantern's glow. Huashang raised his head, coolly surveying the knights before him, some resembling Ryan in their discontent towards Fei, albeit not as vehement, while others remained loyal to the Lewis family, and perhaps a couple would genuinely protect Fei. He sought to rebel and kill me. Your master, Baron Fei, in accordance with the continent's customs, I have slain him. Do any of you have objections? His calm words accompanied a casual toss of the dagger, pointing it intentionally at a knight whose gaze flickered uneasily. Observing the mixture of astonishment and contemplation on the faces of those present, Huashang moved again, extending his hand as a fiery serpent swiftly danced around it. A second tier spell, Fire Serpent Wrapping. The fire serpent hissed as it ignited Ryan's corpse, flames gradually rising as Huashang stood before the intensifying blaze, his dark eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Or perhaps you wish to challenge me. Your master, the second-tier mage, the third young master of the Lewis family. Each word was deliberate, as Huashang expertly manipulated the knight's minds. Sometimes, words serve as the most effective and lethal weapon. No, stammered the knight previously targeted, his voice laced with panic. Ryan truly deserved his fate for daring to conspire against you. My lord, men, dispose of his body and feed it to the forest beasts. Do not let it linger here to disturb Baron Feier's rest. The knights moved quickly, and soon the camp returned to normalcy as a new tent was erected, dew glistening upon it, diluting the already faint scent of blood in the air. My lord, please. The knight bowing and scraping was none other than Hada, the one whom Huashang had previously threatened with the dagger. Casting a wary glance at the surrounding knights, Huashang smiled lightly. I will awaken on my own, so I prefer not to be disturbed. Remember, even if my body falls from grace, I remain who I am, the young master of the Lewis family. Thus, my life holds equal value to each of yours. Silence enveloped the gathering, save for the slightly accelerated breaths. Excellent. Huashang clapped Hada on the shoulder with vigor. Well done. From this moment forth, you shall be my knight captain, Hada. With that, Huashang entered the new tent. Leaving no further sound. Hada's gaze lingered on the figure disappearing into the tent until a gentle morning breeze blew, and he realized his back was inexplicably damp. The man before him was still the familiar Baron Feier, the inept and timid third young master. Inside the tent, Huashang took a deep breath, instinctively patting his pocket, only to remember that this was not Earth, and there were no cigarettes. A wave of emptiness washed over him as he embraced the two rolling beasts. You've done remarkably well. Though Feier was a wastrel, he still possessed the necessary mage equipment, such as the ring enabling him to cast the fire serpent wrapping 3 times a day, and another ring that offered a cubic meter of storage space. Having just become a second-tier mage, Huashang could not immediately learn second-tier spells. Thus, he relied on the rings to handle the lowly knights who merely wielded swords. The storage ring contained a significant amount of wealth, astonishing even, bestowed upon Feier by his stepmother, Lady Lilith, when he departed the imperial capital. Had the original Feier been here, he would have surely been grateful to Lady Lilith, for she treated him exceedingly well. Even better than her biological son, his second brother. For instance, she indulged him, sheltered him, and it was her suggestion for Feier to take refuge elsewhere to avoid the current turmoil. Such a foolish yet endearing person. However, to Huashang, these matters bore a different implication. It seemed Lady Lilith was not one to be easily trifled with. Nevertheless, since the original owner of this body had vacated that place, as long as she did not intrude upon him, Huashang had little desire to dwell on her. Ambitious as he was, he relished the gradual realization of his aspirations. Gently, he opened the spellbook provided by Tutor Feier and began to read intently. The summoned digital beasts were still too weak, so for now, he could only focus on mastering the spells he ought to control. Outside the tent, several knights stood upright, guarding the perimeter, including Hada, who had just been promoted to knight captain. Not far away, a dozen knights gathered around a campfire, neither too large nor too small, just adequate for warmth. They sat quietly, occasionally whispering among themselves about their master, Baron Feier, some with disdain, yet many appeared perplexed. In the distance, another knight leaned against a tree, sword in hand. Though older than the others, time had not etched many lines upon his face. His gaze remained fixed on the tent, occasionally furrowing his brow, lost in thought. Meanwhile, time slipped by in Huashang's contemplation, transitioning from morning to midday. Chapter 4. The Evolution of the Gale Wolf and Rolling Beasts. By noon, Huashang emerged from the tent, appearing somewhat languid. The 3 rolling beasts had been summoned into the digital space. And just before his exit, Huashang, having replenished his magical energy, summoned another rolling beast. My lord, I have prepared food for you. It was Hada once again. He had been responsible for Feier's meals prior, and now he retained the same role, unchanged despite his promotion. Huashang regarded Hada thoughtfully, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he patted his shoulder. Very well done. I appreciate it. After a light meal, the group resumed their journey toward the outskirts of the Lewis family's territory. Due to its desolation, distance, and coldness, compounded by its proximity to chaotic lands, this area was largely overlooked on the Lewis family's maps. Its name, Vita Town, nearly buried beneath thick layers of dust. As a noble, when a family or the crown allocated a territory, Feier had already embarked on his journey to claim his fief, leaving him with a month until Huashang would lay eyes upon his first domain in this foreign world. Time passed swiftly. Within 5 days, under Hada's meticulous care, Huashang's days were quite pleasant. He had summoned over 10 rolling beasts. It was not that he did not wish to summon more, but rather he had reached the limit of his summons. Additionally, Huashang had discerned the summoning time for a digital beast, a full day. The concept of time in the otherworld aligns remarkably well with that of Earth. Furthermore, once the summoning duration of a summoned beast has elapsed, it can be resummoned with merely one-third of the initial energy expended. This conclusion was drawn by Huashang from his experience with the second type of summoned digital beast, the Digimon. Along the journey, one inevitably encounters minor magical beasts, typically of the first or second tier. Huashang made a comparison, stating that the currently summoned digital beasts are essentially on par with the second-tier magical beasts of this continent, categorizing them as harmless to humans and livestock. The third tier serves as a watershed. Magical beasts below this level possess negligible offensive capabilities, and even a second-tier knight can effortlessly slay several of them. However, upon reaching the third tier, a qualitative transformation occurs in the magical beasts, leading to a scenario predominantly characterized by one-on-one confrontations. There are numerous factors influencing the evolution of magical beasts on the continent, and Huashang is not entirely certain about them. Nevertheless, he has gleaned some insights regarding the evolution patterns of his summoned digital beasts over the past few days, concluding that constant fighting is essential. Having observed a rolling beast defeat a second-tier minor magical beast, he noted a slight elongation of the purple light mark in its data, indicating that battle is currently the sole path to evolution. Perhaps this could be termed leveling up through monster hunting, though he remains uncertain if the same principle applies to human foes. Thus, throughout the journey, Huashang seizes opportunities to diligently train these rolling beasts. However, after this stretch, only 2 rolling beasts have completed their purple light bars, barely entering the golden light stage, having slightly increased in size, while the others linger in the purple stage, rubbing his forehead. Huashang realizes that immediate enhancement is unattainable. After gathering his thoughts, he begins to cultivate his unnamed breathing technique, discovering that this earthly specialty, when compared to the supreme meditative techniques practiced by Fei, proves significantly superior in both recovery and training. Consequently, the spellbook that had resided in his spatial ring was promptly set ablaze for roasting meat. Another day passed, and as Huashang awoke from his meditative state, he habitually activated the Tyrannosaurus machine, noting that his soul power had diminished from an initial 30 to a mere 3, and he could still only summon a handful of juvenile digital beasts. After summoning another Digimon and sealing it, Huashang now commands 10 rolling beasts and 3 Digimon, averaging 2 summons per day. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, and Huashang curiously peered outside, puzzled as it did not seem to be time for a break yet. Before him stood a windcloud beast, a docile, herbivorous first-tier magical beast, widely utilized in the transportation industry due to its remarkable endurance. In front of it, 5 wolf-like creatures exhaled hot breath, glaring intently at Huashang and his companions. Gale wolves. Good heavens, when did third-tier magical beasts appear on the official roads? Did the troops tasked with clearing the main road all go off seeking women? It was Hada who spoke, trembling as he scurried to Huashang's side. Finding safety behind a group of knights. The term third tier is utterly terrifying among these low-tier knights. Since the death of Ryan, there has not been a single third-tier individual among them. Thus, faced with the ferocious gale wolves, the knights, despite their numerical superiority, began to entertain thoughts of flight, for the disparity of one tier was sufficient to turn them all into fodder for the gale wolves. At that moment, only a few knights remained steadfast in adhering to the so-called knightly spirit, boldly shouting as several charged towards the gale wolves. Their mounts, frightened by the presence of the gale wolves, cowered on the ground, leading the knights to rush forward on foot. Unfortunately, due to the hindrance of their steeds, their combat effectiveness was significantly reduced, and within mere seconds, they were cleaved in two by the magical wind blades unleashed by the gale wolves, with some even dismembered more thoroughly. The ground was littered with corpses, instilling fear in the remaining knights, and someone shouted in panic, "Run!" Within moments, over 20 knights fled in a chaotic stampede, leaving behind several corpses on the extensive official road, with only the gale wolves and Huashang standing quietly before the cart. Cursing vehemently, Huashang too chose to escape, albeit in the direction of the forest beside the path. He could not help but marvel at the physical prowess of humanity in this world, had he been in his original form. Sprinting several hundred meters at such speed would have left his muscles aching. 2 gale wolves pursued him relentlessly, while the others likely caught up with the fleeing knights. The forest was neither too large nor too small, but it was quite lush. Huashang endeavored to remain silent, cautiously observing the 2 perplexed gale wolves sniffing the ground. At that moment, he ascended a large tree with abundant foliage, effectively evading the sight of the gale wolves. However, this situation did not last long. One of the gale wolves lowered its head to sniff the ground and soon arrived at the base of the tree where Huashang was hiding. Lifting its gaze, he had been discovered. Without hesitation, the Gale Wolf unleashed a pale green wind blade directed at Huashang, causing a flurry of leaves to cascade down. Huashang narrowly dodged, grasping a tree branch with one hand. The distance between him and the Gale Wolf, a mere meter. "Come out, all of you," Huashang shouted, and a colorful oval light circle, approximately a meter in size, manifested in the area. Subsequently, 10 rolling beasts and 3 Digimon surrounded the 2 Gale Wolves. Fire. The juvenile digital beasts could only spit acidic saliva, yet the intensity of the acid was sufficient to corrode certain metals. Moreover, with a barrage of such acidic attacks, they could likely dissolve even a stout tree trunk in an instant. A substantial mass of acid was directed towards one of the Gale Wolves, as Huashang intended to concentrate their assault on a single target first before overwhelming the other. This tactic had proven effective both in his previous life during brawls and against otherworldly magical beasts. The other Gale Wolf leaped back, while the one struck was enveloped in smoke, its fur sizzling as it was corroded, an unbearable stench wafting through the air, even before the Gale Wolf could react to the acid. Huashang had already prepared a fire serpent that surged towards it, igniting swiftly and amplifying the creature's anguished howls, drawing forth a dagger adorned with numerous gems. It was not merely a decorative piece, but a weapon of significant sharpness that pierced effortlessly into the Gale Wolf's skull. Meanwhile, the rolling beasts and Digimon had commenced their assault on the other Gale Wolf. Huashang swiftly withdrew his dagger, paying no heed. As the acid and flames were sufficient to ensure the critically wounded Gale Wolf met its demise at the hands of the beast god. The second fire serpent lunged forward, surging past several rolling beasts and striking the Gale Wolf's front paw, igniting it fiercely. A prime opportunity. The remaining digital beasts, under Huashang's command, launched a collective acidic attack. However, despite sustaining some corrosive damage, the Gale Wolf's superior speed allowed it to evade the onslaught. Now on high alert, it leapt forward, using its burning paw to swipe at a Digimon, which instantly disintegrated into data. Huashang quickly surveyed his surroundings. The few remaining digital beasts posed no real threat to the Gale Wolf, and his half-baked magic would likely be annihilated before it could even manifest, barely evading another wind blade attack. Huashang rolled aside, where he discovered the earlier Gale Wolf still clinging to life, its body grievously wounded, yet it struggled to stand, blood streaming from its eyes as it glared fiercely at Huashang. Unable to take a single step. "Excellent. This is experience. Free experience." Huashang called over one of the dwindling digital beasts, precisely the one that had already entered the golden evolution stage. "Kill it, then evolve for me." Huashang was taking a gamble, anxiously watching the rolling beast, which was relentlessly spraying acid at the Gale Wolf. If it evolved, there might still be hope. Should it fail, Huashang would have no choice but to engage the Gale Wolf in a brutal melee battle. The fierce wind wolf let out a haunting howl once more, and this time it truly collapsed. The rolling beast, exhausted, lay sprawled on the ground. Huashang, feeling a twinge of anxiety, gazed at the fallen creature, questioning whether they had failed. Grasping the dagger tightly in his hand, he refused to believe he would perish at the claws of this beast. As Huashang leaned forward, ready to unleash his fury, a sudden burst of vibrant light radiated from his chest. It was the dragon tamer. It had responded. Huashang swallowed hard. He even heard a familiar chime, the very melody that accompanied the evolution of Digimon in the cartoons he had watched. He realized that the rolling beast was about to evolve. The colorful light intensified, and a beam shot forth towards the creature lying on the ground. At last, the evolution had occurred. It seemed as if it wanted to unleash something profound. Huashang was moved to tears at the sight of the evolved rolling beast before him. Agumon, evolution stage. Rookie, attack. 40, defense. 30, agility. 2, special. 0, overall combat power. 9. This was the data displayed on the dragon tamer after the rolling beast's evolution. Standing upright on sturdy front legs, its earthy yellow skin exuded a robust aura, with vibrant green eyes and sharp, albeit short, claws. Everything about it resembled a miniature Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chapter 5. The Fierce Wind Wolf, King of Fate. Unique pressure emanated from the dragon lineage, and the fierce wind wolf indeed felt it emanating from Agumon. It was the instinctual legacy of magical beasts, a fear of the continent's apex creatures, the dragons. Although the dragon race never considered themselves magical beasts, they could not erase their innate intimidation over all magical creatures. Very well. Let me witness how much stronger you have become after your evolution. Agumon. With Huashang's shout, Agumon sprang into action, launching a physical attack known as Mach Stab. Charging towards the enemy at Mach speed, Agumon moved even quicker than the fierce wind wolf. Its massive head struck like a hammer, sending the stunned wind wolf crashing 10 meters back. Following this momentum, Agumon leaped high, its legs kicking furiously, initiating a whirlwind of ferocious kicks, a devastating onslaught. Just as the fierce wind wolf had mercilessly slaughtered the rolling beast, it now found itself on the receiving end of a brutal assault. Agumon's powerful hooked claws struck the wind wolf, sending it soaring into the air. Then, Agumon took a deep breath, and a torrent of blazing flames erupted from its mouth, engulfing the bewildered wind wolf in a pillar of fire. With a resounding thud, what fell to the ground was a charred corpse. The fierce wind wolf had utterly lost its life. This battle was a complete triumph for Agumon. Excellent, Huashang smiled, exhilarated by the formidable Agumon, which was far more powerful than the multitude of rolling beasts. This was precisely what he had longed to witness. He sent the remaining weak rolling beasts back to the digital space, leaving only Agumon as his guardian. Third-tier magical beasts typically possessed a core, and unlike those of the first and second tiers, the cores of third-tier beasts were not limited to manufacturing civilian goods. After defeating the magical beasts, Huashang indulged in the pleasurable task of looting corpses, an activity he had relished during his days playing online games. He collected 2 ping-pong ball-sized light green magical beast cores. Although his spatial ring already contained numerous high-tier ones, these 2 were special. They were trophies of his own conquest. Let us depart. Huashang set off with Agumon, retracing his steps. After Huashang left, a middle-aged man clad in knightly attire emerged, one of Huashang's knightly retainers. The solitary figure who bore a sword. A summoner, a dragon beast, perhaps. Our young master seems to be concealing something. It appeared this journey would not be a solitary one after all. Upon returning to the official road, Huashang found nothing but a dilapidated cart. The knights had vanished, as had the wind cloud beasts used for transport. It seems I must walk to my territory, Huashang sighed, pondering how long it would take him to reach Vita Town at his current pace. Having just emerged from battle, he lacked the energy to continue his journey and casually sought shade under a tree. As he munched on dry rations, he began to study the dragon tamer. Following Agumon's evolution, its summoning icon appeared on the interface of the rolling beast, but the figure beneath it, 100, left Huashang shaking his head in frustration. The fallen rolling beast could still be summoned again, but only with their original summoning soul power. It seemed Huashang would have to embark on the arduous task of amassing troops once more, shaking his head in dismay. Furthermore, any newly summoned rolling beasts that had not broken through the purple light barrier would revert to their original evolution progress. Those that had reached the golden light barrier would also revert to the state, just as the golden light had begun to rise. This was akin to characters in a realistic game. Death would deduct experience points, though it would not result in a level drop. Even so, Huashang couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. This path is indeed fraught with difficulty. Huashang was an ambitious individual. Although the Dragon Tamer imposed certain restrictions on the summoned Digimon, it did not diminish their potency. Given time, he could forge a formidable army of Digimon. Currently, Huashang lacked nothing but time. He was in no rush to reach his designated territory. After all, Fire had already dispatched his steward to manage the place. Perhaps that steward would build it up well. Perhaps when Huashang arrived, nothing would have changed. But none of that mattered, for Huashang knew that by the time he reached his territory, he would be accompanied by several Digimon capable of rivaling third-tier magical beasts, far superior to the worthless knightly retainers he had previously brought along. Thus, after resting for an afternoon to replenish his magic, Huashang resolutely summoned the golden ball rolling beast and ventured into the forest. He was determined to hunt monsters and level up. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Huashang was no longer the noble young master adorned in fine garments. Instead, he donned attire scarcely better than that of a beggar, stained with dark red, dried blood. Within the forest, the deeper he ventured, the more he realized it was far larger than he had anticipated. In these 2 months, Huashang estimated he had traversed only half the forest. Most encounters were with second-tier magical beasts, with the fierce wind wolf being the most common third-tier creature. However, he had yet to encounter any beasts above the 4th tier, thanks to the experience provided by these lower-tier beasts. Huashang had successfully amassed 5 Agumon and 5 evolved forms of the Bada beast in Digimon. It seemed the Dragon Tamer sought to limit Huashang's strength. While his Digimon had evolved, the summoning cap had been halved. Fortunately, their summoning duration had doubled, which alleviated many of Huashang's troubles. All 10 of his Digimon, across 2 series, had reached their maximum capacity, but since then, there had been no further progress over the past 5 or 6 days. The frequent battles had yielded only a few more third-tier magical beast cores for Huashang. Observing the Dragon Tamer's display, where the soul power count had stagnated at 99 for several days, Huashang realized he had encountered a bottleneck. It appeared it was time to venture outside. 2 months of life in the jungle had left Huashang's complexion slightly paler, a result of the lack of sunlight. Yet it had also endowed him with a robust physique. Perhaps it was due to Fire's inherently good physical constitution, or perhaps the air in this other world was simply better. Regardless, Huashang's nameless breathing technique, which he had practiced for 5 or 6 years in his past life, had finally begun to yield results in these 2 months. A subtle energy flowed within his abdomen, a warm sensation akin to consuming a ginseng fruit. Enveloping him in comfort. He summoned another type of Digimon, the Seed Beast, hoping to bolster his ranks with a few more rookie evolutions before leaving the forest. After spending an afternoon replenishing his magic, Huashang was about to summon the Seed Beast again when a wolf howl interrupted him. In the dimly lit forest, pairs of glowing blue eyes emerged. Huashang recognized them immediately. They were fierce wind wolves. This time, it seemed he had encountered the strongest pack of wind wolves he had ever faced. Huashang chuckled softly, realizing that a source of experience was approaching once more. However, soon after, an unexpected sight caused Huashang to furrow his brow. Among the pack of wolves was a creature much larger than an ordinary fierce windwolf, adorned with sharp horns upon its head, the Windwolf King. Every species of magical beast would automatically evolve a king among them. Generally, such evolved kings would be at least 1 tier higher than the ordinary ones. The very least, it was a 4th-tier beast. Huashang remained subtly vigilant, and after a brief surge of energy, 10 mature Digimon were summoned forth. The fierce Wind Wolf King roared, attempting to assert its dominance. Huashang had already commanded a battalion of Agumon and Batamon to launch an assault on the foremost wind wolves. Small flame cannon. Essentially, each wind wolf was subjected to the simultaneous attacks of 2 distinct types of Digimon. Harnessing the power of fire and wind, 5 wind wolves were instantly engulfed in flames. And with the mock stab of the Agumon, 5 charred corpses lay strewn across the battlefield. This exemplified the advantage of coordinated teamwork, maximizing their offensive potential. Excellent. Just as Huashang was poised to execute another synchronized strike, the Windwolf King let out a thunderous roar, prompting the remaining windwolves to leap away, all while unleashing their signature magical attacks upon the foes. With no other option, Huashang had to disperse the formation of his Digimon. He directed the remaining 8 Digimon against the rest of the wind wolves, while 1 Agumon and 1 Batamon stood guard, watching the immobile Windwolf King warily. The fully charged Agumon and Batamon faced off against a greater number of wind wolves, creating a balance in their power dynamics, resulting in a stalemate. Yet, it was then that the Wind Wolf King moved, its massive frame bounding to within 2 meters of Huashang. Before he could react, 3 emerald green wind blades shot straight towards him. Alas, an Agumon bravely shielded Huashang, but the Wind Wolf King's blades were swifter and sharper than those of its lesser kin. The once resilient skin was shredded, leaving 3 bleeding wounds that exposed bone, torrents of blood gushing forth. Small flame. Enduring the excruciating pain, the Agumon unleashed its mightiest attack, a roaring pillar of fire that surged forth. The Batamon followed suit, launching an air cannon that intensified the flames, scorching a noticeable trail upon the ground. In the aftermath of the blaze, the Windwolf King stood undisturbed, a translucent blue membrane materializing before it. With a low growl, as if in disdain, the membrane dissipated, and the Windwolf King charged forward. Had it not been for Huashang's swift conjuration of 2 fire serpents, the Agumon protecting him might have been torn asunder. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he rolled away from the Windwolf King's claws, scrambling to his feet in a somewhat disheveled manner. The injured Agumon lay motionless on the ground, its form slowly fading into digital particles, unable to endure any longer. Drawing forth his dagger, Huashang realized that since the evolution of his rolling beast, he had not engaged in battle himself for quite some time. Yet now, he felt not fear but exhilaration. The thrill of combat stirred within him. Perhaps only through such life and death struggles could he recall the bygone days, a cry emanating from his very soul. For he was Prince Huashang, and in the depths of night, he preferred to be addressed as the Night Demon. Now, it was indeed the night. Huashang's blood surged, his hands trembling involuntarily. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty fervor, disregarding the disparity between himself and the Windwolf King, his gaze cold and unfeeling. As their eyes locked, the Windwolf King seemed unable to tolerate Huashang's stare, letting out a low growl and initiating its attack. Warm blood, heated breath, everything felt so familiar. 5 claw marks appeared on Huashang's left shoulder, a sharp pang causing half his body to twitch involuntarily. It had been ages since he had experienced such sensations. What a pity there is no smoke here. Huashang felt even more invigorated, despite being the one wounded. while the Wind Wolf King remained unscathed. Huashang regarded the Wind Wolf King as though it were a mere corpse, and at that moment, the Digimon engaged in battle with the Wind Wolves mysteriously vanished, in the next instant. 5 colossal pillars of fire erupted skyward, twisting together like a fiery tornado, enveloping the Wind Wolf King. However, as a 4th-tier Wolf King, it had mastered its unique signature skill, a powerful life-saving maneuver that could only be utilized once a month, allowing it to evade any elemental attack not exceeding its own tier. Chapter 6, Qi Gu Wei Part 1. In this small grove, the most formidable presence was undoubtedly the slain Wind Wolf King. After several days of journeying, Huashang had yet to encounter any magical beast above Tier 3, and his aspirations to bolster his Digimon strength were ruthlessly dashed by reality. 2 months passed swiftly, the absence of battle making the journey seem shorter. Huashang looked up at the azure sky, the sun's gentle rays cascading from his fingertips. 4 months had elapsed, and he once again felt the warmth of the sun. Excellent. At this juncture, having honed his skills over the past 2 months, Huashang had restored his fallen Digimon to full strength, with the aid of an agumen comparable to a 4th-tier beast. He successfully evolved his seed beast into a Balu beast, a creature adorned in vibrant green with a flower atop its head. Additionally, 5 Gabuman, Beeman, and Kabuterimon completed his roster. In total, he commanded 30 mature Digimon, 1 at 4th tier, 29 at 3rd tier, complemented by Huashang himself, now a 3rd-tier mage. This formidable strength surpassed that of many small mercenary groups, showcasing a remarkable balance in power, and this was merely Huashang's personal comprehensive strength. Turning around, he gazed calmly into the grove, where the sparse tree shade along the edges created an air of tranquility. After a moment, Huashang spoke. Though I know not who you are, after trailing me for so long, will you not even greet me? Silence reigned. It was not that Huashang possessed an extraordinary ability to sense his pursuer, but rather, he relied on the unique awareness intrinsic to true warriors. Often referred to as the 6th sense, Huashang had great faith in his 6th sense, for this peculiar intuition had spared him from countless dangers, with a faint smile reminiscent of a jaded scion. A scroll materialized in his hand. Gently unfurling it, the scroll cascaded from his grasp, emitting a long, wistful sigh. Then, farewell, or perhaps, never to meet again. A flash of white light enveloped him, for the scroll was an enchanted artifact enabling spatial teleportation. Thus, Huashang vanished, disappearing without a trace, leaving those in the grove bewildered. What is this? To evade a mere pursuer at the cost of a life-saving opportunity, truly wasteful. The middle-aged knight shook his head, lacking the confidence to dwell further on the matter. Well, a 4th-tier magical beast, along with those peculiar summoned creatures, should suffice for my purposes. If recalling something amusing, the knight let out a hearty laugh and vanished. A gentle breeze rustling through the place he once occupied, the leaves whispering softly. The ancient Lixiang pine, a rare and luxurious material found only among the upper echelons of society, commanded an exorbitant price of 1,000 gold coins per kilogram. The high cost of Lixiang pine stemmed not only from its rarity, as it could only grow overseas, but also from its extraordinary properties that calm the mind and spirit, effects that surpassed even some expensive alchemical potions without any side effects. Thus, within a study constructed entirely of Lixiang pine, a middle-aged man sat expressionless before a crystal orb, his identity and wealth shrouded in mystery. Faintly, the silhouette of Huashang appeared within, reminiscent of events long past. The middle-aged man's gaze gradually acquired a hint of color as he reminisced about that battle months prior against the Wind Wolf King. The crystal orb froze on the image of the solitary figure atop the massive stone, exuding an air of aloofness, the echoes of arrogant laughter still resonating alongside a melodious dragon's roar. So, what further instructions do you have, Degregor? The middle-aged man's voice remained devoid of emotion. Before the desk, an elderly man with wispy white hair sat, frail as though a gust of wind could sweep him away. His eyes, previously closed, opened halfway at the middle-aged man's inquiry, his tone slow and reminiscent of a patient. I am a rather lazy individual. Having made my decision, I see no reason to alter it. The middle-aged man waved his hand, well accustomed to the old man's demeanor, as he ambled out of the Lixiang pine study, extinguishing the exquisite lantern on the wall and leaving only a dim table lamp aglow. Once more, the middle-aged man chose to replay the scene within the crystal orb, after a prolonged silence. A deep sigh emanated from him, and the orb shattered with a resounding crash, extinguishing the light of the lamp. Leaving the fragrant pine study, the absence of both light and shadow rendered the space devoid of sound. As if nothing existed at all, that Mr. Huashang felt quite pleased with the beauty of the flowers, liberated from the sensation of being observed. To him, A mere scroll of space held little significance, for within his ring, several portions were imbued with the thoughtful affection of Lady Lilith. The soft grass and the faint scent of hay, accompanied by a gentle breeze, created a temperate atmosphere. The sky, adorned with numerous white clouds, ensured a comfortable warmth, lazily lulling one into slumber. Mr. Huashang, have you succumbed to sleep? For old Maze, who was hurrying to catch a ride. The individual resting behind the wooden cart was not only a formidable professional but also a generous benefactor. Merely transporting him to the nearest town, the payment of a single gold coin would suffice for a comfortable month ahead. Moreover, this journey was conveniently along his route. Such fortuitous circumstances, albeit with a peculiar name like Huashang, were deemed a divine blessing by old Maze, who held him in utmost respect. Not yet. Is there something amiss? We are nearing Careless City. Mr. Huashang. Oh, what if I choose not to pay an additional fee? What then? Huashang languidly regarded the slovenly city guard before him, paying little heed to old Maze's desperate pleas. Old Maze, who entered the city every 2 days, harbored a profound aversion to the 50 copper coins required for entry. However, thanks to the gold coin Huashang had bestowed upon him, he felt unusually cheerful this time, smiling as he handed the guard the required fee. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded due to old Maze's grin. Perhaps the guard was in dire need of money, or perhaps this was simply customary. In any case, Huashang disdained this practice of extortion. You may choose not to pay, but then you shall not enter the city, or I shall confine you to the dungeon, wherein you may still enter. The guard maintained an air of arrogance, which to Huashang appeared rather foolish. My lord, this is for you. Please accept it. The old man still needs to enter the city to earn a living. Kindly allow him passage. Adhering to the principle of minimizing trivial matters, old Maze dutifully handed over 50 copper coins, which coincidentally amounted to a silver coin altogether. Huashang frowned, poised to speak when a pair of horse-drawn carriages approached. The voice nonchalant. So, must I also pay double? The carriage bore an ornate golden tulip emblem, known on this continent as the melancholic truth, yellow bellflower. The disheveled city guard, barely able to compose himself, trembled as he knelt, his voice quaking. Young master, I shall never dare again. Truly, please grant me another chance. The previous arrogance evaporated in an instant, rendering the guard's sudden humility ludicrous, causing Huashang to lose interest in prolonging the matter. He quietly stepped aside, feeling no inclination to witness the ensuing spectacle. Casting a glance at the now vacant city gates, Huashang ambled forth. Old Maze no longer required his assistance. The occupants of the carriage would undoubtedly resolve matters adeptly. Wait. From within the carriage emerged a figure, roughly the same age as Huashang, neither striking nor unwelcoming. Did you call for me? Indeed, sir. The young man approached Huashang, introducing himself. I am Alilius. I sincerely apologize for the incident with the city guard. I had already reprimanded him once. I did not anticipate his transgression once more. It is a failure of my management, and I am truly sorry. With that, Alilius bowed deeply before Huashang. Is that all? If you have any grievances, please voice them. I shall endeavor to accommodate reasonable requests. Although Huashang appeared tattered and worn, his adventurer's demeanor did not seem to intimidate Alilius into escalating the situation. First, had you the ability to discipline your subordinates, such occurrences would not arise. Second, if your subordinates were inclined to obey your commands, we would not be in this predicament. It appears you are lacking on both counts. Therefore, you might consider a third option. Allow competent individuals to perform their duties, and dismiss those who cannot. Huashang paused, smirking as he regarded Alilius. If you cannot manage that, I implore you, spare me your presence and theatrics. Leaning closer to Alilius's ear, he whispered, audible only to the two. Your expression is quite disingenuous. Huashang departed, leaving behind a throng of townsfolk who were unaware of why their beloved lord's second master stood motionless. His expression peculiar, revealing a smile they had never witnessed before. Alilius too took his leave, whispering a few words to the coachman before departing. Moments later, as the crowd realized that the anticipated punishment of the miscreants would not unfold, they dispersed, albeit none noticed that old Maze, who had been closely following Huashang, had vanished without a trace. The events at the city gate were but a minor interlude, not impeding Huashang from organizing his plans. After all, his garments had been worn for no less than 3 or 4 months, and he had never donned anything comparable even during his days of fleeing. Each city experiences phases of prosperity and decline. Thus, Huashang would naturally venture to the bustling areas for his shopping. As he walked, he admired the architectural styles of this otherworldly realm, his hands clasped behind his back, oblivious to the whispers surrounding him. In areas of affluence, a hidden darkness invariably lurks, a reality manifesting regardless of time or space. Huashang observed his surroundings as if watching a film, taking in all that was before him, the depraved, the vicious, the shadowy, the heartless, everything akin to his own world, a realm outside of himself where similar events transpired. Such a nostalgic scent. Huashang chuckled softly, akin to a child spotting a cherished tea, that moment. Something captured his attention, a pair of eyes, gray, devoid of luster, lacking any semblance of longing. They appeared almost pupil-less. In a nearby corner, merely at the entrance of a small alley close to the main thoroughfare. A gathering of individuals formed, including a hunched, ragged figure. Huashang watched in silence, perhaps recalling tales of theft and pursuit. The victim's age indiscernible, their features obscured by layers of grime. Yet those eyes held an irresistible allure for Huashang. Those eyes he had seen before, in reflections upon water, in the window panes of streets, in the rearview mirrors of automobiles, in the bottled drinks of exuberant children, and even within the recesses of his own imagination. Once, they had conveyed every visual essence to him. They were his own eyes. The beggar likely sensed Huashang's gaze, quietly observing him in return, their eyes locked. The onlookers continued their raucous amusement while the victim remained ensnared in their plight. The air turning white, reminiscent of memories. As the crowd dispersed, presumably sated from their entertainment, one individual kicked the beggar's meager morsel, a piece of bread, clutched tightly despite the beating toward Huashang, where it rolled to rest at his feet. What are you staring at? Do you wish to be struck as well? The instigator had already noted Huashang's presence, but as he made no move, they chose to ignore him. Huashang shrugged and shifted aside. Humph. Consider yourself fortunate. Let us depart. Chapter 7. Kaijue Part 2. It is raining. It is raining. The once bustling streets succumbed to tranquility as pedestrians flocked to the nearby eaves for shelter. The affluent sought refuge in lavish dining establishments, while the common folk stood by shop fronts, admiring items they could scarcely afford throughout their lifetimes. A myriad of individuals congregated, each discussing the rain and the essence of life, as if in this moment strangers transformed into close companions, the monotony of existence gradually dissolving in the downpour. Look there, how peculiar. That individual walks so leisurely in the rain. One passerby pointed out the emaciated figure wandering the desolate street, the gentle patter of rain barely touching him. Shh, do not speak so loudly. His attire resembles that of an adventurer, and see, despite the incessant rain, he remains completely dry. He must possess some skill, another bystander whispered. Indeed, these professionals are quite eccentric. Perhaps he is merely putting on a show. Though the passerby spoke dismissively, his envious gaze eloquently betrayed his true feelings, revealing a dissonance between his words and his emotions. The individual he referred to as Huashang, and his ability to remain dry in the rain was not due to any extraordinary skill, but rather the magical properties of the fire ring he wore, which enabled him to cast spells effortlessly. As the rain fell, the streets became devoid of pedestrians, yet a refreshing coolness enveloped the atmosphere, allowing Huashang to ponder various matters, such as the beggar trailing slowly behind him. From his initial unsteady steps to his current ability to walk normally, the beggar had grown accustomed to the pain afflicting him, or perhaps it was a surge of reluctance and resentment that propelled his frail body forward. His eyes fixed intently on Huashang. However, Huashang understood that the beggar's gaze was not truly focused on him. Stopping at a corner, Huashang patiently awaited the beggar's approach until he finally stood before him. They exchanged glances, and suddenly, the beggar erupted with a desperate fervor, swinging his fists and splashing through puddles as he charged at Huashang. The force behind his blows was feeble, rendering his attacks pitifully ineffective. Landing repetitively on the same spot over his heart. You truly believe you can kill me in such a manner? Perhaps you require a sword, Huashang mused as he unsheathed a dagger and lightly traced it across his own chest. Demonstrating how one might take a life with a mere flick. He offered the dagger to the beggar, suggesting, perhaps you have never killed before? With a sudden ferocity, the beggar snatched the dagger from Huashang's grasp and shouted, the silver blade glinting ominously as it aimed at Huashang's upright chest, a heartbeat away from striking. Huashang sidestepped, and the beggar stumbled, falling to the ground. Well, it seems you cannot kill me after all, Huashang remarked, crouching down before the beggar. Are you toying with me? The beggar's tone had shifted, and Huashang pointed towards a nearby shop awning bustling with people. Why not try your hand at killing them? I suspect you would find it quite exhilarating. Those were the very individuals who had previously assaulted him. Did the beggar genuinely believe they would cross paths again so soon? Was this man before him intentionally leading him to this moment? Why did he wish to do so? Go on, you can kill them, and I will provide you with the answers you seek. Huashang rose gracefully, beckoning to the group of nefarious individuals who had witnessed the unfolding scene. "Oh, it's you again." The leader approached with a puzzled expression, flanked by several companions. "What's this? Are you looking for a fight?" The leader, brimming with aggression, was eager to vent his frustrations in the dreary weather. "No, it is not me," Huashang replied, shaking his head. "It is him." With a flourish, he produced a handful of gold coins, proposing a game. "If you can kill him, these shall be yours." The beggar remained motionless on the ground, an indifferent observer to the unfolding events. The leader, regarding the beggar as if he were a fool, clenched his fist and struck the air. "What do you take me for?" "I want the money. And I shall beat both of you." Despite noticing that Huashang remained untouched by the rain, the enraged leader dismissed it and lunged at the beggar, who brandished the gleaming dagger adorned with gemstones. "Haven't you had enough yet? I am in a foul mood, so perish." The others encircled the scene, relishing the spectacle of their leader tormenting a weaker adversary at their leisure. "If you don't want to die, relinquish that dagger," the leader growled, stomping on the beggar's hand, which clung desperately to the blade, now swollen and bruised. "You will give it to me, whether you want to or not." He hoisted the beggar effortlessly, gripping his chin while attempting to wrest the exquisite dagger from his grasp. "Damn it, let go." Yet, the beggar's hold remained tenacious, defying the brutal treatment he endured. One could hardly fathom how such a frail body could withstand such cruelty. What thoughts occupied the beggar's mind at that moment? Huashang could only watch in silence, lost in distant memories. Suddenly, the leader's hand, which had been grappling with the beggar, shot up, intent on shoving aside the filthy head. The beggar bit down on the leader's hand, and in that instant, blood began to flow from his mouth, cascading down to his chest. In a primal instinct, the leader attempted to shake off the rabid bite, only to feel a sharp pang of pain piercing through his chest, as if his heart were crying out in agony. With a cry, the beggar forcefully slashed at the dagger embedded halfway into the leader's body. "This is how one kills, isn't it?" he seemed to say. "Boss." "Leader." The lackeys were paralyzed with shock, rushing forward in horror as they beheld the blood-soaked scene, the rain mingling with the crimson torrent. The beggar, surprisingly, began to laugh, a deranged grin spreading across his face, blood still trickling from his lips. "You all deserve to die." With a fierce swing, he struck the nearest lackey, leaving a deep gash in his wake. "Ah, you are a devil, a demon." They had tormented others before, but they had never taken a life. In truth, they were cowards, especially in the absence of their leader. "Murderer," one cried, fleeing in terror, not merely from his injury but from the beggar's bloodthirsty gaze. The other lackeys scattered, none daring to seek vengeance for their fallen leader, consumed by fear. With no target in sight, their eyes shifted to Huashang. The beggar slowly turned to face him, mirroring the steps he had taken to follow Huashang. "Kill," he uttered, standing resolutely before Huashang, the dagger poised above his heart, yet not piercing. "Kill, kill, kill." He had lost all sense of awareness. The scene shifted to a lavish room, the opulence evident in the grand bed that could easily accommodate several individuals. The beggar awoke, no longer in the dank alleyways but rather on a soft, sumptuous bed within an elegant chamber. He had thought he would never find himself in such a place, reminiscent of a long-lost home. Am I dreaming? But the palpable sensations confirmed the reality of his surroundings. Had that person brought him here? The beggar stared blankly at the dagger still clutched in his hand. Huashang was present in the room as well. Having just roused from slumber, unaware of the beggar's presence. As he gently squeezed the dagger, the beggar realized that he could hardly muster any hatred towards the figure before him. This man had awakened the heart he thought long dead, rekindling the humanity he had nearly forgotten. He had taught him the thrill of bloodshed, the exhilaration that comes from witnessing death without ever having participated in it himself. "What is your name?" Huashang inquired, propping his chin on his hand as he gazed intently. After a brief silence, the beggar hesitated before revealing his current name. Chiga W-E-Is that so? Well then, Chiga Wei, listen closely. I find myself in dire need of a subordinate, and you shall be temporarily employed in that capacity. What, a subordinate? The beggar could scarcely believe his ears. This unfamiliar figure, who was more peculiar than known, was requesting him to serve as his subordinate. And in such a commanding tone, his gray eyes widened, no longer devoid of life, but infused with newfound vitality. Is there a problem? Huashang continued. And consider that dagger your salary. If the day comes when you can use it to kill me, then that will mark the end of your contract. Although the concept of a contract was foreign to him, Chiga Wei grasped Huashang's intent. Insane, he exclaimed, rising to his feet, only to discover that the pain that had plagued him had mysteriously vanished. "I will kill you right now." Armed with the dagger, he strode purposefully towards Huashang, poised to strike. However, an excruciating pain suddenly surged through him, causing him to collapse to the floor. The convulsions were brief. Yet when Shigawei attempted to rise once more, the same inexplicable pain coursed through his body. "What have you done to me?" he shouted in fury. "Nothing much, really, that I merely entered into a contract with you. As your employer, I must possess the authority to control you. Wouldn't you agree?" Huashang chuckled. The contract, as revealed from Na Fei's fragmented memories, was originally devised to control those rebellious women. However, the specific effects remained somewhat obscure to Huashang. Nevertheless, in Huashang's perspective, it appeared to function similarly to that of Kaijue. Contract? A thought suddenly crossed Kaijue's mind as he swiftly rolled up his sleeve. Indeed, staring blankly at the fair skin of his arm, he noticed the enchanting incantation inscribed there. "You actually used this contract on me." Huashang lazily stretched. "Is there a problem? I find it quite effective. Your expression says it all, doesn't it? Hee. Come on, summon a boss to listen in." Hee. To Kaijue, Huashang's smile seemed wicked. "You despicable, shameless, lecherous scoundrel. Despicable and shameless, perhaps. But as for being lecherous, how would you know? You are well aware of your own actions," Kaijue retorted sharply. "Oh. Is that so?" Huashang truly was oblivious to any lewdness in his behavior. Assuming Kaijue was merely angry about being unwittingly bound by the contract. Hee. Regardless of what you say, as a servant, shouldn't you be attending to your master's needs? For instance, fetching some foot bath water. Huashang extended his foot towards It stinks. "You can't make me do that." "Is that so?" Huashang silently recited the contract incantation. "Are you sure?" "Damn it." Kaijue helplessly convulsed on the ground once more, upon realizing the contract's purpose. He shivered involuntarily. Chapter 8. Missile. Ultimately, Kaijue succumbed to the punishment of the contract, begrudgingly fetching a basin of foot bath water for Huashang. Enduring the foul odor, he began to wash Huashang's feet. That's right. A servant should act like one. Apply a bit more strength. Otherwise, it won't be clean. Kaijue exerted all his might, as if trying to scrub away Huashang's very being. He vowed that one day he would repay Huashang tenfold. No one had ever demanded he perform such a degrading task. Giggles erupted. A knock echoed from outside the house as a servant entered, respectfully bowing to Huashang, showing not an ounce of disdain despite Huashang's tattered attire. "Esteemed sir, the items you requested are prepared." "Excellent. Indeed, strength is truth. Wherever one goes, throwing a punch will inevitably instill fear in the small-minded. This establishment, known as Zidalika, has branches throughout the vast empire and is rumored to span the entire Asconi continent. Both the original owner, Na Fei, and Huashang himself have an astonishing affinity for indulging in the most luxurious offerings. The food Huashang ordered was delightful, or perhaps after feasting on roasted meats and wild fruits in the forest. Even a hint of normal flavor felt unparalleled. Huashang's dining etiquette was impeccable, surpassing even that of his original host. However, what intrigued him was how Kaijue, at the edge of the plate, also ate with remarkable grace. Huashang chuckled. It seemed his newly acquired subordinate might possess an unusual background as well. While the two silently enjoyed their meal in the opulent room, a remarkably splendid carriage arrived at the entrance of the Zidalika Hotel. The carriages, akin to dancing silver dragons, lined the roadside, with proud, noble steeds showcasing their allure, their warm breaths creating soft sounds. From the lead carriage, a gap opened, and a strikingly delicate beauty emerged, a lovely face. A moderate figure and perfectly proportioned curves sparked whispers among onlookers. "Miss, be cautious. This place is rife with lecherous men. Remember to don your veil," the charming girl called out lightly, extending her hand to assist someone from within the carriage. "Do you think all men in the world are the same?" Her skin glowed like snow, pale as jade, her form swaying delicately with the wind, her voice akin to celestial music, although the woman concealed her face. It did little to prevent the wild imaginations of those nearby. "You shameless rogue, are you still staring? Is she more beautiful than me?" A woman fiercely pinched her male companion. The man winced in pain, quickly apologizing. "No, you are the most beautiful in the world. I merely wondered who this woman could be," to warrant the hotel manager's personal greeting. "Last time the city lord visited, it wasn't such a grand affair. This incident was but a minor interlude in the lives of common folk, perhaps becoming fodder for their conversations over meals, the sole intersection between the commoners and the affluent elite, with the entrance of the two women. A large retinue of attendants followed suit, and aside from the two charming receptionists, the entrance returned to its previous tranquility. Many places remained serene, such as the Lord's manor at that moment, in a secluded study. Arius took a small sip of the blue flower tea, a specialty imported from the imperial capital, its fragrant aroma wafting from the cup. After letting the tea linger in his mouth for a moment, Arius addressed his subordinate. Have the guests arrived? Yes, young master. Miss Hill has entered the city and should be checking into the Zidalika Hotel now. The servant replied respectfully. Good. Prepare a gift. We shall pay them a visit tonight. Arius pondered for a moment. And what of that individual? It seems he has also checked into the Zidalika Hotel. According to that old man, he goes by Huashang, an adventurer. Arius frowned. Very well. Continue investigating his background. You may leave now. Wait, I will select the gift myself. Yes, young master. The study fell silent once more, the lingering fragrance still enveloping the air. Miss, here are the ledgers from the past 2 years. The hotel manager respectfully presented a bound notebook. His hands trembled slightly. He had long heard that the young lady from the Merchant Guild was out inspecting, yet he never anticipated her arrival in this remote location so soon, after days of sleepless travel to prepare this document. Hoping to appease this youthful figure, the young lady merely took a moment to finish reviewing the ledger before closing it again. Kars, you have been with our guild for 17 years, haven't you? The young lady softly inquired. Yes, precisely 17 years. Kars suddenly felt a wave of unease. 17 years is not a short time. So, has the guild treated you poorly? No, I can never repay the kindness the guild has shown me throughout my life. Kars asserted firmly. Then why did you falsify the accounts? The young lady's voice shifted, now imbued with an icy chill as she reopened the ledger, pointing to various sections. Here, and here. She swiftly flipped through a few pages, casually indicating them. Young lady, it was a moment of folly on my part. Please forgive me. I will never dare to do so again. Kars's heart sank as he knelt in fright, pleading for mercy. Enough. Disappear. The guild no longer requires your services. From now on, do not appear in any place bearing our guild's emblem. Go and claim what you deserve, and vanish forever. Young lady, please grant me one chance. I will never dare again. The young lady's voice faded as Kars was dragged away. In the room, only the young lady and the charming girl remained, gently picking up the ledger from the floor. The charming girl approached the young lady's side. Miss, I am fine. I was merely thinking of the parasites within the guild. Now even those beneath us conspire against the guild's interests, and with my father unwell. Must the fair merchant guild descend into twilight? Miss, you are too weary. Embracing the young lady gently, the charming girl slowly massaged the weary figure before her. They had grown up together, learning side by side. Only she knew how much her mistress had sacrificed for the guild. At this age, one should be relishing the joys of youth, yet the burdens weighing upon her shoulders rendered those joys painfully distant. Each night, when the hour grew late, it was she who toiled in contemplation, and in the quiet of the guild's grand residence, it was only she who wept. Woma, thank you. The young lady forced her eyes open. Very well, please gather all the information regarding this hotel. It cannot be without a responsible party. All right, my dear Miss Hill, don't you tire from all this work? Woma helped Hill to her feet. Let's leave today's matters here. Now, I shall accompany you outside for a walk. You must see the sunlight. After all, staying cooped up at your desk would be a disservice to the sun god who created daylight. Wouldn't it? Sir, your visage is remarkable, exuding an air of nobility, with purple light soaring towards the heavens. You are indeed a paragon among men. Your future is not but a dream. However, well, the speaker shook his head, letting out a deep sigh, a furrowed brow betraying his thoughts. But what? Huashang looked at the bard before him with a bemused expression. Perhaps he was merely a part-time charlatan. Although the man shook his head, his gaze still lingered on Huashang, who was adorned in a resplendent outfit crafted from the prestigious Garma D brand, accompanied by a retainer dressed in the same luxury label, attire that most could scarcely afford. This, one must not say, one must not utter. Huashang was a connoisseur of fortunes, though those who had previously read his fate possessed genuine skill. The bard before him, however, was clearly a fraud. But he decided to indulge in this charade merely to pass the time. Surely, you desire this. Very well, should you utter sweet words, I shall reward you handsomely. A coin gleamed in his hand, and the bard's eyes betrayed a hint of greed. Indeed, you are a magnanimous gentleman, the bard said with a serious demeanor. I must warn you, you may soon encounter misfortune. Be wary of those around you, especially women. With that, he snatched the coin and departed with remarkable speed. Take care, sir. I can only read the fortunes of one person a day. And since I have already divulged the secrets of fate today, I must take my leave, until we meet again. Fool. Chigawei scoffed as he watched the bard scamper away. Indeed, it appears that even in another realm, charlatans employ the same repertoire, but I am speaking of you. You don't even realize you've been swindled, fool. Chigawei rolled his eyes, wishing he could openly mock him, but he restrained himself, mindful of the contract binding him. Huashang shrugged, not bothering to refute. Let us go, my servant. I have many more items to procure. It seems your burdens are still too light. He glanced at the bags Chigawei carried, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he continued deeper into the marketplace. Damn it. One day you shall know my strength. Chigawei gritted his teeth, following slowly behind. For someone who had lost his power, the weight of his possessions felt exceptionally burdensome. As evening descended, the street vendors seemed particularly animated, each fervently hawking their wares, resulting in a slight congestion among the passers-by. At that moment, a robust windcloud beast galloped through the throng, a lightly armored knight wielding a whip, clearing a path as he shouted, "Get out of the way, clear the path." Terrified pedestrians scrambled aside, the windcloud beast barreling forth unimpeded until it reached a corner where a dazed little girl stood, unable to react in time and on the brink of being ruthlessly struck. Just then, a flash of green darted past, and the girl vanished, while the knight, caught off guard by the abrupt stop, was propelled forward, tumbling safely to the ground. Whose child is this? The knight glowered at the girl, now safely cradled by a woman nearby. That is Woma. How dare you? You were already in the wrong for careening through the streets, nearly injuring her, and you still have the audacity to complain. Woma, her brows furrowing in anger, returned his glare. I have urgent matters to report to the lord of the city. Spare me your nonsense. If she were injured, she would deserve it, the knight retorted disdainfully, inciting murmurs among the onlookers. Is there no law? Woma's fury ignited. Indeed, she is but a child. Does being a knight exempt you from valuing human life? Those hidden among the crowd responded loudly, causing the knight's face to redden with fury. He drew his sword, cleaving the wares of a nearby vendor. Who dares to voice dissent? He scanned the now silent crowd. No objections, I presume. The commoners, cowed by the knight's intimidation, remained silent, yet Woma would not yield. With a fierce shout, she brandished the long whip hanging at her side. The crimson shadow of the whip ensnared the knight. Today, I shall teach you a lesson for your callous disregard for life. With a swift motion, she yanked, bringing the knight crashing to the ground, followed by several stinging blows from her whip. Enough, Woma, cease this commotion. Hill stepped in just in time, halting Woma as fervent strikes. Should this continue, someone might be gravely harmed. Consider yourself fortunate. Begone. Woma retracted her whip, disdainfully addressing the knight. Damn it. I shall not forget this. With parting words of indignation, the knight awkwardly mounted his windcloud beast and fled. Must you always be so unruly? Hill chastised her maid, though devoid of anger. Chapter 9. I am merely passing through for a meal. Miss, how could he be here? Was he not exiled by his family? Woma asked, puzzled. Hill frowned. Perhaps I was mistaken. He should not be in this vicinity. It lies in the opposite direction of where he ought to be. Hill's words carried uncertainty. One might mistake a fleeting glance. But if two individuals shared the same suspicion, could it truly be him? Perhaps we should follow and see. Hill suggested. No. Let's return. If it were truly him, he would have approached us by now. Woma nodded sagely. True, if it were him, upon seeing our esteemed Miss Hill, he would behave like an eager dog, incessantly calling her cousin, sending chills down the spine of any listener. She then mimicked his voice, calling out a few times. Ull be the death of me. Do you wish to forfeit your allowance this month? Woma feigned surrender, and the two shared laughter as they made their way back to the inn. As for Huashang, he continued to wear a gentle smile. Do you know those two women? Chigawei inquired, boredom evident in his tone. How did you know? Your eyes. Chigawei shrugged, mimicking Huashang's gestures. Ah, I encountered acquaintances. Quite amusing, indeed. Now, the show is over. Shall we continue shopping? As Huashang took a few steps ahead, Chigawei muttered a curse under his breath, yet that familiar feeling of embarrassment returned. Oh, and do refrain from speaking ill of our master behind his back. Understood. To be frank, Huashang's current form was indeed appealing, enhanced by his exquisite attire, drawing the attention of numerous young ladies and noblewomen. Albeit discreetly. Having mingled in society for quite some time, Huashang had become adept at discerning the hidden meanings behind their glances. Perhaps it is time to seek a woman, he mused. Having spent several months in this world, coupled with the instincts of this body, Huashang found himself yearning for a woman to refresh his spirit. Perhaps Hill would be a fine choice. In his memories, she was indeed a remarkable woman, albeit indifferent to the original owner of this body. Damn, this world lacks condoms, he thought, marveling at the medical standards of this realm, seemingly untouched by the prevalence of sexually transmitted diseases. Yet the prospect of engaging in such endeavors made him hesitate. It may be time to recruit some lackeys. Glancing at the slender Chigawei, he mused that having such a servant might not be a bad idea. However, certain tasks were better suited for others, such as the elder brother Chigawei had slain, who would have made an excellent enforcer. As they strolled through the market, lost in contemplation, Huashang soon found himself at the entrance of the inn. The welcoming hostess greeted him with a radiant smile. Perhaps he could inquire about any special services the inn might offer, Huashang thought, striding confidently through the door. "Welcome back, sir. Would you like to have dinner first?" It was the same server as before. At the Zacalito Inn, each guest was assigned a dedicated attendant, with some special guests receiving individualized service. "Take your things to my room. I wish to dine first," Huashang replied nonchalantly. Upon re-entering the dining hall clad in fresh attire, he drew little derision this time. Compared to the unpleasantness of his initial visit, all had been relegated to the recesses of memory. No one would defend a service worker beaten by a wealthy patron, and the beaten had learned to respect the strength of those they once underestimated. As Huashang contemplated matters of the flesh, fate had a way of presenting itself. There stood Hill, accompanied by her maid Woma. Their unexpected encounter within the inn hinted at a web of complexities that would unfold. Yet, as a gentleman, Huashang maintained his decorum. With one hand behind his back, he approached a slightly taken aback Hill, recalling the etiquette of their previous encounters. With a courteous gesture, he placed one hand over his heart and bowed slightly. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Miss Hill." A cultivated noble, Hill was obliged to return the courtesy, though reluctantly. Her gaze remained as tranquil as still water. "Indeed, it is you, Fei Air. Would you care to join me for dinner?" she inquired, her tone respectful yet reserved. Huashang smiled gently. In a fleeting moment of illusion, Hill suddenly felt that the person before her was so vastly different from her previous impression that she considered them to be two entirely distinct individuals. "No, I am terribly sorry, but I already have an engagement," Hill gently declined. "Is that so? What a pity that would be, Miss Hill. Might I be introduced to your friend? I believe we would have a delightful dinner together," Huashang persistently inquired. At that moment, Woma could no longer contain herself. Stepping forward, she pointed an accusing finger at Huashang and exclaimed angrily, "How dare you persist in this shameless pursuit? You were expelled from the capital. And though you pretended to be somewhat civilized earlier, it seems you are still as brazen as ever. Be gone. Our lady has no desire to see you." With that, she brandished a long whip. Slicing through the air with a series of sharp cracks, Hill furrowed her brow and softly admonished, "Woma, mind your manners." "Humph." The girl, unwilling to concede, retreated behind Hill, her gaze never straying from Huashang. Such ferocity. No wonder that Na Fei is so terrified of this woman named Woma. Huashang scratched his ear and, in a relaxed manner, stretched his limbs before the two women. Conversing like this is truly exhausting. "I wonder how you lot are trained." "What?" Hill instinctively responded. "Oh, it's nothing. So, you are dining in this room, are you? Then I shall not be polite. Thank you for the hospitality," Huashang declared, striding directly into the private room before him. "And you are?" came the voice of Ali Lucy, the young lord whom Huashang had encountered at the city gate. Huashang glanced at Ali Lucy and then at the furious Woma trailing behind him. Offering a peculiar smile, perhaps a rival in love? What? In a moment of bewilderment, Ali Lucy was caught off guard as Huashang graciously took a seat directly opposite him, indicating the wine glass before him. Huashang gestured to Chi Guwei, chuckling. "Just a jest. I came here for a meal." He then pointed at the oddly behaved Hill behind him, adding, "She invited me." Upon seeing Hill enter, Ali Lucy, with a similarly strange expression, disregarded Huashang and approached Hill, bowing respectfully. "Miss Hill, it is a pleasure to see you again." I still vividly remember our encounter in the capital, despite Hill still being veiled. Ali Lucy sincerely complimented. "Miss Hill remains as enchanting as ever." "Thank you for the compliment," Hill replied coolly, returning the bow. "This wine lacks flavor," Huashang suddenly exclaimed, raising his voice. And noticing the astonished expressions of the two, he added with a chuckle, "My apologies for interrupting your little performance. Please, continue. I am merely passing through for a meal." "Sir, how may I assist you?" A server promptly entered, interrupting Ali Lucy, who was about to speak. Huashang pointed at the wine bottles on the table, declaring, "This is insufficiently flavorful. Bring something more robust. I cannot abide wine meant for women." The server hurriedly retreated. At that moment, Woma could no longer hold back. She stepped forward, grasping Huashang's collar, and declared, "You, leave. You are unwelcome here." Hill appeared to recognize Woma's actions and made no effort to intervene, merely observing the scene with a calm demeanor. Huashang smiled and, meeting Woma's gaze directly, replied, "If I recall correctly, you should address me as cousin, young master. Am I mistaken?" Woma, enraged, found herself at a loss for words. Shameless, releasing her grip, she endeavored to maintain her composure, reminding herself that such a person was not worth her anger. Very well, esteemed cousin young master. Might you kindly vacate this establishment? We do not welcome you. Huashang remained silent, entirely disregarding Woma's furious glare. Just then, the server returned with fresh wine. Sir, the wine you requested has arrived. This is the renowned Dua wine from the dwarves. I assure you will be pleased. Excellent. Now, servant, why do you still linger? Huashang languidly leaned back in his chair, addressing Qi Gowei, observing the master and servant completely ignoring her presence, one pouring wine, the other drinking. Woma could no longer restrain herself. With her whip drawn, she aimed to strike Huashang, but Hill interjected. Woma, stop, miss. You cannot allow him to behave this way. Woma protested, reluctantly stepping aside. Realizing her lady was genuinely angered. Taking a hearty swig of the so-called Due wine, Huashang remarked, the potency is commendable, though the flavor leaves much to be desired. He then approached Ailey Lucy with 2 glasses of wine. So, would you care to share a drink with me, man? Huashang downed 1 glass in a single gulp and offered the second to Ailey Lucy, smiling at him. Perhaps Ailey Lucy's rational mind urged him to disregard this rogue. Yet the word man compelled him to accept, and he too downed the glass. Excellent. Huashang chuckled. You truly are a man. With a knowing look, he added, then let us toast to our second meeting. He finished his glass first. Wonderful. This toast is to celebrate our dinner. Excellent. This toast is to your generous treat. Excellent. This toast is to all the glasses you have just consumed. Excellent. And this toast is to your impending inebriation. Huashang said as he slowly poured the remaining wine over the still unconscious Ailey Lucy's face. I'm feeling a bit peckish. Are we done with this ruckus? If so, kindly leave. Hill could no longer contain herself. This time, without Woma's intervention, she sought to expel this bothersome man. This dish is rather delightful. Servant, remember to order this for me in the future, Huashang remarked, pointing at a dish on the table. Hill endeavored to remain calm, but for the first time, she found herself genuinely infuriated by the man before her. I recall you were en route to your territory. Why have you returned? Are you not afraid of your uncle discovering this? Huashang slowly swallowed a mouthful of food, burped, and replied, because you were here. I came. Is that satisfactory? How dull. Very well, I shall speak the truth. I truly came merely to mooch a meal, now that I am full. Farewell, Huashang declared, and in the instant Hill was left astonished, he strode out of the private room. Oh, I almost forgot. Thank you for the hospitality, Huashang added as an afterthought. Chapter 10. Perhaps that was it. Clap, clap, clap. Young master, young master. The servant watched in terror as his master frantically smashed various precious antiques to the ground, heartache engulfing him. Damn it, do you wish to obstruct me as well? Ailey Lucy shouted, seizing a vase and hurling it at the servant. Do not dare avoid it. Crash. The vase shattered, and Ailey Lucy, seemingly satisfied, finally ceased his destruction and sank into a chair. Upon waking that morning, his head throbbed painfully, swollen and unbearable. It dawned on him that he had been carried back, and the carefully chosen gift he had prepared was also returned. In a furious rage, he had smashed nearly everything within the study that he could lift. Miss Hill has anything to say? Ailey Lucy took a sip of blue and white porcelain tea, his tone turning placid. No, Miss Hill has nothing to say. She merely what? Speak, the servant urged cautiously. Miss Hill left early this morning, the servant replied carefully. What? Ailey Lucy erupted, rising furiously. You did not inform me of such a matter. Have I raised you for nothing? It is unjust, young master. You were drunk, and no amount of calling would rouse you. Get out. Ailey Lucy bellowed. If she is gone, I will bring her back. He then produced a crystal stone, contemplating for a moment before resolutely declaring. It is I. Why are you still following? Woma impatiently pulled back the carriage curtain, addressing Huashang, who rode alongside on his steed. You seem to have asked me that 30 times already. Did I not mention I travel this way as well? Huashang scratched his ear, responding. You've given me the same answer 30 times. Cretin. Woma slammed the curtain shut, seething with frustration. How vexing. You used to be more discreet, but now you are utterly impossible to shake off. Miss, do speak up, the servant implored. What is it you wish me to say? It is his freedom to go wherever he pleases, Hill replied coolly, unaffected by the presence of those outside. I am infuriated. Absolutely infuriated. Similarly, Woma did not affect Huashang's mood. Banter was merely a fundamental skill for those navigating society. The attendants refrained from disturbing Huashang and his companion, partly because some among them were aware of Huashang's identity. And since their lady had not uttered a word, they chose to ignore him. The wind and cloud beast followed closely beside the young lady's carriage, receiving its fair share of sidelong glances and disdainful remarks. Occasionally punctuated by a few comments, nightfall often descends swiftly, particularly in realms like the Ursconi continent, where darkness perpetually outlasts daylight. Several groups of hills people gathered, encircling a fire, partaking in their rations by its flickering light. Huashang settled to one side, accompanied solely by Kaijue. Say, servant, what did you do before? Why can't you even start a fire? I've told you countless times, I have a name. I am not called servant, you scoundrel. Kaijue impatiently tossed aside the branch he had been holding and sulkily sat up. Oh dear, it seems you have yet to learn how to address your master properly, Huashang remarked with a smile. This smile was all too familiar to Kaijue. Upon witnessing it, he resembled a frightened rabbit. Wait, I'll just borrow some fire from over there. As Kaijue walked away, Huashang softly called out, Beach beast. Suddenly, several shadowy figures surged from behind Huashang, soaring into the night sky, vanishing into the darkness, unnoticed by anyone except Huashang. However, within one of the carriages, an elderly man, deep in thought, observed the night and glanced at Huashang's position beneath the tree, nodding slightly before closing his eyes again. In the dead of night, apart from a few watchful knights, including Kaijue, everyone else had fallen into a deep slumber. Huashang sat alone by the campfire, gazing intently at the night sky. For him, a smoke-free night inevitably led to insomnia. However, he found that a little less sleep at this juncture did not impact his spirit. A brief meditation would suffice. This was the advantage of being a true martial artist. The faint scent of pine wafted from the fire, warding off certain blood-sucking insects. Suddenly, Huashang frowned. As a beast conveyed certain information, he promptly closed his eyes. This visual sharing was a unique connection skill between Huashang and his digital beast. Albeit with a distance limitation, too far, and he would feel nothing. From the perspective of the beast, a scene unfolded in Huashang's mind. A large group of stealthy figures, armed with dimly glowing magical beast lamps, approached the camp. Leading them was a one-eyed giant, wielding a broadsword that gleamed ominously in the moonlight, nearly as long as a person. Huashang opened his eyes, noting, how unoriginal, are all the bandits in that area so similar? He hastened to where Kaijue lay sleeping against a tree and kicked him twice. Servant, wake up. Kaijue rubbed his eyes, muttering, even servants should have some time to rest. What do you want now? He glared at Huashang, who had been a bother throughout the past few days due to the contract punishment, disrupting his dreams he had not experienced in a long time. The dagger. The dagger I gave you is still with you, right? What do you intend to do? Huashang shook his head. Just pay attention for a moment. After some thought, Huashang summoned 2 white-striped Digimon. You too, protect him for now. You are a summoner? Kaijue exclaimed, somewhat astonished in his understanding. Summoners were among the least esteemed professions on the continent, not due to their lack of offensive capability. On the contrary, a summoner often bolstered a team's strength. However, summoners were deemed inadequate when acting alone, especially below the 7th tier, as they lacked any defensive means aside from their summon beasts, which even a 2nd-tier mage could surpass. Yet, when a summoner successfully ascended to the 7th tier, the situation would reverse. A 50% success rate for summons, and possessing 2 or more beasts of the same tier, could elevate them to the rank of a king among peers, enabling them to challenge other professions. However, the number of summoners capable of reaching the 7th tier and unlocking a 2nd summoning was exceedingly rare. Their advancement was arduous, requiring not only sufficient magical power, but also extensive knowledge of magical beasts, numerous refining materials, and a unique constitution to cultivate. Thus, many were deterred by the myriad challenges associated with the profession. Yet, Huashang had summoned 2 magical beasts at once. Could he be a 7th-tier powerhouse? Kaijue felt a pang of regret, as his diminished strength prevented him from sensing the presence of the 2 beasts, leaving him unable to gauge Huashang's true power. What on earth is happening? Setting aside his initial confusion, Kaijue inquired of Huashang, that it appears someone is attempting to rob us. Huashang replied, glancing toward the nearby thicket, where dim lights flickered in the distance. Servant, shout. Huashang suddenly commanded Kaijue. What? Shout what? Huashang grinned mischievously. The contract was immediately activated, catching Kaijue off guard, and he collapsed to the ground, uttering unrecognizable groans, which were surprisingly loud. That moan is truly pathetic, Huashang chuckled, although he had heard similar sounds many times. Hearing it from a man still sent chills down his spine. You scoundrel! Ah! Was the only response as the contract's power intensified. Kaijue's cries roused the sleeping knights, including those on watch. What is happening? I just heard a shout, Woma said, hastily emerging, his attire slightly disheveled but securely wrapped. What a pity, Huashang remarked, shaking his head in Woma's direction. One knight pointed towards Huashang. The shout came from over there. At that moment, Siege emerged, fully dressed, just in time to hear the knight's words and turned to look at Huashang. Awakened in an innocent but irritable manner, it was inevitable that she would feel displeased, especially since the culprit was someone she despised. Sierra and Woma approached, frowning at Huashang. What the hell are you doing? That fire? Woma inquired. Huashang shrugged. I couldn't sleep. Sierra's frown deepened. Does that give you the right to disturb others' rest? Huashang feigned surprise, glancing at the knights behind Sierra. Oh, did I wake you all? My apologies. I have a habit of sleepwalking and have forgotten what I just did. Huh? You. Be a bit more ladylike. And stop swinging that whip around, Huashang said, smiling while dodging Woma's gaze. Sierra stared at Huashang for a long moment, her expression unwavering. Please refrain from engaging in such trivial antics. You are bringing disgrace to the Lewis family. Sierra vowed that had this individual not been her beloved aunt's son, she would have long since disregarded him, sparing herself from his antics. Huashang shrugged and sat up in silence. Sierra, now slightly angered, felt that as Kaijui's cousin, this was quite disrespectful. Just as she considered turning away, she suddenly noticed Kaijue lying awkwardly on the ground, groaning softly. What's wrong with him? Is he unwell? Sierra casually asked. Huashang shrugged once more. I don't know. Maybe he has a stomachache. Chapter 11. Night Raid. At that moment, peculiar noises echoed from a distance, soon revealing flickering lights, gradually multiplying to over 100. Miss, there is danger. Woma quickly reacted, pulling Sierra back into the protective circle of knights. Hey, servant, are you done? Still calling out. Have you truly become addicted? Huashang kicked at the ground where Kaijue lay. Struggling to his feet, Kaijue's legs trembled slightly, glaring fiercely at Huashang, his lips nearly bleeding from the pressure. One day, I will kill you. Ha! We shall see about that, Huashang replied, turning to observe the bandits, now discernible in the dim light. He whispered, hate me, then survive on your own. You may kill me, or anyone else. In that instant, a vivid memory surged into Kaijue's mind. The moment of their encounter, where he had gazed at Huashang's back, suddenly realizing he wanted to say something but found himself at a loss for words. Who goes there? Halt. The leader's retinue, a middle-aged man whose name was unknown, bellowed at a group of individuals approximately 30 meters away. The foremost among them, a one-eyed giant, leaped forward and stood not far from the leader knight. Erupting into a fit of wild laughter, I have come to slay and seize women. Boys, take whatever you fancy, the one-eyed brute roared, and a surge of overwhelming crimson light materialized at his outstretched hand. Swirling around him like a tempest, the leader knight drew a sharp breath. It was a protective aura. You are a 7th-tier practitioner, he exclaimed. Ha! What does it matter how many tiers you possess, as long as I can end your life? Die. With that, the one-eyed giant swung his broad sword in a sweeping arc, unleashing a crescent-shaped wave of red energy that radiated forth with scorching heat. Be careful. Everyone protect the young lady. The leader knight, himself a 6th-tier practitioner, narrowly evaded the one-eyed giant's sweeping attack. The residual force of the energy slice merely grazed his light armor, leaving a wound. Again, the one-eyed giant immediately engaged the leader knight, while his band of ruffians charged forward, each seeking their own opponents. Brothers, let us see who can claim the most kills tonight, shouted one of the leading brigands. A chaotic melee ensued, the sheer number of robbers overwhelming the defending knights, forcing them into a confined circular space where they could not effectively form their ranks, diminishing their combat effectiveness. Ha ha ha. A 6th-tier knight, merely a worthless sack, perish in less than a moment. The leader knight was battered like a mangled punching bag, desperately propping himself up with his sword, on the brink of being cleaved in two by the one-eyed giant's broadsword. Ding! Suddenly, a long sword interposed itself before him, wielded by an old man who declared, Go back and protect the young lady. Let me handle this foe. Having just returned from the brink of death, the leader knight felt a surge of elation. Yes, it was Lord Tuko, seeing his prey escape unscathed from his grasp. The one-eyed giant roared in fury at the old man. Old fool, do you wish to die? Tuko raised his sword to his chest and replied sternly, 7th-tier Gale swordsman Tuko, I ask for your guidance. A perfectly executed swordsman's salute, yet as a brigand, the one-eyed giant would not bother with such formalities. After all, he was an ancient relic, nearly on the brink of the grave, still adhering to such archaic customs. Die, clang, clang, clang. Despite the significant size disparity between Tuko's longsword and the one-eyed giant's broadsword, it did not impede the clash of two 7th-tier titans. the fiery crimson aura of the one and the verdant gale energy of the other colliding fiercely, carving out a substantial space around them. The leader knight pivoted and returned to stand beside Sierra, where a soothing blue light emanated from her hands, gently illuminating his wounds, which began to heal gradually. "Thank you, milady." Sierra shook her head. Gallo refrained from speaking for now. Sierra was a water-based mage of the 5th tier, capable of employing mid-level healing spells. Under her magic, Gallo swiftly circulated his inner energy to expedite his recovery. Die. With a whip-like flourish, Woma struck down several advancing brigands, a 5th-tier warrior adept in close combat. Retracting her whip, she stood vigilant before Sierra. Huashang quietly observed the tumultuous battle before him, waiting patiently. Although the knights were of higher tier than the brigands, sheer numbers could not be dismissed, and when the knights faltered, it would be his moment to strike. This was a clear manifestation of maximizing effectiveness. Counting the seconds, roughly a quarter of an hour passed. The knights were nearing their breaking point, having sustained considerable casualties, while the duel between the elder and the one-eyed giant showed no signs of resolution. Huashang chuckled softly as several brigands rushed toward him. Just as he was about to engage, they came charging straight at him clearly. The adage of waiting for prey was not without merit. Observing the approaching brigands, Huashang dove forward, for he needed no digital beasts. He was sufficient on his own, without a blade, yet with the skill of Shaolin's long fist, he unleashed a flurry of strikes that bewildered the unprepared brigands. After dispatching them, he shouted, "Comrades, let us join the fray." With his declaration, a colossal, kaleidoscopic portal suddenly appeared overhead, and digital beasts surged forth, numbering at least 20 or 30. Agumon, Gabuman, Veemon, Wormon, and Patamon 5 in a team scattered across the chaotic battlefield. Mini Fireball, Explosive Firebolt, Thunderwing Lightning. These digital beasts, rivaling 3rd-tier magical beasts, unleashed their signature moves, catching the bewildered brigands off guard. Damn it, where did all these beasts come from? One severely wounded brigand fell to the ground, only to be torn apart by an Agumon's razor-sharp claws. At that moment, Huashang rapidly approached the fray, when suddenly, information emerged from his Digivice. Excellent. It appears that not only do I gain experience from defeating magical beasts, but also from digital beasts. Ha ha ha, it's all experience. Comrades, charge forth with vigor, leave none alive. I shall claim the spoils. Huashang laughed maniacally as he leaped into the throng, knocking down a brigand who attempted to ambush Woma. Hey, don't just stare ahead. Humph. Despite Huashang saving her, her long-standing disdain overshadowed her gratitude. Huashang shrugged, unbothered, for the battle had ignited a fire within him. He was the night demon Huashang, a prince of the night, reaping lives. Seizing the fallen brigand's sword, he weighed it lightly. Huashang sprang into action, wielding it with deadly precision, ready to claim lives. Let the carnage commence, night of slaughter. Ha ha ha. Like a madman, Huashang swung at the nearest brigand with ferocity. With immense explosive power and unparalleled accuracy in his lethal techniques, he knew precisely how to direct the blade to swiftly harvest a life. As he carved a path through the chaos, occasionally casting fire magic amidst the digital beasts, Huashang forged a bloody trail, leaving a wake of corpses and death in his stride. Summoner, swordsman, mage, Woma gazed in disbelief at the figure of Huashang, now trampling over corpses to break free from the encirclement. When had the waste she knew transformed into such a savage creature? Sierra, standing nearby, shared a similar sentiment. She perceived more clearly than Woma that this was not the Fei she once knew. He had never possessed such a bloodthirsty gaze. Countless thoughts raced through her mind, yet no answer could be found. That moment, Huashang charged back into the fray, flanked by a throng of digital beasts that surged forth like a heavy tank, crushing every foe in their path. As he reappeared, drenched in blood, Woma found herself at a loss for words. What a thrill! Ha! Huashang laughed maniacally. Damn it, I need a smoke. I'm feeling quite unsatisfied. With that, he charged toward another target. Meanwhile, Gala had recovered most of his wounds. Observing Huashang's relentless advance, he remarked, "Milady, it seems we have underestimated the young master." What? Sierra momentarily failed to comprehend. Ha ha ha. I too wish to revel in the slaughter. Galu laughed heartily, following in Huashang's footsteps, sword drawn, leaving a trail of bodies behind him. Sierra and Woma exchanged glances, both attempting to decipher the confusion reflected in each other's eyes. The brigands lacked formidable experts. Their strength lay in their numbers, hundreds of them, ample for Huashang to dispatch. After a relentless charge, Huashang broke through the brigands' formation, eliminating many. However, the remaining brigands were true elites, some even surpassing Huashang in strength. Yet, faced with the onslaught of numerous digital beasts, their defeat was merely delayed. Just as the tide seemed to favor Huashang, an unexpected obstacle emerged in the form of the elder, blocking his path. The one-eyed giant's patience wore thin. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a peculiar summoner, who had claimed many of his men. Enraged, his veins bulged as he gripped his massive sword tightly. Bellowing, Sunfire Tempest, a magical weapon, Tuko was momentarily taken aback. It was too late to defend against the massive explosion that erupted from the sword, devastating the surroundings for hundreds of meters. Tuko braced himself with his sword. Blood spilling from his mouth, exhausted and unable to continue the fight, the one-eyed dragon panted heavily, utilizing the unique skill of his broadsword to vanquish the elderly figure before him. However, his own energy was considerably depleted, and the protective aura surrounding him had dimmed significantly. Chapter 12. Slaughter. Dozens of violet vines soared through the sky, ensnaring the bandits in mid-air, while below, the gab beast launched explosive fireballs. Charred corpses fell helplessly to the ground. Simultaneously, under the leadership of the purple-striped ancient beasts, 5 of them formed a line and unleashed their skill, mock stab, akin to bowling, propelling the bandits into the enveloping night. The waiting Bika beasts and beetle beasts were poised to serve as the attackers, unleashing a cacophony of thunder and swirling flames. The anguished cries of the bandits echoed incessantly, while Huashang found himself amidst the throng of adversaries. The bandits had realized that these peculiar magical beasts were summoned by Huashang, and in their understanding, defeating him would swiftly eliminate the strange creatures. Yet, Huashang, encircled by foes, appeared invigorated, disregarding the onslaught behind him as he charged forward. Confident in the protection of his digital beasts, with shared vision, he possessed an intimate grasp of the battlefield's dynamics, knowing precisely where to strike for maximum impact. Suddenly, Huashang furrowed his brow, having witnessed through the eyes of a Bika beast that Tuko had been defeated by the one-eyed dragon. A harbinger of impending doom, with a commanding shout, he rallied his digital beasts towards the position of the one-eyed dragon, exclaiming, "Strike!" A barrage of small flames, magical fire, air cannons, explosive fireballs, and the beetle beast winged lightning converged, 25 dazzling attacks, akin to a miniature mage battalion, unleashed their terrifying might. The combined power of the digital beasts, far superior to the magic of this realm, could obliterate even a 6th-tier practitioner caught unawares. A radiant light surged towards the one-eyed dragon, who was poised to strike down Tuko, forcing him to parry with his massive sword. The tremendous force of the explosion and impact caused the one-eyed dragon to skid backward, increasing the distance between him and Tuko. Huashang darted to Tuko's side, assessing his dire state. "Old man, can you still fight?" Though Huashang was audacious, he was not devoid of wisdom. Comparing himself to the one-eyed dragon, he recognized the perilous odds. However, with Tuko, who could match the dragon's prowess, the situation was different. Huashang highly valued the experience that would be gained from slaying the one-eyed dragon, anticipating that several of his digital beasts would reach their purple evolution threshold. Tuko, weakly supporting himself, gazed deeply at Huashang and declared, "I can only execute one more strike." Huashang chuckled lightly. "One strike? Excellent. In a duel, it's often decided by a single blow. Endless brawling is not my style. I believe one decisive strike will suffice. Old man, seize your opportunity." Huashang slowly wiped the blood from his sword, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha. One-eyed dragon, I'm in the mood for a good fight tonight. Come and conclude this evening for me." The one-eyed dragon, already furious from having been ambushed, was incensed by Huashang's seemingly reckless proclamation. Sensing no aura of combat from Huashang, he dismissed the numerous summoned beasts as mere low-tier magical creatures, believing their demise to be a trivial matter. With this thought, the one-eyed dragon abandoned the digital beasts surrounding him and directed his attack towards Huashang, the oddly peculiar summoner who seemed oblivious to his impending doom. "I shall slay you first." With flames engulfing his massive sword, the dignity of a 7th-tier warrior could not be tarnished. The weight of his strike bore down upon Huashang's inferior longsword, the immense force bending Huashang's legs. Suddenly, the one-eyed dragon felt his sword lighten as an inexplicable power disarmed him, sending his sword crashing to the ground. Ancient martial arts, using a mere 2 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Huashang danced like a wisp of fluff, skillfully evading the one-eyed dragon's attacks with precision, and after several seconds, the dragon had yet to land even a single blow on Huashang. What kind of martial skill is this? The one-eyed dragon muttered, his confidence waning as he found Huashang's peculiar footwork infuriating. His speed may not have surpassed the dragon's, yet he consistently evaded every strike. Clang! Huashang's long sword struck the one-eyed dragon's weapon, tauntingly stating, "Did I say you'd understand? Foolish one-eyed dragon." Huashang laughed. "Damned!" The one-eyed dragon seethed, lunging to grasp Huashang's sword-wielding hand. This time, "You shall not escape." Yet, in that moment of being seized, Huashang displayed no fear, instead grinning enigmatically. "I forgot to mention, my primary profession is actually that of a magician." The one-eyed dragon, momentarily stunned, instinctively questioned, "What?" Just then, a slender fire serpent extended from Huashang's hand, ensnaring the entirety of the dragon's arm. Fire serpent wrap. Huashang reminded not to forget that he possessed a ring capable of casting second-tier magic 3 times a day. Though the magic's power was limited, its effects were surprisingly effective. Huashang retreated swiftly, summoning 5 Bika beasts, who unleashed 5 simultaneous charm cry attacks, their combined voices serving to momentarily distract the enemy. Meanwhile, dozens of violet vines stealthily approached the one-eyed dragon, and in his moment of distraction, they ensnared him completely. The 5 Barus, along with the Gab beasts behind them, pulled the one-eyed dragon in multiple directions, rendering him immobile. The venomous vines not only induced paralysis but possessed an extraordinary resilience, impervious to the searing flames of the dragon's aura which, despite being engulfed, remained unbroken. Huashang vigorously shook his hand, barely managing to contend with the one-eyed dragon using his homeland's formidable martial skills. However, the dragon's 7th-tier explosive force had genuinely impacted him, rendering his entire arm numb, nearly devoid of strength to grip his sword. Moreover, the flaming aura binding the one-eyed dragon was no trifling matter. Had Huashang not been a fire element magician with some resistance to flames, coupled with magical adornments, he would have been incinerated long ago. Even so, Huashang now found himself nearly devoid of fighting spirit. He had relished the slaughter, yet his stamina was utterly exhausted. "Old man, it's your turn to strike." Observing the one-eyed dragon, who remained unable to break free, Huashang smiled at Tuko, having been primed for action. Tuko sprang into motion the moment Huashang spoke, a swirling emerald wind encircling his longsword and enveloping him. The wind's speed was such that it left a shadow in Huashang's vision. And in the next instant, a colossal crescent-shaped azure blade was cleaved forth. At that moment, responding to Huashang's command, the Barus released the one-eyed dragon just as the sword aura reached him. The dragon's sword arm and part of his shoulder were severed in the coordinated attack, his severed arm twitching from the primal reflex of the nerves. The one-eyed dragon clutched his wound, kneeling pitifully, utterly unprepared for the horrific outcome of this encounter, before he could even react to the searing pain. Several claws had already dismembered him. In the fleeting moment of his vision fading, he beheld his own body, his head rolling away to a distance. The battle was over. Huashang inhaled deeply, savoring the mingled scents of blood and night mist, which enveloped him like a cleansing balm for his bruised body. Before him, the Tyrannosaurus machine emitted a gentle glow, and in response, several ancient beasts radiated a peculiar digital light. Huashang understood its significance. In the next moment, all digital beasts vanished from the scene. He wished to keep his presence a secret, for the Tyrannosaurus machine was his greatest safeguard in this alternate world. Moreover, each summoning had limited duration, and he sought to conserve every moment. With the remaining bandits dwindling, the nightly guards were more than capable of handling them, especially with their leader slain. Should they fail, Huashang would accept the outcome. Finding a large stone, he settled down to observe the ensuing carnage. Commanding, subordinate, Massage, Chigawei had been unharmed all along, although he had tightly clutched his dagger since the moment he dashed out with Huashang. The 2 ancient beasts guarding him had executed Huashang's commands impeccably. Protecting him diligently, he remained unscathed until the one-eyed dragon was slain, save for a slight pallor on his face. Despite some reluctance, Chigawei remained steadfastly loyal to Huashang's orders. "Put in some effort. You're as weak as a woman," he thought bitterly, silently cursing Huashang's shamelessness. With a determined grip, Chigawei seized Huashang's shoulder, his fingers turning pale from the exertion. This pressure is quite satisfactory. He. Huashang remarked, casually resting against Chigawei, feeling quite comfortable. Unbeknownst to him, as he leaned on Chigawei, a flush crept onto Chigawei's face, and his breathing quickened. Chigawei tightened his grip even further. In Chapter 13, "You're late, you fool." Huashang, communicating discreetly with the digital monster machine within his chest while observing the battle's outcome, wore an exceptionally joyful smile. Just moments ago, the 5 ancient beasts in his possession had delivered the final blow to the bandit leader, successfully converting that victory into their evolution experience. The exact amount of experience the 7th-tier practitioner had granted the digital beasts was unknown to Huashang, but he could see the fully charged golden bar on the digital monster machine, indicating that this battle had indeed yielded a bountiful harvest. Moreover, the other digital beasts had also made some progress in their evolution experience bars. As the moon hung high in the sky, its cold light cascaded down, covering the greedy bandits who had met their demise with a final shroud. The battle commenced and concluded under the moonlight. And the weary night protectors rallied their spirits to begin clearing the battlefield. The atmosphere was thick with sorrow as they mourned for their fallen comrades, and the only two women present, Sierra and Woma, were inevitably engulfed in a sense of desolation, for those knights had sacrificed themselves to protect them. Before long, the deceased knights were gathered together, and a great fire was ignited by Sierra's hand. A request she had made herself, wishing to send off the brave knights on their final journey. At that moment, a distant, clear yet somber melody began to resonate, emanating from the leaves in Huashang's hand. Playing the leaves had merely been a childhood pastime, yet at this moment, it transformed into an elegy for the departed, its meaning now profoundly different. The twin moons remained cold, and under their faint light, a serene silence enveloped the area, save for the hauntingly deep and mournful melody that echoed for Sierra and her companions, ascending into the nameless, tranquil night sky. Huashang's figure appeared so solitary, embodying a profound essence. Had one not just witnessed a life and death struggle, they would find it difficult to perceive the deeper significance embedded within. This moment, it was beautiful, gentle like the current Huashang, seemingly a different person from the one who had exuded such murderous intent before. Sierra and Woma gazed on, bewildered, listening intently, utterly mesmerized. After a long while, as the enchanting melody gradually faded, it felt as if they had undergone the most tender and pure cleansing of their spirits, alleviating much of the sorrow within their hearts. The flames extinguished, just as one might extinguish a light with a life extinguished. The knights returned to the earth, their final evidence of existence swept away by the wind. Woma gently took Sierra's arm, saying, "Miss, they won't truly vanish, will they? I can still feel their presence." Sierra nodded, gazing up at the sky. "I can feel it too. Their heroic spirits will always protect us." Finally, led by Gallic, the remaining knights formed a line, raising their swords high to offer their final blessings to their fallen comrades. Huashang glanced back, fixated on the solemn and dignified knightly tribute ahead, while Chigawei, lost in thought, received a gentle nudge from Huashang's foot. "Hey, servant, when did I tell you to stop? My shoulder is still sore." Illusion, it had to be an illusion. Chigawei swore that what he had seen and felt earlier was certainly a figment of his imagination. Reluctantly, he extended his hand once more, continuing to grip Huashang's shoulder with a whitened knuckle. Thus, Sierra and the others refrained from approaching Huashang, and he, in turn, did not initiate any conversation, remaining quietly still. With only the occasional chirping of insects punctuating the silence, the night had truly deepened. Exhausted, Huashang settled down to meditate, when suddenly, a synchronized sound of hooves echoed, startling every weary soul present. Were they enemies again? The knights, despite their fatigue, remained loyal to their duties. Encircling Sierra protectively as the firelight drew near, a heavily armored wind cloud beast appeared before them, exhaling like a cloud. It was Achilles. Why was he here? Huashang furrowed his brow. Observing Achilles' puzzled expression, as if recalling something, he strangely smiled, then closed his eyes again, indifferent to his antics. Last, Achilles regained his composure, leaping down from the wind cloud beast and hastening towards Sierra and the others, exclaiming urgently, "Miss Sierra, what has happened?" "Why?" He surveyed the remnants of the battle, clearly perplexed. "We were just attacked by bandits," Woma replied, stepping out from behind Sierra. Achilles' face paled immediately. "What? Are you all unharmed?" Sierra shook her head. "We managed to fend off the bandits, but we lost quite a few." "Then why are you here, Master Achilles?" "Oh, it's like this. We were originally on our way to eliminate a group of nefarious bandits nearby. Likely the same ones who attacked you. I didn't expect." Achilles suddenly fell silent, his expression pained. "I'm sorry, Miss Sierra. It's my mismanagement that caused you harm." Sierra shook her head. "It's not your fault. We merely encountered them by chance, and you were meant to eliminate them anyway. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Sierra. How about this? Seeing as you've suffered considerable losses, the road ahead may present further dangers. Allow me to escort you," Achilles proposed, gazing intently at Sierra. Sierra hesitated momentarily but ultimately nodded. Indeed, their strength had diminished significantly, and they could not replenish their ranks on this main road. Achilles was elated and quickly instructed his knights to assist the injured and set up camp. He remained closely attached to Sierra, incessantly inquiring after her well-being, thoroughly enjoying himself. Achilles, of course, noticed Huashang sitting off to the side but deliberately chose to ignore his presence, saying nothing about it. A night passed without incident, and as the twin moons retreated into quietude, the red sun emerged. Woma entered the tent that Achilles had set up for Sierra, carrying some food, as Sierra woke. "Miss, have something to eat." After a night of toil, Sierra was indeed hungry and devoured the provisions Woma offered, relishing the hard travel biscuits, which, though mediocre in taste, were enjoyed nonetheless. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Siege paused. "Miss," Woma inquired. Puzzled, "Woma, please bring a portion for Fei Air as well," Sierra gently requested, for the first time speaking that name with such tenderness. "Understood," Woma nodded, also for the first time showing no sign of distaste. Huashang lazily stretched, feeling refreshed after a night of meditation. He glanced at Chigawei, who was dozing against a tree, and smiled softly. Choosing not to wake him to tea that moment, Woma approached slowly. She had been contemplating how to rouse Huashang. But now that he was already awake, it spared her some trouble. Yet she soon became troubled again, unsure of how to treat Huashang. Ultimately, without a word, Woma set the food down before Huashang and turned to leave. "Wait," Huashang called out as Woma took a few steps away. "What?" Huashang smiled lightly. "It's nothing. Just thought you looked quite cute just now." Woma felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. Unsure if she was blushing. A moment of distraction led to Huashang's gentle laughter. "I was just teasing you, hee. "What, you scoundrel?" Woma, in a fit of rage, stamped her foot and uttered a remark before sweeping away with a flourish of her sleeve. Huashang shrugged indifferently, lost in thought, and absent-mindedly divided a portion of food, placing it before Kaijue, before starting to eat himself, as he was equally famished. Before long, others began to awaken gradually, nibbling on their rations without revealing any particular expression. Kaijue also stirred, and upon awakening, he noticed the food before him. He glanced at Huashang, who was gazing blankly at the sky, lost in contemplation, and without uttering a word, began to eat. Halfway through his meal, Huashang suddenly spoke. "Servant, I am thirsty." Kaijue, his face devoid of expression, stood up and responded, "Understood." After everyone finished their breakfast and tidied up, they promptly resumed their journey. Huashang maintained his usual demeanor, trailing closely alongside the compartment of Sierra, while the Windcloud beast trotted at a moderate pace, which brought him much comfort, alleviating the earlier annoyance from Woma's reprimands. Since their departure, the compartment had remained eerily silent, as if Huashang's presence beside it was but a transparent existence. The two women inside the carriage also remained silent, subconsciously avoiding any discussions, particularly regarding Huashang, as they pondered their own thoughts. In contrast, the Knight Leader approached Huashang with a light-hearted demeanor, entirely shedding his previous indifference. The world of knights is, in essence, quite simple. They revere the strong. Had it not been for Huashang during last night's battle, their entire army might have faced annihilation. This act of kindness, when compared to the Gallus's prior impression of fire, now seemed profoundly enigmatic. However, one thing Gallus could ascertain was that the third young master of the Lewis family before him was not the feeble character he had initially imagined. Rather, he was a man of considerable fortitude. Despite Huashang's youthful appearance, his blood-soaked combat experience left a lasting impression on Gallus. He suddenly found himself enjoying interactions with Huashang, a peculiar bond between men that felt remarkably sincere. He yearned to delve deeper into the enigmatic persona of this third young master. While Huashang and the knight engaged in jovial conversation, Alilius, on the other hand, appeared particularly morose. Throughout their journey, he had attempted various topics to capture Sie's attention, but she merely responded with disinterested affirmations, showing no enthusiasm whatsoever. At that moment, having been rebuffed once more, Alilius noticed Huashang looking in his direction, offering a faint smile that struck Alilius as utterly contemptuous. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within him. His self-proclaimed magnanimity felt utterly inadequate in the face of Huashang's casual provocation. Unable to contain himself, Alilius swiftly approached Huashang, stating coolly, "Is it amusing? Don't be so smug." Alilius gritted his teeth. Huashang shrugged, his nonchalant demeanor only serving to further infuriate Alilius. He guided the Windcloud beast towards Gallus's position, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back and remarked to Alilius, "You seem to be late, fool." With that, he walked away with indifference. Did he know something? Alilius was suddenly engulfed by a wave of intense unease, and his gaze towards Huashang turned ominously cold. Chapter 14. Arrival at Okat City. Okat City is a grand city located in the northern reaches of the vast empire and serves as the stronghold of the Deer family, one of the four great families of the empire. After years of development, Okat City has become the economic center of the northern empire, controlling a significant portion of its production lifeline. The next destination for Sierra and her companions is Okat City, where the largest hotel alliance on the continent, the Fire Chamber of Commerce, is expected to expand its operations even further. Sierra is also contemplating replenishing her workforce in Okat City, as she has noticed Alilius following her with an inexplicable agenda. Having navigated the world of commerce and politics, she is well aware of Alilius's intentions, which primarily revolve around the vast chamber of commerce she represents. However, she has yet to find a suitable excuse to distance herself from him. And given her genuine need for protection, she reluctantly tolerates his presence. Point 4 Windcloud beasts pull an opulent carriage, within which the enchanting Woma languidly leans against the window, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Occasionally, her gaze drifts to the equally indifferent Huashang nearby, but she quickly averts her eyes, pretending as if nothing had occurred. It has been over a month since their departure from Kalala City. And along the way, they have encountered numerous robberies. However, Alilius has faithfully fulfilled his protective vow, rendering Huashang's intervention unnecessary. As they near Okat City, the surroundings grow increasingly tranquil, with the presence of robbers seemingly vanished. The architectural style here becomes more rugged, characteristic of the north, the homeland of the Kyr's berserkers, renowned for producing brave, fearless, and powerful warriors. Within Okat City, the Deer family commands a formidable iron army, a legion of pure berserkers. Gallus leads the way, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Although the security near Okat City has improved, unexpected events can still occur. Suddenly, he pulled on the reins and raised his hand slightly to signal the convoy to halt. A bloody body lay sprawled in the middle of the road, and upon closer inspection, dried bloodstains could be seen. Gallus recognized the attire of the fallen. Typical of a berserker, he furrowed his brow and turned to consult Sierra before instructing his men to lift the unconscious berserker. The warrior was not dead. Weak breaths escaped him, and the jagged wound on his chest confirmed his condition. After a brief rescue effort, the berserker regained consciousness. Weakly, he inquired, "Who are you?" Sierra stepped forward and replied, "We are merely a passing merchant group who happened upon you lying in the road." The berserker coughed violently, expelling a significant amount of blood, and warned, "Okat City faces peril from the orc tide." Before bowing his head deeply, Gallus examined the situation and shook his head at Sierra, saying, "He is dying." The sudden appearance and subsequent demise of the berserker startled everyone. From his final words, it was evident that Okat City was facing some crisis related to orcs. Sierra frowned deeply, contemplating. Okat City is a crucial military stronghold guarding against the orc empire of Baiman in the north of the empire. Could it be that the orcs have some new plans? And what does the orc tide refer to? There is no possibility of gathering a large number of magical beasts here. Alilius timely approached Sierra, suggesting, perhaps he experienced a hallucination, mistaking orcs for magical beasts, thus miscommunicating. After all, a band of wind orcs can transform into beasts and attack, quite similar to magical beasts. Sierra nodded, quickly considering this possibility, yet felt something was amiss. She fell silent in deep thought, suddenly exclaiming, "Regardless, Okat City lies ahead. We must take the body with us. It is evident that the orcs will soon mobilize. We need to immediately inform the Deer family of Okat City." Huashang and the others had been moving steadily along the equilibrium line towards Okat City, where the grand and ancient Black Ice Mountain range lies between the Fast Empire and the Orc Empire of Baiman. Apart from the sea routes of both empires, Okat City is located at the terminus where the two great empires meet the mountain range. Below Okat City stretches an endless expanse of the fearsome grassland, whose vastness remains unknown. Over the years, countless adventurers have ventured into its depths, yet none have returned to recount their experiences, leaving behind myriad legends that signal danger to the world. With this thought, Sierra suddenly realized, could the orc tide refer to the countless magical beasts of the Black Ice Mountain range? From a distance, the imposing, seemingly infinite Black Ice Mountain loomed ahead, its peak shrouded in dark clouds that never dispersed. Resembling a portent of unease, gazing upon the ancient and mysterious Black Ice Mountain, Sierra felt a tremor of apprehension. Not far off, Huashang quietly ceased his discussion with Sierra, also lost in thought, and suddenly closed his eyes. Through their shared vision with the Bijio beast, he glimpsed a shadow darting past, revealing a creature with a wolf's head and a humanoid body, covered in effure. An orc? Huashang glanced at the recently deceased berserker and nodded thoughtfully. "You seem to have discovered something, haven't you?" Tuku had quietly approached Huashang's side, similarly inquiring in a hushed tone. Huashang, slightly taken aback, recalled that this old man seemed to be speaking to him for the first time in over a month. With a light chuckle, he replied, "How did you know?" Tuku pointed towards the sky, suddenly shifting the topic. "The first time I was attacked, truly, as a seasoned 7th-tier profession." Huashang could only let out a slight sigh of admiration and nonchalantly shrug, remarking, "It's none of my business." The reason Huashang chose to follow Sierra to Okat City was partly due to Sierra herself, but primarily for another purpose: slavery. Okat City was not only a complex metropolis but also one of the few major centers for slave trading in the north. Huashang intended to visit his territory, and neglecting to manage a piece of land would be a disservice to his journey. Hence, he required a considerable workforce to develop the desolate town of Vida. And various talents could be found in Okat City to meet this need. Tuku did not press further, nodding thoughtfully as he returned to his carriage. Following this brief interlude, the caravan grew quieter, or perhaps a tad somber, as they pondered the potential movements of the orcs towards Okat City, each harboring their own thoughts. Silently, the procession, flanked by knights, finally arrived at Okat City in the evening. The sprawling, magnificent city walls, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, resembled a colossal wall of gold. The visible scars of damage appeared mournful to Huashang, raising questions about the lives concealed beneath the pockmarked surface. On the ramparts, guards stood vigil every 10 paces, resolutely gazing into the distant, far-off empire. How splendid! In contrast to what he had seen on the journey, Huashang finally beheld something worthy of admiration. For his heart was restless and would remain so eternally. As the daughter of the Fair Trading Association, Sierra was naturally destined to stay at the renowned Zacalito Hotel, a plan long agreed upon and unaltered by any circumstance. After settling in, Sierra sent word to the Deer family in Okat City on behalf of the association, along with the corpse of the berserker. Even though night had fallen, the area outside the hotel remained bustling with a continuous flow of people. An endless cacophony of noise. Yet, what would transpire when the populace learned of the impending orc threat? Inside the hotel, tranquility reigned, adorned with opulent lighting and exquisite decor, while melodious tunes flowed from the hands of resident bards. As patrons raised their delicate goblets in celebration, Sierra's arrival did not cause much commotion. Firstly, this was the illustrious and formidable Okat City, and secondly, the hotel staff maintained a sense of propriety. Sierra nodded to herself, finding the middle-aged man named Callowlands to be quite impressive, as he understood the importance of business without indulging in extravagance, a quality befitting one who was diligent in their work. Upon entering Zacalito Hotel, Arias sensed that his time with Sierra was limited. Given the Fair Trading Association's strength in Okat City, Sierra would soon bolster her entourage with formidable retainers, despite his reluctance to witness such developments. He felt powerless. This was not his Kakala city, and for someone like him, the son of a minor lord, it was quite possible that even a random citizen in Okat City possessed greater strength than his father. At this moment, Arias's gaze towards Huashang grew increasingly filled with resentment. He learned from the knights that had it not been for Huashang's intervention, Sierra would have long been abducted by bandits. All of this was because of him. Gritting his teeth in quiet determination, Arias summoned a retainer and whispered a few instructions before casting a cold glance at Huashang's retreating figure. After having a bite to eat, Huashang and Kaijue stepped out of the hotel together, not informing anyone of their departure. Although Huashang left without stirring any notice, Sierra and Warma were still aware. Silently observing as Huashang's figure gradually faded from view, Sierra had her routine business to attend to, summoning the hotel manager to commence her inquiries. Kaijue closely trailed behind Huashang, wandering aimlessly down the street. Growing increasingly impatient, until he could no longer contain himself and asked, "What exactly are we doing?" Huashang turned around, sizing up Kaijue with a smirk. "It seems you lack the awareness of your station. Whatever the master intends to do is none of your concern. Your only task is to follow." With that, he disregarded Kaijue's piercing gaze and continued onward. What was Huashang planning? After a brief walk, Huashang suddenly halted. Kaijue heard him murmur, "We arrived," followed by his entrance into an extraordinarily lavish building. Kaijue furrowed his brow, realizing that Huashang had walked into a brothel. This rascal had brought me to such a place. However, after a moment's hesitation, Kaijue followed him inside, his face flushing slightly. Chapter 15. I can help you become the boss. Huashang strode confidently into the establishment known as the Fallen Allure, showing no signs of discomfort. The interior was awash in shades of rosy blush, with women clad in various attires fluttering about like enchanting butterflies. The slightly older woman, heavily adorned with makeup, approached him. She appeared to be the madam of the house. The provocatively dressed woman sauntered over, almost leaning against Huashang, the scent of her potent perfume wafting through the air. Huashang chuckled softly, instinctively wrapping his arm around her still slender waist. Giving it a gentle squeeze, "You're quite the catch." He then lifted her chin, asking, "What is your name?" Such encounters were not uncommon for women of the night, and Huashang's actions were hardly unwelcome. His striking appearance and playful gaze were familiar to them, a demeanor typically possessed by those who frequented such places, often generous in nature. The woman smiled coyly, her alluring eyes fluttering as she replied softly. Young master, this must be your first visit here. My name is Melina. Would you prefer the hall or a private room? A private room. Huashang indicated towards the circular hall and the second-floor railing. I want a room where I can see the hall clearly. Very well. Melina chimed, her voice slightly seductive, causing Kaijue to shiver with goosebumps. Before long, Huashang settled into the desired private room, keenly observing as Melina introduced him to a selection of women of diverse allure. After appraising the women, Huashang nodded and instructed Melina, "That will do. They are satisfactory. Bring some drinks, and you may attend to your other duties. I will call for you if needed." With a polite departure, Melina left, and the remaining women, some alluring, some charming, some innocent, flocked around Huashang, pouring drinks and laughing, seemingly unbothered by his hands exploring their forms. For these women, serving such dashing young masters was most delightful, as they hoped to catch the eye of a fortunate one, potentially paving the way for a life of luxury. They did not overlook Kaijue beside Huashang. After all, he was also a guest. And though his presence was slightly less imposing, he was still quite handsome, with a fair complexion that even women would envy. Huashang downed a drink offered by one of the women and laughed heartily. "Ha, little one. What's wrong? Haven't seen a woman before." You won't get away with this," Kaijue retorted, unable to suppress his frustration, disregarding whether Huashang would use a contract to punish him. "Ha, splendid. I am indeed a scoundrel," Huashang exclaimed, lifting the chin of a provocatively dressed woman and kissing her deeply, his hands roaming freely. Glistening beads of perspiration trickled from the woman, the atmosphere growing decadently indulgent. "Excellent. Ha, more." As the evening wore on, the women found themselves blushing, some panting softly, their breaths fragrant. Kaijue retreated to a corner, nursing his drink, lost in his thoughts, gradually becoming oblivious to the unfolding scene around him. 3 hours slipped by quietly, and the majority of patrons had departed, the hall's crowd dwindling. Suddenly, Kaijue felt a pat on his face, snapping back to reality to find Huashang standing before him, the women having seemingly vanished. "Let us go, servant. What are you dawdling for? Do you want a woman?" Huashang inquired, arms crossed. May you meet a wretched end," Kaijue retorted. Huashang chuckled lightly. "Perhaps if I die, wouldn't you be free?" with hands clasped behind him. Huashang was the first to step out of the private room. It was still Melina. Just as Huashang was about to leave the realm of debauchery, she approached him. "Are you leaving so soon?" "Young master, is it that those women do not suit your taste? I can find better ones for you." Huashang pinched her cheek and replied, "If that is the case, why didn't you seek out better options from the very beginning?" Melina, momentarily taken aback, stammered, unable to articulate a response. With a nonchalant chuckle, Huashang had already exited the realm of debauchery during Melina's moment of distraction. He considered mingling in such establishments to be quite enjoyable. Yet at this moment, he had other matters to attend to. His purpose for visiting was already fulfilled. Hiring a carriage that was parked at the entrance, Huashang softly uttered a destination, prompting the driver, Fengyun Beast, to bark an order before speeding away. Inside the carriage, Huashang closed his eyes as the effects of the alcohol washed over him, and he began to process the information gleaned from the courtesans. Occart City was vast, with nearly every known race on the continent represented within its boundaries. Naturally, where there were crowds, there were underworlds, and thus, underworld leaders and factions. The underground forces of Occart City were complex, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands, with some as small as a mere few dozen, a veritable menagerie. Huashang now sought to identify those factions that would best suit his interests amidst this chaotic throng. In truth, his wealth was sufficient to attract a large entourage of knights or adventurer mercenaries. However, compared to these individuals, the street thugs held greater potential for manipulation, and Huashang found them easier to manage. After all, the underworld there operated under similar societal rules. Vanny Street was the most notorious gathering spot for thugs, predominantly populated by the native inhabitants of Occart City. While they may lack the strength to ascend to higher echelons, they possessed unparalleled channels of information. The larger gang factions had already aligned themselves with the city's considerable powers. Such affiliations were not of interest to Huashang, and these major gangs would not condescend to mingle on Vanny Street. Before Huashang's carriage, another one arrived, heading in the same direction, Vanny Street. After a while, the two carriages halted in front of a somewhat dilapidated building, though the structure appeared worn. It was spacious enough to accommodate dozens of individuals. Huashang's carriage stopped directly in front of the other vehicle. A middle-aged man emerged from the other carriage, his arm draped around the shoulders of a heavily made-up woman, her attire in disarray. The man looked quizzically at Huashang, The carriages had already departed the moment they disembarked. For these drivers, lingering on Vanny Street was unnecessary, as it would only invite trouble. The man spoke. Friend, it seems you've been following me for quite some time. Yet I don't recall having seen you before. Indeed, Huashang replied with a shrug. I hadn't seen you prior to this either. The man furrowed his brow. Then who are you? Standing at his own doorstep. He was not particularly alarmed. A loud shout would summon dozens of his underlings. You are Caius, known as the Madman. Yet, in the landscape of Vanty Street, you are among the most inconsequential of scoundrels. Among the thousands of thugs here, you've not fared well, only managing to scrape together enough to indulge in debauchery at the realm of vice once every half-month. Moreover, Huashang gaze assessed the woman beside Caius before continuing. You can only procure those of the lowest caliber, women who have been ridden by countless others, am I correct? The small-time gang leader named Caius, struck at his tender spot, felt rage swell within him. He forcefully pushed away the woman, glaring fiercely. Do you wish to die? He advanced towards Huashang, his fist poised to strike the latter's smiling face. With a gentle shake of his head, Huashang sidestepped and executed a shoulder throw, sending Caius crashing to the ground. Continuing nonchalantly, Huashang remarked, you were once a minor leader in one of the 3 major gangs of Occart City, the Howling Sky Gang. After leaving, you've resorted to daydreaming on Vanny Street. Am I right? Perhaps due to his previous intoxication, Caius staggered to his feet, shaking his head vigorously while still brimming with hostility. You damn bastard. Are you here to mock me? Speak. Who sent you? Yulian or Razart? Huashang shook his head. You seek power, a means to retaliate against those who once trampled your dignity. As the night breeze blew, Caius's drunkenness began to clear, and he drew a long sword from his waist. Lunging at Huashang, I don't know what nonsense you're spouting. You dare to deceive me. Then prepare to die. Despite Huashang's perception that Caius's strikes, while swifter than those of an average person, were lamentably unrefined, he evaded the sword's edge with ease. Suddenly, a dim red glow enveloped Caius's sword, slowly igniting into a small flame, swiftly engulfing the entire blade. As a third-tier swordsman, Caius was now capable of executing the most basic of martial arts attacks. He shouted, Flame Slash. A 1-foot-wide wave of energy surged forth, and Caius grinned with satisfaction. Despite his lackluster status, the might of a third-tier swordsman could still intimidate many on Vanny Street. However, the next moment, Caius's expression shifted drastically. What did he see? A massive, earth-colored magical beast towering 2 men high. The energy slash collided with the beast's abdomen, dissipating without a trace, leaving no tremor in its wake. Caius swallowed hard, his complexion paling drastically as he weakly muttered, a dragon beast. Huashang patted the thigh of the ancient beast, having summoned it for the first time after completing its evolution. Not only had its size increased significantly, but its defensive capabilities had also augmented immensely. Excellent. Huashang smiled with apparent ease. The pressure emanating from the ancient beast was beyond what Caius could withstand, reminiscent of a dragon's might, anchoring him in place under the overwhelming aura. Beads of sweat beginning to form in the palms of his hands. You are a summoner. What do you truly want from me? Huashang chuckled lightly, and at that moment, he summoned another ancient beast, followed by yet another, until 5 massive figures encircled Caius, their 10 large eyes collectively fixating on him. Caius, now thoroughly unnerved, trembled uncontrollably, barely able to support himself against his sword, for the pressure from the 5 beasts felt as if it could crush his heart. Huashang leaped onto the shoulder of one of the ancient beasts, looking down at Caius and stated, Actually, I'm here to help you become the boss. Chapter 16, The Secret of Kaijue in the Dead of Night. Beneath a gentle breeze, the shadows of trees danced as fallen leaves fluttered down, marking the stillness of the hour. Faced with the 5 colossal magical beasts surrounding him, Caius realized he could scarcely muster the ability to speak. He was at a loss for words. The individual before him was audacious enough to claim he would assist Caius in ruling all of Vanny Street. This was, without a doubt, an enormous temptation. Yet after the initial thrill, Caius quickly regained his composure. The depths of Vanny Street were profound, and it was not as simple as merely wishing to unify it. The intricacies of its advantages and disadvantages were difficult for outsiders to comprehend. Thus, Caius remained silent, despite his uncertainty about whether Huashang possessed the ability to summon even more beasts. Observing Huashang's calm demeanor even after the appearance of the 5 beasts only deepened his trepidation. Though the night had grown late, for the idle thugs, it was hardly time for sleep. The arrival of the ancient beasts created quite a stir. A thug opened a door, and upon seeing the 5 imposing creatures, He gasped, "My heavens, magical beasts, danger," and promptly slammed the door shut. Moments later, the door swung open again, and dozens of disheveled individuals rushed out, brandishing a variety of weapons and makeshift arms. Yet, as they beheld the 5 ancient beasts turning to face them, they froze at the threshold, too terrified to advance. Huashang remained perched high, glancing at the increasingly pale Casus. He remarked, "It seems your underlings are quite brave." Casus's expression darkened further. He knew all too well the caliber of his subordinates, and the fact that they hadn't fled immediately was already commendable. Moreover, even if he had more men, an actual fight would only lead to their demise. After all, who could say whether Huashang could summon even more magical beasts? Suddenly, the 5 ancient beasts vanished simultaneously, and Huashang descended, walking up to Casus and asking, "Will you not invite me in for a seat?" Within the dilapidated confines of the room, a long table stretched out, at the head of which sat Huashang, while behind him, Kaitui stood silently, observing the motley crew of ruffians before them, each bearing a distinct expression, their thoughts a mystery. I could not fathom why they sought me out. Casus took a seat opposite Huashang, flanked by his own band of miscreants, a setup that bore the semblance of a negotiation. In Casus's mind, powerful mages held little regard for dealings with the city's underbelly. Moreover, even the most novice of mages enjoyed the patronage of the state and guilds, unlike those who were rooted in the most abject strata of society, struggling for survival day by day. Furthermore, the noble lords, in their quest to uphold their lineage, would hardly engage with the forces of the lower classes. Any such contact or recruitment would occur clandestinely, their identities meticulously concealed. Although Huashang might not be of noble blood, he was at the very least a formidable summoner. Such individuals required no recruitment. A mere display of their prowess would attract a throng of wealthy merchants and nobles eager to associate with them. Casus's own meager resources were inconsequential, and even if Huashang were inclined to seek him out, it seemed illogical. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flooded Casus's mind, his expression gradually morphing into one of increasing perplexity. Huashang's fingers rhythmically tapped upon the table, one hand propping up his chin, seemingly untroubled by the concerns that preoccupied him. Mingling within this underworld felt instinctual. Casting a glance at the ragtag group of ruffians behind Casus, Huashang finally spoke. "It is precisely because of your weakness, your history of being bullied and your dignity trampled upon, that I find value in you." "What?" Casus chuckled. "You must have witnessed my strength. Then so tell me, with my assistance, how much of this street do you believe you could control?" After a moment of silence, Casus, under the weight of Huashang's penetrating gaze, felt compelled to align his thoughts with Huashang's. After considerable deliberation, he replied, "If what you say holds true, I could dominate 1/5 of the street's influence. 1/5. Huashang furrowed his brow, finding this figure considerably lower than he had anticipated, indicating that there were indeed numerous formidable individuals within the street. "Very well," Huashang remarked with a gentle smile. "What is your stance, then? Submission or—" There was no need to consult his subordinates. Within his gang, Casus wielded absolute authority. He was a man of ambition. Yet prolonged setbacks had nearly extinguished his fighting spirit. However, Huashang's arrival and words illuminated a new path for him. Perhaps, as Huashang suggested, he could indeed become a true leader. After a lengthy pause, Casus finally nodded slowly, indicating his agreement with Huashang. "Excellent. You display wisdom in your choices," Huashang stated coolly. Subsequently, at Huashang's behest, Casus dismissed his henchmen, leaving only 3 remaining in the hall. With the preliminary agreement reached, Huashang initiated the discussion of other matters. "Very well, speak." Casus responded without hesitation. "I require a contract." "What?" "I need a guarantee that you will not betray me." In that moment, Casus contemplated the various forms of contracts that existed on the continent of Rasconi, between man and beast, divine and mortal, and among men themselves. Establishing a contract indeed served as a robust mechanism to safeguard the relationship between master and subordinate. Yet, once a contract was forged, it meant he would relinquish his freedom, becoming a slave to Huashang. The thought compelled Casus to hesitate. To sign, or not to sign? Huashang leisurely remarked, "Let me clarify. Once the contract is signed, there will be no opportunity for me to release you. You will remain under my control for life, and you may find your existence devoid of dignity in my presence. However, you will live better in the eyes of others. Furthermore, the fact of your binding contract with me will remain known only to those present here. No one else shall speak of it." Casus's heart raced, faced with an irresistible temptation, coupled with a yearning for freedom that surged within him. The time to choose was brief, and after much inner turmoil, Casus finally nodded. collapsing into the chair behind him, exhausted as he made his decision. Between power and freedom, he had chosen the former. Rather than live in humiliation, he would lean against Huashang and see how far he could go, and what he could gain. Moreover, on a deeper level, Huashang now held sway over his fate. Caius managed a rueful smile. I must concede to you. If I refuse, it seems I have but one path to death. Huashang merely shrugged, remaining silent. Then let us proceed. I hope you can indeed offer me a fair price, Caius declared, as if making a final proclamation, closing his eyes in anticipation of the impending shackles. Huashang smiled gently, raising his hand, murmuring strange incantations directed at Caius. From his palm, an eerie violet light shot forth. Suddenly, Huashang frowned, sensing no power of the contract. Failed, Huashang extended his hand once more. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. The contract had not been established. Huashang cast a curious glance at Kaijue behind him, recalling how he had successfully forged a contract with Kaijue on the first attempt. Why, then, did it falter with Caius? Was it a matter of constitution or something else? Furthermore, this type of contract required no consent from the other party, as long as the contracting party was illuminated by the contract's light. A spiritual collision would occur. Huashang did not believe that Caius's mental fortitude exceeded his own. He had no doubts about reclaiming him. However, the absence of that spiritual clash indicated that the contract could not even be initiated. After a moment, Caius opened his eyes and said flatly, "What, are you not going to act?" Suddenly, Huashang produced a small round stone from his spatial ring. "What a pity," he murmured as he crushed the stone in his hand. A beam of white light shooting towards Caius's forehead, who looked on in bewilderment. A peculiar rune emerged on his forehead, only to vanish mysteriously. Caius let out a bitter laugh. He now understood that the contract had been established. The strange, irresistible force of the contract began to implant certain beliefs into his mind, ultimately aligning him with Huashang's faith. This small stone was an item of Fei's, a precious alchemical artifact, and Huashang possessed only 3 of them within his spatial ring. This particular stone was known as absolute faith. Huashang too felt the surge of loyalty emanating from Caius's very soul. Honestly, utilizing this absolute faith for Caius seemed a poor investment, yet Huashang had no alternative. "Very well, you may leave for now. I have matters to ponder, and I wish to be undisturbed." Fei had proven to be utterly incompetent, knowing only how to establish contracts with Kaijue, compelling Huashang to resort to using this valuable item. Suddenly, a thought struck Huashang regarding the contract. Fei had never signed with a man, or even a male creature. As this realization dawned upon him, Huashang couldn't help but curse vehemently, "Foolish idiot, all you can think about are women." Wait, women. An epiphany struck Huashang, and he closed his eyes once more, diligently searching through Fei's memories. After a considerable time, Huashang opened his eyes, casting a peculiar glance at Kaijue, smiling faintly. However, all that had surged into his mind was a vague recollection of the contract, which remained unclear. Yet, given that the contract's effects had turned out well, Huashang saw little reason to dwell on the details. From Fei's memories, it seemed that such a contract could only be established with women. Kaijue suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Huashang's gaze upon him was too peculiar. "It was my oversight," Huashang abruptly stated to Qige. "No wonder you always change clothes furtively and avoid me during baths." "What?" Huashang erupted into an eerie laughter. "Servant, remove your clothing. I have yet to properly indulge you." Kaijue stumbled, nearly falling over, exclaiming, "Why, you mustn't act recklessly. I am a man." His hands clutched his collar tightly, anxiously watching as Huashang approached. "I know." Huashang pressed Kaijue's body against the wall. "For I delight in men. Look at your skin. It rivals that of many women. And your appearance, truly too exquisite." Kaijue struggled futilely, but Huashang's grip was like iron, ensnaring him tightly. "Release me, you lewd, vile scoundrel. If you come any closer, I shall scream. Do you think screaming will help?" With that, Huashang's hand gradually moved towards Kaijue. "Don't." However, as his hand inadvertently brushed against the body, Qigui suddenly shivered, realizing that his secret had been uncovered. Huashang's smile widened in delight, her hand caressing him as though she had touched something dearly cherished. "No." Qigui yearned to plunge the dagger at his waist into Huashang with ferocity. Yet the peculiar power stemming from the contract rendered her unable to resist. After enduring persistent harassment, Qigui collapsed weakly into a corner, gasping for breath, unable to utter a word. Huashang crouched down, her hand reaching towards Qigui's face. "Seeing you like this, I suddenly realize I still have a fondness for women. Don't you think so, Miss Qigui? Perhaps I should ponder what to call you." Chapter 17. The Dragon Society of Another World Huashang then did nothing further, lazily resuming her previous position, legs crossed, gazing at Qi Gui in silence. After a considerable time, Qi Gui finally regained his composure. His eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Huashang, his voice icy and filled with malice. I will kill you. One day, I shall end your life. Before you do so, could you tell me your true name? You wish. Huashang nonchalantly nodded. Very well. Continue to refer to me as your subordinate. Huashang remained unchanged, while Qi Gui's status had not shifted due to her gender. He was still compelled to perform the tasks expected of a subordinate. Unwillingly and begrudgingly. That night, Huashang did not return to the Zacalito Hotel, nor did she send word to Sierra in the following days. Huashang made no attempt to contact Sierra, seemingly having vanished entirely. The morning after Huashang's disappearance, Zacalito welcomed an important figure, the second young master of the Deer family, Li Rualuoya. Li Rualuoya exuded an air of frivolity upon first laying eyes on Sierra. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, displaying an eager demeanor, only restrained by the timely intervention of his aide. Sierra shook her head in resignation, aware that the second young master of the Sierra family was much like her cousin Na Fei. With rumors about him echoing throughout the imperial capital. He and Na Fei were often regarded as quintessential examples of the most dissipated young heirs, the least promising offspring of distinguished families. However, unlike Na Fei, Li Rualuoya had not been cast aside by his family. Rather, he led a comfortable life in the prosperous city of Oakade, and his title had been elevated to that of a count. Young master, I have relayed all pertinent information to you. How to proceed from here is beyond my purview. Additionally, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After approximately 2 hours of fruitless conversation, Sierra finally issued the dismissal. What? I didn't quite catch that. Miss Sierra, could you repeat it? Li Rualuoya interjected, seemingly oblivious to what had been said. At this moment, his aide, a young man named Mishio, quietly apologized. I beg your pardon, Miss Sierra. Please forgive my young master's rudeness. On behalf of the citizens of Oakade, I express our utmost gratitude for the information you provided. We shall follow up on the matter. Now, Miss Sierra, we take our leave. Upon finishing, Mishio grasped the back of Li Rualuoya's collar, escorting him out of the room. With a chuckle, Wama observed Li Rualuoya being dragged away, finally bursting into laughter as the door closed. Who would have thought the Deer family had such a gem of a young master? No wonder he shares a reputation with that pathetic cousin. Sierra smiled but refrained from commenting further. She found Mishio to be quite remarkable, as only someone of his caliber would dare to handle Li Rualuoya in such a manner. An ordinary subordinate would never dream of it. Indeed, Mishio was commendable, evidently a product of the Deer family's training. It was said that a similar individual accompanied the eldest young master of the Deer family. Yes, they are trained to be absolutely loyal to their masters. However, their eldest young master is far superior to Li Rualuoya, Wama mused. Yet, it must be noted that Li Rualuoya's elevation to count was likely influenced by Mishio's presence. Wama sighed. Why is it that Na Fei, despite being an heir of a prominent family, has fallen so far behind? Even now, he remains merely a baron, exiled and without prospects. Meanwhile, their second young master is already a count, commanding an entire regiment of royal guards. Siege shook her head. In truth, Na Fei is not as hopeless as you portray. He was quite intelligent in his youth, but with his aunt's early demise and his uncle's lack of time to manage family affairs, he has become what he is today. Had he someone like Mishio by his side, perhaps he wouldn't be in such dire straits. Wama chuckled. Oh, miss, you seem to care a great deal for your cousin. I recall you used to dislike him quite a bit. Siege shot Wama an exasperated glance. Enough with your teasing. After all, he is my aunt's son, and if possible, I would prefer not to see him continue down this path of degradation. Moreover, I feel he has changed somewhat. He has shown considerable improvement on this outing. Wama fell silent, sensing the difference in Na Fei. Though still detestable, he was indeed altered. By the way, has he not returned yet? Wama shook her head. He went out last night and has yet to return. Surely he hasn't gone off to indulge again. Sierra pondered for a moment before responding. Send someone to look for him. 5 days passed quietly, and Sierra received no news of Huashang, as though she had evaporated from Oakade. Yet, no matter how astute Sierra was, she could not fathom that Huashang was, in fact, hidden within Oakade, concealed in a dilapidated house not far from the commoner district on Fan T Street. What could be accomplished in 5 days? At the very least, it was sufficient for Huashang to recruit several groups of ruffians. They were locals of Oakade, lacking substantial power or influential backing. From Chioshi, It was learned that Fan Ti Street was rife with such individuals, greedy and fearful, yet easily subdued. Each day on Fan Ti Street saw the formation of small gangs. Just as many disappeared without notice, rendering it nearly imperceptible that a significant force was gradually coalescing under Huashang's firm hand. She had incorporated 4 additional factions, each consisting of fewer than 30 members. The smallest comprising a mere 11. While the combined strength of these 5 groups amounted to around 100 individuals, a considerable force on Earth, in this world teeming with formidable beings, they were but insignificant ants. Despite the respect the recruits exhibited towards Huashang's prowess, it could not alter their inherent weakness. The leaders of the 4 factions were also bound by contracts with Huashang, albeit of a lower grade, easily obtainable from various slave trader guilds. She was unwilling to employ absolute faith, given the low cost-effectiveness of these individuals. Naturally, this low-level contract paled in comparison to absolute faith, with numerous restrictions, such as low loyalty and a brief duration. Moreover, ordinary individuals could not utilize it, as it required substantial mental fortitude. Currently, Huashang could only sign 4 such contracts, though that sufficed for her to maintain control over the group. Their names were as follows: Jackfu, Luosun, Kaibin, and Digivice. The name of their gang was agreed upon to change, along with Chioshi CS, to be called the Dragon Society. This was a gang Huashang had previously been part of, an unbreakable bond that lingered, and she was too lazy to conceive a new name. Besides, it was effectively her sole domain, and renaming it was merely a matter of her decree. Now, including Chioshi C, the management structure of the Dragon Society in this foreign realm had been fundamentally established. Huashang refrained from further encroaching upon other minor factions. Firstly, because she could not ascertain the loyalty of those she might recruit. And secondly, because the newly acquired ruffians required a period of adjustment to reach their full potential. Huashang sought elites. Even among ruffians, she desired an elite path. Huashang sat quietly at the head of the hall, her fingers rhythmically tapping against the wooden armrest of her chair, lost in deep contemplation. The others dared not breathe, for they vividly remembered how ruthlessly Huashang dealt with those who disrespected her. They had encountered capable individuals before, but none compared to Huashang, whose presence rendered even the so-called madman Chioshi C as docile as a playful beast. I require intelligence, both great and small, regarding all factions within Okate. 3 days. I grant you 3 days. Too short. Among the individuals present, 1. Jack, the leader with the largest following among the 5 factions, could not help but speak up. Huashang remained with his eyes closed. But upon hearing Jack's voice, he abruptly opened them and stared directly at him, saying, "Do you have an objection?" Despite the calmness of his tone, the underlying power of the contract and the imposing aura of Huashang were indeed beyond Jack's capacity to withstand. Jack swallowed hard and replied meekly, "I understand. Very well. In truth, gathering information should be a simple task for you. Yet, you have confined yourselves to this street, adopting a day-by-day mentality, showing little inclination to break free from here. I shall grant you 3 days as a test. Should anyone fail to meet my expectations, they may as well vanish. You know, it would be quite easy for me to eliminate you." The expressions of the others varied, but they all retreated with faces marked by resentment and anger, with the exception of Chioshi, who, under absolute faith, regarded Huashang as his master, an authority he could not defy, only obey. The hall fell into a still silence, when suddenly, Chigawei, who had been lingering behind Huashang, spoke up. "With your demeanor, no one will be persuaded by you. Is that so?" Huashang mused, resting his chin on his hand with a smile. "Then what do you believe would convince them?" Chigawei asserted. "To win over the wise, one must treat them well. Barking orders will only drive them to defection, even if you bind them with a contract. There is no guarantee they won't rebel fiercely one day." Huashang nodded. "Well said," he then inquired. "So, what was your previous occupation? It seems a mere beggar would not grasp such matters. That's none of your concern." Chigawei replied, tilting his head aside. "Moreover, I will eventually kill you, even at the cost of my own life." "Oh, is that so?" Huashang chuckled. "So, by your logic, I could interpret this as my failure to treat you well, to honor you, thus prompting your betrayal? Humph. Boring." Chigawei disregarded the comment and turned away. What would it matter if they rebelled or not? If they were truly wise, I would not mind treating them as you suggested. What I desire is results. I need them to provide me with comprehensive information about Okate City. Moreover, the position of a leader often attracts many covetous eyes. Once they are gone, even more will emerge. And as one capable of nurturing these newcomers, I can equally welcome their deeper loyalty. After all, if a person is unaware of their own worth, they lose their value. If they seek my respect, They must elevate their status and worth. I will trample upon their pride, bestow upon them immense power, and distort their perceptions, inflating their darkest desires, compelling them to rely on greater strength to realize their ambitions, thus ensuring their soulless loyalty. What I need now are mere henchmen capable of killing, not managers. They are but a swarm of insects, bound to gather and self-destruct, giving rise to the most formidable among them. Here, on this bustling street, I shall seek the strongest of these insects. Chi Gui listened intently to Huashang's words. This was a discourse he had never encountered before. Perhaps it had always existed, but it had never manifested in his world. Chapter 18. The mini-dragon within the dragon machine. 2 days swiftly elapsed, during which Huashang did not step outside the dilapidated house but instead devoted himself to his training. In his possession were 5 Digimon that had completed their evolution to the golden bar stage, their 5 full golden stripes radiating a dazzling light each time he accessed the Digimon interface on the dragon machine. The golden glow vexed Huashang. This state had persisted for over a month, indicating that despite reaching the evolutionary peak, they had not evolved further. Huashang had previously inquired about this issue with the Digimon, but unfortunately, they too were at a loss for an explanation. Regarding the digital realm, they provided him only vague responses. All Huashang knew was that the Digimon had been summoned from there, a place teeming with various Digimon, most of which were merely at the same growth stage as his own. The Digimon lived alongside other summoned creatures on an island known as the Initial Island. Why were they not evolving? This question had plagued him, for while his Digimon had attained the strength of 5-tier beasts, others he could summon were around the 3 to 4 tiers. Such power would place him at a mid-level standing in the Erskoni continent. Nevertheless, Huashang felt the weight of pressure from higher-tier practitioners, be it Tuko, a subordinate of Sierra, or the notorious one-eyed pirate chief he had slain. The vast gap in their levels was not something he could contend with. Thus, to thrive in this world, he required even greater strength. The dragon machine displayed a soul power exceeding 300, yet aside from the few types of Digimon he had summoned, the rest remained in a cooling phase, entirely unavailable for summoning. Another puzzling aspect was that the section indicating evolutionary power had remained at 0. Huashang speculated that this might be the key to the Digimon's further evolution. However, the fact that his Digimon remained clueless only deepened his frustration. Lying on his bed, he raised the dragon machine before his eyes and sighed, "Why is there not even a manual? Perhaps I could take you apart to understand you better." Finally, after numerous futile attempts, Huashang's thoughts began to take a different direction. He started gently, then applied a bit more force, followed by even greater strength, until he was using all his might. "Damn, is this thing tight? I refuse to believe you're made of diamond." Huashang became fierce, channeling the unique inner energy of a true martial artist. Although weak, it could still break blades, yet this power failed to yield even the slightest opening in the dragon machine. Resolutely, he drew a long sword and aimed its tip at the machine's seam. Suddenly, a somewhat juvenile voice called out, "Stop! Are you an idiot?" Huashang looked around, puzzled, finding no one present. As he thrust the sword tip toward the machine again, the voice emerged once more. "Fine. I know you're inside the dragon machine. If you don't come out, I can't guarantee I won't do something unpleasant. How dare you threaten me? Do you believe I won't seal your powers, rendering you unable to summon a single Digimon? Heh, if I can't summon any Digimon, why would I keep you around?" Huashang grinned wickedly, the sword blade poised against the dragon machine, ready to cut it open. In an instant, a rainbow-colored light flashed, and the dragon machine's interface opened automatically, revealing a new display that Huashang had never seen before. On a 17-inch virtual projection, a peculiar creature appeared, resembling a Q version of a Chinese dragon, complete with a pacifier in its mouth. "You scoundrel, you really dare to treat me this way?" the mini-dragon exclaimed in a childish voice, clearly displeased. Huashang waved his hand nonchalantly, wearing an indifferent expression. "Well, you're out now. Speak of your origins and what I should know. Do not claim to know nothing." As he spoke, he nonchalantly groomed his nails with the sword, which in the eyes of the mini-dragon was a blatant threat. The mini-dragon fell silent for a moment before finally responding, "You may call me Shenlong. I am the administrator of this dragon machine and the conduit connecting you to the digital realm within." "Oh, so you're akin to a guiding spirit?" Huashang queried. "You could understand it that way. I was born from the intelligent program inherent in the dragon machine, imbued with unknown powers that granted me consciousness. Is that the light I saw before my previous life's end?" Huashang recalled the beam that had shot towards him from Yin Tian. "Perhaps I emerged in a state of confusion. Since that is the case, why did you not reveal yourself sooner? Your power was too weak to support my manifestation. And now, look," the mini-dragon pointed with its tiny claw, and a small interface appeared before it. "See, the soul power is rapidly diminishing." I can only manifest for less than a minute now. As she gazed at the swiftly waning spiritual energy, Huashang promptly remarked, I ought to have known. The power of evolution, the evolution force, is essential for a Digimon to ascend to a higher tier. It necessitates a heartfelt connection with the Digimon. Only when the hearts of both are intertwined in resonance can the evolution force manifest. Moreover, the stronger the resonance between you, the mightier the evolution force becomes, potentially allowing for advancement beyond the usual ranks. Relying on slaughter to enhance power is a misguided approach, with dire consequences, extremely severe ones. Furthermore, I can only appear once a month. I hope that when we meet again, you will have grown stronger, and I shall be able to remain visible for a longer duration. Upon uttering these final words, the mini-dragon's interface abruptly vanished, reverting to its previous state. From the mini-dragon's discourse, Huashang gleaned scan information, and it offered no insight into how to establish a connection with the Digimon spirit, nor did it elucidate the essence of the so-called evolution force. Additionally, the experiences gained through slaughter were erroneous, and the repetition of the term severe to describe the repercussions compelled Huashang to abandon the notion of hunting magical beasts within the Black Ice Mountains to augment the Digimon's strength. The restrictions were overwhelming, and only appearing once a month, it seemed the forthcoming plans would need to be postponed. Closing her eyes, Huashang sought to adjust her thoughts, subsequently summoning a Bada Beast. The Bada Beast, with its wing-like ears, flapped vigorously, soaring before Huashang and chirping sweetly, Master, did you summon me? Huashang gently patted the Bada Beast's head, striving to soften her tone as she inquired, Bada Beast, how can I communicate with you at a heart level to achieve spiritual resonance? The Bada Beast tilted its head quizzically and replied, I'm not sure. What is spiritual resonance? Huashang, feeling a sense of resignation, shook her head and said, forget it, you may return. In a flash, the Bada Beast vanished back into the digital realm. It seemed she would have to explore this on her own. With her eyes closed in contemplation, Huashang continued to practice the unnamed breathing technique, determined to accumulate more spiritual energy so that the next time she could consult the mini-dragon, the duration would be extended. On the third day, Huashang finally emerged from her chamber, confident that the order she had previously issued for data collection had been fulfilled, once again occupying the prominent position in the hall. She quietly perused the materials they had gathered. The information was quite convoluted and lacked proper organization. It took Huashang considerable time to make sense of it. However, given the low educational background of those ruffians, achieving this much was commendable, and Huashang did not expect them to become proficient in all areas overnight. The individuals below, with the exception of Kaijue, watched Huashang with palpable nervousness, recalling her earlier declaration that failure would result in their disappearance. For them, disappearance equated to death, and they were unwilling to relinquish the prospects of wealth and power that lay ahead. Thus, during the past 3 days, they had labored tirelessly to accomplish Huashang's assignments. Observing the pitiful countenances of the individuals before her, Kaijue appeared to grasp the sentiment behind Huashang's earlier words. She noticed that Jack Fu and the others regarded Huashang with only fear, an endless dread tinged with a hint of subservience, akin to a pet seeking its owner's favor, devoid of any trace of animosity. Kaijue nodded thoughtfully and stood quietly behind Huashang. Well done. You have met my standards. Upon hearing this, Jack Fu and his companions exhaled in relief, as though a great weight had been lifted from their hearts, their expressions easing somewhat. However, Huashang abruptly added, Yet, you are still far from my expectations, very far. Much of the data was repetitive, and while she had no desire to delve into any underhanded dealings among them, she cautioned, Do not harbor any illusions. This time I shall overlook it, but do not test my patience. Next time, should such a situation arise again, I will eliminate one among you. Apologies, my lord, we shall not dare to do so again. The group exclaimed in a panicked unison as they knelt before Huashang. Excellent. I shall assign you another task, a task that will determine your standing within the Tsulong society. In the slums, I want you to gain control over the territory of the commoners. Regardless of how you achieve this, procure a group of ruthless, reckless youths for me, beggars or otherwise. I simply require their lack of regard for life. Chapter 19. The unreliable friends. As to why Huashang sought such young individuals, Jack Fu and the others were uncertain, but they were somewhat convinced that the one who gathered the most would elevate his status. The four exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with an indescribable emotion, before they hastily averted their gazes. This time, I shall grant you 5 days, Huashang declared, gesturing for several of them to depart, leaving only Kaijue behind. She then continued, Servants, prepare yourselves. Having been absent for so long, my cousin must be growing impatient. Kaijue replied coolly, then inquired, "There is something I do not comprehend. Why seek out these reckless youths? Are you planning to train them for something? Or is this the foundation for your own faction? Is it not too late to embark on such a path, Miss Kaijue? Do you not feel that you have been asking an abundance of questions lately?" Huashang did not respond directly but instead began to discuss her recent circumstances. "Humph. If you choose not to divulge, so be it. However, I am genuinely curious. What is your true appearance? Are you a stunning beauty or a woman born with flaws?" Kaijue retorted coldly, "You have no right to know." Huashang shrugged, then proposed, "How about a deal? I shall grant you a moment of pleasure, and in return, you will reveal your true appearance to me." As she spoke, her fingers gently tapped the armrest of her chair. "You are shameless." Kaijue's face flushed slightly, and she exclaimed, "Do you derive a sense of accomplishment from bullying a woman?" "To some extent, yes," Huashang replied. "You, servant, would you care to find out?" She stood, grinning mischievously at Kaijue. Kaijue took 2 steps back, her expression tinged with fear as she implored, "No, truly, I have been cursed and cannot revert to my original form." Huashang nodded. "Is that so? What a pity. Yet, if it is indeed a curse, there must be a way to lift it. No, do you wish to remain in this male form forever? Or do you enjoy being a ladyboy?" "Enough of this," Kaijue said, her agitation evident as she nearly shouted. "My affairs are none of your concern. Who do you think you are? You are merely a despicable scoundrel. Are you certain?" "Indeed. Very well. I initially intended to assist you in breaking the curse, but now..." "Heh." With hands clasped behind her back, Huashang strolled out of the hall, ignoring Kaijue entirely. The hall fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by Kaijue's subdued, helpless sobs, as if she were confiding a secret to the air. When Huashang returned to the Zacalito Hotel, the sun was nearing the horizon. Kaijue maintained her unremarkable expression, silently trailing behind Huashang, her gaze vacant, reminiscent of when they first encountered each other. The Zacalito Hotel in Oket City was opulent beyond compare. With no fewer than 6 receptionists at the entrance, their tailored attire accentuating their alluring figures. As Huashang strode into the hotel, admiring the youthful beauty, an unexpected scene unfolded before her. 2 men, one grasping the other by the collar. The one in control bore an impassive expression, tall and imposing, while the one being dragged along was vociferously protesting, appearing thoroughly inebriated. Suddenly, the man being restrained seemed to recognize something, his face lighting up with astonishment as he exclaimed, "Oh, is that you, Fair?" The man being escorted was none other than the second son of the Dia family, Count Li Rualuo, who also bore the title of a waste. He swiftly extricated himself from Mishu's and hurried to Huashang, scrutinizing her intently before exclaiming, "It really is you, Fair, long time no see." He then enveloped Huashang in a hearty embrace. Huashang smiled enigmatically. This individual had left a profound impression on Fair. And even in her reincarnation, remnants of Fair's memories lingered. Li Rualuo, "It has indeed been ages," she replied with an equally vigorous embrace. After their reunion, Li Rualuo scrutinized Huashang once more. "Come, let me take a look. I heard your old man kicked you out. Not bad, not bad. You are still quite the troublemaker. Was this a compliment or a jab?" Li Rualuo let out a hearty laugh before continuing, "Come, since you have arrived in my territory, I shall generously treat you today." Mishios, with a stoic expression, replied to Li Rualuo, "Young master, you have work this evening. Please do not waste time outside." The corners of Li Rualuo's mouth curled slightly upward as he chuckled softly. Fixing his gaze on Mishios, he said, Did you hear what I said, Mishios?" With an air of indifference, Mishios responded, "Yes, young master, I understand." "Ha! Come on, fire. Let us enjoy ourselves." Li Rualuo resumed his jovial demeanor, draping an arm around Huashang's shoulder. "Now, you may return, servant, but I don't mind if you choose to accompany us," Huashang said, directing his words to Kaijue. With a disdainful snort, Kaijue walked away on his own. The fallen paradise was still adorned with vibrant neon lights. Not a single woman stood outside to beckon patrons, yet the throngs of individuals entering continued unabated. The formidable Fengyun beast parked at the entrance nearly occupied half the street. Among them was Li Rualuo's carriage. "Fire, it seems we haven't seen each other for nearly a year. I truly miss those days in the imperial capital," Li Rualuo remarked. Huashang smiled but remained silent. At that moment, a carriage emblazoned with golden floral insignia caught his eye. Noticing Huashang's reaction, Li Rualuo inquired, "What is it?" "Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I might encounter an acquaintance," Huashang replied. Pondering, Li Rualuo gazed at the carriage as well. "Is it Huang Qinghua?" Huashang answered nonchalantly, "Yes, Upon entering the fallen paradise, a servant stationed in the circular hall immediately recognized Li Rualuo and hurried over, bowing deeply as he exclaimed, "Second young master. It's been quite a while. I want the finest food, drink, and women. My good brother has come, and I must treat him well," Li Rualuo declared. Very well. Soon, they found themselves seated in an exceptionally lavish private room, where the alluring Melina awaited them as Huashang entered. Her gaze never strayed from Li Rualuo, her slender waist leaning against him as she cooed, "Second young master, I thought you would no longer visit me." Li Rualuo playfully pinched her cheek and replied, "Not at all. Here I am." He then added, "Today, my good brother has come. If you do not treat him well, I shall shut down your establishment. Do not worry, second young master. I will ensure you are well taken care of." "Have I ever disappointed you?" Suddenly, Melina paused, recognizing that the young man before her was the peculiar guest from a previous encounter. After a moment of surprise, she regained her composure and said, "Ah, so you are the second young master's friend. If I had known earlier, I would have treated you with utmost respect. The previous incident was my oversight. Allow me to apologize with a drink." Melina gracefully lifted a glass, filling it to the brim, and downed it in one go. "Bravo, bravo." Li Rualuo clapped his hands in approval. "Fire. Although I am unaware of any previous discord between you and Melina, would you please do me the favor of letting it go? Do I seem like a petty person? Ha! Let us indulge in fine food, drink, and women." The atmosphere at the table was jovial, and Huashang felt a sense of nostalgia, having not visited such establishments in quite some time. Excluding Qigewei.by the way, Fire, what brings you here? I heard you had a territory to attend to, Li Rualuo inquired, his hand caressing one of the women present. "Just some matters. I happened to pass by." Huashang replied, absent-mindedly stroking the woman in his embrace. "Is there anything you need assistance with? Just let me know, big or small. I can handle it." Li Rualuo boasted grandly, while simultaneously, the garment of the woman in his lap had been nearly stripped away. Huashang pondered for a moment before suddenly stating, "Perhaps later. I might indeed require your help." "Haha. Very well. Fire, let us compete and see how much you have improved," Li Rualuo exclaimed, lifting the woman onto his lap. What's wrong, Fire? Is this woman not to your liking?" Huashang shook his head, contemplating before pressing the beautiful woman with an unpleased expression down to his lips. The woman instantly understood Huashang's intent, shooting him a glance before gently bowing her head. Though Huashang was reluctant to engage with such unsavory women, he could not deny the allure of the one before him, eliciting a soft sigh of pleasure from him. "Hey, Fire, that seems a bit against the rules," Li Rualuo protested, visibly dissatisfied. "Are you scared, little bug?" Little Bug was the playful moniker Fire used for Li Rualuo. "Damn it, who is scared of whom? Just watch how impressive I am," Li Rualuo muttered in discontent. Meanwhile, Mixios, appearing oblivious to the scene, sat quietly in the corner, eyes closed as if in deep meditation. The sounds of debauchery filled the private room, as the men indulged in their primal instincts. Chapter 20. The Way of Men's Conversation. Li Rualuo spoke first. "This time doesn't tea count. You broke the rules." Huashang shrugged, feeling utterly relaxed after the previous release. "All right, you win." Just then, the grand door of the luxurious private room burst open, and a rotund middle-aged man stormed in, loudly declaring, "I don't care who you are. Today I have guests, and you will not deny me this room. I want to see who in Okote City dares to defy me." Dennis. Trailing behind the middle-aged man were two young men, one of whom was none other than Huashang's long-lost acquaintance, Alilius, followed closely by Melina, who rushed in with a flustered demeanor. Li Rualuo, with his back to them, remained unaware, but upon hearing the middle-aged man shout his name, his brows furrowed in distaste, though he did not turn around. Upon spotting Huashang, Alilius sneered, "I wondered who it was. Turns out it's you." The two women beneath them hurriedly dressed, terrified as they recognized both Dennis's and Li Rualuo's identities. "Oh, Alilius, it seems you have a grudge against this person," Dennis observed, narrowing his eyes at Huashang, assessing him but finding no familiarity in his memory. Alilius respectfully replied, "Yes, Mr. Dennis, I have a minor grievance with this individual." "Ha ha ha, just a minor one, is it?" Dennis laughed arrogantly. "Rest assured, in Okote City, there is no one I cannot handle. Since you have a grudge, let us teach him a lesson." "Taili, what are you still dawdling for?" The young man named Taili, who had entered with Dennis, approached Huashang with a look of disdain. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from the corner, belonging to Mixios, who stated, "Dennis, do you think Okote City is your private domain?" Startled by the imposing presence of Mixios, Dennis stuttered, "And Mixios, what are you doing here?" As if realizing something dreadful, Dennis's attention shifted to the young man facing him. and cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. That silhouette was all too familiar to him. Dennis's heart cried out in despair for having overlooked him. Just then, Li Ruoyuo turned around, displaying no hint of anger as he said, "Dennis, did I hear you boast that there is no one in Okote City you cannot handle? Then why not give it a try and handle me?" Dennis's sweat intensified. While he could dismiss Li Ruoyuo, he could not afford to disregard Mi Xiu's. Fully aware of the capabilities behind him, that a person who could elevate a waste like Li Ruoyuo to the status of a count would surely not be easy to deal with. "My apologies, second young master. I had no idea you were here. It's my fault. Had I known you were entertaining your friends, I wouldn't dare barge in." "Is that so? Then why are you still standing there? Watching a show?" Li Ruoyuo's tone rose slightly. Yes, I shall leave immediately. My apologies for the disturbance, second young master. Tonight, your expenses will be on me." Dennis quickly nodded in agreement, hurrying to exit the private room. "What a buzzkill. By the way, Fire, who was that person? Do you have a grudge against him?" Huashang shook his head, responding, "Just a clown. I'll handle it myself." Li Ruoyuo looked at Huashang with a hint of surprise. In his impression, he should have readily agreed without hesitation. However, there was an inexplicable sense that upon seeing Fei again, he seemed somewhat different. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ruoyuo suddenly said, "You seem to have matured quite a bit. People must change to adapt to life, don't you think?" Huashang replied with a smile. For a fleeting moment, Li Ruoyuo was lost in thought. Perhaps Fei had indeed transformed. That was his instinct. Ha, you're right. Fei, I find myself needing to reevaluate you," Li Ruoyuo remarked, then suddenly added, "Fei, are you interested in developing your potential with me? How about coming over to assist me? As for your territory, I will send someone to help you manage it. Don't you think your domain is a tad small? Oh, do you need my assistance? Do you truly believe I can be of help to you?" "You should know I am quite useless," Fei responded. "Useless? Ha. I too am quite useless. So, what do you think? Are you interested in coming to the side of this useless man?" Huashang squinted playfully at Li Ruoyuo, chuckling as he finished his drink in one gulp. He then continued, "What can I do for you? What do you require of me? Why do you think I can assist you? And what can you offer me in return?" After downing his drink, Li Ruoyuo slowly replied, "Power, fame, status, and perhaps even the Lewis family connections. After all, you possess the bloodline of the Lewis family. You hold the most authentic claim to inheritance." Huashang's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity. Fixating on Li Ruoyuo, after a lengthy pause, he nodded slightly and said, "As long as you do not regret it, what you gain in the future may be less than your investment." "I have never regretted anything," Li Ruoyuo replied. "Excellent." The two exchanged a knowing smile, their exquisite goblets clinking together, splashing wine in the process. Then, Huashang abruptly asked, "By the way, I heard the orcs seem to be making some moves towards Okote City. Is that true?" Li Ruoyuo was not surprised that Huashang was aware of this matter, despite his efforts to keep it confidential. Furrowing his brow, he replied, "Indeed, there is evidence that they have gathered a substantial army at Linyuan City." Linyuan City lies on the frontier of the Baiman Empire, directly facing Okote City. During peacetime, both sides engage in flourishing trade. However, in times of war, the two great cities inevitably clash. Over the years, countless lives have been lost in the Daroka Gorge between them. But that's nothing. After all, those beasts go into heat every decade. Are you referring to the beast tide? You know about it? By the way, you reside in Zacholito, so how about Miss Hill, to be precise? She is my cousin. I see. You two families have concealed that quite well. I've always wondered why the Lewis family has enjoyed such a harmonious partnership with the Fei Consortium. It seems your patriarch is quite capable. Huashang remarked, shrugging. That is his affair, unrelated to me. Haha, Fei, you have indeed changed, Li Ruoyuo noted. Well, I happen to have a position that requires a manager. How about you take it? Do tell. Huashang replied. It's merely a gang of ruffians. If I assign it to you, you help me deal with Dennis, and once it's done, it will entirely belong to you. Huashang pondered for a moment. Dennis? Why him? He is affiliated with my elder brother. Do you think I can deal with him? Consider it a preliminary trial. If you fail, I have no need for you. This useless man, do I? Li Ruoyuo smiled. Huashang filled his cup with wine and drank it all before slowly saying, Very well, provide me with his information. Huashang and Li Ruoyuo conversed for quite some time until they exited the fallen paradise late at night. Fei, do you truly not require my company? Huashang shook his head. Summoning a windstorm beast, before departing, he told Li Ruoyuo, Await my news. As he watched Huashang retreat into the distance, Mizius suddenly remarked, Is it worth it? Why not? Li Ruoyuo replied with a light chuckle. If he succeeds in sending zombies away, wouldn't that be too regrettable? After all, we've invested considerable time. Li Ruoyuo shook his head. How could it not be worth it? If he possesses that capability, sending away his zombies might earn us the friendship of the entire Lewis family in the future. Since my elder brother chose their second young master, why should I not select him? After all, they are both heirs, and their chances are equal. You seem to have great faith in him, Mizius observed. Li Ruoyuo gazed at Huashang, who had vanished from sight, and slowly said, I sense that he and I are of the same ilk. Perhaps he will surprise me greatly in the future. You always exude such confidence. Li Ruoyuo strode into the luxurious carriage, murmuring, Isn't that the reason you chose me? Indeed, my dark saint. The opulent carriage then turned and disappeared down the quiet streets. Huashang had consumed a considerable amount of wine. Although the alcohol content in this otherworldly realm was not high, it was sufficient to leave him feeling lightheaded. Quite well, Li Ruoyuo. Our reunion, different souls within the same body, presents an opportunity for change. An opportunity to alter the status quo. Perhaps Li Ruoyuo was exploiting Huashang, yet he possessed the confidence to control him. However, Li Ruoyuo remained unaware of the nature of the person he was dealing with. He was engaging with Huashang, Prince Huashang, a man liberated from ambition, an unknown variable. The windstorm beast continued onward, the echoing hoofbeats resonating through the tranquil streets as Huashang closed his eyes, beginning to breathe deeply. While intoxication was pleasant, clarity would prove to be more practical. Just then, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, a muffled groan emanating from the front, followed by a sudden flash of silver appearing before Huashang. Chapter 21. Assassination and counter-assassination. In an instant, Huashang instinctively thrust both hands forward, intercepting the sudden silver flash that materialized before him. It was a long sword adorned with wavy patterns, its blood grooves meticulously arranged. Exuding an unparalleled sense of depth, this was undoubtedly a lethal weapon. Suddenly, an eerie chill emanated from the blade, causing Huashang's hands to freeze in place. With a forceful motion, he shifted to the left, causing the sword to veer, and a figure clad in black darted into the carriage, drawing a dagger from his waist and lunging towards the immobilized Huashang. At that moment, a burst of colorful light flashed as a robust yellow figure surged upward from beneath the black-clad assassin. Humph! The assassin grunted, his body crashing into the top of the carriage, breaking through it. A summoner. The assassin stared in shock at the beast that had just ruptured the carriage, a wave of unease washing over him. Huashang was quite displeased. It had been a long time since anyone had attempted to assassinate him. Observing the stunned assassin, he smirked disdainfully and murmured, I don't know who sent you, but it seems you won't be able to return to meet him. As soon as Huashang finished speaking, the assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, 5 identical magical beasts, each possessing the head of a dragon, appeared beside him, emanating an aura that matched his own. Impossible. 5 summoned beasts? Are you a powerful being from the holy domain? Nothing is impossible. Li Ning said, everything is possible. Attack, my companions. A blaze erupted from the sky, and within 3 seconds, the flames dissipated, leaving the black-clad assassin reduced to a charred corpse. Simultaneously, the 5 beasts were dispatched into the night by Huashang, who closed his eyes. Visual sharing commenced. Huashang beheld a vehicle speeding through the streets, the opulent carriage's roof adorned with a golden flower. Retrieving the beasts, Huashang softly said, Very well, Illyrius, you have stirred up trouble for me. The coachman had already perished, and the sounds of the preceding struggle were merely the noise created by the beast's appearance. Yet it was sufficient to attract the attention of the city guards. The distant sound of hooves approached. Huashang furrowed his brow, climbed onto the shoulder of the beast, and vanished into the darkened streets, leaving a fire in his wake. When the guards arrived, they found nothing but a charred carriage and 2 corpses. There were no significant signs of struggle. To them, it appeared to be a straightforward assassination. Perhaps a conflict among gang leaders. The captain of the guard casually concluded this initial assessment, instructing his men to clean up the scene. At that moment, a shadow hidden in the darkness departed, unobserved, as he made his way around the corner, leaping high into the air, where a massive bird shadow appeared beneath him, carrying him toward the equally dark expanse of the Black Ice Mountains. Upon returning to the hotel, Huashang found Illyrius's carriage already parked at the side, its occupant missing. It seems that I have returned to my room. The figure of the bijou beast reappeared, stealthily approaching the chamber of Aurelius. As soon as Aurelius stepped back into his quarters, he began to pace restlessly within, cursing under his breath. Why must he be a summoner? Why must he be acquainted with the second young master of the dear family? Aurelius recalled how Dennis had nearly shouted him away, and as he reflected on the countless hours and fortunes he had invested to gain Dennis's attention, his resentment deepened. No, He must be killed before he becomes aware. Immediately, he commanded one of his knights to procure even more formidable assassins. I must ensure he does not survive the next few days, just as Aurelius intended to take a seat, having picked up a cup of fragrant blue tea. The door suddenly collapsed as if it were unhinged. Huashang stood at the threshold, chuckling lightly. I thought I heard someone plotting to kill me. Is it you? Taken aback by Huashang's sudden appearance. Aurelius instinctively froze, oblivious to the tea spilling onto his garments. Damn it, why are you still dawdling? Kill him at once. Aurelius shouted urgently at the knight under his command. The knight's sword tip was merely 5 steps away from Huashang. Yet he would never have the chance to cover even a tenth of that distance. A strange, ethereal sound resonated, and for a fleeting moment, the knight felt a disorientation. When his senses returned, his gaze had already shifted to Aurelius. Witnessing the panic etched across his face, Huashang twisted the knight's skull a full 180 degrees, and in his final moments, all he could see were 5 small, bird-like beasts chirping away. Though the bijou beast appeared adorable, its charm belied a terrifying and lethal skill. Seizing the knight's sword, Huashang advanced slowly towards Aurelius. You must understand that to kill, one must be prepared to be killed. Correct? Aurelius quickly regained his composure, mentally resisting the allure of Huashang's charm, and disdainfully replied, Humph, who dies remains to be seen. Do not be so arrogant. I had no intention of dirtying my hands. Aurelius, a swordsman of unremarkable appearance, could not mask his innate talent in martial arts. His ornate sword emitted a chilling mist, and as a young 5th-tier frost swordsman, he had ample grounds for pride, not least due to his esteemed lineage. If you dare, let us duel. Aurelius spoke softly, infused with a palpable animosity, his aura growing increasingly formidable. Huashang shook his head dismissively. What a time to propose a one-on-one duel. Do you not understand that overwhelming your opponent is the true path to victory? The Tyrannosaurus mechanism on Huashang's chest trembled slightly. As dozens of digital beasts encircled Aurelius.I in the prestigious Sausalito Hotel, it was remarkable how many digital beasts had suddenly appeared. Yet the room felt far from cramped. The vines of the Barura beast were resilient, impervious even to 7th-tier fiery energy. Dozens of them extended towards Aurelius, who found no escape, although the digital beasts had not yet evolved to maturity. Barring the Agumen, their relatively small sizes did not detract from their abilities. Comparable to 3rd or 4th-tier magical beasts, the digital beasts coordinated seamlessly, thanks to the mental synchronization between Huashang and them. Their attacks descending upon Aurelius in a near-instantaneous onslaught. Crackling sounds echoed from Aurelius as he was ensnared by the poisonous vines, yet he appeared unfazed by the barrage, coolly smirking at Huashang. Do you know? I possess a magical artifact capable of withstanding the force of 6th-tier spells. Huashang frowned, but said nothing, intensifying the assault of the digital beasts. The poisonous vines began to snap under the onslaught of Aurelius's icy energy, and the Baruru beasts wavered under his pull. Even if you can summon countless magical beasts, they are merely low-tier trash. Just wait, my subordinates will soon break in, and then who knows who will be besieged. He laughed heartily. The skirmish in the room unfolded in mere moments, yet the sounds were sufficient to alert Aurelius's loyal knights, the commotion emanating from their master's chamber. Huashang could almost hear the hurried footsteps of those knights approaching. Time was short, but it was enough for Huashang to strike. For an extended period, Huashang had practiced piercing the same tree trunk, wielding a precision and ferocity that had claimed many lives, even before he became a true martial artist. The knight's longsword emitted a soft hum as internal energy coursed along the blade, drawing from a power system not native to the Elsconi continent, yet possessing a density of energy unmatched by mere fighting spirit. As the poisonous vines fell away, Huashang lunged forward, his sword like a shooting star aimed at Aurelius's forehead, just before all the poisonous vines shattered. Huashang did not understand why fighters here preferred to strike at their opponent's torso. Did they not realize that the quickest way to kill was to pierce the skull? A fatal blow could be delivered in less than half a second, marking the end for Aurelius. Aurelius's mind raced faster than his body, sporting an odd expression, still wearing that earlier arrogant smile, yet his eyes betrayed an indescribable terror and reluctance. Just a moment longer, and he could have freed himself from the vines. Yet was this the moment of his demise? No. Aurelius closed his eyes, heart pounding violently with the final indignation before death. Clang. The sound was not that of a body being pierced, but a clear and crisp metallic clash, which to Aurelius's ears was a melodious note, for it was not the tone of his demise. When he opened his eyes once more, standing before him was not the familiar visage of his loyal knights, but rather an aged figure he could hardly have anticipated. Mr. Tuku, the newcomer, was a 7th-tier swordsman, a taciturn old man who had guarded Hill. He lightly waved his sword, retracting it to his waist. Huashang regarded the now severed longsword, fixing his gaze on Tuku. What do you mean by this? Tuku replied indifferently. This is the young lady's domain. I wish to avoid any incidents that might tarnish the guild's reputation. Huashang shrugged, casting a meaningful glance at Aurelius before casually discarding the broken sword. Following Tuku, Aurelius's knights charged into the room, and Huashang recognized that further action would be futile. Tuku was not an opponent he could contend with. At least before his digital beast evolved. As his subordinates arrived, the recently escaped Aurelius could not restrain himself from shouting, "Seize him! I want him dismembered." Humph! A slash of verdant energy passed through, leaving a deep gash before the knights. It was Tuku who struck again, his voice calm as he said, "I have already stated my desire to prevent any unrest here, Master Aurelius. Did you not hear me?" Aurelius opened his mouth to retort, yet faltered, knowing full well he could not contend with Tuku, much less the formidable power of the fair trading company behind him. Aurelius turned to Huashang, glaring fiercely, "Mark my words. I will not let you off so easily." Huashang, unfazed, recalled his companions, stating lightly, "Two tiresome individuals." With hands clasped behind his back, he slowly exited the room, leaving the knights watching with wary eyes until his figure vanished completely. Only then did Tuku speak to Aurelius in a low tone. "You would do well to extinguish any thoughts of killing that individual, for the forces behind him are beyond your capacity to contend with. If you wish to spare your family from ruin, depart from this place, and cease pursuing our young lady. Indeed, for the Lewis family, that fame may not hold much significance. However, should a worthless scion provide them with an excuse to annex other forces, they would not hesitate to elevate that fair to a position of paramount importance." Upon finishing his words, Tuku vanished before Ares like a gust of wind. Tuku's remarks compelled Ares to reassess Huashang. For someone capable of befriending the second young master of the Dir family might indeed be backed by a formidable power. Chapter 22. Long-awaited revelations and sheer turmoil the following day. As the guests at the Zacalito Hotel were just awakening to the attentive service, they were greeted with a disconcerting piece of news. Within their suite, amidst the charmingly arranged independent rooms, a fire had erupted in one guest's quarters, leaving both him and his servants reduced to charred remains. However, this incident did not tarnish the guests' impressions of Zacalito. They were somewhat aware of the underlying schemes behind such inexplicable fires, and Zacalito adeptly reassured them, offering to waive half of their accommodation fees and providing them with universally accepted VIP cards. Ultimately, the topic of the fire had dissipated by lunchtime in the bustling dining hall, with no one inclined to provoke discomfort over the tragic demise of an unfamiliar soul. As if nothing had transpired at all, Zacalito continued to thrive in business, while the guests engaged in light-hearted conversations about romance and merriment. That moment, under the midday sun, Huashang, having just finished his meal, reclined lazily in his chair, his left thumb gently scratching his ear, smiling as he locked gazes with the enchanting woman before him. Frankly, it was the first time Huashang beheld Shier's true visage. Although he had known from the fragmented memories of that fair that Shio was an extraordinary beauty, the direct encounter left him in awe of her grace and allure. Why? This was the first time Shio had spoken since her expressionless gaze had met him from the beginning. Noticing Huashang still scratching his ear, devoid of any intention to respond, Shio raised her voice slightly and inquired, "I asked you why. Did you hear me?" Despite her calm demeanor, her heart had been in turmoil since learning of the previous night's events from Tuku. Huashang was the one who had taken a life, and he was also the one who had set fire to erase the traces. Yet, infuriatingly, after discovering this truth, she was compelled to cover it up. Uncertain as to why she felt this burden, a frown marred her beautiful features, revealing worries beyond her family's business affairs. Huashang rested his chin on his hands, leisurely observing the barely concealed anger on Shier's face, and replied nonchalantly, "I heard you, but why should I tell you?" Upon hearing Huashang's insolent retort, Shio could no longer suppress her fury, nearly shouting, "Do you even realize what you've done? You killed a noble of the empire. And the law explicitly states that the unjust killing of a noble will lead to prosecution by the imperial court." Huashang chuckled at Shier, saying, "Oh, according to your logic, if he were not a noble, but merely a commoner, would it be acceptable for me to kill him? It seems the empire's laws truly favor the so-called nobility. That is sheer sophistry." Huashang remained silent, unwilling to alter the ingrained beliefs that Shio had held since childhood. To him, there was only the act of killing or refraining from it, with no distinction of rank. He was not inclined to challenge the moral fabric of this world, which had evolved through the interplay of different temporal and spatial contexts. "Enough," Shia said, regaining her composure as her fingers gently tapped the table. "You must leave this place. Even if I help you cover this up, there is no guarantee that the truth will not eventually come to light. With your current state, the Lewis family may not extend their assistance, and that would lead to your predicament. I have made arrangements for you to depart today. Someone will escort you back to your territory. I hope that upon your return, you will reflect deeply and refrain from living aimlessly, lest you bring shame upon your aunt. Huashang abruptly stood up, moving to sit atop the table before Xia, gazing down at her as he said, "Oh, so you had it all planned out from the start, my dear Miss Xia. It seems you care for me quite a bit." Xia frowned, unaccustomed to Huashang's sudden proximity. She replied coolly, "If you were not your aunt's son, I would have no interest in your affairs." Huashang straightened up and retorted, "Then let us pretend I am not her son." Xia, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "How dare you? That Feier, how could you utter such rebellious words? What would your mother think?" "Truthfully, I have no mother," Huashang replied flatly, turning his back to Xia and gazing through the crystal window at the fallen leaves outside. Xia fell silent, observing Huashang's still figure by the window, his silhouette exuding a sense of melancholy and solitude, reminiscent of a lonely spirit adrift in this world, a soul that did not belong here. She could not fathom why she experienced such feelings. It was as if she possessed a perception that others lacked. In that moment, it seemed that Feier was a person who should not exist in this world. With a self-deprecating shake of her head, she marveled at her own peculiar thoughts. The anger that had once consumed her dissipated, replaced by a surge of compassion. Indeed, for that Feier, he had been but 5 years old when his aunt passed away. Far fewer years of love compared to her own experience. Perhaps this was too unfair for him. Huashang sighed softly, a barely audible exhale. When he turned back, he had regained his languid smile and said to Xia, "I cannot leave just yet. I have matters to attend to." To Huashang's surprise, Xia did not lash out in anger again, but instead spoke gently, "That Feier, you must leave this place. If there is anything you need to accomplish, tell me, and I will assist you." After all, the Feier Trading Company holds considerable influence in Oakett City. It would be far better than facing it alone. Would that be acceptable? Faced with Xia's almost pleading tone, Huashang felt at a loss for words. Unsure of what to say. It had been so long since he had heard such sincere words laced with concern, so genuine and pure, akin to his sacred and untouchable white lotus, gently stirring the icy depths of his heart. His soul, once liberated in the presence of a little one, felt the absence of that child here. Perhaps they would never meet. Huashang had thought he would never again experience such care. He did not consider himself a good person, driven solely by desires, which were the only reasons compelling him to continue living. Yet now, he suddenly realized that perhaps this rebirth was not such a bad thing after all. At the very least, he had encountered someone who proactively cared for him. Huashang licked his lips, his voice low and imbued with a man's unique magnetism and weariness. "Thank you, Xia. However, I assure you, I am not in any immediate danger. Those matters I can handle myself. Truly, trust me, I will remember your kindness." Honesty permeated Huashang's words. His genuine gratitude for Xia's subtle concern stirred something within him. This care, born of a bond he did not possess, felt like a dream, ensnaring him in its embrace. However, the tenderness in his tone resonated differently in Xia's ears, resembling a surreal reverie. Suddenly, she found herself at a loss for words, her heart in disarray. Tangled in confusion, memories of her childhood flitted through her mind, blurring the lines between the man before her and the figure from her past. Ultimately, her heart was in chaos, completely unraveled. Gazing at the serene and gentle Xia, who was undeniably her kin, Huashang felt an overwhelming urge to caress her face. He extended his hand halfway, hesitated, then withdrew, wavering in uncertainty. Finally, Xia looked at him quizzically, catching sight of his hand, a flicker of panic crossing her features. Huashang's hand gently settled atop Xia's head, trailing through her silky hair, slowly gliding down to her cheek. He instinctively brushed Xia's face with his thumb and softly spoke, "Xia, rest assured, everything will be all right. I am not the person I once was. Some things may change significantly in the future, but in any case, thank you. I will truly remember this." Huashang longed to add, "Thank you, my kin," but he held back. Fear gripping him. He feared that once he uttered those words, this dream would vanish, and everything would fade away. Taking a deep breath, Huashang clasped his hands behind his back and turned to leave, embodying the ethereal stillness and profound solitude he had experienced while standing beside the crystal window earlier. Xia touched his face awkwardly, still feeling the lingering presence of that hand. He was momentarily immobilized, oblivious even to the sound of the door closing as Huashang departed. The gentle breeze wafted in through the crystal window, teasing a few strands of his hair, prompting him to mutter softly. What am I doing? It was midday, yet in the northern city of Okate, the sun hung high in the sky, radiating warmth that was almost intoxicating, lulling one into a state of drowsiness. Huashang's spirits were elevated, and his steps appeared naturally lighter. Early that morning, he had summoned Kaijue to the dilapidated mansion on Fan Eye Street. Although he was uncertain whether she would diligently fulfill his requests, all he sought were a few pieces of information. Requiring minimal investment of her focus, Huashang raised his hand to shield his eyes, gazing at the brilliant sun overhead. It seemed about time to dissolve the contract. Perhaps it was also time to ascertain what Leroyuo had gifted him. Was it a small-time gang? Huashang could scarcely believe that the second son of the vast family would manage a gang of such diminutive stature. In his buoyant mood, he quickened his pace, not pausing even amidst the charred remnants of the suite. Treating them as mere pebbles by the roadside, beneath the midday sun, only his fleeting silhouette darted forward, unaware that atop his chest, the screen of the Tyrannosaurus device flickered gently. The once eternal evolutionary power now suddenly registering a score of 10. Chapter 23. Above the Black Ice Mountains, dark clouds loomed overhead, and ice shards protruded from the cloud base like a delicate white veil, accentuating the surrounding darkness, a stark contrast that was strikingly vivid. Should one possess keen eyesight, they would perceive a shadow swiftly ascending towards the peak amidst the shimmering ice. A colossal avian beast, its wings stretching nearly 10 meters long, flapped powerfully, dispersing wisps of clouds in its wake. Atop this creature perched a middle-aged man, clad in an unusual gray-black garment, neither a warrior nor a mage, nor even the commonplace attire of the continent, adorned with ancient patterns and emblazoned with a large golden six-pointed star on his back. Abruptly, the middle-aged man waved towards the clouds, and a dark passageway materialized before him. The avian beast emitted a strange cry and plunged into this void. After a time, a bird-like silhouette burst forth from the clouds. Revealing an entirely different scene above, cold air rushed towards the man, causing the six-pointed star cloak to rustle audibly. A magnificent palace, a grand circular structure adorned in gold, stood majestically atop the highest peak of the Black Ice Mountains. The sunlight struck the golden exterior, astonishingly failing to reflect. Instead, the radiant gold emanated from the palace's very walls. At the center of the palace lay an open square, its floors resembling white jade. Where an elderly man sat quietly in the midst, the silence within the palace so profound that even the old man's breathing was inaudible, creating an ambience akin to a world solely his own, a space of unparalleled tranquility. The middle-aged man guided the avian beast to a gentle descent upon the square, halting not far from the similarly peculiar six-pointed star-cloaked elder. Leaping from the beast's back, he reached out to stroke the creature's ear. Murmuring softly, "All right, Calares, take a break." After speaking, he hastened to the elder's side, his voice deep and commanding. "I say, Nikov, don't you ever tire of sitting like this all day?" The elder slightly opened his eyes to scrutinize the middle-aged man before closing them again. Remaining silent, as if he were a statue frozen in time, the middle-aged man showed no sign of surprise. He had become accustomed to Nikov's demeanor over many years, so long that even he had lost count. He settled down upon the ground, seemingly conversing with Nikov as if speaking to himself. "Sigh, Slick hasn't been found yet. I wonder where he is frolicking, playing the Savior's game. Liliana seems to be continuing her dream of the temple. While that fool Mikasi appears to have taken on an apprentice, another young fool." Pausing for a moment to savor the cool breeze, he continued, "Decades ago, Tisna began playing the reincarnation game again. I wonder where she is now." Tucked away in some remote corner of the mountains, aside from the one sealed within the void gate, "It seems it's just you and me left. She has a son," Nikov suddenly interjected. His voice unexpectedly childlike and innocent, a stark contrast to his appearance. The middle-aged man responded with confusion. "A son? Who? How am I unaware of this?" Tisna. The middle-aged man's mouth fell open in disbelief, exclaiming, "Tisna? How could that be? Hasn't she always despised men? And how do you know, old man? It seems you haven't ventured out of the Black Ice Mountains for centuries." The middle-aged man regarded Nikov with curiosity, suddenly suggesting, "That child can't possibly be yours, can it?" Upon hearing this insinuation, Nikov's previously closed eyes snapped open, a flash of brilliance igniting them. The middle-aged man felt as though he had been struck by an unseen force, propelled backward at great speed until he collided with the wall of the square, leaving a significant human-shaped dent in its wake. Shaking his neck, the middle-aged man leaped from the dent, stretching his limbs. And astonishingly, he bore no injuries at all. He grumbled, "Damn, old man, I was merely jesting. Was that really necessary?" "Not far off. The avian beast Calares lifted its head and glanced at the middle-aged man with a nonchalant expression before returning to its previous posture. Resting on the ground, seeing Nikov's unresponsive demeanor, his face as immobile as ever, the middle-aged man shrugged. Fine, I understand you're a star-seer, but could you at least tell me where Tisna is? I'm quite bored conversing with you all day. Yet Nikov remained steadfastly silent. TCH, if you won't speak, then don't. You're so cryptic, the middle-aged man grumbled, settling down before Nikov. Miraculously, the dent in the wall vanished, restoring everything to its original state. Hey, old man, could you predict when I might die? He suddenly inquired, lounging on the ground. Come on, old man. I've asked you this 1,000 times at least. You could at least give me a response. Observing Nikov's unwavering demeanor, he sighed. All right, I guess I'm not dying anytime soon. The day of the epic seems like it's still years away. 3,905 days. This time, Nikov provided a specific time frame that, oh dear, 1,000 years passed so swiftly. Yet here we are. Still alive. You truly deserve the title of a disaster as proclaimed by those hypocritical gods. He laughed heartily, his mirth echoing through the skies, causing the clouds atop the mountain to swirl, after a long while. That laughter, tinged with irony and self-mockery, finally subsided, and the clouds resumed their tranquility, drifting slowly. Old man, let me share something amusing with you. Not long ago, I gave the summoning order to those little beasts at the foot of the mountain. I wonder how much their brains have evolved. Perhaps this time they might actually bring down Slick's creation, but I'm quite curious to see his exasperated expression. Nikov spoke again, his voice low. You'd be better off returning to your beast emperor's palace and tending to your livestock instead of wandering aimlessly across the continent. What do you mean by livestock? They are utterly adorable, the middle-aged man retorted. You're such a joyless old coot. After saying this, he sat cross-legged as if to meditate, then remarked, Old man, since we're both bored, how about I stay here for a few days to keep you company? With that, he closed his eyes. After a considerable time, the middle-aged man reopened his eyes and continued, I encountered an intriguing young man yesterday. Dante, you want to know? He seems only a third order, yet he can summon 5 beasts at once, and those beasts are of a dragon subtype I've never seen before. The middle-aged man continued, while it's not surprising that those crawlers might produce some strange hybrids, what astonished me was that when he summoned them, there was not even a ripple of magical fluctuation. Or rather, it was a kind of magical fluctuation I had never encountered before. Strangely enough, I felt no trace of that wretched Kekexili-esque power between him and his summoned beasts. Nikov furrowed his brow. Acutely aware that apart from the individual before him, there could be no other who could summon beasts without relying on that person's power, especially not a mere third-tier summoner. At that moment, it felt as though a strange aura enveloped Nikov, time and space seemingly pausing for an instant, despite the swirling dark clouds and the chilling winds that continued to blow. After a prolonged silence, Nikov's frown deepened, nearly contorting into a creased line, and he remarked, Can't be seen? Surely not. That lad's power is only 3rd tier, and he hasn't even reached the holy domain, yet he can render your star sight invisible? You haven't gone daft in meditation, have you? Star sight can't possibly be out of use, right? Well, I take back my earlier words. The middle-aged man, witnessing Nikov's eyes finally reopen, spoke with a tinge of apprehension. A new summoning principle, could it be that is on the verge of emergence? Nikov shut his eyes once more, plunging into deep meditation, shrouded in confusion, oblivious to the middle-aged man's persistent disturbances, after an extended duration. The middle-aged man sighed, closing his eyes as well, and within the golden palace, silence reigned once again. Huashang suddenly felt an uncomfortable sensation, not due to the cramped confines of the carriage, but stemming from an unsettling feeling of being watched. Furrowing his brow, he realized that a cold sweat had trickled down his back. Since freeing himself from the individual encountered in the small thicket, such feelings had not resurfaced. Could it be that person had pursued him to Okat City? Yet, the likelihood seemed exceedingly slim. Huashang closed his eyes, allowing the unique spiritual intuition of a true martial artist to emanate, discerning even the slightest nuances outside the carriage. However, the feeling of being watched seemed illusory, as it did not reappear, and Huashang sensed no presence nearby. Could it truly all be a figment of his imagination? Yet, the cold sweat on his back continually reminded him that it was all too real. Reluctantly, Huashang found himself ensnared in contemplation. Instinctively, he despised the occurrence of unforeseen events, which rendered him profoundly uneasy, especially when he remained unaware of the other party's identity and felt utterly powerless. After a lengthy period of introspection, Huashang gleaned nothing and sighed quietly, muttering, I am still too weak. The wind and cloud beast continued its determined course toward its destination, while Huashang remained irked by the lingering sensation of being observed. Until they silently arrived at their goal. Before the carriage stood a building with wide-open doors and a cacophony of noise, prompting the coachman to call out loudly, "Guests, we have arrived at the Prosperity Gambling House." Chapter 24. The Gambling House and Zombies. The establishment, known as the Prosperity Gambling House, bore a rather vulgar name, yet it stood as the most bustling and largest licensed entertainment venue in all of Okat City. On the top floor of the Prosperity Gambling House, in an exceptionally luxurious room, the legal owner of the gambling house, a burly man with a shorn head and adorned with a tattoo of dark blue flames on his arm, sat brooding. Those familiar with Okat City would recognize the significance of that tattoo. That it was a mark unique to the Berserker clan, only bestowed upon warriors who had undergone the clan's trials and were permitted to venture beyond the tribe. A testament to their strength and courage. The mood of this Berserker was grim. No amount of charm or allure from the stunning woman beside him could dispel the discontent simmering within. Just last night, close to dawn, an order had arrived from the Lord, stating that a new manager would assume control of his faction, emphasizing the necessity of unconditionally obeying the new manager's commands. Until now, it had been the Lord's subordinate managing his faction from the shadows, affording him considerable freedom, but now, a direct overseer was to take his place. The man dared not defy the Lord's orders. He was not like the brutish warriors of his clan, who were all brawn and no brains. From the outset, he had been much more astute than those around him, fully aware of how to thrive in this world. Were it not for this wisdom, he would never have risen to become the leader of the Qinghui Gang, one of the three major factions in Okat City, although everything lay under the Lord's control. The ostensible prestige of his position surpassed that of even those who had joined the Berserker Legion. Over the years, he had grown thoroughly fond of this elevated status, but the sudden imposition of a direct manager left him feeling anxious. Furthermore, he questioned whether he could retain his position amid this power transition. Just then, the voice of his younger brother broke through his thoughts, calling out in panic, "Brother Zombies, someone has died. It's bad news." The brother's outcry caused Zombies to lose his composure, his previously brooding demeanor darkening even further. Without a word, Zombies opened the door and, in a flash, slapped his younger brother across the face, growling, "Did I not say I was busy? Do not disturb me." The younger brother, clutching his swollen cheek in bewilderment, replied, "Brother, I did not wish for this. A powerful figure has arrived below, and even Kaka has been defeated by him. That person has won nearly 1 million gold coins from us." Zombies gasped in shock. What? Kaka is the best dealer in the gambling house, and now even he is lost. Frowning, Zombies inquired, "Do you know who it is?" The younger brother shook his head. "No. But someone saw him arriving in the wind and cloud beast carriage from the Zacalito Hotel. Only the wealthy or privileged can stay at the Zacalito Hotel." This revelation, Zombies' frown deepened further, and he declared, "I shall go see who this person is." Already troubled by the prospect of someone meddling in the affairs of the Qinghui Gang, Zombies felt even more vexed at the thought of someone disrupting his establishment, especially considering that 1 million gold coins was no trifling sum. Most merchants could not afford such a loss. Meanwhile, Huashang lounged lazily at the gambling table, the only players being himself and the dealer. A large crowd had gathered around him, murmuring in excitement, sipping the drink provided by the gambling house. Huashang slowly remarked, "What is this? I have revealed my cards. Are you not going to show yours?" The gambling practices of this otherworldly establishment were unlike anything Huashang had previously encountered. Though gambling itself posed no challenge for him, as he had overseen several underground gambling houses under his command before. However, learning the game was one matter, mastering it was another, and winning was yet another entirely. Huashang opted for the simplest and most popular game, known as reveal cards, which involved a total of 101 cards, divided into 3 suits, each suit containing 33 numbered cards ranging from 1 to 33. Along with 2 special cards, the rules dictated that the banker dealt the cards, and both the banker and the players each drew 3 cards. At this point, the players could begin revealing their cards, starting by unveiling one of their own before selecting one of the banker's cards, one at a time, until 3 cards had been drawn, thereby concluding the round and allowing for the calculation of odds. If the numerical difference between the banker's cards and the player's cards was within 5, the players would win, with a maximum payout of 5 times the stake and a minimum of 1 to 1. Conversely, if the banker won, the difference between the 2 hands would be subtracted by 5, and the resulting number have to determine the odds. If both hands revealed the same number, the players would win with a tenfold payout. And if either player drew one of the special cards while the banker also had the same, The payout would be 20 times. The banker could not reveal their cards and was forced to let the players choose. At that moment, Huashang unveiled a special card, observing with amusement the dealer's trembling hands, reluctant to reveal his own cards. Huashang mused that while the gambling methods differed greatly in this world, the skill of the banker in shuffling cards was decidedly lacking, far inferior to that of his own subordinates from his previous establishments. He himself had not employed any sophisticated tricks, merely relying on his memory of the cards. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed through the air as a robust figure strode confidently through the crowd that I wondered who it could be. Turns out it's you. Little brother, what brings you to my establishment today without a word? The newcomer was none other than the astute berserker, Zami's. He approached Huashang swiftly, signaling the dealer to step aside, leaning on the gambling table and grinning widely. My friend, it's best to know when to stop. Though I do not know who you are, causing a commotion in my establishment will lead to dire consequences for you. Huashang returned the smile, saying, What is this? Is there a rule against customers winning in your gambling house? Zami's, still smiling, replied, You've won quite enough. Haven to you. Here's what we'll do. I'll give you an additional 100,000, and we'll consider today's event settled. What do you say? To the onlookers, it appeared as though they were longtime friends, but the substance of their conversation was far from what the spectators imagined at this juncture. Huashang added, And what if I decline? Zami's furrowed his brow, taken aback by the utter lack of decorum displayed by the individual before him. It was indeed the first time he had encountered such a brazen character. It appeared that this person was intentionally seeking to disrupt the peace. His voice involuntarily rose a notch as he said, Have you thought this through? Causing a disturbance here will have grave consequences. Zami's was striving to maintain composure. Generally speaking, he held a certain prominence within the city of Okat, and most nobles and wealthy individuals would think twice before opposing him. However, without a clear understanding of Huashang's origins, he was not yet ready to sever ties. Contemplating this, Zami's addressed the crowd once more. My sincerest apologies for the delay. I was engrossed in conversation with an old friend that I have arranged for another table for everyone. Feel free to move there, should anyone find themselves unfortunate today. I shall offer a discount of 20% as an apology. No sooner had Zami's uttered these words than the crowd erupted in cheers. A discount meant they could gamble with greater stakes. They had just witnessed how easily Huashang had amassed his wealth, and they were quick to flock to the adjacent gaming table. Turning to Huashang, Zami's reiterated, I stand by my words. Take your money and leave. And we shall pretend today never transpired. Huashang shook his head and replied coolly, And what if I refuse? Zami's voice turned icy. It seems you are truly intent on causing trouble. That is evident. Huashang retorted, But I must commend you for not attacking me outright, and instead focusing on calming the patrons. Well done. However, should you continue to act so obliviously, I would not hesitate to retaliate. Very well, I shall refrain from further provocation. It was Li Rualuo who summoned me here, Huashang stated nonchalantly, revealing this information only after evaluating Zami's response to the earlier events, gauging whether he held any potential for usefulness. Zami's instinctively replied, What? Who did you say summoned you? Li Rualuo, your master, Huashang clarified. Zami's could hardly believe his ears. You are. This was Zami's private chamber, where Huashang sat quietly atop Zami's desk, remnants of some uncleaned residue still present. Huashang smiled enigmatically, pondering how, upon arrival, every owner seemed to adhere to a certain protocol. Under Huashang's peculiar gaze, Zami's felt a twinge of embarrassment as he stammered, That was from breakfast this morning. Enough. I have no interest in your trifles. I know what weighs on your mind. You suspect that Li Rualuo summoned me to usurp your position or perhaps eliminate you entirely, Huashang stated, fixing Zami's with a steady gaze. Not at all. Zami's replied, his face betraying an unmistakable anxiety, his tone subdued. Excellent. Huashang smiled, resting his chin on his hand. Regardless of your thoughts, once I accept this arrangement, everything shall proceed as usual. Both overtly and covertly, you will remain at the helm of Qinghua. Provided you fulfill my expectations. Zami's maintained his indifferent demeanor. Please, speak, my lord. Very good. I appreciate your disposition. Huashang responded with delight. You need not know my name for now. Simply refer to me as my lord for the time being. Yes, my lord, Zami's complied. Huashang then rose and turned to examine a portrait hanging on the wall, which depicted Zami's himself, wielding a battle blade, his upper body bared, exuding an aura of formidable might. After a prolonged silence, Huashang chuckled and, still facing away from Zami's, remarked, You are a barbarian, are you not? Indeed, my lord, Zami's affirmed. Now, divulge to me all that you know about Qinghua, information I ought to be privy to, if you possess the requisite intelligence. Huashang commanded as he pivoted to face Zami's. Chapter 25. The eve before since her arrival in Okat, Hill had witnessed the dawn of the 23rd day that a peculiar gloom had settled over the city in recent days. Though bustling and lively as ever, conversations among the populace had dwindled, replaced by discussions of the Orc Empire's troop movements towards Linyuan City. The older generation began recounting tales of the fierce battles they had once endured, which, albeit unsettling, brought a semblance of reassurance to the city's inhabitants. This comfort stemmed from the valiant barbarian legions stationed in the canyon that bridged the two great cities, a hallmark of Okat. However, aside from a few select locations, commoners rarely encountered these formidable warriors casually wandering the streets. Yet, in recent days, sightings of these rare figures had become more frequent, and while the likelihood of orcs reaching Okat was minimal, the vigilant demeanor of the barbarians incited a sense of unease among the citizens. Although this apprehension was not overwhelming, prolonged exposure to it could yield detrimental effects, though such consequences had yet to manifest. For the common folk, these occurrences served merely as fodder for idle chatter, bestowing upon them a sense of engagement with national affairs, despite their discussions being superficial. Conversely, for merchants, this situation presented a lucrative opportunity. Their ambitions extended beyond mere profit, targeting the very mechanisms of the state. Should conflict arise, various commodities would be in high demand, leading to an influx of vehicles transporting food, weapons, alchemical potions, and even expensive magical items en route to Okat. As the heiress of the Empire's foremost trading guild and the first to learn of these developments, Hill had swiftly procured a substantial stockpile of goods, leveraging the numerous establishments of the fair trading company. Excluding the Zakhali Hotel, she had already reaped considerable profits. The price wars within Okat had been orchestrated solely by Hill over the past few days. At that moment, the view outside the crystal window was splendid. Bustling merchants thronged the streets, and many vehicles passed by the Zakhali Hotel, with numerous others parked at its entrance. Woma approached the window, observing the industrious merchants, shaking his head and muttering, "What a bunch of fools." Hill chuckled at Woma's seemingly profound remark, retorting, "Aren't you including us in that critique?" That's different. We have our sales channels, while they are merely gambling with their fortunes, oblivious to the fact that most of the profits within Okat are monopolized by us. They are bound to suffer losses," Woma replied, a smug smile gracing his lips. Hill surveyed the chaotic scene outside, then suddenly inquired, "Have you received any news about Grandfather Tuku?" Woma shook his head. "No. Lord Tuku has scoured Okat these past few days, but has yet to find him. I suspect he has chosen to flee on his own. After all, given the circumstances, a wise man would escape." "Humph. It would be best if that scoundrel perished." "Woma, my apologies, milady," Woma said, sticking out his tongue before adding, "Miss, why have you been so lenient towards him lately? You were not like this before." Woma observed Hill, who was lost in thought, and suddenly exclaimed, "Could it be that you have developed feelings for that scoundrel?" Hill frowned, refraining from answering Woma's question, her heart racing at the mere suggestion. Ever since Huashang had rescued her from the bandits, she had managed to evade this dilemma, unsure if she felt as Woma suggested, a genuine affection for Fei Air. She hesitated to voice her feelings, fearing the unpredictable consequences that might ensue. Since their last encounter, Hill had sensed an extraordinary connection between her and Fei Air, a feeling unlike any she had previously experienced. Her innate intuition allowed her to perceive a profound yearning and dependence, devoid of any malice. Did he genuinely harbor a pure fondness for her? As this thought crossed her mind, Hill's cheeks flushed, and she shyly covered her face, whispering, "Fei Air, where on earth are you?" After their meeting with Zombies, the two had spent a considerable amount of time alone in the room, and outsiders remained oblivious to the nature of their discussions. However, when they finally emerged, Zombies had nearly bowed in deference as he escorted Huashang out. Since that day, the gaming house had not witnessed Huashang's presence again, as though his arrival had been but a figment of imagination. And no one probed into the sudden disappearance of nearly 2 million gold coins from the establishment's accounts. Yet, following that day, Qinghua had embarked on a series of actions, seemingly provoking the other two major factions as if on the brink of war. Despite the heightened vigilance within Okat due to the Orcs' troop movements, it had not curtailed Qinghua's audacity in the slightest. Ami's subordinates speculated whether their leader had lost his senses, daring to make such moves at this critical juncture. Did he not fear inciting the wrath of the city guards? However, What took the younger brothers by surprise was that after the provocations, the city knights only appeared at the very end, merely assuming the role of cleaners. The younger brothers couldn't help but wonder if their leader had forged connections with a certain influential figure within the city of Okat, thus receiving such preferential treatment. As they pondered this, they also recalled the enormous sums of money that had vanished from the gambling den. This speculation led them to believe that they had a formidable backing, emboldening them to act with brazen arrogance in light of the recent provocations. Yet, some astute individuals within the Qinghua organization discerned a shadowy undercurrent, hinting at the possibility of dire events unfolding within Okat. Meanwhile, in Huashang's hands lay the fruits of Qinghua's recent maneuvers. Standing behind him, Kaijue diligently massaged Huashang, his fingers still pale, yet noticeably stronger, a result of the rigorous training he had endured under Huashang's guidance. From Huashang's broad and well-defined shoulders, Kaijue easily glimpsed the contents of the documents, as Huashang made no effort to conceal anything from him. Likewise, Kaijue openly indulged his thirst for knowledge, reading intently. The pace at which Huashang turned the pages was deliberately slow, seemingly allowing Kaijue ample time for contemplation. After a considerable while, as the final page was turned and lingered for a moment, he gently closed the documents, remarking, "Servant, your massage technique has improved remarkably." A heavy silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the rhythmic movements of Kaijue's fingers. Huashang's gaze drifted to Kaijue's subtly pink-tipped nails, admiring them. They were truly beautiful hands. Unperturbed by Kaijue's silence, Huashang continued to enjoy the ambiguous sensations of the massage, casually jotting down notes on the back of the documents, undeterred by Kaijue's presence, and his writing was deliberate and painstakingly slow. The documents were transmitted via a small avian magical beast known as Sunying, akin to the ancient carrier pigeons Huashang had once known. Kaijue, ever curious, noted that Huashang had remained within this dilapidated building on Vanny Street for over 10 days without stepping outside. Each noon, a Sunying would arrive bearing a thin roll of documents before departing again. From the texts, Kaijue unexpectedly discerned that Huashang possessed a considerable influence he had been unaware of, or perhaps it had existed prior to their meeting. Occasionally, gleaning information from the younger members of the Tsulong Society, Kaijue realized that the tempest brewing in the underground world outside was instigated by none other than the man standing before him. What was his true intention? No one knew what he was contemplating, not even Kaijue, who shared daily readings of these documents with him. Huashang stretched lazily, turning his back to Kaijue, and said, "Servant, are you truly not going to tell me how to lift your curse?" This was the second time Kaijue had heard Huashang broach this topic. Ever since the revelation of her true gender, Huashang had exhibited no further interest in this matter. Kaijue speculated that it was merely a fleeting curiosity, and she held little hope for any resolution. Yet, upon hearing Huashang mention it again, her thoughts momentarily faltered. She wondered if he was jesting as he had previously. This time, however, a flicker of anxiety crept into Kaijue's heart, prompting her instinctively to utter 3 characters. It seemed Huashang had not heard her. He closed his eyes, falling silent, and they both sank into another silence. Frustrated, Kaijue lightened her grasp, her heart heavy with sorrow as she thought, "Indeed, he is merely jesting with me. Do not be so naive. No one will come to your aid. Accept your fate. You must rely on yourself, not on this man before you. Gather your strength, for one day you shall slay those who wronged you and reclaim what is yours, even if it means ending the life of this man standing before you." Unbeknownst to Huashang, Kaijue's eyes were filled with a deadened, resentful gaze. Moments later, Huashang's eyes fluttered open, and he softly said, "Servant, let us go and see those delightful little creatures." Kaijue, her expression impassive, followed Huashang out of the room, heading toward that destination. Chapter 26. Food, Women, in the Abyss of Desire. My name is Korea, and I am 18 years old. Or so I believe. I am an orphan living in the impoverished district of Okat. Like me, most of those around me are also orphans. I have always thought that the flatbreads made at the small eatery in a narrow alleyway of the district are the most delicious things in the world. The aroma of freshly baked flatbreads is the highlight of my day, even if the cruel owner shows no inclination to share. Yet, simply inhaling that fragrance brings me joy, despite the gnawing hunger in my belly. Soon, I learned the art of thievery, which seemed a promising endeavor. I began by stealing flatbreads, my initial choice, followed by other items like roasted meats and candies. Eventually, I progressed to purloining coin purses. However, each time I attempted to steal a purse, I would be met with a brutal beating, only to find myself back at the eatery, inhaling the enticing aroma of flatbreads, while that wicked owner remained as stingy as ever, even as I lay weakly on the ground. All I wanted was to eat flatbreads because I was truly famished, and they were the most delectable food in the world. After some time, my injuries healed enough for me to attempt stealing my beloved flatbreads once more. Yet this time, the malicious owner caught me, pursuing me with a vicious intent. I thought I was going to die, for he wielded a heavy iron rod meant for flattening dough. In the end, I killed that cruel owner. Yes, I took a life, and now I was terrified, hiding away in an unknown place, too fearful to show myself, convinced someone might come to kill me. I was starved, truly starved. Unable to withstand it any longer, I ventured out to steal again. Alas, I was caught once more. Damn it, if only I hadn't been so weak from hunger, I surely would have escaped. But now, there were no more delicious flatbreads, for the wicked owner I had slain was the one who made them. The person who captured me also apprehended many others like me, some I recognized. While others were strangers. We were confined in a dark, cramped room, where we had to huddle together for space. The air in that dark room was foul, even worse than the place I had previously slept. And I felt as though I might suffocate. I had no idea why we had been captured, nor why we were given so little food each day. Truly minuscule portions, barely enough for two. While we numbered many, the room was so dark that I attempted to count our number but failed. It seemed there were dozens, perhaps even hundreds. Who could tell? All I knew was that I longed to return to the place where I had once slept. Even if it was next to a toilet. I lost track of how many days we had been imprisoned, but every day, that person brought food. Whenever the small black window opened, a blinding light would shine in, and those around me would rush forward in a frenzy to grab the food. Yet, in the end, only one or two would manage to eat, or the food would be snatched away completely, leaving everyone hungry. I did not join the fray. My small stature rendered me unable to compete with them, and besides, the food offered was not the flatbreads I craved. After killing that wicked owner, I believed I would never again taste those delightful flatbreads. Regret washed over me. Why hadn't I eaten my fill before taking his life, or simply spared him a beating and continued stealing from him? Time seemed to lose its meaning in that dark room. As no one spoke, we were all lost in our thoughts. Yet, every time the black window opened, I could see the eyes of those around me, eyes filled with terror. Far more frightening than those of the feral beasts I had once encountered, they resembled the wild, magical beasts that roamed the streets, and every time I met their gaze, I shrank back in fear. I was so hungry, truly desperate for flatbreads, convinced this time I would starve to death. Yet, then I saw him, the man who had captured me, the fierce one. This time, he did not bring us meager rations but a bounty of food. There was an abundance of everything, and I spotted my beloved flatbreads among them. I was ravenous, driven mad by hunger. Perhaps it was due to my small frame, or perhaps because I had refrained from stealing food earlier. But whatever the reason, I was the first to rush toward the pile of food. With one hand, I seized a piece of flatbread and stuffed it into my mouth, while with the other, I discreetly tucked another piece into my clothing, fearing that the man would soon deny us food again, and I wished to save it for later. This time, there were no altercations among us, for there was an abundance of food, so much that it was impossible to consume it all. We quickly found ourselves satiated. That individual departed once more, and the dark window was closed again. Surrounding us was an impenetrable darkness. However, this time we had topics to discuss, albeit still centered around the delectable fare. Ever since that incident, that person had not reappeared, leaving us all quite famished. Truly, we were very hungry. Silence enveloped us once again. As we ignored one another, I secluded myself to the side, furtively prying off a small portion of the food to stuff into my mouth. I dared not bite into it, fearing they would discover I still possessed something to eat. Instead, I swallowed it whole, akin to the sound of others spitting. Regardless, the taste of the food remained delightful, even though it had begun to spoil. However, it was not long before I finished my meager portion, and hunger began to gnaw at me, an insatiable hunger, just as I could no longer bear it and was about to mimic those around me in their aggression towards one another. The black window swung open once more, truly open this time, bathing that individual in blinding light alongside an abundance of food. It was madness, pure madness. Almost in unison, we surged forward, engaging in a scuffle. Despite the fact that there was more than enough food, far beyond our capacity to devour, I still could not comprehend why they resorted to violence. I chose to select my favorite food. And this time I had grown wiser. I secured 3 large portions within my clothing, uncertain of how long that individual might remain absent. Yet, this time was somewhat different. We had finished eating, grown full, and that person had not yet left. At that moment, The door to the dark room swung open. It was a door, not a window, and a multitude of fierce-looking men stormed in, capturing us one by one. We attempted to resist, but even though we had eaten our fill, those men were likely far more satiated than we were, and thus we were seized once more. I initially assumed they would kill us or subject us to some horrific fate. Yet, unexpectedly, those men actually helped us bathe, though they pinched their noses, wearing expressions of disgust. Nevertheless, they genuinely assisted us in cleansing ourselves and even provided us with comfortable clothing. I touched the soft fabric of my new attire. Believing myself to be in a dream, I glanced around the spacious room. It was indeed vast, with a large bed that could comfortably accommodate 5 or 6 people. I truly thought I was dreaming. Just as I was marveling at my situation, I suddenly felt an intense heat coursing through my body, my heart racing rapidly. I feared I had been poisoned. At that moment, the man who had captured me reappeared. And what followed him? Women. Yes, truly, I had never encountered such stunningly beautiful women. Their skin was pristine, their figures exquisite, and there were 6 in total, just like the number of us present in that room. The man departed, smiling subtly, uttering not a single word. Once he left, those women swiftly approached us without saying a word, and to my astonishment, they even kissed me and others. My mind went blank, overwhelmed by a rush of heat. Finally, I lunged forward, tearing and biting. I discovered that women were indeed a marvelous entity. Their tender forms were nearly as enticing as the food. Yet, I found myself frantically yearning for that woman. Truly, I felt I was on the brink of madness. For we were once again captured and thrust back into that pitch-black chamber, small and suffocating. Those men did not reappear, as if we were trapped in a dream, save for the soft clothing still draped upon us. Reminding us that this was no fantasy, they grew increasingly frantic, incessantly pounding on the door, pleading for food, for women, and I too became one of them. I was indeed losing my mind. The hunger, the women, thoughts spiraled endlessly in my mind. I could not discern whether I had perished or merely fallen asleep. My consciousness was hazy, yet I found myself in an inescapable fog of confusion. Hunger and visions of women consumed me. I could not tell how much time had elapsed when the door to the dark room burst open once more, and we were dragged out again. This time, laughter echoed among us, for they believed, and I too believed, that we would once again be bathed and feasted upon, and encounter women. However, this time, what awaited us was not women, nor food, but to be honest, I had never seen such a handsome man before. He sat there calmly, quietly observing us. We were driven mad, for there were no women or food in sight. In a frenzy, we rushed towards that strikingly handsome man, intent on attacking him, but were swiftly repelled by the fierce-looking men beside him. Those men struck with great ferocity. Some were left bleeding profusely, and others may have even perished. Who could say? In any case, I was not struck, for I noticed a large white cloth beside that handsome man, which seemed to suggest there was food, and perhaps women, beneath it. Eventually, those men ceased their assault, and we, battered and bruised, could hardly stand. The handsome man then commanded all the fierce men to leave, leaving only him. Another equally attractive man, and us. That man gazed at us for an extended period, while I felt an insatiable hunger gnawing at me. At last, he revealed his name. He called himself the Prince and instructed us to address him as such. With a swift motion, he lifted the white cloth, and I beheld a true bounty of food, alongside women, but also a bound man whom I recognized, the very person who had captured me and brought me here. We all stared at the food and the women, yet no one dared approach, for we were all too battered to move, merely staring blankly at the feast before us, so near, yet so far. Though I bore no injuries, I too hesitated to step forward, fearing the prince would strike me down like the others. Still, my hunger was overwhelming, and I longed for that woman, even though she lay motionless as if in slumber. I felt as though she beckoned to me. The prince seemed satisfied, nodding his approval, then tossed a long sword that clattered to the ground. He proclaimed, "Little dogs, whoever kills this man first shall claim the food and this woman for themselves." I was uncertain what he meant by little dogs, but I understood he was referring to us. The act of killing was not foreign to me. At that moment, memories of slaying that vile baker surged through my mind. I approached the sword step by step, observing the hesitant individuals at my feet. That I knew I would be the first to grasp the sword, for my stamina had always surpassed theirs. I was uninjured and utterly resolute. I was acutely aware of my desire for the food and that woman. Seizing the sword, I plunged it into the heart of the bound man without a hint of fear, just as I had done to that wicked baker, though I had used a wooden stake then. And now a sword. The prince spoke as I truly ended the life of the bound man. What was the sensation of killing? I stared dazedly at the blood flowing from the sword. A deep crimson. I uttered 2 words to the prince, light and quick. Very good. The prince, with narrowed eyes, regarded the young man before him and inquired, What is your name? Kilia. Very good. Now you may enjoy your reward. The prince smiled, a smile that sent chills down my spine. Then, as if kicking a stone, he tossed the man's corpse into the crowd of those who had been beaten, declaring, The second, whoever first removes this man's ear shall also enjoy these delights. Chapter 27. The Dance of Desires. The prince slowly approached Kilia, who was bent over, one hand propped against a pillar, retching uncontrollably, as if she might continue to vomit for quite some time. The prince gently patted her back, murmuring, Isn't this a bit excessive? Yet Kilia, as if faced with something terrifying, shuddered violently, turning to push the prince's hand away, exclaiming, Do not touch me, you monster. The prince shrugged, wearing an indifferent expression as he replied, I never claimed to be a good person. The anguished cries within the room persisted, sharp and piercing like 1,000 daggers. Kilia felt as though her heart had been pierced by something, panic rising within her as she covered her ears and tightly shut her eyes. The prince, emotionless, approached Kilia, forcefully pulling her hands away, then roughly pushing her towards the window, pressing her head to face inside. Look closely. He pried her eyes open, compelling her to witness the horrific scenes unfolding before her. Kilia's eyes were painfully forced wide, not only from the strain on her eyes but also from the anguish in her heart. As if something within her had shattered, she suddenly felt as though her world was collapsing. The brutal, merciless slaughter, and the myriad of lifeless gazes that resembled extinguished stars should never have manifested. The blood, the anguished cries, all the evils ensnared within the confines of the room, as well as the cold ruthlessness of the man behind her, drove her to the brink of madness. Her once vibrant gray pupils had truly dulled to a lifeless hue amidst the chaos. As she meandered through the throngs of people, Kaijue realized she no longer felt fear or sorrow. Instead, an unparalleled calm enveloped her, her mind wandering aimlessly, contemplating thoughts she herself could not grasp, reminiscent of a rainy day encounter. After a long while, the wind ceased, and the madness subsided. Just as Huashang had stated, only 3 remained, bearing wounds and blood, staggering towards the dining table, leaving a long trail of crimson in their wake, occasionally shedding small morsels of flesh from their bodies. Upon closing the window once more, Huashang released Kaijue, allowing her to slump against the wall, dazed as if turned to stone, perhaps unaware that she was still shedding tears in that moment. Huashang crouched before Kaijue, her gaze fixed intently on those gray pupils, unblinking and unwavering, reminiscent of the moment they first met. Time slipped away, and soon the room was devoid of sound. A faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the air. Huashang slowly addressed Kaijue, saying, I am the devil. Listen closely. I did not retrieve you from the streets to nurture you. If you possess any capability, transform into a devil yourself. Or else, perhaps one day, you too shall share the fate of those who coexist with sin and despair. With an expression devoid of emotion, Huashang grasped Kaijue's hair, tilting her head upward, and continued, Do not regard the past as a creed. Otherwise, how could you live like a beggar? If you wish to survive, become a devil. There are no gods in this world. Even if there were, you must usurp them from their thrones and become a god yourself. Hate me, then kill me, and you will ascend to divinity. With those words, Huashang gradually departed from Kaijue, leaving the dilapidated mansion behind. The noonday sun loomed high, yet Huashang felt no warmth on the bustling Fanny Street. Few pedestrians wandered, watching the occasional silhouette pass by. Huashang murmured softly, Is this truly wrong? Moments later, she shook her head, casting aside all thoughts of that instant, striding purposefully in a different direction, resolutely believing that confusion had no place in her heart. In contrast to Fanny Street, the opulence of Kuluo Street in Okart City was almost unearthly. It served as the main thoroughfare, and at its terminus lay the residences of the city's affluent. However, amidst such a vibrant street, there existed remote corners where shadows were sparse, lending an air of desolation. For instance, this exceptionally grand mansion was known to those in the know as the private abode of a prominent figure. Though the identity of this individual remained shrouded in mystery, the robust knights stationed outside effectively deterred the curiosity of those wishing to glean information. Yet, those who sought knowledge remained oblivious, within the confines of the house. It was not the nobility deliberating significant matters of state, but rather a venue for women's revelry. Huashang flitted gracefully among the women, her exquisite visage adorned with a hint of a smile. A crystal goblet cradled in her hand, filled with a pale red liquid that swayed rhythmically as she moved, capturing the attention of the well-to-do ladies and young misses who wore hope upon their faces. Without a companion at her side, Huashang stood out starkly amidst the throngs of women being courted. Unaware of her own prominence, she continued to smile lightly, making her way to the center of the hall. Her gaze sweeping over the assembled guests, suddenly, as if discovering something, her smile brightened further, her steps quickening as she approached a solitary corner where a noblewoman sat alone, delicately sipping from her own goblet of the same pale red liquid. In contrast to the thrumming crowd, she too was strikingly conspicuous. Men did approach her, yet they all recoiled in fear of the man who loomed behind her. The very purpose of such gatherings was to amplify the allure of these noblewomen, who sought fleeting pleasures to alleviate their solitude and emptiness. However, despite the decadence that characterized their lives, they did not wish for their lawful wives to stray and be discovered. The noblewoman before Huashang, once the queen of the ball, found herself relegated to a corner, regardless of her illustrious lineage. Huashang approached the lady with elegant grace, offering a courteous nod, and softly remarked, "Beautiful madam." The noblewoman regarded him with curiosity. Despite her continued attendance at such gatherings, it had been a long time since any man dared approach her. This was not due to a lack of allure on her part, but rather the jealousy of the man who guarded her. Gradually, her lovers had vanished under mysterious circumstances, and she had become increasingly unwelcome. Yet she continued to attend these affairs, driven by a rebellious spirit, although the primal desires of her body urged her to accept the handsome man before her. As he was undeniably appealing, thoughts of that man compelled her to suppress her burgeoning lust, maintaining her customary aloofness as she turned away from Huashang. Huashang watched the noblewoman depart, and truth be told, she was indeed captivating. Time had scarcely etched its marks upon her, instead bestowing her with a matured allure that moment. A woman approached Huashang from behind, her makeup bold and garish, teasingly addressing him. "Young handsome, she is not suited for you. Why not come and keep your sister company?" Huashang turned, appraising her with indifference, shrugging his shoulders without responding, and followed in the footsteps of the departing noblewoman. "Humph, another fool unafraid of death," the woman scoffed, returning to her group of admirers with a disdainful expression. The noblewoman stood quietly, leaning against the railing. The afternoon breeze was gentle, tousling her hair and stirring her thoughts. With a soft sigh, she delicately brushed a few disheveled strands behind her ear. Huashang approached the noblewoman from behind, remaining silent as he watched her every move, admiring her perfect silhouette from the rear. Suddenly, the noblewoman turned, surprised to see the handsome young man following her. Huashang, gazing at her astonished expression, lifted his crystal goblet between them, allowing the pale red liquid to catch the sunlight as he continued to observe her. After a moment, he raised the goblet slightly higher before bringing it to his lips, the liquid sliding down his throat, his Adam's apple rhythmically bobbing. "The wine is exquisite, and so is the company. Beautiful madam, do you harbor any concerns?" Huashang inquired with the elegance characteristic of the nobility. The noblewoman's gaze shifted from Huashang's throat to his eyes, and she replied coolly, "You are new here, are you not? Is there a problem with that? Since you are new, you may not be aware of the consequences of approaching me." Her tone remained as placid as water. "I truly do not know." Huashang took a step closer to the noblewoman, the crystal goblet gently grazing her nose, trailing softly from her bridge to her lips, and observing her breath quicken. He chuckled lightly. "But is there an issue with that?" The lingering scent of wine from the goblet intensely stimulated the noblewoman's senses, and she responded dully, "Aren't you afraid of death?" The goblet continued its delicate descent from the noblewoman's chin, swirling slightly before finally resting upon her abdomen, at which point Huashang remarked, "Do not flowers wither after they bloom?" Observing the noblewoman's slightly hurried breaths, Huashang bestowed upon her a captivating smile, his lips inching toward her luscious ones. For a fleeting moment, the noblewoman was entranced, having not tasted such a delectable kiss in ages. She instinctively leaned in, oblivious to the passage of time or the man lurking behind her, as if swept away by a gentle rain, a sweet poison that ensnared her eye. In the ballroom, the crowd began to dwindle. Under the afternoon sun, few noticed the pair lost in a fervent embrace on the secluded balcony. However, this did not mean that no one was aware, as evidenced by the flamboyantly dressed woman whom Huashang had previously rebuffed. Her fingers gripped the crystal glass tightly, trembling slightly, and suddenly, she broke into a broad smile, turning to a male companion beside her. Go deliver a message to Lord Dennis, informing him that Lady Greff has succumbed once more. Chapter 28. The conspiracy unfolds. The sounds of breathing grew heavier, and the temperature began to rise. The room was eerily quiet, save for the mingled groans of pain and pleasure. Lady Greff felt herself fortunate today. Or perhaps it was true, as the man beside her had suggested, that the bloom of a flower is most exquisite before it withers. Perhaps it was this suppressed ecstasy that drove her. Or perhaps it was a desire for revenge against the man behind her. And since the man before her showed no fear of the aftermath, why should she suppress her own desires? After all, she would not perish. At worst, she might be beaten or confined. With this thought, her heart relaxed further, and her body, long accustomed to emptiness, flushed with warmth. After a while, Huashang lay contentedly beside Lady Greff, his gaze wandering to a thin sheath beneath the bed, a foreign version of a condom made from the membrane of an unknown beast. Initially, Huashang had been troubled by the risk of engaging with Lady Greff. Yet he found the advancements in foreign sexual practices surprisingly impressive. Although he had heard tales of medieval Europe using animal intestines for contraception, encountering this equivalent sheath was indeed unexpected, since it was provided by Lady Greff. Huashang utilized it with great delight. After some time, Lady Greff's essence returned from the heights of ecstasy to her body, and looking down, she sighed, "You will die. Are you not afraid? Did I not mention that the bloom of a flower is most beautiful before it withers?" Huashang, his gaze fixed on the window, chuckled softly. "Though I know not your intentions in approaching me, you have gifted me with splendid memories." Lady Greff fell silent for a moment, taking in Huashang's almost otherworldly smile. And a thrill coursed through her, prompting her to instinctively reply, "Then, before you meet your end, grant me one more exquisite experience, as you wish, my beautiful lady." Dennis was in a foul mood. He had long warned that woman against crossing her boundaries. Though he had climbed to the position of treasurer in Okat City thanks to her, over the years, people remembered only his name, not the family behind her. After a recent argument with a brutish commander in the city council, he had intended to return home to find solace with the newly acquired slave girl. Instead, he received an unwelcome message from that detestable woman. Enraged, Dennis stormed forth with only a few guards. And under the almost brutish path carved by his head guard, Telly, the windstorm beast sped through. However, when the crowd recognized it was the carriage of Lord Dennis, their shouts of anger quickly turned to murmurs of discontent. The windstorm beast soon arrived at the remote house, where a noble woman awaited. Upon seeing Dennis descend with a dark expression, she approached him with a smile. "My lord, are you not a tad late?" "Oh, has that wretched woman departed?" Dennis, his mood calming, furrowed his brow at her. "Not at all, but I suggest you delay your entry. I fear you might find it too provocative." The woman replied with a light laugh. "Are you attempting to provoke me?" Dennis narrowed his eyes at her, speaking coldly. The woman covered her mouth, chuckling. "You jest, my lord." Dennis regarded her impassively before saying, "Is that so? Yet you haven't sensed me." "Telly." "Dennis, you dare." The woman looked at the advancing knight Telly with disbelief, fear creeping into her voice. "There is nothing I fear, woman. Remember, to betray comes with consequences." With that, Dennis and Telly stormed into the house, leaving only a subordinate and the woman behind. Dennis stood at the door, his ears attuned to the familiar sounds within. Telly, understanding from Dennis's clenched fists what was to come, drew his sword and aimed it at the locked door. Inside, Lady Greff continued to cry out in ecstasy, oblivious to the several figures standing behind her. Only Huashang noticed the faces of those who had gathered near Lady Greff. With a mischievous smile, Huashang flicked his fingers against Lady Greff, causing her to wince in pain. "My lovely lady, would you care for something even more exhilarating?" "What?" Lady Greff did not catch his words. "Enough, wretched woman." Dennis could no longer contain himself, roaring at the two on the bed like a beast. Lady Greff, as if sensing some terrifying presence, turned her head, her eyes meeting Dennis's menacing gaze. She shivered, letting out a startled cry. "Ah!" That single exclamation seemed to sever a string in Dennis's mind, and he could no longer hold back. Shouting, "Kill! Telly! Slay that man!" The knight was swift, drawing his sword and aiming it at Huashang in mere seconds. However, to his astonishment, Lady Greff's body suddenly interposed itself before the blade, her soft form acting as an impenetrable barrier. His hand trembled, and the sword fell to the floor beside the bed. Only then did Lady Greff awaken to reality. letting out a scream of terror. Yet, when the knight attempted to strike again, an eerie cry echoed in his ears, and in that brief moment of distraction, he awoke to find a dagger embedded in his heart, having been thrust from Lady Greff's waist. The dagger was not only sharp but also coated in a deadly azure poison, as if summoned from the depths of death itself. "Did no one tell you not to attack the man behind a woman?" Huashang murmured, withdrawing the dagger from Telly's body. Telly collapsed onto Lady Greff's mature form. Unable to utter another word that he was a sixth-tier swordsman. Had he not wielded a sword, but rather summoned his fighting spirit? Had Lady Greff not shielded him? Or had the dagger not been poisoned? Perhaps he would have survived. At some point, Dennis suddenly found himself surrounded by numerous beasts of various sizes, akin to the myriad of monsters locked in special cages for sale, and who remained by his side. Aside from Telly, only 3 fourth-tier swordsmen were present, yet they could not protect their lord well. Within moments, they were torn apart by a beast resembling a dragon, their final sight a flash of eerie crimson that gleamed like blood. The toxic vines of the Balru beast ensnared Dennis high above, leaving him a mere flabby, middle-aged man without much combat prowess. Perhaps he regretted not summoning the formidable fighters from his estate. But time was not on his side, for Huashang had already approached him, the azure dagger flickering ominously at his feet. "That it is you." Dennis finally recognized the figure before him as the one who had lingered with Li Ruo. Suddenly recalling something, he quickly exclaimed, "Is this his design?" "Very astute," Huashang replied with a smirk. "You think yourself a hero for luring me here with such tactics?" Dennis scoffed, though his legs began to tremble. Huashang shook his head. "Victory belongs to the righteous. After all this time, do you not grasp this truth? No. Please do not kill me. What do you want? Li Ruo you can offer you what I can. And the eldest son will not let you off." Although Dennis's words were somewhat muddled, Huashang understood his meaning. He shrugged and gently plunged the dagger into Dennis's chest, disregarding his words. For he had never been one to waste breath on his enemies. As he withdrew the dagger, a profound silence enveloped the room. The digital beasts had vanished, leaving only several lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. Additionally, there lay the owner of the voluptuous and alluring body. Curled up at the foot of the bed, Huashang approached the bedside, delicately wiping the remnants of blood from the dagger, his thigh brushing against the smooth toes of Madame Grieve. Madame Grieve attempted to retract her foot. Bewildered by the rapid turn of events, her mind vacant and devoid of thought, the sight of Huashang meticulously cleaning the dagger only intensified her fear. "Are you going to kill me?" The dagger slowly inched toward her lower abdomen. And for a fleeting moment, she felt as though it was not the azure blade that moved upon her, but rather a crystal goblet that had stirred her heart beneath the afternoon sun. With a bitter smile, Madame Grieve spoke mournfully, "Go ahead and kill me. After all, my existence holds no meaning, but I must thank you for providing me with a splendid memory." To her astonishment, the dagger did not descend, and she felt no pain. Instead, a hand, which replaced the dagger, began to caress her body, as if in a trance, transporting her back to an hour prior when they had been entwined on the bed. "I hear Dennis enjoys beating you, does he not? It's hard to imagine how that beast could bear to mistreat such a beautiful form." Huashang's hand glided from Madame Grieve's heart to cover half her face with his large hand. Madame Grieve fell silent, her gaze fixated on Huashang's elongated fingers, lost in contemplation. The hand continued its tender exploration, and Madame Grieve found herself relishing the touch. She sighed softly and said, "He is quite insecure. Merely a timid man, and no matter the power he wields, it merely serves as a mask for his cowardice." Suddenly, Madame Grieve lifted her head, her eyes locked on Huashang's, and asked, "Why do you not kill me? Do I still possess value worth preserving?" Huashang realized that Madame Grieve's body was indeed exquisite. Though he had just indulged in her, he found himself irresistibly drawn to explore further. "But I know you and that rotund man have no heirs. And according to the laws of the Empire, all his assets can be inherited by you. You wish for—" He paused as his finger pressed against her lips. "Sure, your family has only you as the sole heir. The inheritance rights you lost by marrying Dennis have now returned to you. Madame Grieve, you are now quite a wealthy woman." Madame Grieve fell silent. Huashang's words struck a chord within her. Provided he did not intend to kill her, her mind began to whirl with thoughts of Huashang's intentions. "You desire wealth?" She finally spoke. "Not just wealth, but many slaves. I am aware that your family operates a prominent slave trading business in Oakate City. If you are astute enough, you should recognize your worth therein." The dagger had vanished, and Huashang's hands were freed, continuously teasing Madame Grieve. She reveled in his caresses, her breath becoming somewhat labored as the bodies lying on the ground seemed to amplify her pleasure. blood pooling everywhere, an iron scent wafting through the air. Very well, I accept your terms. But how can you guarantee that this will remain undiscovered? Huashang chuckled lightly, casually unwrapping a bundle of intestines from the bedside. A few minor accidents will suffice, my beautiful lady. Now, dance for me once more. The room fell into utter silence, the distinct sounds of moaning echoing for the third time, accompanied by an eerie yet beautiful pale red glow. Oblivious to the fact that a strange tattoo had appeared on her arm, Madame Grieve remained lost in ecstasy. At that moment, many masked figures clad in black had infiltrated the grand residence. Among them was a robust, short, and muscular man, who, upon issuing a command, ruthlessly seized numerous disheveled noblewomen and maidens, while the handsome men lay helplessly sprawled on the beds, already lifeless. Big brother, we have gathered them all. One henchman reported. Understood. Retreat. Chapter 29. Rumors the incident of the orc reinforcements at Lin Yuan City seemed to have abruptly transformed into a jest. Within a mere 10 days, news of their withdrawal surfaced. As if it had all been a game, leaving the originally fearful populace of Oakate City momentarily bewildered. However, some things had indeed registered with them. The prices of goods in the city had unexpectedly plummeted overnight. While this may have posed a challenging decision for merchants, it was a boon for the low-income commoners. Conversations among the people shifted with ease, and their interest in the unknown actions of the Orc Empire waned. As a more pressing matter that had transpired nearby captured their full attention. Hey, have you heard? There has been another big fire, one commoner remarked to another. Indeed, just a few days ago, Zach Holly caught fire. And now that Affluent Street is ablaze again. How perplexing. The patrolling knights seem utterly indifferent. The second commoner replied disdainfully, but you were unaware. Last night's fire actually has an inside story. A third commoner interjected. What inside story? I heard from my cousin's aunt's uncle's son's wife that it was the work of the Howling Sky gang in our city, in a way. But why would they do such a thing? The first commoner inquired. I think they are extorting money. My cousin's aunt's son works as a coachman for Baron XX, and this morning, their lord received a ransom letter from the Howling Sky gang. Is that for real? Hey, have you heard? The young lady from Viscount YY's household has been kidnapped. Humph, I knew that already. Moreover, it seems the wealthy merchant's wife from the east side of the city is the mastermind. No, I heard the captain of the night brigade eloped with that young lady. Nonsense. It was actually that lady who kidnapped the wife of the neighbor. This morning, a ransom letter arrived at the Viscount's home. I heard our city's financial officer was also kidnapped last night. Oh, where did you hear that? My wife told me that Lord Dennis fainted from too much revelry at the Fallen Paradise and is still lying at home. Isn't it said that Dennis was crippled due to a rivalry with the Howling Sky gang. I even saw a priest leave his house this morning. This time, I will definitely catch you. Li Ruoyuoya chuckled mischievously as she lunged toward the side, quickly embracing a figure. So sturdy. This cannot be Maynard at all. Who are you? Li Ruoyuoya questioned, perplexed as she groped the figure. The person frowned and replied. Since when did you have a penchant for men? Mrs. Li Ruoyuoya exclaimed, removing the silk scarf from her face, awkwardly chuckling as she withdrew her hand. All right, you all may leave, Mrs. said coolly to the maidens behind Li Ruoyuoya. Once the room was left with just the two of them, Li Ruoyuoya finally discarded her mischievous grin, settling into a serene demeanor as she sipped her blue and white porcelain tea. The source of the rumors had yet to be uncovered. But it was certain that the noblewomen and maidens had indeed been captured by zombies. As Mrs. opened a leather-bound book, he began to read some information aloud. Before long, Li Ruoyuoya, who had been sipping tea, remarked, enough of those matters. I have no inclination to concern myself with them. Focus on the key points. Dennis is dead, but the news has been suppressed by his wife, Madame Grieve, and has not spread. Preliminary reports from Zami suggest that it was young Master Fire who was involved, but the specifics remain unclear. Oh, how unexpected. Li Ruoyuoya mused. I seem to recall that Dennis always had a swordsman named Telly by his side. Right? He has also perished, but due to the charred remains, the cause of death could not be discerned. However, there is a wound from a sharp blade on his chest. That should be the cause of death. Li Ruoyuoya contemplated for a moment before suddenly asking, did zombies not take action? No. Li Ruoyuoya fell silent again, reflecting before saying, do you know why he sought to capture those women? Extortion, Monsieur succinctly replied. Extortion? Li Ruoyuoya appeared to have encountered something amusing, as he suddenly burst into laughter, clutching his hair with one hand. Ha. He truly dares to act. How delightful. Meanwhile, Michosi maintained his usual expressionless demeanor and remarked lightly. The city is in chaos now. Those nobles and wealthy merchants have nearly broken down the threshold of the city patrol. They have shifted the blame onto the Xiaotian gang, yet curiously, the gang has not responded. What's so strange about that? Isn't the Xiaotian gang part of that fatso Dennis's household? Now that he is dead, I imagine that Francis fellow must be utterly bewildered. Mishosi inquired, should we take any action? Why bother? Isn't a bit of chaos preferable? Li Ruoyuoyu languidly leaned back in his chair, then suddenly added, well, we indeed ought to do something. You go and inform the city patrol to kick the Xiaotian gang out. They are excessively wealthy. And, by the way, let's deal with the Kelly gang as well. With so many abductions, don't you think the Xiaotian gang is overwhelmed? They must find accomplices, after all. Understood. Mishosi responded with his usual indifference. He then withdrew a neatly packaged document from a stack of leather-bound tomes and handed it to Li Ruoyuoyu. What is this? Li Ruoyuoyu asked, glancing at the document. It just arrived from Dennis's residence. Oh. Li Ruoyuoyu opened the document with curiosity. Inside, there was a thin notebook and a note, signed by Na Fei heir, stating, you handle your own affairs. I shall accept this from you, Digivice. Ah, and also, help me find something. Li Ruoyuoyu chuckled softly, engrossed in the notebook. Not long after, he erupted into laughter once more, causing even the ever-stoic Mishosi to show a hint of confusion. Take a look for yourself. Li Ruoyuoyu handed the notebook to Mishosi. As he examined the note left by Huashang, Li Ruoyuoyu squinted his eyes and chuckled again. Lost in thought. Is this an account book? Mishosi asked, astonished as he read through the notebook, his brows furrowing further. After a moment, Mishosi spoke gravely, damn, how could such a significant oversight occur? Are the inspectors complete imbeciles? Li Ruoyuoyu shook his head. They are not imbeciles, but since this matter is under the auspices of my elder brother, one must possess a certain degree of capability. Nevertheless, Na Fei heir has truly surprised me. He chuckled. I look forward to his growth. I suspect many will be taken aback. Mishosi fell silent, having read the note. He could preliminarily deduce that last night's events unfolded under Na Fei heir's instructions. He felt compelled to reconsider the alliance between his master and Na Fei heir, which seemed almost comical. All right, Mishosi, let us set aside the matters in this book for now. It will be useful later. Let us proceed with our tasks. Li Ruoyuoyu suddenly retrieved an ancient scroll from his spatial ring and said after a moment's thought, take this with you, and inform Digivice that his new master will be Na Fei heir, the true master. Do you understand? Understood. Oh, by the way, Mishosi, what is with the withered dragon grass? It is a magical potion used for alchemy, with numerous applications, though it is quite rare. Li Ruoyuoyu pondered for a moment. Can it be found? Yes, Master Kamaya procured some withered dragon grass last year, and there is still a stock remaining in the manor. Mishosi replied without a second thought. Very well, send that along as well. Consider it a reward for this account book. Na Fei heir has indeed given me a significant surprise. Oh, and remember to call back those maidens. It is not yet evening. Li Ruoyuoyu's demeanor changed as he squatted in his chair. Laughing foolishly on the streets of Occart City, Huashang strolled leisurely, alone, curiously touching his face, now adorned with a magical mask procured from Dennis's treasury. The mask effectively concealed his appearance, transforming him into an unremarkable middle-aged man. It certainly is more convenient than cosmetic surgery. The discussions on the streets remained fervent, with numerous recent kidnapping incidents making it impossible for those involved to silence the truth. Moreover, at Huashang's behest, rumors spread rapidly throughout Occart City. Calculating the time, there were less than 2 days remaining until the month's end. Huashang intended to find a secluded spot, as Mini Dragon had mentioned that one could summon it once a month. Huashang was unaware of when the evolutionary power on his Tyrannosaurus machine had reached 10 points, leaving many questions weighing on his mind. The individuals chosen by Huashang were entrusted to Digivice. Since they had emerged from a pool of hundreds, their futures were seemingly predetermined by Huashang. Although Digivice was not an exceptional coach, there was no one more suitable at the moment. After all, it was merely a matter of lethal skills. Training in disguise was not yet necessary, and Huashang intended to undertake that task himself. Sometimes, raw power does not equate to lethal capability. No one would suspect that an ordinary passerby on the street, a person without rank, could be a deadly arrow. The streets bustled with pedestrians, as news spread that the orcs had increased their forces in Lin Yuan City, prompting nearby adventurers and mercenaries to flock over, as war missions typically offered generous rewards, especially in a conflict between nations. However, the mercenaries were disheartened to hear that upon their arrival in Occart City, the behemoth empire had withdrawn its troops, leaving them empty-handed. Nevertheless, having come this far, they decided to stay and observe the situation, hoping for another opportunity with those beasts. As a result, many mercenaries could be seen loitering on the streets. Sir, your features are extraordinary, exuding an air of nobility, with purple light soaring to the heavens. You are truly a remarkable figure. Your future is not a mere dream. However, the speaker shook his head with a deep sigh. His brow furrowed in concern. What do you mean? Speak plainly. A mercenary impatiently demanded. Huashang chuckled at the scene before him, realizing that the fortune-teller must be the same individual he had encountered previously. The poet maintained his usual greedy demeanor, and the mercenaries knew what kind of person these fortune-tellers were, growing impatient as they shoved a handful of silver coins toward him, saying, Enough already. If your words do not please me, I shall give you a beating. The poet accepted the coins, bowing and scraping. As for you, not too long from now. The mercenary left satisfied, and Huashang smiled, stepping forward to ask the poet, Would you care to read my fortune as well? As he spoke, a gold coin appeared in his hand. The poet squinted at Huashang, suddenly exclaiming, I am sorry, sir, but I can only read for one person a day, so I must decline. Oh, Huashang chuckled, noting that the charlatan was not entirely ignorant of business. Chapter 30, Prophecies and Loneliness. Once the poet finished speaking, he hurriedly packed up his stall, shouldering a large bag as he prepared to leave. Huashang, with a casual tone, said, Wait, since we have met, why not share a drink? The table was merely a simple wooden structure, set up at a roadside stall, yet the fortune-teller seemed to be enjoying a feast. Soon, his table was piled high with dishes, nearly obscuring his head. Huashang merely ordered a bottle of wine, indulging himself with 2 cups while watching the charlatan devour his meal with gusto. After what felt like an eternity, the fortune-teller finally let out a satisfied burp and patted his belly, declaring, I have not eaten so well in ages. There is nothing like this in the mountains. It was then he noticed that Huashang had consumed no food at all, feeling a bit awkward as he inquired, Aren't you hungry? Huashang shook his head, choosing not to respond, instead pouring a cup of wine before him. No, thank you. I do not drink. The charlatan shook his head and pushed the cup away. Very well, since you have treated me to a meal, I shall make an exception and read your fortune. The poet then asked, Might I know your name, sir? Huashang. The poet stared at Huashang for a moment, pondering, then nodded and asked, Your real name? Huashang did not answer, merely smiling faintly as he downed the contents of his cup. Suddenly, the poet produced a crystal ball from his cloth pouch and placed it before Huashang, saying, Please place your hand upon the crystal ball. Oh, is that all? You seemed to have a different approach earlier. The poet chuckled awkwardly. Well, this is a special promotion. I brought out this treasure because you were so generous with your meal. Rest assured. The poet patted his chest and spoke. Upon hearing this, Huashang gently placed his hand upon the crystal orb. Subsequently, the poet began to chant some incomprehensible syllables directed at the orb. Before long, the crystal orb emitted a faint white light, and at that moment, a series of images flashed before Huashang's eyes. After a brief interval, Huashang withdrew his hand, while the poet appeared to be utterly drained, muttering, Who is this person? Using the mind crystal is such a taxing endeavor. Huashang did not catch the poet's murmurs, as his thoughts were rather disordered from the images he had just witnessed. He had merely glimpsed one vision, a large, earth-colored claw tearing through a human body, and the owner of that claw was none other than the familiar Agumon. While the body in question was his own, would Agumon kill him? Such a notion seemed preposterous, yet Huashang recalled the warning from the mini-dragon. Perhaps this was no jest. Huashang fell into silence, a wave of inexplicable agitation washing over him. What troubles you, Mr. Huashang? Did you glimpse something unsettling? The poet inquired tentatively. Noticing Huashang's pallor, is somewhat troubling, Huashang replied, regaining his composure and offering a nonchalant smile. However, prophecies are not always destined to manifest. After all, the future remains an enigma, and no one can predict whether these events will transpire. Moreover, what the eyes perceive may not necessarily be the truth. The poet gazed at Huashang with astonishment. His unremarkable features belied a depth of insight, as the poet had gleaned from various sources that Huashang's appearance was not merely the result of cosmetic alteration. Returning to the present, the poet remarked, Your words resonate with what my mentor once expressed. Oh, Huashang replied, intrigued. My mentor stated that while fate may be predetermined, it is not absolute. Huashang nodded in agreement. Acknowledging this perspective, the poet then carefully stowed the crystal orb and rose to his feet, saying, Thank you for your hospitality, sir. May our paths cross again. I look forward to our third encounter. Huashang's gaze lingered on the departing poet until he filled a glass with wine and murmured, "Heh, a charlatan, perhaps." As the streets bustled with passers-by, no one took notice of the ordinary middle-aged man sitting alone in a corner, pouring his own drinks, nor did anyone approach him for conversation. Humans are inherently indifferent creatures, especially in unfamiliar circumstances. Huashang consumed an entire bottle of wine, calling for another, yet only he understood that it was not intoxication he sought, but rather the solace of companionship. The sense of loneliness enveloped him. Despite having spent nearly half a year in this world and encountering myriad individuals and events, he found no pleasure in the familiarity surrounding him. He truly felt isolated, absently touching the Tyrannosaurus device at his chest, pondering if perhaps only this artifact could evoke the memories he had nearly forgotten but which lingered deeply in his mind, reminiscent of the moments before his demise in his previous life. As the crowd thinned and the sun began its descent, Huashang sat alone for an entire afternoon, only roused from his reverie when a vendor approached to inquire if he wished to settle his bill. With a slightly tipsy demeanor, he paid and merged into the throngs of people rushing home. Amidst the crowd, Huashang suddenly yearned to see Sierra, the woman who would actively show concern for him. Albeit her intentions were directed not towards him, but rather towards the original owner of this body. Yet, her genuine affection ensnared him. Emerging from a narrow alley, Huashang had regained his true appearance and soon found himself back at the Zacalito Hotel. The receptionist still exuded charm, akin to exquisite sculptures. The first person Huashang encountered was Woma, the clever and striking maid. Upon seeing Huashang, a flicker of irritation was evident in her eyes. Woma hurried to Huashang and exclaimed, "That Phil, you scoundrel, you vanished for so many days." "Ah, dear Woma, you seem quite concerned about my absence," Huashang replied with genteel politeness. Woma scoffed, "Do not feign innocence. It is only because the lady is searching for you that I bother with you at all. Since you have returned, go see her. Do you know that Lord Tuko has turned the city of Okad upside down in search of you?" Huashang shrugged nonchalantly, following the visibly impatient Woma into the suite area of the hotel, leading to the most secluded room at the end. Siege appeared somewhat haggard, her attention fixated on a document before her, delicately manipulating a crystal pen with her slender fingers, occasionally furrowing her brow in a display of intellectual beauty. Huashang suddenly thought that if Sierra were dressed in the attire of an office lady, it would elevate her allure even further. "Miss, did I not ask you to take a break? Staring at such things all day is detrimental to your health," Woma gently admonished. Sierra did not lift her gaze, remaining absorbed in her paperwork, and replied slowly, "Yes, soon. Let's have dinner a bit later. Enough already," Woma exclaimed, snatching the document from Sierra's hands and tossing it aside. "Work is never-ending. If it continues like this, while the master remains upright, you will fall ill." Sierra forced a smile, understanding Woma's good intentions. "Very well, if it must be delayed, let us have dinner first," stretching languidly. Sierra turned to relax her neck, only to notice Huashang standing behind Woma. "That Phil, you've returned." At the dining table, one relished the meal, another stood disdainfully, while the third quietly observed the enjoyment. "That Phil, have you been drinking?" Sierra suddenly inquired. "Not too much. I'm not drunk," Huashang replied casually, continuing to savor a piece of roasted meat. "Have you taken care of your matters?" Sierra asked again. Almost done, an awkward silence enveloped the table until Huashang had eaten his fill. It was then that Sierra spoke once more. "Things have been somewhat chaotic in the city these past few days. Since you have returned, it would be best if you refrained from going outside." "I am quite full. I think I'll take a bath. Is the room still available?" Huashang did not respond to Sierra, instead diverting the conversation. Sighing, Sierra said, "Your original room was rented out a few days ago. I arranged another for you. It's rather quiet. Woma will escort you there." "Very well," Huashang nodded, following the somewhat reluctant Woma out of the dining hall. Just before exiting, he quietly remarked, "Working in the morning clears the mind significantly faster than at night." Sierra felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this, and after Huashang departed, she mused, "I never expected you would show concern, and I never anticipated you would be concerned for the lady. Your previous words hinted at some semblance of humanity." Woma retorted, walking ahead with her back to Huashang. Huashang quickened his pace, aligning himself beside Woma. "Was I truly that bad before? Of course. Have you forgotten? Otherwise, go back to the imperial capital and witness how many curse your name." Huashang nodded, gazing at the night sky, where the twin moons had transformed into a crescent shape, cool and serene. "I would like to see it as well." "How peculiar," Woma said, quickening her pace, instinctively avoiding Huashang's company. Before long, Woma tossed a set of keys to Huashang, gesturing ahead, just past here, around the corner. The room with the red door is yours. Huashang furrowed his brow as he accepted the keys, pointing to a nearby building and asking, "Who resides there?" On the balcony of the pointed suite, two figures were engaged in conversation, a middle-aged man and an orc. Yet, they seemed oblivious to Huashang and Woma, perhaps engrossed in their discussion or shielded by the shadows of the trees. "Why do you inquire?" Woma whispered, cautioning against discussing matters that could be overheard. A few days ago, that individual likely came here for business. Recently, it was reported that the Baiman Empire intends to wage war against Okat City, prompting many merchants to flock here. Woma reflected for a moment before adding, "I recall his entourage comprised a diverse array of races, humans, elves, orcs, and even dwarves. Moreover, their presence was notable, as they had questioned the city guard for quite some time. Which is why I remembered them. Oh, right? But why are you curious? Aren't you only interested in women?" Huashang pondered aloud. "Indeed, Miss Woma, you have piqued my interest. Would you care to join me in my room?" "Get lost," Woma retorted without turning back, leaving Huashang standing alone in the shade, observing the two conversing figures under the moonlight. Were they werewolves? Chapter 31, The Uprising of the Ancient Beasts. Dark Evolution. A delicate pink bird silently alighted upon a tree branch, the encroaching night and the swaying shadows of the trees skillfully concealing its presence. However, within the depths of the bird's eyes sparkled a vivacity unlike that of any common beast. This avian creature was none other than a Digimon, specifically a Bichu beast. Upon returning to the room that Sierra had prepared for him, Huashang had just emerged from the bathroom when he summoned the Bichu beast. The suite where the Beastman guards resided was not far from him, and he recognized one of the werewolves there, as it was the very same werewolf he had encountered upon his arrival in Okat City, near the dying berserker. But in truth, many beastmen bore a striking resemblance to one another, making them difficult to identify, except for the beastmen themselves. Yet, the distinctive scar over the left eye of this werewolf made him somewhat more recognizable. From their conversation, it was evident that they were discussing matters pertaining to commerce, with the merchant lamenting to the werewolf. Could it be that the werewolf, previously discovered due to the Bichu beast, was merely a coincidence? Huashang fell into deep contemplation. To his surprise, this werewolf was the leader of a mercenary group, a rarity on the continent. After a bit more investigation, just as the summoning time of the Bichu beast was concluding, Huashang sent forth another Bichu beast to replace it, and it was at that moment that the situation unfolded. The werewolf let out a low growl and leaped from the balcony, landing directly on the concealed branch where the Bichu beast had been. Is it merely a small magical beast? The werewolf mused, examining the adorable Bichu beast. No, it seems it has been tamed by someone. The werewolf extended his hand, his claws suddenly elongating by over 10 centimeters. He licked his lips and charged forward. With a swish, the branch was severed as the werewolf missed his grasp on the Bichu beast, which had taken to the air, darting in another direction. The werewolf pursued relentlessly. The fact that a magical beast had been observing him from the balcony for such a duration, especially one that was domesticated, filled him with a sense of foreboding. The commotion outside soon roused the mercenaries, who quickly burst from their quarters. Upon seeing the werewolf depart, a dark-skinned elf commanded, "You two, follow him. The rest of you, stay here." The two designated individuals were a stout dwarf with a bushy beard and a similarly robust rogue. The remaining guards numbered only 6, and none belonged to the human race. Several were unidentifiable to Huashang. After the dwarf and the werewolf set off in pursuit, 3 beetle-like magical beasts appeared before the elf, launching an immediate attack without hesitation. 3 bolts of lightning, each as thick as an arm, crackled forth, exploding before them. The elf quickly directed the remaining members to engage in battle, yet he was taken aback when, unbeknownst to him, a dozen more magical beasts had joined the fray, despite their lower ranks. The ensuing chaos proved difficult to quell swiftly. As the mercenaries' attention was entirely focused on the magical beasts, they failed to notice a shadow stealthily infiltrating the room from the opposite side. The merchant was currently huddled nervously in the hall, flanked by a few loyal guards, all human swordsmen he had brought with him. Suddenly, one of the swordsmen behind the merchant collapsed, and before anyone could react, several 2-meter-tall magical beasts emerged from a shimmering, oval portal. The swordsman didn't even have time to unsheath his sword before being taken by surprise and rendered unconscious. "Very well, if you dare to scream, I shall slay you," Huashang declared, brandishing a dagger at the merchant's throat. "Please, do not kill me. I can give you anything you desire." The merchant stammered. "Who are those mercenaries? Where did you find them? Are you referring to Belifu? I merely encountered them on my journey to Okat City. Their fees were quite low, and seeing their capabilities, I hired them. As for who they are, I truly do not know. Please, spare me. With a swift strike of the dagger's hilt, the merchant was knocked unconscious and unceremoniously kicked aside by Huashang. Seizing the opportunity while the mercenaries remained unaware, Huashang rummaged through their belongings. Their possessions consisted solely of mundane clothing, devoid of anything of value, leaving Huashang perplexed. Had he truly been overly suspicious? After yielding no fruitful discoveries, he reluctantly resolved to withdraw, as the battle outside appeared to be nearing its conclusion. The Digimon were no match for the mercenaries, and they, too, had sustained injuries. Approaching an ancient beast, Huashang patted its robust thigh and said, "Let us return." Roar! Roar! Not only did one ancient beast respond, but the four others summoned also roared in unison, their thunderous voices nearly shattering eardrums. At that moment, the ancient beasts did not return to the digital space. Instead, they all turned to Huashang, their once emerald eyes now transformed to a blood-red hue, exhaling plumes of hot air from their nostrils. Their mouths slightly agape, drooling profusely. In barely half a day, Huashang had witnessed a scene identical to this through the crystal ball in the hands of the poet, a frenzy among the ancient beasts. From the crimson-eyed gaze of the ancient beasts, Huashang sensed an overwhelming aura of destruction, and the only mental connection he could maintain with them was this unilateral sense of annihilation. Could it be? Roar! In response, a massive fireball erupted from the ancient beasts, a signature technique that obliterated much of the furniture in the hall with its fierce explosive force. Huashang's hand fell limply to his side. He could not evade the onslaught of fireballs from all directions. One merely grazed him, yet it was enough to inflict severe burns, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. Was this the so-called grave consequence? Huashang chuckled self-deprecatingly. Many Dragon had once given him a warning, and the charlatan poet had foretold his fate, but Huashang had confidently dismissed such notions as mere overreactions. However, the unfolding events had dealt a harsh blow to his blind confidence. Surpassing both his understanding and control, the rampaging ancient beasts were significantly more powerful than usual, and the chaos of five in unison compelled Huashang to retreat from the room, moving towards the position of the mercenaries. Damn it! Huashang clenched the Direx device in his hand, yet he could not recall the ancient beasts to the digital space. Everything felt like a runaway train, spiraling out of control. Roar! Accompanied by the cacophony of roars. The dark-skinned elf struggled to comprehend the sudden appearance of several identical magical beasts. Their energy indicated they would only prove stronger than those currently engaged in battle, and their blood-red eyes hinted at an even greater madness. Master, Gabuman leaped swiftly to Huashang's side. Huashang frowned. The scene was chaotic. The frenzied ancient beasts were attacking indiscriminately, regardless of friend or foe, and the already wounded Digimon, having battled the mercenaries, were quickly overwhelmed and fell to the ground, their breaths growing faint. Lord Belifu. Suddenly, the black elf shouted, for the pursuing werewolf had returned, only to encounter the five rampaging ancient beasts. Raijis, what transpired here? Werewolf Belifu inquired, his expression darkening that he had returned in displeasure after the bird-like magical beast had vanished, only to find this chaotic scene awaiting him. The black elf Raiji shook his head and pointed towards Huashang's position, saying, "This must be connected to him. Belifu, could it be that our plans have been uncovered?" Belifu shook his head in response. "First, let us deal with these magical beasts. As for that individual, we shall capture him later for questioning." Understood, Raijis affirmed, joining forces with the dwarf and werewolf to launch their attack. Though there are more of them, they are merely insignificant insects. Belief let out a cold laugh, and his already sharp and elongated nails suddenly grew even longer, faintly revealing some wondrous colors, unlike Belief and his companions, who attacked without restraint. Huashang swiftly recalled the more than 10 Digimon present into the digital space. That it was not merely that they had lost their ability to fight. Huashang could also sense a tinge of sorrow within them, a profound helplessness towards their comrades. They had lost the will to battle, and as if assimilating Huashang's thoughts, he found himself utterly devoid of any inclination to engage in combat. Instead, he stood frozen, watching as the Agumon fought against Belief and his team. Why? This thought incessantly plagued Huashang's mind. Suddenly, he recalled the first Digimon he had summoned, the rolling creature, and its words, along with the moment when Agumon had bravely blocked a strike meant for him. Yet, could all of this merely be an illusion? Huashang shook his head vigorously, attempting to cast aside these chaotic thoughts, but at that moment, a shift occurred in the battle, witnessing a lone Agumon fall to the ground. Huashang felt an inexplicable pang of heartache, as if something precious had been severed from his very soul, causing him profound distress. Heh. Only one remains, Belief remarked, licking his sharp, fine nails. The current situation saw their entire squad encircling the last argument. Despite its futile cries, die. With a single command from Belief, his keen nails expertly pierced the heart of the final Digimon. Huashang remained Huashang, but at that moment, he resembled a child deprived of his beloved possessions. For Belief's claws had not only pierced the Agumon's heart, but had also shattered the most delicate parts of Huashang's heart. In a fit of madness, Huashang charged towards Belief, unaware of his actions. Though reason screamed at him to flee, his body seemed beyond his control. He felt a surge of heat, a chaotic energy shooting up from his abdomen, and he realized it was hatred, intense, consuming hatred. He loathed Belief, despised this world, resented being thrust into it, and felt betrayed by the mighty deity he had faithfully served, who had put him in peril. He longed to return to the orphanage, to see the small companion again, and to tell that little one he was his father. He hated everything. Humph, foolish human. Belief's claws still embedded in the Agumon, he seized the rapidly approaching Huashang with his other hand, lifting him as one would a wild beast. No matter who you are, since you have provoked me first, do not blame me. Belief tightened his grip around Huashang's neck, causing his face to flush. Huashang yearned to speak, to breathe, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts of killing the werewolf before him. His eyes reddened with blood, mirroring the vividness of the Agumon whose heart had been pierced. And his hatred deepened. However, just as Belief aimed to finish off the Agumon, a sudden, intense black light erupted from Huashang's chest. Despite the night, the black light was strikingly bright. Accompanying this surge, the four Agumon, previously collapsed on the ground, transformed into a cascade of radiant data, like shooting stars descending upon the last remaining Agumon. Chapter 32, Awakening Evolved. Huashang, pushed aside by a powerful gust, struggled to rise, gazing at the massive gray-blue figure. Strangely, despite having wished for his Digimon to evolve, he felt no joy in that moment. It was as if something had lodged in his heart. Instinctively, he glanced at the Tyrannomon device on his chest, and a screen materialized before him. Black Tyrannomon, the dark evolution of Agumon, mature stage. The information was scant, nothing more than these few words, and the device became unresponsive, displaying a black screen. Moments later, Black Tyrannomon began to wreak havoc. Its head the size of a human, adorned with a similarly deep and weighty helmet, 3 sharp spikes emitting piercing sounds as it charged at Belief, sending him sprawling far back. The thick tail of Black Tyrannomon swung powerfully, leaving a solid mark in its wake. What kind of monster is this? The dark elf, Digivice, stared in astonishment at the formidable Black Tyrannomon. He sensed an overwhelmingly potent aura of evil emanating from it. A darkness so profound that even he, a devout follower of dark spirits, had never encountered such a feeling before. Whatever kind of monster it is, I'll cleave it in two. The bearded dwarf laughed heartily, taking steady strides before launching a powerful thrust at Black Tyrannomon, leaping high with a double-headed axe as large as his body, slashing down with a torrent of earth-toned light upon the creature's helmet. Clang! The force of the impact sent bright sparks flying from where the axe met the helmet. Yet, the helmet remained unscathed, shining as ever. As the dwarf hung momentarily in the air from the recoil, his hand gripping the axe grew numb. In that instant, he realized in horror that an enormous fireball erupted from Black Tyrannomon's massive maw. Like a sun in the night, the fireball continued along its predetermined path, not slowing as it approached the dwarf, hurtling towards the distant darkness, akin to a meteor plummeting from the earth. The dwarf vanished without a trace. His companions heard none of his final cries, only witnessing the dust settle and the axe transform into a lump of iron. The destructive intent of Black Tyrannomon was palpable, the only sensation Huashang could grasp from it. They could not communicate. It was a matter of indifference, devoid of visual sharing. When the axe clattered to the ground, the others finally reacted, realizing that the rampaging beast was still on the loose. Its thick, powerful tail swung carelessly, demolishing the surrounding structures into piles of rubble. Digivice, I'll hold it off, magic. Belief shouted, leaping back from a distance, his sharp claws tearing into the belly of Black Tyrannomon, leaving deep gashes. The remaining mercenaries followed Belief's lead, unleashing their signature moves in a concerted effort to subdue the creature. Around Digivice, wisps of black mist began to swirl, enveloping him as strange incantations formed in the air, floating like specters. Soon, the incantations coalesced into a black hexagram before him. With arms outstretched, Digivice pushed forcefully, the hexagram shooting towards Black Tyrannomon with a shrill sound. Hell meteor. The hexagram did not disperse. Like a colossal hand, it pressed down upon Black Tyrannomon, forcefully pushing it back, leaving a hexagonal scar of dark corrosive power imprinted upon its body. Roar. The fallen black Tyrannoman became even more frenzied, its mouth wide open as a continuous stream of fire erupted forth, incinerating everything in its vicinity, like Godzilla. Legisi, again. All right, gather, black spirits of the abyss, those that devour, destroy, and embody the depths of darkness. Grant me the black sword to sever my enemy. Legisi's hands clenched in front of him. A flickering black beam of light, akin to lightning, coalesced in his grasp. Light of destruction. Just as Legisi raised his hands to unleash the lightning-like beam, an odd stillness gripped him. The black beam began to dissipate. The potent destructive energy that had been brewing vanished without a trace. Legisi, why aren't you making a move? Belief, struggling to block a strike from Black Tyrannoman's tail, asked with difficulty, but as his gaze sharpened, he saw Legisi's face pale, his mouth slightly agape as if trying to speak, before he collapsed forward. Huashang, expressionless, wiped the dagger in his hand, his voice chillingly cold as he uttered, "Who gave you the right to harm it?" "Damn it, there's still another person over there." Belief immediately expressed his frustration, stating that the death of Legis did not evoke much sadness within him. He was merely concerned about losing a powerful source of attack. A gigantic claw, disproportionate to Belief's size, swiftly followed him. Faced with this lightning-fast talon, Belief gritted his teeth and seized a nearby dwarf, thrusting him towards the grasp of the black Tyrannosaurus beast. The dwarf's body was partially ensnared by the claw. Gazing at Belief with fierce resentment, he spat out, "You have betrayed the oath of our alliance. The Orc Empire shall not have a good end." "Humph, all I care about is surviving this moment," Belief retorted disdainfully. Amidst the astonishment of the others, he pushed another companion, a werewolf, towards the black Tyrannosaurus beast, and in that instant, the night itself seemed to vanish. "Let us go," someone shouted, and the remaining few followed in Belief's footsteps. Disappearing into the remote hotel suite complex, in the luxurious suites of the Zacalito Hotel, separated by dozens of meters, even the sound of the black Tyrannosaurus beast's mighty roar could rouse even the soundest sleeper. The onlookers gazed in terror at the sight of the colossal beast spewing flames, hastily fleeing without a thought for their clothing. Within moments, the vast courtyard of the Zacalito Hotel was left with only the still raging black Tyrannosaurus beast and Huashang, who stood silently. Though the black Tyrannosaurus beast bore wounds, it rampaged mindlessly, wreaking havoc on its surroundings, be it trees or stones, continuously unleashing flames and shattering all that came into view. "Enough," Huashang commanded the black Tyrannosaurus beast, his inner strength surging with a strange intensity. At that moment, he had regained his composure. Perhaps it was the instant he killed Legis that awakened him, cold sweat cascading down his brow. The innocent eruption of hatred felt like a black hole, a consuming despair that instilled in him an unprecedented fear, stemming from his own unstable mental condition. Huashang realized his affliction had resurfaced. What was once termed as schizophrenia in his past life had followed his soul into this strange world. Roaring, under the influence of the peculiar inner strength, Huashang leapt onto the beast's helmet like a delicate bird, locking eyes with its crimson gaze in silence. "Roar. You wish to kill me. Roar." Huashang leapt down from the black Tyrannosaurus beast's head, aware that with a mere step, the beast could end his life. Sighing deeply, Huashang recognized that he was indeed unwell. His mind was split into two distinct entities, both of which were himself, with one observing the other clearly. "Then go ahead and kill me." This declaration came from the same clear mind, yet the other consciousness was equally aware that it did not truly wish for death, yet lacked any impulse to prevent it. Because this consciousness understood that no matter the struggle, the afflicted part of his mind had emerged, and unless it vanished, the body would remain uncontrollable. Not just schizophrenia, but a split personality. Huashang's second persona, born from the dark evolution of Agumen, had surfaced, an alternate self he had long evaded, believing it would not re-emerge upon entering this world. "Well, I know you don't want me to come out. But here I am, awakened by your hatred. What you despise has always been what I despise, and the death you have yearned for but dared not pursue, I shall fulfill for you, my cowardly self. Do you not realize how ridiculous you are? Come, Agumen, kill me and satisfy your desire for destruction. Understand that the true master of this body is the one who has plunged you into chaos. He is the source of all sins. Find your liberation. I know you are weary." Huashang, the black Tyrannosaurus beast, with its blood-red eyes fixated on Huashang, raised its sharp claw, aiming it at him. Everything unfolded like a scene Huashang had once witnessed from a crystal ball. With only the Agumen replaced by the current black Tyrannosaurus beast. "Very well, We both shall perish. It matters not that I am weary, and you are as well, are you not? Huashang murmured softly. The gray-blue claw was poised to pierce him. The two consciousnesses frozen in place, as if watching a film, the image halting just a centimeter from his chest, both sighing. One in desolation, the other in sorrow at some point, perhaps as the claw pierced his chest. Or perhaps not, or maybe Huashang had already succumbed to death, or was merely hallucinating. The alternate self within him faded away, and he returned to his own body. In that moment, his primary consciousness lost awareness. Akin to death, as Huashang perceived. Yet, as one consciousness vanished and the other ceased to respond, his body, on the brink of being pierced, suddenly disappeared. The black Tyrannosaurus beast vanished at that very instant as well. In the air, a crimson-black Tyrannosaurus machine vibrated violently before also disappearing. When the elderly Tuku arrived at the ravaged courtyard, there was nothing left. Chapter 33 Digital Space Another Disappearance, spoke Woma. A lively girl with flowing blue hair. At that moment, Woma's expression was somewhat grim. She had just returned to her room, and had not slept long before being roused by the roars from the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Tuku recounted what he had observed, clearly stating that he had not found any trace of Fei. Tuku, besides that, is there anything else unusual? Hill inquired with a furrowed brow. The Zacalito Hotel in Okat City had recently suffered a fire, and now faced an attack by a monster. This was a significant negative impact for the hotel. Hill had no time to dwell on Huashang's disappearance. Tuku shook his head, saying, aside from the signs of a fierce battle, I discovered the corpse of a dark elf. Hill fell into deep contemplation at that moment. Woma suddenly exclaimed, Miss, I remember that Fei inquired about that room. Do you think it could be related? Hill spoke softly before falling silent again. Lost in thought. That scoundrel, how much trouble does he intend to cause us before he is satisfied? Woma huffed indignantly. Hill sighed slightly before replying. Let's put that aside for now. Refund the tenants' rents. From today, we will announce internal renovations and cease operations. Tuku, I must trouble you once more to search for Fei. This matter is undoubtedly connected to him. Also, keep an eye on the missing mercenaries. They may have information. As for the Dark Elf's corpse, leave it to the city guards. I have a feeling this matter is not so simple. Understood. Mississippi Woma and I will follow up on these matters. You should rest. It is late, Tuku said with concern. Hill shook her head, gazing out at the dim night sky beyond the crystal window, where the shadows of swaying trees mirrored a solitary figure. I can't sleep. Badamon, when do you think the master will wake up? I'm so bored. Benjamin chattered incessantly. This was a wondrous space, devoid of sunlight yet illuminated, the sky resembling another sun that cast its light upon the land. Badamon flapped its wing-like ears vigorously, lifting off the ground and spiraling around Huashang a few times before saying, I don't know. Perhaps he hasn't woken up yet. Oh no. Oh no. Barura rushed over from a distance. Addressing the other Digimon, the land over there has also vanished. Now only our initial village remains. It's all the master's fault. If it weren't for him, our initial island wouldn't have been consumed by dark forces. Baruru, Gabuman interjected. Regardless, we were born for the master. You cannot speak ill of him, you know? And now that Aguman has become like this, harboring resentment may lead to a similar fate. The small, patterned egg, roughly the size of a basketball, lay not far from where Huashang rested. Barura fell silent, while the other Digimon remained quiet, aware that the egg represented Aguman's initial form after death, a fragile digital egg with dwindling life force. Hey, the master is waking up. The master is waking up, Badamon shouted excitedly. Huashang had indeed awakened. His head felt somewhat muddled, still recovering from the previous state, when he noticed Badamon vigorously flapping its wings atop him. What happened to me? Huashang weakly inquired. You are not dead yet. An indifferent voice drifted from Huashang's left. With a determined turn of his head, he discovered that the speaker was the long-absent mini-dragon, now gently floating in the air like a diminutive sprite, enveloped by a sphere of white light. Is that so? So I am not dead after all. Do you truly wish to die? The mini-dragon remarked blandly. Huashang shook his head, neither affirming nor denying. Your demeanor is quite dismal. The mini-dragon floated before Huashang, who had now managed to sit up with the support of Gabuman. The mini-dragon's reproachful voice pierced through. You fool, did I not warn you against seeking to enhance the power of Digimon through relentless slaughter? Moreover, your own depraved, bloodthirsty thoughts will influence their evolutionary paths. The correctness of a Digimon's evolution is inconsequential. What truly matters is the heart of the summoner. The recent evolution of Aguman into Black Greymon, now under the control of dark forces, serves as a punishment. Aguman. Huashang's memory flickered to the grayish-blue Black Greymon. What has become of it now? See for yourself. The mini-dragon gestured towards a nearby DG egg. What is this? It is Agumon's egg, but it is on the brink of perishing, murmured Digimon, an emotion Huashang could not name stirring within him. Supporting himself, Huashang slowly approached the DG egg and gently cradled it. To his astonishment, he felt a faint vitality emanating from the egg, just as Digimon had indicated. Indeed, it was nearing its end. Do you not feel remorse? The mini-dragon's voice chimed in, having noticed Huashang's impassive expression, devoid of joy, anger, or sorrow. What should I regret for transforming Agumon into this state? And if I truly did feel regret, would it even return? The mini-dragon fell silent. Indeed, no matter how deeply Huashang regretted, Agumon's DG core had been shattered beyond repair upon its return to the digital space. Its current existence was merely the final step before fading away. I truly cannot fathom how such a cold-hearted individual could bring a Digimon to life. The mini-dragon shook its head. What did you say? I birthed them. Did they not appear due to summoning? Fool. The mini-dragon scoffed, refusing to address Huashang's question. Furrowing his brow, Huashang suddenly had a thought. Then does this imply I can resurrect Agumon? No. The mini-dragon retorted without hesitation, observing the flicker of disappointment on Huashang's face. You cannot. Not now. Do you know why you were able to summon the rolling beast initially? Huashang shook his head. It was due to love that time. Your heart brimmed with affection for someone. And it was that love that birthed me and that allowed the rolling beasts to emerge from those DG eggs on this initial island. The sphere of light surrounding the mini-dragon brightened momentarily. And then a colorful door opened before Huashang, revealing countless DG eggs of various hues. And do you know why you were able to enter the digital space? Do you understand why the evolution power appeared on the Tyrannomon machine? Because at that time, you too were filled with feelings for someone, and that genuine emotion is the very essence of Digimon evolution. It was this tenfold evolution power that allowed me to pull you into this digital space. Emotion? The mini-dragon must be referring to the familial feelings he had for Sierra. If what you say is true, then I truly cannot bring you back to life, Agumon. You must despise me. For I brought you into this world only to snuff out your life. At this moment, Huashang gazed apologetically at the Digimon surrounding him, observing the adorable Gabumon and the bewildered Bada Beast, as well as Gabumon and Kabuteramon, who seemed to wish to say something but held their tongues. He understood he had gravely erred. Perhaps, as another version of me suggested, I am the one who ought to vanish. Agumon, you are correct. You should indeed cease to exist. Do you understand? It was you who opened the digital space, and it is because of you that this initial island came into being. But now do you comprehend what you have wrought? Look, the island has begun to fade. Soon, it will vanish entirely, along with everything, including you and me. As Huashang surveyed the scene around him, he witnessed the edges of the island, where vibrant streaks of color were flying away, while the ground beneath him slowly disappeared. You gave them life, yet it is your inner darkness that has choked their existence. You truly deserve this fate. If there is no love, why must you give rise to such wretched longings? Huashang fell silent, wordless, dazedly caressing the DG egg of Agumon that was on the verge of vanishing. What? Have you finally felt regret? The mini-dragon exclaimed loudly in Huashang's ear that moment. Gabumon could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Enough, mini-dragon. Do not speak to the master in such a manner. What are these wretched longings? We were born from the master's pure thoughts. Back when I was still in the DG egg, it was that fleeting thought that gave rise to my existence, awakening me like a voice. The master was truly wonderful then. Was it really? Huashang mused. Perhaps. But look, soon you will transform back into a DG egg and then vanish. What a pity it is to be bound to such a master. The mini-dragon sneered. Truly a pity, Agumon. Do you not agree? Huashang murmured to the DG egg. This incessant chatter, that mini-dragon is truly reminiscent of another version of me, equally bothersome. Be quiet. Since we are all destined to vanish, Huashang sat down, cradling the Digimon. Let it be so. I shall remain seated. In truth, death is not so terrifying. Huashang spoke softly, his eyes devoid of color. You see, he has given up on himself, the mini-dragon remarked with indifference. I do not regret. Bada Beast soared into Huashang's embrace, exclaiming, Master, I do not regret. I do not regret either. I love the master the most. The mini-dragon, witnessing the Digimon surrounding Huashang, felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. Chapter 34. The Crumbling World. The final hope. Huashang's once vacant eyes gradually regained a hint of color. He could not comprehend why the Digimon continued to support him so ardently. The declaration of I do not regret pierced Huashang's heart. leaving him in anguish. Somehow, he had always believed that any semblance of conscience should have been discarded the moment he took a life. Or perhaps even earlier, a memory so distant he had forgotten the passage of time. Without conscience, regret and guilt became meaningless. He merely trudged along the path of despair, resembling a zombie, numb to life. Indifferent to all, whether it be murder or women, showing neither compassion nor mercy. Perhaps only that unaware little creature could occasionally elicit a glimmer of sincerity from Huashang, as the mini-dragon had suggested. Such rare sincerity was what allowed the rolling beasts to hatch from their Digi eggs. Yet now, he felt none of it. Huashang silently caressed the Digi egg in his arms, casting an apologetic glance at the ever-closer Bada beast. The first apology since arriving in this other world, an indescribable atmosphere emanated from Huashang. Desolate as if he were the sole inhabitant of the world, perhaps he truly was. The world belonged to him alone. Suddenly, the Digimon and others surrounding him emitted a sorrowful glow, transforming silently into Digi eggs that scattered before Huashang. Damn it, the initial island. The mini-dragon looked on in alarm as the nearby grove continued to dissipate, the speed of its vanishing accelerating, soon threatening to engulf both it and Huashang. Huashang quietly observed the encroaching darkness that devoured the land, finding the scene of emptiness and murkiness eerily reminiscent of himself. A stillness akin to death. It is nearly over, Agumon, and all of you. Perhaps we shall be reborn in another form, or perhaps we shall simply cease to exist, but who can say for certain? Huashang gently gathered the digital eggs around him, encircling himself, touching one here, poking another there. Suddenly, he felt an intimate connection with these digital eggs, akin to that of a parent for his children. Much like little companions, though the world was on the brink of destruction, an air of warmth enveloped him. Time seemed to pause like a stagnant river, reflecting the memories of what had passed. Huashang vaguely recalled that fateful night under the twin moons, when Agumon had shielded him from harm, and his eyes grew moist. As he felt the cold droplets on his face, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "This time, before you even emerge, I find myself in tears. You must be quite pleased, right? You've always wanted me to weep, and now, I truly am," albeit silently. The earth had crumbled before him, resembling a colossal serpent with a gaping maw. Advancing swiftly, closer it came, now less than 100 meters away. A bit nearer still, now under 50 meters. Why is this happening? It shouldn't be like this. Huashang, stand up. Stand up. Mini-dragon shouted vehemently from the side, his expression wild and desperate. "You cold-blooded, heartless, selfish wretch. If you wish to die, that is your affair, but do not drag me down with you." Huashang cast a fleeting glance at Mini-dragon, before refocusing on the digital eggs beside him. His voice tinged with mockery and pity as he softly said, "What is this? Have you not always wanted me dead? Now that you've emerged from my body, you wish to cling to life? Do you understand?" Mini-dragon exclaimed in astonishment. "Though I do not grasp how you entered my body and supplanted its consciousness, do not forget, you are me, and I am you. Since you have longed for my disappearance. Is this not a splendid opportunity? No, it cannot be like this. I refuse to accept it." Mini-dragon's countenance grew fierce and unlovely. "Why, all along, have you controlled this body? Why must I cower in the depths? Merely observing you. Why do you deserve Xiaoyun's affection while I do not? Why is it you and Xiaoyun's child, rather than me? Why? Are you jealous? No, I loathe you. You have finally voiced your innermost thoughts. My second self, it's all the same. After all, we are destined to vanish together. That I must say, you are truly foolish." At that moment, tears streamed down Huashang's face. That in truth, there was no distinction between the first and second consciousness. All of it was illusory, as laughable as mere bubbles. Even if Huashang was indeed cowardly, it paled in comparison to the faade of strength. Was the second consciousness not the same? We are but one and the same individual. That I always believed that if you perished, I could replace you, become you. I in my mind, your darker aspects did not exist. I fancied myself drawn to the light, while you preferred to linger in the shadows. Why must you suppress me? Huashang sighed softly. Perhaps, as you say, I am selfish. Just as you wish to usurp my existence, I too do not wish to fade away. I truly despise you. The voice emanating from Mini-dragon shifted. It was now Huashang's voice, calm and devoid of sorrow. Just now, even the digital creatures chose you, even in the face of oblivion. They declared, "I do not regret." Huashang smiled, hearing the words of his second consciousness, and gently remarked, "Indeed, I find myself jealous of myself now. Such a wretched individual, yet I have companions who believe in me wholeheartedly. It is truly astonishing." Though they may not be human, they surpass many humans in worth to AT this moment. They lapsed into silence, gazing intently at the edge of the abyss, now mere meters away. Hey, if you could manifest, I would be quite pleased. At least I would have someone to confide in. Huashang smiled at his second consciousness done. The second consciousness continued to gaze at the edge, not turning back, responding softly to by the way, are you not coming back? Not at all. It is rare to have a body. Though the conditions are not ideal, it is certainly better than being trapped. I see. That's wonderful, but Mini Dragon will have to bear the burden of it. Without even realizing he is dead. Yes, it's truly pitiable. Huashang laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. It's truly amusing. Somehow, they exchanged glances and laughed joyfully. Until the moment their existence faded, the world fell silent. In the endless abyss of darkness, glimmers of light suddenly emerged, akin to twinkling stars, encircling something. At that moment, the digital eggs, which seemed on the verge of dispersing, radiated a gentle glow, converging towards a central point. Where a human figure materialized, it was Huashang. Am I not dead? Huashang mused, casting a puzzled glance at the dozens of digital eggs before him. So, in the end, did you all save me? You should thank them, a youthful voice chimed in, and Mini Dragon reappeared. Huh? Who are you? Of course, I am the most adorable Mini Dragon of the digital realm. You foolish creature, do you not realize how your mind operates? Such bizarre thoughts, you are quite the neurotic, and to occupy my body, how infuriating. Huashang shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, a doctor once mentioned I might be schizophrenic. Oh, what about him? Unsure. Has he not returned to you? Huashang shook his head. Feeling no familiar presence of the second consciousness, let us not dwell on your insanity for now. Quickly, take out your Digivice, Mini Dragon urged excitedly. Huh. Huashang complied. Retrieving the Digivice from his chest, a radiant white light illuminated the screen. Naturally, as the Digivice emerged, the digital eggs simultaneously unleashed beams of light towards it, causing the Digivice to levitate above his head, forming a pyramid of light. What is this? Light of hope? Mini Dragon explained. Finally, they did not waste their trust in you. Perhaps you are unaware, but until the very end, in your tranquility, you truly relinquished many burdens. You dared to confront yourself. You have learned to embrace the essence of love. You already possess it. Me. At the apex of the luminous transparent pyramid, a more intense beam of light shot forth, piercing the dark void. At that moment, a circular space appeared before Huashang, revealing the very initial village he once traversed. All right, Huashang, listen closely. Time is of the essence. What you must do now is ascend that mountain. Mini Dragon pointed to the towering peak in the center of the initial village, continuing, at the summit lies the power to resolve this crisis. Our only hope. Of course, should you wish to contemplate death as before, you may remain here until their final strength dissipates, and we all fade into nothingness. Huashang fell silent, gazing at the digital eggs still emanating light. As if many voices were beckoning him. I understand. Huashang nodded, and the pyramid guided him swiftly along the path illuminated by the light. Before long, he found himself once more upon the soil of initial village. The darkness of annihilation still advancing, with little left of the village save for the towering mountain. Infinite Mountain, the highest peak of the digital realm, its height unknown to anyone, yet at its summit lay the hidden power of hope. If he could reach it, perhaps matters could be resolved before the space was lost. Be cautious, and good luck, Mini Dragon said before entering the Digivice. The luminous pyramid vanished, and many of the digital eggs dissipated, leaving only 6, dim and flickering like candles on the verge of extinguishment. Holding them tightly to his chest, Huashang took slow, deliberate steps towards Infinite Mountain. Chapter 35. At the foot of Infinite Mountain. Huashang stood alone before a towering stone tablet, clutching the digital eggs. The tablet loomed large, about 10 meters high, inscribed with the words Infinite Mountain. Huashang had always found it curious. Could mere longing create a world? Was that not a tad exaggerated? Yet, there was no time for such thoughts. The encroaching darkness was nearing Infinite Mountain, and Huashang's time was limited. Gazing at the towering peak, seemingly endless, he pondered whether he could truly reach the summit in such a short span. It seemed an arduous task. Huashang smiled softly and murmured, "Since you all have entrusted your final hope to me." He affectionately nestled the digital eggs, swiftly traversing past the stone tablet. Then I shall continue onward, until the very moment the world ceases to exist. Put in more effort. Are you all not yet full? You bunch of scoundrels, straighten your backs and run faster. Anyone who lags behind will have to stand guard at the lookout station atop the canyon until dawn. An elderly man, his beard as white as snow yet possessing a robust physique, bellowed from a high platform. Below him lay a broad square, uneven and strewn with rugged stone pillars and numerous depressions. These obstacles rendered the strong men, each burdened with massive boulders weighing no less than 1,000 pounds, unable to run, instead moving with great difficulty, upon hearing of the chilling lookout station and the prospect of standing watch until dawn. The hundreds of strong men, as if fueled by the vigor of ancient deities, suddenly swelled with strength, bellowing like enraged bulls as they surged forward. The old man with the white beard nodded, finally revealing a hint of satisfaction. Soon after, he grumbled, "What is that lad doing over there? Just standing around. Where's my drink? Damn it. I've been starving all morning, and you can't even prepare a meal. All right, old man. At your age, can't you temper your temper? You claim to be a commander, yet act so rudely," a younger voice retorted. "Tom, I've been this way for over a century. Your grandmother bore your father because of my nature. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been born." The old man affectionately pinched the cheek of a smaller girl before squeezing it hard enough to leave an imprint. Strangely, the girl appeared unfazed by the pain, instead grasping the old man's hand. With a sudden twist, she bent his fingers back. "Whoa, have you gained strength? Truly, you are my offspring." He laughed heartily. The old man then shook his fist, returning his fingers to their original position. The girl's face, once pinched, now regained its elasticity, revealing her true features. She was not conventionally beautiful, but possessed a charm that was pleasing to the eye, with large eyes, sun-kissed skin reminiscent of wheat, and a short hairstyle that framed her face. Although her stature seemed diminutive beside the old man's imposing frame, she was, in fact, quite tall, her long legs accentuated by sun-kissed calves that gleamed in the sunlight. Save for a scar of about a foot in length on her right leg. "Drink this and perish," she scoffed, before seizing a large barrel behind her, easily over 1/2 meter in diameter, and appending it over the old man's head, dousing him in liquid. "Wild child, can't you be a little gentler like your grandmother?" the old man remarked, licking the liquor that dripped down. "Get lost. I'll do as I please." She shot back, pouring another huge bowl over him, revealing that she had brought 3 carts filled with 6 large bowls of liquor. "All right, if you pour any more, there won't be any left for this morning." She huffed that "I can't be bothered with you, old man. I'm off to hunt." With that, she leaped down from the platform, a steed already prepared, and galloped away. "Hey, Kessely, catch a big porcupine for me to roast tonight." The old man called after her. "What are you all staring at? I'm simply enjoying family time. Do you want me to crush you?" he bellowed, before sitting down and chugging from his bowl. Huashang frowned as he ascended the mountain path, which was not particularly arduous but twisted in a peculiar manner. He lost track of time in this place, where the sky remained perpetually bright, with darkness only encroaching at the mountain's edge, leaving little room for night. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Huashang regained his languid smile. Despite the encroaching darkness that hinted at his impending demise, his heart was tranquil. Indeed, he had never walked so steadily upon this path, seemingly crafted for him to ponder certain matters. He felt no fear, nor did he entertain unnecessary thoughts about life. His only companions were the digital eggs nestled in his arms, which seemed to converse with him in warm whispers. "I have no regrets," he declared. Huashang pondered whether it was easier for humans and non-human animals to form bonds. As he walked on, feeling the digital eggs grow heavier in his embrace, infinity without limits. On this road, his thoughts sharpened, and his perspective shifted. This was not denial. Differing views would only influence his future actions. His past decisions remained unopposed, for the journey ahead would depend on circumstances should he continue on. However, an awareness settled in his heart, bringing forth a multitude of considerations. Previously, he had laughed at those who withdrew from society out of weariness, for his ambitions had burned fiercely, rendering him indifferent to their retreat. But now he found himself chuckling at his own absurdity. In a fleeting moment, Huashang felt as if the digital eggs in his hands glowed with a newfound light. He relished solitary strolls, where contemplation flourished. Yet now, the same thoughts took on a different direction, akin to climbing upward rather than merely walking. He continued onward, as if entering his own realm. The eggs provided weight, his steps lent heft to the path, and the path guided his reflections. Though twisted, he remained unaware that each step elevated him further, inching closer to his destination. Was this regret? Abruptly halting, Huashang realized he had scaled a great height, much like how he had unknowingly ascended to a lofty status. Not entirely, he mused, approaching the mountain's edge. With one more step, he could fall, yet he felt no fear. Instead, he sat at the precipice, quietly observing the encroaching darkness. He was not weary, he merely sought to rest. Feeling his mind clear, far more serene than when he first began the ascent. If I were to fall from this height, I would surely meet a terrible fate. Wouldn't you agree? He softly addressed the digital eggs in his grasp. He often claimed to be cowardly, surviving only by trampling others. In retrospect, he thought he was right back then. Rising once more, he continued his ascent. It seemed as if various elements pressed into the depths of Huashang's heart, compressing those aspects he deemed filthy yet could not relinquish into a singular mass. I truly despise those filthy, cowardly, malevolent aspects, he thought, feeling them condense into an almost imperceptible point. He longed to weep. At last, that point reached its limit and burst forth, flooding his being with the accumulated darkness, returning to his flesh and bones, becoming instinct. His thoughts felt momentarily vacant, yet from the depths of his heart and the digital eggs in his hands, something new emerged. The darkness within his being still glimmered, but it could not overshadow the light that now filled his heart. Like a colossal black sphere enveloping a radiant core, light streamed through the cracks of that sphere. Black and white intertwined to forge a world of contrasts. And now, I have you. A melodic chime resonated from the digital device, emitting a gentle, warm light. The digital eggs in Huashang's hands cracked open, revealing new life as several adorable, rosy heads emerged, 6 pairs of large eyes gazing innocently at him. As if preordained, Huashang waved his hand, smiling as he said, "Welcome, my companions. This time, perhaps I won't let you down." The little digital beast leapt from his embrace, chattering excitedly as they began their new lives. All right, I'm just as delighted," Huashang remarked, glancing at the summit that seemed so close, as he walked forward with hands clasped behind his back, softly declaring, "Come, let you be the heroes who save the world." The bell of the Tyrannosaurus roared louder, echoing through the skies and dispersing the clouds atop the mountain peak. The Bottomon was the first to follow, trailing behind Huashang, evolving into a Rollmon. Following closely was the Mayflyman, who cheerfully proclaimed, "Mayflyman evolves into Batamon. Evolve into Beetlemon. Evolve into Bigmon. Evolve into Gabuman. I am no longer alone. Perhaps I may still harbor some weaknesses, but I am blessed with wonderful friends. Would you be pleased, the dissipating me? Look, they, along with me, are acutely aware of each other's presence." Huashang. Rollmon cried out, leaping onto Huashang's head and bouncing gleefully. Huashang gently lifted Rollmon off his head and smiled, saying, "What a mischievous little creature you are. Look at your companions, you were the last to join." Rollmon, appearing quite delighted, leapt down from Huashang's hands, darting ahead and beginning to emit a soft glow. Rollmon awakened and evolved into Tyrannomon. "Huashang, hop on, let's pick up the pace. And you all, don't be lazy now, Gabuman." How effortless this is." Huashang mounted Tyrannomon's shoulder, gazing ahead where he could see the end. He also glanced back, where it seemed a figure waved goodbye to him, saying, "Farewell." Huashang looked up at the mountain peak, waved his hand behind his head, and murmured, "Farewell, Garuramon, Batamon, Bigmon, Cactamon." Suddenly, he wondered, why can't I evolve? Batamon flapped its wings vigorously, flying into Huashang's embrace. "You can't evolve because you've eaten too much." Tyrannomon chuckled. Chapter 36, on Infinite Mountain, the Demon Beast. At the summit of Infinite Mountain, there lay an expansive platform. In the center of this platform rested a tranquil pool of water, emanating a faint black glow. "I've arrived. I am the first," Garuramon exclaimed joyfully. Shortly after, Tyrannomon, along with Huashang, ascended the mountain platform. Following them were Batamon and the others. "What's wrong, little one? Still sulking?" Huashang affectionately patted Batamon's head. Batamon shook its head and nodded. Lost in thought, Huashang patted its head again, saying nothing. At that moment, whether Batamon could evolve or not was of little consequence to him, as long as he knew that this adorable Digimon beside him had its own unique life essence. Sensing Huashang's warmth, Batamon smiled and returned to its youthful tone. I understand now. Huashang, what a heartwarming scene it was." Huashang turned to follow the voice, only to discover a shadow standing in the middle of the platform. A pair of massive, tattered wings extending from its back. It stretched its long, dark hands upwards, gazing at the sky. "Welcome to this place, Huashang. Do you know?" Huashang asked, somewhat perplexed. "Why not? I was born alongside them. You are the one who hatched me." "The Demon Beast. It is the Demon Beast," Bigmon suddenly exclaimed, flying in front of Huashang, visibly anxious. "The Demon Beast is an evil Digimon. Its existence is solely to bring destruction to this world. The legends were true." Huashang began, but his words trailed off. Huashang shrugged and offered a reassuring expression to Tyrannomon and the others, saying, "It's all right. As long as we can defeat it, what does it matter, Tyrannomon, and all of you? I am not so fragile." At that moment, The demon beast crossed its arms over its chest, its crimson pupils fixed on Huashang. Really? Huashang, are you certain? Ha ha ha. Do not forget, I was birthed from you. I know what you were thinking. How absurd, it continued, to have learned to possess such mundane emotions. Indeed, they are rather trivial, but since life must go on, such sentiments are still necessary. At least I have them by my side. What about you? The demon beast shook its head, stating, You still do not understand. Do you believe you have truly eradicated the darkness within you? As long as I exist, you will forever remain that heartless person. Those fundamental aspects will always follow you. Huashang gently patted Big Mon in front of him and stepped forward, gazing calmly at the demon beast. I have never claimed to abandon those things. I have merely come to understand certain truths. Suddenly, a flame erupted from Huashang's hand. Like this, power is essential no matter where or when. In the past, I sought after such things, and in the future, I shall continue to pursue them. The flame gradually transformed into a small fireball. Hovering before Huashang. I desire this world to return to its original state because I am selfish. I do not wish for them to perish. Similarly, if you stand in my way, I will destroy you. And that too is born from my selfishness. Do you understand, demon beast? The fireball was hurled at the demon beast, but was blocked by its wings behind it. Humph, enough with the chatter, let us fight. Do you not wish to save this realm? Then come, strike me. The demon beast extended one hand forward and then vanished into the ground. Death's claw. Ah, Garurumon. Watch out behind you. Cactamon suddenly shouted loudly from the side. What? Garurumon instinctively turned around, only to find a black claw suddenly appearing behind it. The next moment it was seized from behind, emitting a black, lightning-like glow from its claws. The dream ends here. Let me show you what it feels like to turn wicked. My partner born alongside me. Ha ha ha. The demon beast withdrew its hand, crossing it once more over its chest. Roar. Garurumon, for some unknown reason, suddenly transformed, its entire body adopting a gray-blue hue, reminiscent of the previous black Tyrannoman. With crimson eyes ablaze, damn it, Garurumon has been controlled by the demon beast. In midair, Batamon quickly unleashed the meteor wings, sending Garurumon, in its frenzy, hurtling toward Huashang's foxfire, blocking it. Huashang, step back. Cactamon hurriedly positioned itself in front of Huashang. Joined by Big Mon, Tyrannoman, and Batamon, Huashang, are you really going to hide behind them? The demon beast taunted, floating in the air, looking down at the scene. Huashang, you truly remain cowardly. Huashang chuckled softly, not the slightest bit angered by the demon beast's mockery. All he felt was warmth in his heart. It was not that he was hiding behind Tyrannoman and the others, rather, they had chosen to stand before him. For the first time, Huashang gently cradled Batamon in his arms. Stepping forward, tilting his head up towards the demon beast. Do you have any? Huashang asked, staring calmly and serenely at it, observing its bared teeth and its tail curling into the air. Garurumon, why are you just standing there? Kill him. I command you to kill him. The demon beast, hovering in the sky, could hardly tolerate Huashang's demeanor, that gaze filled with disregard and mockery in its eyes. Huashang was even weaker than its own Digimon. A pitiful being who dared to ignore its existence. Huashang. It's dangerous. Seeing the demon beast raise its claws to strike at Huashang, Tyrannoman rushed forward in haste. Batamon and Bigmon prepared their attacks. Meanwhile, Huashang simply extended one hand, gently saying, Do not worry, I am fine. Garurumon will not harm me. I know. Huashang's hand reached out to Garurumon's still stationary claw. I cannot sense your presence, demon beast. Perhaps you hide deep within. But do you know, Garurumon has always stood before me. Do you hear me, Garurumon? Their hands and claws finally met, softly yet firmly connecting. From the point where they joined, a glimmer of light emerged, gradually dispelling the gray-blue hue from Garurumon's claw, restoring its previous color and eyes. Huashang, I'm sorry, I've returned, and that is enough. Huashang smiled, stating that in that moment, the demon beast's tactics seemed rather ridiculous. No harm had been done, and it was all over. Like awakening from a fleeting dream, ephemeral and elusive. The next moment, Garurumon turned around, glaring fiercely at the demon beast, saying, Is it enjoyable to toy with others' hearts? At that moment, the demon beast gently tapped its head with one hand, saying, I overlooked that. However, I did not expect you to possess such surprising abilities. Truly unexpected, but it matters not. It is merely a waste of energy. Upon concluding its utterance, the body of the demon beast expanded astonishingly by more than 10 meters, eclipsing the once azure sky, which became shrouded in its shadow, casting a pall over the flowers and their observers. As it suddenly spread its crossed arms, numerous black orbs of light shot forth from the demon beast. cascading downwards like meteorites. These black spheres, imbued with an unusual weight and a swift velocity, were suffused with a corrosive power, pummeling the mountaintop platform and leaving it pockmarked. The digital beasts, akin to creatures scalded upon a red-hot iron plate, darted about chaotically. At that moment, the cactus beast swiftly selected its body, releasing a multitude of needle-like spines that shot forth, creating a vacuum in the area where the scattered black orbs had fallen. With a flourish of its wings, the bird-like beast unleashed a formidable energy beam, while the Tyrannoman super flame erupted from its maw, intertwining with the fox-like flames of the Garurumon, together forming a towering column of red and blue fire directed at the demon beast. However, these simultaneous assaults, striking the demon beast almost at once, dissipated with little effect before it, leaving it unscathed. "You are all far too weak," it taunted. At that moment, the Bedorman, having inexplicably taken flight above the demon beast, flapped its fiery red wings, launching a fiery assault that directly struck the demon beast atop its head. The tremendous force of the explosion caught the demon beast off guard, causing it to stagger slightly before plummeting from its lofty perch. "Excellent. We've defeated it," exclaimed Huashang, delightedly patting the Bedorman nestled in her arms. However, she cautioned, "Not yet, little one. You must stay here. If it were that easy to vanquish it, I would be overjoyed." A dagger appeared in Huashang's hand, stained with remnants of dried crimson. Gazing at the peculiar bloodstains, she felt an odd detachment. The thrill of wielding a weapon had inexplicably faded. It seems that bloodlust has waned, she mused, which is rather fortunate. Meanwhile, the demon beast lay on the ground, a sinister grin adorning its face as it plunged its hands into the earth, its entire form vanishing from sight. Huashang inhaled deeply, her inner force surging with unmatched momentum. As her senses emanated outward, searching for the demon beast's whereabouts, "Cactus beast," she shouted, rushing forth in haste. In that moment, from beneath the cactus beast's feet emerged a pair of elongated black hands, followed by the entire form of the demon beast reappearing behind it. Restored to its original size, the demon beast opened its maw wide, its claws gripping the cactus beast's head tightly, summoning forth tendrils of black gas. The cactus beast cried out in agony, while the Tyrannoman and others stood helpless, witnessing the torment inflicted upon their companion. Cackling, the demon beast proclaimed, "You shall be the first." Chapter 37. The Alliance of Beasts. Soon, a streak of light appeared on the back of the demon beast's hand, followed by a sudden upward kick that propelled its chin backward. It was Huashang, moving with grace like a flowing dragon, who had dashed to the demon beast's side, temporarily rescuing the cactus beast. This reprieve was but fleeting, for the inertia of the attack was substantial yet failed to inflict any harm upon the demon beast. Though it remained in a backward-leaning posture, its damaged wings flapped violently forward, sending Huashang and the cactus beast sprawling in opposite directions. The cactus beast had valiantly shielded Huashang, absorbing the brunt of the demon beast's wing strike, and was hurled far from the ground, unable to rise again at that moment. In contrast, Huashang executed a graceful somersault in midair before landing safely, albeit with a slight jolt to her insides, remaining otherwise unharmed. Just as she touched down, the demon beast was struck once more by the Tyrannoman super flame, the Garurumon's fox flames, and the bird-like beast's mighty barrage, leaving it momentarily immobilized. Yet, as it attempted to ascend, a colossal meteor wing awaited it. The simultaneous onslaught shattered the mountaintop platform, sending sand and debris into a cloud, obscuring the area. The Bedorman gazed anxiously at the dissipating dust, aware that it was the only one present not engaged in battle. Feeling a growing sense of helplessness, a feeling of resentment stirred within it. Why could it not evolve? I longed to assist Huashang and the others. The demon beast, though not defeated and only slightly disheveled, wore a menacing grin, its wings battered, but its countenance still fierce and unyielding. "Good teamwork," it sneered, flapping its wings. "Yet, it remains insufficiently powerful, Huashang. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, the demon beast lowered its posture, gliding menacingly toward Huashang, its arms slicing through the air, creating twin streaks of black light, swift as shooting stars. The demon beast's speed was astounding, and before the Tyrannoman, Garurumon, and Bedorman could react, it had closed the distance to merely 10 meters from Huashang. With only the Tyrannoman standing in its path, in a defiance of physical inertia, the Tyrannoman swung its robust tail, striking forward. With a resounding crack, the demon beast seized the Tyrannoman by the tail, whirling it around before flinging it far away. "Now, it's just you left," it declared, diving toward Huashang, the twin streaks of darkness closing in. The sharp tips of its claws clashed with her dagger, propelling Huashang backward under the overwhelming force of the demon beast's assault. which she knew was still holding back. It was merely a game to the demon beast. Ha ha ha. Ascend. It cackled as it executed a sweeping motion, striking Huashang squarely in the abdomen, sending her soaring toward the heavens. Huashang's body continued to rise, but the demon beast flickered, reappearing behind her, its hands clasping together as it struck her back with tremendous force. So weak. Blood spilled forth from her mouth, her insides feeling as if crushed by a freight truck. Pain coursing through her. The impact on her spine rendered her half paralyzed, collapsing to the ground, unable to lift her head. Meteor wings. The Bedouin flapped its fiery wings, unleashing a torrent of flames at the demon beast. Humph, an eyesore, it scoffed, dispersing the flames with a flick of its foot, then delivering a powerful kick to the Garurumon, sending it flying, while its elbow met the cactus beast's heavy punch, using its head as a weapon to strike back. Do you think you incomplete digital beasts can resist me? You overestimate yourselves. The demon beast observed the incapacitated Tyrannomon and others, unperturbed, its gaze drawn to the encroaching darkness from the mountain's base. Very soon, it murmured, approaching the helpless Huashang. Once the darkness engulfs this peak, I shall seize the entirety of digital space's power from you. I will create a world of my own and ascend as the god of demons. With that, it began to stomp forcefully upon Huashang's back, laughing maniacally. You declare yourself a coward, the most useless of beings. Proclaim your own demise. Speak it. Huashang, please. Do not continue to harm him. The Bedouin dove, transforming into a colossal firestone. Witnessing Huashang's torment and her inability to speak, which filled it with sorrow and rage, not only the Bedouin, but the Garurumon ignited with blue-white flames, the bird-like beast crackled with electric energy, and the cactus beast's spines morphed into radiant needles. Our demon beast, they cried. Following them, the Tyrannomon remained silent, its entire form turning a translucent yellow, revealing a small figure within. It was Agumon. We were born from Huashang's longing. We understand him. Huashang is, in truth, very lonely. He just never speaks of it. But, we know, each time he takes a life, he weeps, even if he himself is unaware. We do not regret. We do not regret. We shall not allow you to harm him. They harmonized in voice and silhouette. And in the sentiments regarding the blooming flowers, they merged into one, transforming into light. The light coalesced into beams, pausing momentarily beside the flower admirer, as if bidding a final farewell. It then journeyed onwards, arriving before the demon beast, piercing through its chest, whereupon everything in that instant metamorphosed into light, faint and scattered. It descended like starlight. These starry glimmers congregated before the flower admirer, forming clusters reminiscent of nebulas, ultimately reverting to digital eggs, lying quietly within reach, yet just beyond the touch. At last, with the aid of the Barda beast, the flower admirer rose, gathering the digital eggs tightly in an embrace. Shang. The Barda beast softly called out. The flower admirer gazed tenderly at the Barda beast, a gentle smile gracing their face. I am fine, and they are too. Barda beast, do you understand? I will surely awaken them again, perhaps soon, or perhaps after a long time. But I know I will. Do you agree? Yet the smile carried a tinge of sorrow, betraying an indescribable blend of joy and melancholy. Indeed, it will happen. Shang. The Barda beast nodded vigorously, soaring above the digital eggs, touching one and then another, exclaiming, this is Agumon, and this is Palmon. They will awaken again. Supported by one another, the flower admirer stood, their hands clasped tightly, feeling the weight of the digital eggs. Shang. What should we do now? The Barda beast innocently inquired. You are certainly dead. The laughter echoed ominously as countless black dots emerged in the air, coalescing into a singular form. The demon beast? The Barda beast gazed in terror at the assembly of black dots, revealing the resurrected demon beast unscathed, with not a single mark of injury. What a surprise! Had darkness not already consumed this place, I would have annihilated them. The demon beast arrogantly unfurled its wings, as streams of dark energy surged into its being from the abyss. Shang, we must flee. We cannot win this battle. The Barda beast clutched the flower admirer's collar with urgency. The flower admirer shook their head, smiling at the Barda beast. Little one, your siblings just fought valiantly for you and me. Can we abandon them now? The flower admirer gently stroked the Barda beast's head, continuing, we have nowhere to escape to. Learn to be strong. Do not allow the darkness to shroud your heart as it has mine. Strive to become light, a warmth to others, understand? Shang, how can you still lecture at a time like this? It's truly annoying. The demon beast halted its absorption of darkness, and in the next moment, seized the flower admirer's head, lifting them high. You know, I genuinely despise you. Someone once told me that I have always loathed myself as well. As the grip tightened, a tearing pain shot through the flower admirer's neck. Yet they struggled to raise their voice, as if to be heard by the demon beast. I detest her tone. What do you think you are? A deity with insight into the world's truths? Or a sage? Do not forget, you were stained with more blood than I. Your hands are dirtier than mine. I was born from your darkness, thus, I loathe you. And let the digital eggs in your grasp vanish. The demon beast's other hand lunged for the digital eggs in the flower admirer's embrace, intent on their destruction. Can you still claim to have emotions? Just as the demon beast's hand was about to touch the eggs, another hand latched onto it, gripping tightly. It seems you truly care for them, the demon beast remarked, tilting its head as it observed the flower admirer. Because they care for me. Twice, they became digital eggs because of me. I do not know what helplessness and confusion they endured before hatching. Yet, I do not wish to possess such burdens myself, especially not before me. Then I shall grant you this. The demon beast's sharp claws pierced the flower admirer's chest, the digital eggs dangling like puppets from its hand. Thank you. The demon beast erupted into laughter. Thank you. You dare utter such words. It seems your mind has truly frayed. Killing such an individual is utterly dull. Perhaps. Huashang. In a moment of desperation, the Barda beast lunged at the demon beast's hand, unleashing wave after wave of air blasts, followed by a fierce biting at its grip. Release him. Release Huashang. Let go. What a determined little one. The demon beast flicked its hand, casting the flower admirer far away, plunging them into the pool nestled amidst the mountain peaks, splashing the inky waters. Now, only you remain, little one. Ha ha ha. With a firm grasp, the demon beast held the Barda beast, ready to crush it into a mere collection of data. Why, is it only me? As the flower admirer sank deeper into the obsidian water, devoid of light, they felt an oppressive weight. Clutching the digital eggs of Agumon and the others, they hesitated to release them, as their heaviness seemed to diminish, perhaps due to the encroaching fog of consciousness. I once lost something. Chapter 38, Angeman, the Lost Light. I once lost something. That winter was frigid. The northern city was dusted with fine snowflakes. A sheen of ice formed upon the ground. The streets were sparse with vehicles. As night fell, and few had returned to the warmth of their homes. A small child, merely 8 or 9 years of age, trembled across the slick road, hurriedly glancing at the traffic light turning red. Quickening their pace, clad in thin, inadequate clothing, the biting wind made its presence felt. Finally, the child reached the opposite side of the road, standing before a dumpling shop nestled against a narrow alley. They exhaled a breath, rubbing their hands together as if to erase the grime, applying more force. A woman had been watching at the dumpling shop, and as the child approached, she gently brushed aside their tousled hair. Noticing the reddened hands, her heart aching. Child, would you come home with me? Annie will take care of you. For reasons unknown, the child shook their head at that moment, casting their gaze toward the steaming dumplings beside them. Undeterred, the woman quickly packaged a generous portion of dumplings for the child, continuing her plea. This winter is too cold. You cannot survive alone. Why not spend this winter at Annie's home? My mother will come back for me. The child replied stubbornly, clutching the large box of dumplings, darting back across the road beneath the railing. Child, don't go. The woman chased after, but after a few steps, she realized the child had vanished from sight. Prompting a sigh as she returned to her shop. Only after she departed did the child emerge from behind the trash, tears streaming as they watched the woman fade away, devouring the steaming dumplings in hand. The child grew older. That bitter winter finally passed, but it left them with a severe cough. Coughing persistently, they sat on the roadside railing, observing the vehicles pass by, hoping to spot the woman who would come down to tell them to go home. Days turned into weeks, and the child shifted from watching the cars to gazing at the shop windows, some items appealing to them, others reminiscent of what their mother had once cherished. Another winter arrived. Yet the child's growth seemed to have halted. Their cough remained intermittent, never truly abating. A blankness enveloped their memory, and upon waking, the child found themselves in a courtyard filled with many other children. Later, an elderly woman known as the director informed them that some individuals had abducted them to this city, intending to sell them. Fortunately, the authorities intervened and rescued them, yet their family remained unfound, leading to their placement in this establishment, the Love Orphanage. From that day forth, the child began their life there. The director, unsure of their age, merely estimated them to be 10 based on their appearance. Grandma, why don't I have a father? Why has my mother come to fetch me? The child, now a year older, inquired of the director, who had shown great affection towards the children. Perhaps they are busy. How can you know they do not want you if you have not seen them? You have vanished once more, and they are likely searching for you. Dear child. No parent would willingly abandon their offspring. Is that truly the case? A few weeks later, a family expressed their desire to adopt a child. They had a lovely little girl named Huashang, and the child was given the name Huashang. The little girl clung to her new brother, following him everywhere and calling out to him for a long, long time. Yet, within a matter of months, the child disappeared again. The adults in the household sought him out at the Love Orphanage, only to discover he had not returned there, seemingly vanished from the city altogether, while the little girl sobbed, yearning for her brother. Master, why can't I cultivate the inner strength you speak of? The bald wanderer gently touched the child, who was almost grown to his chest, and said, because Huashang is a good child, he does not require such things. The child took a life for the first time, a young man who claimed he was a bastard. Using a sharpened wooden stick to pierce through the young man's chest, having witnessed how thugs committed murder, he learned to do so for the sake of survival. Will I be a good child? Master, elder brother, please do not kill any longer. The child grew into an adult, and by chance, he encountered the little girl who had once followed him, now holding her lifeless body, rendered speechless. The elderly matron, relying on a cane, gazed at the young man before her with surprise, as if she had never seen him before. He cradled an infant in his arms, transferring the child into her hands, leaving behind a sum of money before departing. Uncle Shang, why do I not have a father and mother? Perhaps they do not know you are here, little one. They might still be searching for you, just unaware of your whereabouts. Who knows? Your parents may appear tomorrow. Really? I have no regrets. The demon beast seized the Bada beast and approached the black pool of water, addressing the struggling Bada beast. Do you think it is a tragic fate to have such a master? Would you care to follow me? I shall make you strong, turning you into a demon like me. I have no regrets, the Bada beast murmured. Then you shall accompany him. With that, the demon beast cast the Bada beast into the pool. I have lost something, things I yearn to reclaim, truly. Suddenly, something collided with Huashang, jolting him from his haze, and in an instant, sensation surged back like a tide. At that moment, light appeared, an abundance of light emanating from the pool. As darkness receded from the water, light had returned. It seemed as if a voice urged Huashang to grasp the Tyrannosaurus device he possessed. He did so, and then the device in his hand began to glow, initiating a transformation into a form Huashang had never witnessed before. Holding the newly transformed device aloft, it radiated a warm, gentle light that enveloped the Bada beast, then shot forth into the plane of the pool. The light pierced through the water, soaring into the infinite darkness, like a sacred arrow cleaving through the shadows. What is happening? The fountain of hope is tainted by darkness. Evolutionary light. At that moment, the demon beast heard a melodious sound that pierced the heavens. As a small shadow emerged from the pool, surrounded by light, and slowly, Huashang ascended. He still clutched the digital egg, refusing to give up. Bada beast, evolve into angel beast, emerging from the beam of light, with a trail of brilliance behind. The angel beast brandished a golden staff, unfurling 6 pristine wings, and proclaimed, I am born from the realm of hope. Awaken, slumbering digital spirits, from fear and uncertainty. Grant me the divine power to shatter this darkness. The digital egg in Huashang's embrace emanated a soft, colorful glow, flowing towards the angel beast. Infinite Mountain had been consumed by darkness up to its peak, leaving only a few square meters around the pool gradually resurfacing. Countless rays of light ascended from beneath the mountain, breaking through the restless darkness and flowing into the angel beast. Impossible. You cannot evolve, Huashang. He is merely a person consumed by despair. He cannot possess the strength to summon you. I refuse to accept this. It was so close. Why? Demon beast, there are things you will never comprehend, for you were birthed from Huashang's despair and corruption. Thus, you know not the light that lies deep within his heart. The elevated voice of the angel beast echoed across the sky, reaching Huashang's ears. The light within my heart. Huashang clutched the digital beast closer, whispering, do I possess it? Indeed. Huashang possesses it. He has it. Yes, it exists. You all have returned. Everyone has returned. Huashang was at a loss for words, tears flowing from his eyes, which warmed as they reached his lips, carrying a hint of sweetness. Indeed, as long as you wish for it. The angel beast hovered before Huashang, saying, my ability to evolve is the greatest proof, is it not? You cannot do this. You all must perish. A pitch-black sphere of light surged from the demon beast, imbued with a devouring power, hurtling towards the crowd. You still wish to commit evil. Those souls tainted by darkness. I command you to dissipate. Heaven's fist. The angel beast's staff vanished, transforming into light, converging in its hands, coalescing between its fingers. Then it struck. From the summit, a sacred beam of light surged forth, breaking through the endless darkness. A gaping hole appeared in the demon beast's chest, where no blood flowed. only the essence of life slowly dissipating. Do not revel too much. One day, I shall return, bearing even greater darkness, reborn from the remnants of your heart. As long as a trace of evil remains within you, I shall always lurk in your heart, Huashang. Remember, my name is Demon Beast, the demon within your soul. Yes, I too wish to see how far I can go. Calmly observing the slowly dissipating Demon Beast, Huashang felt an odd sensation, as if he were no longer himself. After vanquishing the Demon Beast, the Angel Beast reverted to Bada Beast, who adorably tilted its head and said, what did I just do? Huashang, it feels like I had a dream in which I defeated the Demon Beast. You should ask the Rolling Beast about it. Huashang chuckled, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort. Hey, when did you hatch again? So soon, I hope you aren't malnourished. Bada Beast's comment caused the previously joyous Rolling Beast to halt. Eager to recount its glorious deeds, laughter echoed across the peak, and with the sound of joy, Infinite Mountain began to materialize, as if all life were reborn, spring returning to the earth. Look, the ocean has returned. They approached the cliff's edge, where a new world emerged, grazed by a sun rising above the sea. Congratulations! At that moment, Mini Dragon emerged from the new Tyrannosaurus device, addressing Huashang. Chapter 39 has begun. The true digital Tyrannosaurus device. Congratulations, I merely did what was necessary. There is nothing worthy of celebration, Huashang remarked, gazing at the rising sun. Mini Dragon perched on Huashang's shoulder, wrapping around his forearm, its tail pointing at the Tyrannosaurus device in Huashang's hand, saying, you may not yet realize that the current digital Tyrannosaurus device is its original form. What you possessed before was incomplete. It retained the same red and black metallic shell. Yet now the digital Tyrannosaurus device was distinctly different. Adorned with peculiar runes that naturally protruded from its surface, slightly larger than before. It featured only 2 buttons, and the device displayed a new interface. Gone were the avatars for summoning digital beasts. Instead, only the information of the existing rolling beasts appeared, with the indicators of evolution replaced by a red and a purple bar. The red indicated their status, essentially their health, while the purple bar represented resonance. When you achieve resonance with them, they will evolve, explained Mini Dragon. But what if they resort to killing again? Would that lead to erroneous evolution? This was something Huashang yearned to know, for he wished to avoid witnessing the likes of Black Tyrannosaurus Beast ever again. He could no longer bear such a weight. After this journey through the digital realm, his values underwent a subtle transformation. He no longer intended to employ the rolling beasts for futile battles. Those endearing digital creatures had, at that moment, become akin to his children. Mini Dragon shook its head and remarked, the evolution of digital spirits knows no distinction between right and wrong, regardless of the direction their evolution takes. It cannot alter their essence as digital beings. Moreover, since you have earned the recognition of the Fountain of Hope, it is highly unlikely that any evolved forms will turn against you again. Huashang furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before inquiring, from what you say, can I infer that you are suggesting I continue to use slaughter to facilitate their evolution? Mini Dragon, it replied. What I mean is that you are of utmost importance. I merely presented direction of choice. After all, you are the master of the Tyrannosaurus machine, and it is because of you that the initial island of rebirth has come into existence. The laws have granted you such power. A side glance from the rolling beast revealed its concern for Huashang. It was aware of these matters the moment the new world was born. In truth, all digital creatures shared this knowledge. This was a result of the laws at play, a natural inheritance of memory. If Huashang wished to employ slaughter as before for their evolution, they would comply, albeit with reluctance towards such a mode of evolution. Very well, I understand. Huashang soon arrived at a decision. Looking tenderly at the rolling beasts, he said, from now on, I shall rely on your efforts. For I am uncertain if I can resonate with you as I did this time. Huashang, the rolling beast exclaimed before leaping onto his head, joyfully tumbling about. Not just the rolling beast, but the Bada beast and others also displayed expressions of delight. You have truly made up your mind, but this choice will not greatly enhance your strength, Mini Dragon stated. This time, Huashang merely patted Mini Dragon's head, responding with a soft, there were no grand proclamations of assurance, yet Mini Dragon discerned a genuine determination within that simple word. Very well, you have qualified. Huashang noticed that Mini Dragon's words were quite incongruous with its appearance. Your attitude is commendable, thus I have decided to share some favorable news with you. Mini Dragon paused, observing the eager expressions of the rolling beast before continuing. In truth, there exists a vast array of digital creatures. Yet their essential attributes can be classified into 3 categories: vaccine, data, and virus. The rolling beasts belong to the vaccine category, representing the righteous side. Therefore, resonating with you for their evolution is the optimal choice, as it best stimulates their potential. As for data-type digital creatures, they are more ambiguous. Both methods can be employed, depending on your choice. The favorable news I speak of pertains to the virus type. Upon hearing this, Huashang seemed to grasp something immediately, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that for virus-type digital creatures, one can use slaughter to facilitate their evolution?" Indeed, many dragon affirmed virus-type digital creatures inherently possess qualities of destruction and despair. Slaughter is a favored pursuit for them, aligning with their modus operandi. Furthermore, these virus-type creatures are presently the most suitable for you, as although you have come to understand sincerity and have developed genuine feelings for the rolling beasts. This is commendable. Yet, you must also recognize that the darkness intertwined with your aspirations has become an intrinsic part of you. While you can treat the rolling beast well, it does not imply that you can maintain this demeanor toward everything else. Huashang remained silent, tacitly acknowledging many dragons' assertions. It seems I am truly not a good person. He chuckled softly. As for summoning virus-type digital creatures, it relates to your own strength, much like before. Also, now that the Tyrannosaurus machine has assumed its true form, digital creatures can currently only be summoned one per day, albeit there is no time limit. You may leave them in the digital realm or summon them to the real world. However, your abilities are presently too weak, allowing only one slot. When you wish for one to appear, you must exchange another to return here. Huashang listened intently to Mini Dragon's explanation before remarking, "You now resemble a guiding spirit. Why did you not explain these matters to me from the outset?" Mini Dragon scoffed. "Had I disclosed these details at the beginning, would you have listened? You might have eagerly summoned a multitude of virus types, wreaking havoc in the process. Moreover, the Tyrannosaurus machine lacked such capabilities back then." Huashang sighed, realizing he had no words to counter. While Mini Dragon's statements were harsh, he understood their truth. "Very well. You may now select some virus-type digital creatures for incubation and summoning," Mini Dragon said, opening the list of virus-type digital creatures on the Tyrannosaurus machine. All were creatures in their growth phase. Huashang waved his hand, saying, "Not for now, perhaps later. The rolling beasts beside me are already enough to keep me occupied, and I do not possess the desire for an abundance." Furthermore, he was uncertain how he would feel about newly summoned digital creatures. They might feel foreign, unlike the rolling beasts who had accompanied his growth. Moreover, the notion of virus-type digital creatures reminded him of the demon beast and the words spoken before its disappearance, casting a shadow over his heart. "Do as you please. You are the master, and your will prevails. Can I enter here at any time?" "Certainly, but doing so will consume your own energy. The stronger your power, the longer you can stay. As it stands, you can remain for a maximum of 5 minutes. Huashang frowned, pinching Mini Dragon's nose, and coldly demanded, "Why did you not mention this sooner?" I was rather excited earlier and simply forgot," Mini Dragon replied. "Very well," Huashang said, squeezing Mini Dragon's face a bit harder. "If Okate City is viewed as the frontier outpost between the Empire and the Beast Men, then the Daraka Gorge, nestled between Okate City and Linyuan City, serves as the first bastion of the human empire. On the left side of Daraka Gorge lies the endless, absurdly tall Black Ice Mountain Range. The Beastmen have yet to evolve to such a high level to traverse it. On the right side sprawls the fearsome grassland, a place where not even the Beastmen's sword saints have emerged unscathed, rendering it almost negligible. The fearsome grassland and the Black Ice Mountain Range flank Daraka Gorge, creating a triangular terrain, thus establishing it as the sole passage between the north, the Beastmen, and the Empire. Other routes, such as waterways, fall outside the purview of Okate City. At this moment, in Daraka Gorge, atop a high platform of the training ground where the Berserker Legion, ranked second in Imperial combat power and affiliated with the Dia family, is stationed. A venerable commander with a flowing white beard is glaring incredulously at his granddaughter. After a long pause, he pointed at the handsome young man lying unconscious on the soft stretcher and muttered, "Did I not instruct you to bring back a wild boar for dinner? Why have you returned with a pretty boy?" A strikingly beautiful woman with long, athletic legs, increasingly captivating with each glance, glared discontentedly at the old man, retorting, "What pretty boy? He is my husband." The commander, who had just taken a swig of wine, spluttered as the liquid spilled onto a nearby soldier, choking out, "What? Wild girl, repeat that." The wild girl shot her grandfather an exasperated look and declared, "He is my husband, your grandson-in-law. I'll crush him." The commander exclaimed, suddenly rising from his seat and heading toward the handsome young man on the stretcher. "Do you dare? I'll burn your beard," the wild girl interjected, standing in front of the commander and raising her leg to rest on his foot. Stubborn girl, that hurts. The commander groaned, clutching his foot in pain. When did I ever agree to you bringing home some pretty boy? If you want a man, I can fetch a few for you to choose from. I won't allow you to settle for someone I haven't seen. I couldn't care less if you've seen him or not. He just kissed me, so he is my husband. What? Kissed. The wild girl blushed, finally revealing a shy expression as she softly replied. Yes, the commander slapped his forehead. Lamenting, wife, I have wronged you. I failed to protect the innocence of our wild girl's first kiss. He began pacing back and forth, muttering to himself, where did this pretty boy come from, daring to kiss my wild girl? I'll crush him. But wait, if I crush him, won't my bloodline cease to exist? That cannot happen. Suddenly, the commander shouted, bring forth the statue of the goddess of life. I am marrying off my granddaughter. Wait a moment. Esteemed commander, interjected the aide, we have yet to ascertain the origins of this individual, and you are hastily endorsing the decision of the bearded man that I care not for his background, having kissed my beloved granddaughter. Even if he is a spy, I shall simply crush the eggs of those behind him. He retorted impatiently, enough with the chatter. Do you not have preparations to attend to? You people of the Qing tribe are far too loquacious. At this juncture, the aide of the Qing tribe felt an unmistakable disconnect in communicating with the continent's most savage warriors, particularly with a commander whose mind seemed dulled to the point of idiocy by excessive drink. Yet, as he glanced at the bashful wild girl, he could not fathom whether the bizarre customs of the Berserker clan truly wielded such formidable influence. Doubt began to creep into the aide's mind. Chapter 40. Peculiar Customs and the Bride. The unconscious handsome youth was none other than Huashang. To trace back the events, we must go 2 hours prior, where the narrative unfolded thusly. The wild girl was delightfully engaged in hunting the plump, well-fed porcupines in the thicket of the Daroka Gorge. Soon, drenched in sweat, she arrived at a secluded brook she often frequented. This brook, discovered by the wild girl, had become her private outdoor bathing sanctuary over time. The weather was splendid, with gentle clouds drifting lazily overhead. The wild girl relished the sensation of the babbling water caressing her skin, her sun-kissed complexion reflecting a unique allure beneath the radiant sunlight. Her exquisite figure, perfectly proportioned, rendered her bathing posture akin to a graceful dance. As the wild girl basked in the bliss of her bath, just as she was about to conclude, Huashang unexpectedly tumbled down from above, landing with a thud against her, before plunging into the water. Upon regaining his senses, he was met with the instinctual force of a female berserker's punch to his chest, propelling him a considerable distance away, causing him to lose consciousness. He was subsequently carried back to the training grounds by the wild girl. What led to Huashang's fall from the sky? The events traced back merely a few minutes earlier, within the digital realm. On the initial island, Huashang had just finished grooming his bada beast, gently massaging its ears, and declared, all right, I'm off now. He had no immediate plans to summon them, as they had regressed to their juvenile forms and lacked the capacity for self-defense. Thus, Huashang intended to wait until he was safely outside before calling them forth. The red button activated the digital space portal, and upon pressing it, a wondrous kaleidoscope of colors illuminated a shimmering doorway. As he stepped forward, the mini-dragon cautioned, oh, by the way, the new world has just formed, resulting in slight spatial dislocation from the realm you previously inhabited. You may be transported to a different location, but it won't be too far from where you were. Indifferently, Huashang shrugged, content as long as he wasn't sent to some remote mountain crevice, and stepped forward once more, thus entering the Tomb of Marriage. At that moment, an exceptionally warm and intoxicating sensation enveloped Huashang, rousing him from his unconscious state. The feeling was profoundly comforting, akin to being in the womb, as if a mother were nurturing him. A sensation of unparalleled comfort. As he awakened, he could not help but emit a soft moan. Upon opening his eyes, he was met by a woman with wide, astonished eyes, filling his entire field of vision. You are finally awake? Didada, she exclaimed, her face glowing like a ripe apple. Didada, are you certain you are addressing me? Huashang felt a slight heaviness in his chest as he began to recollect the events leading to his fainting. Had he encountered this woman before, perhaps during his fall? The woman nodded. As Huashang surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was beneath a high platform, surrounded by a neatly arranged crowd dressed in uniform attire, resembling a military assembly. At some point, a robust figure with a bushy white beard had taken his place behind the woman, leaving Huashang puzzled about his stature. The bearded man stood before a sturdy stone pillar, whose material remained indiscernible, but it bore intricate, dark flames reminiscent of the Berserker clan's insignia, a sight Huashang had previously encountered with zombies. Atop the pillar stood a delicate statue of a woman, her hands clasped before her chest, cradling a gem. Huashang noticed an inexplicable connection to the gem, from which the sensation that had revived him continued to emanate. Well, although I am unaware of what has transpired, I believe my memories remain intact. My name is not Data. You must have mistaken me, Huashang stated slowly after assessing the situation. The wide-eyed woman shook her head. Data is the term our women use to refer to their husbands. It does not negate your original name. So rest assured. Husband? Huashang was taken aback, and as he surveyed the attendees' festive attire, he realized that his own clothing had been changed to resemble that of the woman before him. Akin to couple's attire from a previous life. Please tell me what transpired between my fainting and awakening. You must belong to the Berserker clan, correct? Is this the Daroka Gorge? My name is Kessley. We have just completed the marriage contract of our clan. The Berserker woman whispered to Huashang, attempting to soften her tone. Now, under the witness of the goddess of life, you and I are bound as fates intertwined. Kessley's words caused Huashang to furrow his brow in confusion as he glanced at the imposing figure of the bearded man behind her. Feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, making it difficult to breathe. He is my grandfather, Eureka Lances. Naturally, he will also be your grandfather from now on. You may even call him old man if you wish. Kessley introduced him. How dare you refer to him as old man? Is this how a granddaughter speaks? Eureka Lances bellowed in dissatisfaction. Listen here, you young scoundrel, you were fortunate to have married my granddaughter. Know this. Once you step into my household, you must become a dutiful grandson, handling all household chores, including cooking, laundry, and foot baths. Huashang, maintaining his composure, replied, I merely seek to understand what has transpired. This lady, it seems, is our first encounter. Is it not? Data, have you forgotten? Just moments ago, you kissed me. According to our clan's customs, a kiss between two people in love signifies the completion of the betrothal ceremony, Kessley explained, assisting Huashang in recalling the events. With her words, Huashang indeed remembered a brief collision upon his descent, but to marry simply because of that seemed utterly absurd. Thus, without hesitation, Huashang declared, I am not a member of your clan. This custom does not apply to me. And therefore this marriage cannot be valid. Miss Kessley, this is merely a misunderstanding. I do not know you, nor can we speak of love. At this moment, it was Eureka Lances who erupted in anger, shattering the steps beneath him as he approached Huashang, gripping his collar, and coldly asserted, Listen here, young man, you have already kissed her, and the ceremony is complete. If you dare to wrong my granddaughter, I shall crush you. Feeling the forceful grip and hearing the threats, Huashang instinctively struggled, yet due to the circumstances, his temperament had shifted, and he felt little resentment. In his heart, he perceived that this bearded man likely cared deeply for his granddaughter. Old man, should you dare harm him, I will demolish your wine cellar, Huashang retorted defiantly. Hearing this, Eureka Lances begrudgingly released Huashang, throwing him to the ground with a forceful thud, pausing only after a couple of bounces. Are you all right? Kessley inquired with concern as she helped Huashang back to his feet. Huashang felt as if his insides had been jostled, and despite his spirit having undergone what felt like a purifying ordeal, anger surged within him. In a fleeting moment, Huashang analyzed the situation and resolved to extricate himself from it. Listen, I am feeling a bit overwhelmed and require a moment to gather my thoughts. At the very least, allow me to comprehend the events that led to this predicament. Furthermore, I have sustained some injuries and need time to recuperate. The location of the Daroka Canyon is exquisite. It lacks the chill typically associated with the north and possesses an added touch of beauty. It is hard to fathom that within this canyon, the delicate flowers and grasses draw sustenance from the flesh and blood of the deceased. The abode of the Berserkers is situated upon a steep cliff face, where they reside in meticulously carved, orderly caverns. At the summit of the cliff, there are hanging baskets for traversing up and down. The number of these baskets must be in the hundreds. Huashang was arranged to enter the largest cavern, located at the very center of the cliff. At that moment, he felt somewhat at a loss. Realizing he was neither a celestial being capable of flight, nor a true martial artist skilled in aerial agility. Moreover, his wandering master had never imparted such teachings to him. From the cliff, one could easily encompass the vast majority of the canyon within one's gaze, and Huashang experienced a sense of detachment, as if he were on the verge of transcending into the ethereal. After a slight sigh, he remarked with a hint of irony, The customs of your tribe are indeed perplexing. Merely brushing my lips against yours, and you feel compelled to marry me? Are you not afraid that I might be a rogue? Kessley shook her head and replied, That is not the case. The very fact that a spiritual contract can be established between us signifies that the goddess of life has sanctioned our relationship. If you were someone with a wicked heart and impure spirit, Not only would the contract fail to materialize, but you would also suffer the consequences of its rejection, leading to your demise. Thus, since the contract is already in place, and you have descended from the heavens, it is clear that you are indeed the husband bestowed upon me by the goddess of life. Kesley's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Huashang. Huashang was unaware of the origins of this goddess of life, but if one were to untangle this convoluted situation, perhaps the mini-dragon and the goddess of life were indeed in cahoots. As for Kesley's assertion of a pure heart, Huashang could only chuckle. A pure heart. Ha! Someone dares to claim that I possess a pure heart. However, can this contract be annulled? It appears that this so-called goddess of life either went for a bath during the ceremony, or that the success rate of this ritual is 100%, allowing even the most inconsequential beings to sign it. Upon hearing Huashang mention the possibility of dissolving the contract, Kesley's expression shifted to one of dismay, altering faster than one could blink, and she looked at Huashang with sorrowful eyes, saying, should one party falter, the contract will automatically dissolve. Huashang rubbed his forehead in frustration and then inquired, what, then, is the purpose of this contract, since it has become an irreversible matter? I must understand the situation to decide on our next course of action. Chapter 41. Departing the Canyon. The spiritual contract, within the Berserker clan, serves not only as the requisite rite for uniting a man and woman in matrimony, but also as a rather expedient method for enhancing one's strength. When a spiritual contract exists between a couple, should one of them succumb to a frenzy, the other can effectively restore rationality, preventing the onset of madness, which is solely born from destructive impulses. Generally, it is the male berserkers who embrace the path of combat, while their partners remain at home. Through this contract, the male berserkers effectively gain an additional lucid mind, counteracting the adverse effects of their frenzied states. This is why the berserker legions can harness formidable combat prowess, and thus, the Daroka Canyon is predominantly inhabited by berserkers with families, earning it the title of the second homeland of the berserkers. Yet, despite their ruggedness, berserkers exhibit a profound commitment to love in the selection of their spouses, refusing to marry indiscriminately for the sake of power. Of course, exceptions exist, such as Digivice, who remains in Oakwood City. Or the rather absurd contract formed between Kesley and Huashang due to the circumstances surrounding this event. What surprised Huashang was that through this contract, he had become an expatriate berserker, unsure whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. Yet he had also acquired the ability to enter a frenzied state. However, the manner in which he would embrace this frenzy remained for him to discover. So, in essence, there are no side effects. Huashang pondered aloud, directing his question at Kesley. Indeed, if there were any adverse effects, it would not be regarded as the most sacred contract of our clan, especially under the witness of the goddess of life. If one's intentions are impure, or if there is a lack of mutual love, the contract cannot be forged. At the mention of love, a hint of shyness appeared on Kesley's face, her cheeks flushing a delightful red. Huashang, however, could not subscribe to the notion of love. As for impure intentions, it was likely due to his state of unconsciousness at the time, rendering his thoughts irrelevant. Perhaps that was how he inadvertently slipped through the loophole in the contract. From Kesley's explanation, Huashang understood that the occurrence of expatriate berserkers was exceedingly rare, so rare that he felt himself to be the one fortunate enough to be struck by a heavenly pie falling from the sky. But what of this pie? Is your body all right? Kesley grumbled from the side, her tone betraying her dissatisfaction with the old man's excessive force. Huashang found this surprising. Could it be that the members of the Berserker clan truly held such reverence for this contract? After all, he and Kesley were strangers, bound only by a blurred memory of a kiss in the completion of a contract ritual he had never witnessed, which made her appear almost as a wife to him. Huashang fell silent, feeling a touch awkward, unsure of how to interact with Kesley. A berserker could only have one partner in a lifetime, which meant that Kesley's happiness had effectively been forfeited. Moreover, it would be unjust to expect Huashang to develop a semblance of love for Kesley without any genuine feelings. Even if she appeared agreeable and possessed an enduring beauty, Huashang had never lacked for female company. If there was one who had ever captured his heart, it would likely be only Shaoan. Sierra was different. That was a different kind of emotion, one that did not fall within the realm of love. As for Kaijue, it was likely because he instinctively sought a companion of similar nature. What is wrong? Are you unwell? Kesley inquired from beside him. In truth, Huashang was unaware that, beyond the contract, the berserkers placed the concept of marriage above life itself. This may be attributed to their cultural upbringing, which could be described as unwaveringly principled or endearingly simplistic. In Kesley's understanding, having completed the contract, Huashang was now her husband for life, and thus warranted her utmost care and affection. This was merely the expected course of thought, and she saw nothing amiss in it. Although Huashang had suddenly appeared in her life without any forewarning, as a devout follower of the goddess of life, she regarded him as a gift from the divine. And Huashang's appearance pleased her. "Huashang, my name. Oh, is that how you wish for me to address you?" Kesali asked. "Whatever suits you," Huashang replied nonchalantly, as he felt no particular obligation to request anything of Kesali. Despite their nominal union. "I wish to leave here. Is there a way?" Since they were alone, Huashang spoke candidly, pondering whether his status as her nominal husband might lead to some dissatisfaction on Kesali's part. "You can simply walk away," she replied. "Huh, is it that simple?" "Indeed. If you wish to leave, I often do so as well," Kesali stated matter-of-factly. "I see. It seems that those who engage in schemes often develop a fixed mode of thinking." "How lamentable," Huashang mused, gazing at the verdant canyon with a hint of self-mockery. "Huh, Dita, what are you saying?" "I don't understand," Kesali responded. Huashang shook his head. "It's nothing, just a foolish person lamenting. Oh. Then I shall prepare our belongings. We shall depart shortly, Dita," Kesali declared, moving towards the interior of the cave. Huashang wanted to call out to her but found himself at a loss for words. Having Kesali accompany him would likely facilitate their departure. As for future matters, he would deal with them later. Sitting quietly at the cave's entrance, Huashang found little desire to continue admiring the scenery, instead pondering how to summon the rolling beast. Rolling beast. After a moment's thought, Huashang instinctively chose it. The adorable spherical creature appeared, joyfully bouncing before Huashang, expressing its excitement with cheerful chatter. They conversed and laughed together, sharing in their delight. As Huashang playfully teased the rolling beast. Time passed swiftly, and soon Kesali approached, her large pack slung over her shoulder, glancing curiously at the creature in Huashang's arms. "What a cute little magical beast. How did it manage to climb up here?" Kesali, familiar with such small magical creatures, noted that sometimes avian magical beasts would venture close to the cliffside caves. "How did the seemingly flightless magical beast arrive here?" "It is called the rolling beast and is my companion," Huashang gently introduced, stroking the beast's ears. "Companion? Dita, so you are a summoner?" Huashang smiled knowingly, then pointed at the bundle behind Kesali and said, "Give it to me." "Huh, a spatial ring." Kesali looked surprised as she watched Huashang stow the large package. It was clear that the ring he possessed had considerable capacity, indicating his significant status. By the way, aren't you going to inform your grandfather before leaving?" Huashang suddenly inquired. He is drunk. Let us hurry," Kesali said, glancing at Huashang with some confusion before being pulled into the basket. Not far from the valley's entrance stood several individuals. Among them the blue-clad officer, As Huashang, and his companion approached. He slowly spoke. "Miss Kesali, may I inquire where you intend to go?" "Kasifa, do I need to inform you of my whereabouts?" Kesali replied impatiently, dragging Huashang as she bypassed him. The individuals behind Kasifa promptly obstructed their path. And he stated, "Miss Kesali, there are regulations in the military that prohibit leaving the encampment without permission. I trust you are aware of this. What are you doing? I never encountered such obstruction when I left before. Are you trying to provoke me this time?" Kesali's voice turned icy, her gaze sharp as she looked at Kasifa. He merely shook his head and replied coolly, "The previous incidents were due to lax oversight. Allowing you to enter and exit the military camp at will. I have since assigned stricter personnel. Miss Kesali, as the granddaughter of the Legion commander, I kindly ask you to adhere to military regulations." "So, you intend to enforce the rules, do you? Very well, watch this." Kesali suddenly produced a metal badge, flashing it before the onlookers. At that moment, Kasifa's expression darkened. He was well aware of the badge's significance. Afterward, Kesali retracted the badge and, with Huashang in tow, navigated through the crowd, who made no attempt to stop them. "Sir, what should we do?" a nearby soldier cautiously inquired. "Move," Kasifa declared, sweeping his sleeve as he strode toward the cliff. The two walked a short distance without anyone following, and it was only then that Huashang remarked, "Miss Kesali, could you kindly release my hand?" Kesali suddenly realized she had been holding Huashang's hand all along, and her pace seemed to have quickened. She blushed and let go. Huashang chuckled, finding Kesali's demeanor somewhat endearing, and without saying more, he cradled the rolling beast and walked ahead of her. "Dita, wait for me." After a moment of embarrassment, Kesali hurried to catch up with Huashang, maintaining a half-shoulder distance behind him. At that moment, the rolling beast seemed quite pleased, leaping from Huashang's arms to perch on Kesali's shoulder, its large ears playfully tousling her short hair. "What a charming little creature," Kesali exclaimed. "Dita, is your summoned beast not at all shy around strangers?" Observing the rolling beast's joyful antics, Huashang felt elated and replied, Since we have ample time, and it seems to take a liking to you, why not keep it company for a while? As they continued their walk, it was now Huashang who trailed behind Kesali. Gazing at the rolling beast's exuberance, his heart filled with tranquility. By the way, how far is it to Okat City from here? After about 2 hours of walking, Huashang suddenly asked. Kesali pondered for a moment before answering. If we ride the wind cloud beast, it would take approximately a day. On foot. However, it would require at least several days. Once we exit the valley, we simply need to follow the Black Ice Mountain Range to reach Okat City. The route between Daroka Gorge and Okat City is relatively flat, primarily consisting of man-made roads, likely constructed for the transport of supplies to the Berserker Legion. This arrangement greatly facilitated Huashang's journey, as he would not need to camp in desolate areas, and along the main road, there were often small villages or inns for rest, ensuring they would not go hungry. That evening, Huashang and Kesali arrived at a nearby village before dusk. The smoke from cooking fires rose gently, yet few villagers wandered the streets, their homes illuminated with soft light. As Huashang entered the village, it exuded an aura of seclusion, reminiscent of a hidden paradise. He led Kesali toward a modest house at the village's edge, intending to seek lodging for the night and to clarify certain matters with her later. Chapter 42. A night's stay. The widow who welcomed Huashang and Kesali was middle-aged, her face bearing few marks of time. Her husband had passed away long ago, and when she mentioned her only son, she hesitated, explaining he had temporarily left the village for work. Thus, her home was quiet and spacious enough to provide 2 rooms for the guests. When asked if they were a couple, Huashang could only offer a wry smile, simply stating they required 2 rooms without addressing the widow's question. After giving him an understanding smile, the widow cheerfully prepared the rooms. Perhaps not just for the payment, but also because it had been a long time since she had hosted guests. Huashang observed Kesali sitting quietly beside him, noting how different she appeared from her earlier defiance in the military camp. Perhaps it was he who was witnessing a split in her persona. Under Huashang's scrutinizing gaze, Kesali lowered her head, her cheeks reddening with embarrassment. The soft light in the room cast a gentle glow on her face, creating a tender atmosphere, especially within the simplicity and cleanliness of the rustic cabin. Huashang found that such a scene could easily touch the heart, particularly that of a rugged man, akin to those wives waiting for their husbands to return from the hunt. They maintained a silence, with Huashang contemplating how to resolve their predicament while Kesali wondered whether Huashang would express affection toward her now that they were wed. In her heart, she had never considered the rapidity of their union. In contrast, she recalled many instances where others had formed contracts even more hastily than with Huashang. The Berserker tribe possessed a rather straightforward view on marriage. Typically, female Berserkers often matched their male counterparts in strength, although matters changed once they entered a state of frenzy. Male Berserkers generally exhibited superior physical endurance and stamina. Thus, to win a woman as a wife, a contest of combat was customary, aimed at winning the woman's first kiss, but only if there was genuine chemistry between the two. This contest also served as a demonstration of the male's ability to protect the female. As for the bond between Huashang and Kesali, it was unprecedented in the historical records of the Berserker clan. However, since the clan's regulations were firmly established, Kesali would not oppose them. Indeed, she had always preferred not to associate with the brutish males of her tribe. In truth, her chosen partner might not necessarily have been Huashang. Anyone other than a Berserker would suffice. After all, she had reached an age where finding a companion became imperative, and many male Berserkers had already challenged her to contests. Consequently, the events that transpired, propelled by Kesali's conscious or subconscious urging, occurred swiftly while Huashang remained unconscious. Thus, Huashang had merely stumbled into this tempest, while Kesali harbored genuine intentions to treat him with sincerity, a sentiment of which Huashang remained oblivious. As he pondered how to extricate himself from this absurd predicament, the silence did not linger for long, as the hospitable widow soon served them several dishes, including a delightful soup made from pine mushrooms that tantalized their appetites. Huashang, feeling quite famished, ate with much more decorum than Kesali, who awkwardly observed her greasy hands, glancing at Huashang, whose hearty yet almost graceful manner of eating left her feeling embarrassed as she dabbed her fingers at the table, her cheeks flushing. Just as the widow was about to say something, Huashang interjected, "It's all right, don't change anything because of me, just be yourself." The female Berserker's nature was straightforward, and now that Huashang had spoken, she felt encouraged to eat more quickly, appreciating the kindness he showed her. By the way, Mr. Huashang, are you planning to walk to Okat City? The widow inquired, noticing the amicable rapport between the two, which brought her comfort. Yes, Huashang replied politely, pausing to think before asking, "And Kaka, Is there a wind cloud beast or something similar available for hire here? I would like to purchase one. The village chief happens to have one. I can take you to inquire about it tomorrow. Aunt Kaka, renowned for her hospitality and eagerness to assist others, promptly remarked, very well. The meal at the dining table resumed with renewed vigor. Not only had Aunt Kaka prepared dinner for the two, but she had also taken the liberty of boiling some hot water for them to wash up. At that moment, Kesley was in the bathroom, while Huashang and Aunt Kaka began to engage in conversation. By the way, Mr. Huashang, do take care on your journey tomorrow. I've heard that recently, many beasts have emerged along the road ahead, and several villagers have already been attacked and sustained injuries. Beast attacks? Have they all occurred in these past few days? What about before? Huashang inquired thoughtfully. Yes, all within these few days. There have been incidents in the past as well, but those were due to villagers hunting. The occurrences lately have been quite rare and primarily on the main road. It does seem rather peculiar. Aunt Kaka replied, her gaze fixed on her sewing. What are you discussing? Kesley had just exited the bathroom, her damp short hair naturally clinging to her face. It was then that Huashang noticed how lovely Kesley's facial features were, unlike many women whose appearance diminishes when their hair is slicked back. She appeared even more refined and elegant, a sight that Huashang found quite appealing. Oh, my dear, you look truly beautiful after your bath. Look, he is utterly mesmerized, and Kaka teased from the side. At that moment, a cool breeze swept into the room, followed by a gentle drizzle, which intensified the tranquility of the village night. Huashang stood by the window, listening intently to the sound of the rain, unaffected by Aunt Kaka's playful remarks. Instead, he felt a sense of warmth and harmony. Aunt Kaka sighed inwardly, thinking to herself how beautiful Kesley was, wishing that night would not fall. After another soft sigh, barely perceptible, she said, Mr. Huashang, the water is cooling. You should hurry and get in. As Huashang passed by Kesley, he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. Unsure if it was her natural scent or something else, he inhaled deeply, only to realize his action had caused Kesley's face to flush red. Perhaps he had been a bit too forward, but he chose not to dwell on it and went inside alone. Unbeknownst to him, a rolling beast had appeared behind him, letting out a strange cry before leaping into the wooden tub filled with hot water, where small flower petals floated. Observing the adjacent tub, he surmised that the enticing scent surrounding Kesley must have originated from their. Huashang, come here. It's so comfortable and I'm so sleepy. The rolling beast's voice gradually diminished as it drifted off to sleep in the water. What's this? Oh, Mr. Huashang, you're out so soon. Is the water not warm enough? Aunt Kaka seemed ever so welcoming. Huashang shook his head and then asked, what about her? Aunt Kaka's expression turned slightly unnatural as she replied, oh, she said she was tired and has already fallen asleep. Look, Aunt Kaka opened a door, revealing the slumbering Kesley within. After assessing her for a moment, Huashang suddenly declared, in that case, I too feel a bit tired. So I shall retire early. Thank you for your hospitality, and with that, he stifled a yawn. Very well, then do rest early, Aunt Kaka replied, her demeanor returning to normal. Her tone light. As night enveloped the surroundings, Huashang closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the sound of the rain outside. The world was silent, and at some point, a small gap appeared in the door, where a pair of eyes peered in before the door closed once more. Before long, the door creaked open slightly, and a man stepped in, sizing up Huashang before silently exiting. The man appeared quite at ease, not bothering to check on Kesley's room, returning instead to Aunt Kaka's side, whispering, you did well. That man seems to be wealthy. We shall reap great rewards this time. Aunt Kaka shook her head and replied, I no longer wish to partake in such dealings. Do you understand? It pains me. The man's tone rose slightly, tinged with annoyance. Do not forget, your son is still in their hands. If you want him to live, we have no choice but to proceed this way. At this, Aunt Kaka began to weep, saying, I have harmed so many people these past few days. If this continues, I shall go mad. The man grew rougher, seizing Aunt Kaka's arms and pushing her against the wall, exclaiming loudly, if we do not proceed, not only your son but also mine, and all of us, we have no choice. The orcs have stated they will not linger long. We merely need to offer them enough living souls. Besides, they are outsiders. Do you wish for your village to become a wasteland? Aunt Kaka lowered her head. The man seemed frenzied, or perhaps oppressed, as he tore at Aunt Kaka's clothing in the corner. And remarkably, she did not resist. Their actions were hasty, oblivious to the fact that Huashang's door had opened and closed again until they had finished, at which point the man hastily donned his clothing. Turning to Aunt Kaka, he said, once this is over, you should come to my home. Your son needs a father, and my child requires a mother. Aunt Kaka replied softly, her face flushed, as she quickly dressed. All right, let us take them away, the man said, seemingly pleased. However, when he opened Huashang's door, he found the room empty and hurriedly opened Kesley's door, only to find it vacant as well. Chapter 43. A Conspiracy. Why is this happening? The man shouted at Aunt Kaka, "Woman, do not tell me you know nothing." Aunt Kaka became flustered, stammering, "Impossible. They were sound asleep. I personally added the drug to the hot water they used to wash." "Then tell me, where have they gone?" The man violently grabbed Aunt Kaka by the hair, the intimacy of their earlier encounter now a stark contrast to their current estrangement. I don't know. Aunt Kaka panicked, her long-held suppression bubbling to the surface. After her fear, she transformed, her demeanor becoming fierce as she shook off the man's grip, retorting, "What are you doing? How would I know if they left? Are you blaming me?" The man's tone shifted, softening as he said, "That is not what I meant. You know that I merely thought that with 2 fewer people today, the children will suffer an extra day." Aunt Kaka scoffed, "I see you are reluctant to part with your wealth. Tonight, I have seen your true colors. Get out. I do not wish to see you again." After declaring this, Aunt Kaka picked up a broom. "You, worthless woman," the man cursed before fleeing in a huff, leaving Aunt Kaka alone in the room, weeping inconsolably. As for Aunt Kaka's sorrow, Huashang had little regard for it. His mind was preoccupied with the conspiracy lurking behind this affair. From their conversation, he had gleaned hints of the orc's existence, and Aunt Kaka had mentioned the recent surge in beast appearances. Did these 2 matters have any connection? The nearly dying berserker orc he had encountered outside the city of Okat, the sudden retreat of the werewolf Belafa near the Zak Holly Hotel, and the recent beast attack on the village all bore the shadow of the orcs. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within Huashang. Was this what they referred to as the beast tide? With this thought, he vigorously shook Kesley awake. Dida, how come you? Kesley glanced nervously at her body, relieved to find it as she had imagined, and realized they were not in the room but outside. The rain having ceased, leaving a damp chill in the night air. "Dida, what happened?" Kesley asked, perplexed. Huashang directly inquired, "Kesley, tell me, is there any magic that could summon a multitude of beasts, perhaps requiring a significant number of living beings as a medium?" Kesley shook her head in confusion. It was unwise to consult a berserker about magical matters. It seems I must investigate further, Huashang murmured to himself as he surveyed the night. If the situation were merely a case of greed and murder, and if Huashang were to remain indifferent, it would be understandable, for he had not suffered significantly, nor did he possess the leisure to concern himself with the dangers that might befall others. He was not inherently a man of great righteousness. When faced with such circumstances, as long as it did not pertain to him, he would simply turn a blind eye. The world harbors too much hidden darkness. And not long ago, he himself was a part of it. And even now, he remains so, albeit with a slightly altered perspective, selfishly caring only for those close to him. However, should he become entangled in the machinations of the beast men, the situation would change. In the city of Okat, he had cultivated several interests over the past month, and there were a few individuals he genuinely cared about. Thus, the stakes would be different. "Are you feeling unwell?" Huashang inquired lightly to Kesley. Not at all. I just had a brief nap, and now feel quite refreshed. That's good to hear. It seems those drugs were merely intended to induce sleep. Huashang contemplated before adding, "Let us not delve into the reasons just yet, as I am not entirely certain myself. Perhaps it is related to the Daloka Canyon." Having said this, Huashang gestured for Kesley to follow him as they ventured deeper into the small village. Following him, Kesley, filled with questions, arrived at a relatively large 2-story house. In this continent, there are uncivilized regulations that forbid commoners from constructing buildings exceeding 1 story. Thus, this 2-story structure likely belonged to a nobleman, most probably the village chief or another figure of authority. The first floor of the house was lit, a stark contrast to the surrounding darkness of the village, and even at this late hour, muffled sounds of commotion could be heard from within. The 2 of them stealthily approached a window, allowing them to clearly observe the unfolding events inside. There was a man, alongside a beast man, specifically, a tiger man. This tiger man had the man by the throat, lifting him high as he proclaimed, "Since you didn't bring the others, you shall take their place." The man struggled in agony, fear etched across his face upon hearing the tiger man's words. What followed was a grim declaration from the tiger. "After all, you are the last one left in this village, so you should suffice." The man understood that whether it was the villagers or even himself, they had long been stripped of their right to exist. The actions he had taken in recent days were nothing but a pitiful prelude to his demise, yet he had foolishly reveled in the prospect of acquiring ill-gotten wealth. At this moment, the man succumbed to unconsciousness under the tiger's assault, and Huashang discreetly tugged at Kesley's garment, signaling her to leave. They retreated a short distance to the rear of another house, where Cassili immediately questioned, Dida, what on earth is happening? What did that tiger man mean? And what is it you suspect may be connected to Doloka Canyon? After a moment's consideration, Huashang shared his conjectures. What? Such a thing exists. No, I must go and kill that beast man, Cassili exclaimed, attempting to rush back, but was halted by Huashang's grip. Dida. Huashang shook his head before responding. There are several villages between here and Okate City. Do you really believe they're only operating within this village? Let us observe for now. We need to understand their methods. I am not fond of acting without knowledge of the situation. Fine, Cassili murmured reluctantly, falling into silence, an awkward atmosphere settling around them. After a moment, Cassili broke the silence. So, what can we do now? Follow, Huashang replied, directing his gaze toward the still darkened building where shadows continued to move. The tiger man carried the unconscious man to the village's center, where, in addition to the villagers he had taken, many others were gathered in a small earthen circle. 13 stone pillars stood orderly around the perimeter, inscribed with runes that Huashang, from a distance, could not discern clearly. The individuals within the circle bore ashen expressions, clinging tightly to one another, aside from the few beastmen Huashang had encountered. Several others stood guard outside the earthen circle. Suddenly, a young man, seemingly driven mad, charged forward with astonishing speed, managing to break free from the guards before he could be restrained. The scene erupted into chaos, with some of the beastmen cursing as the young man lunged at one of them, only to find the leading tiger man standing beside him, delivering a punch that sliced through the air towards the youth. The young man raised his arm in defense but was sent sprawling aside by the powerful impact. The tiger man, with an air of casual disdain, remarked, I knew you were no ordinary person, but I didn't expect you to hold back until now. Quickly regaining his composure, the young man glared fiercely at the tiger man, demanding, What did you do to my mother? It became evident that the young man's desperate charge was in defense of his mother. Aunt Kaka. Chapter 44. Taking action, you beasts. Why have you come to my village? Are you not afraid of the armies within Doloka Canyon? The young man shouted defiantly. The tiger man scoffed. Doloka Canyon? Humph. It will soon cease to exist. Return to your place. With that, the tiger man lunged with an unusual burst of force, swiftly appearing before the young man. With a swift grasp, he seized him, disregarding the futile strikes the youth attempted, and delivered a heavy blow to his abdomen, sending him crashing into the earthen circle. Yet, the young man could not rise, doubled over in pain as blood mixed with saliva spilled from his mouth, his eyes burning with hatred directed at the tiger man. The tiger man observed the youth's plight with a twisted satisfaction, then called to the beastmen behind him, Why are you still dawdling? Get him into the circle. We are the last group to arrive, and I refuse to be ridiculed by that long-haired beast. Barilith. Without delving into the manner in which the orcs hurled the villagers into the earthen circle, Huashang's brow furrowed deeper, for the tiger man had mentioned Belith, the werewolf. This was indeed troubling, Huashang murmured softly. Cassili looked on in confusion, yet she too had heard the tiger man's ominous words about the impending demise of the Daroka Gorge. The live female berserker clenched her small fist more tightly and nudged Huashang, inquiring, Dida? Huashang shook his head. At that moment, the stone pillars within the earthen circle emitted an eerie glow, a low growl resonating from them, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a howl. The uncanny light illuminated Huashang's face, and Cassili seemed to perceive a hint of unease. I must stop them, Cassili declared resolutely. Unlike Huashang, she held a profound attachment to the Daroka Gorge, and if she did not take action now, her heart would be plagued by regret. Huashang, somewhat helpless, shook his head as he watched Cassili charge forth alone. For him, even if a world war erupted, it would bear no consequence. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected surge of anger welled up from the depths of his heart. This was a sentiment that ought not to have surfaced in his mind. Yet it did so with startling clarity. Observing that graceful figure, Huashang pondered aloud, It seems to relate to that contract. What manner of person are you? The tiger man quickly reacted, but by then, 2 orcs stationed at a distance had already fallen to Cassili's hands. The female berserker showed no mercy in her assault. With her overwhelming strength, she dispatched these orcs, who were scarcely of third-tier prowess, with ease. Unbeknownst to her, Cassili had equipped herself with razor-edged gauntlets, and as her slender arms swept through the air, yet another orc met a gruesome fate before her. Humph, the tiger man scoffed, his earlier displeasure at being the last to complete his task flaring anew upon encountering this unexpectedly formidable woman. With wide eyes, the tiger man leaned forward, his fists clenched tightly. Where did this girl come from? Ignorant of her own peril, orcs were never known for their chivalry. For them, women served merely as vessels for procreation or tools for their carnal desires. Thus, the tiger man unleashed a brutal attack, his fist crackling with explosive energy. Cassili brought her hands together, and the blades of her gauntlets suddenly elongated by half a foot, akin to concealed daggers. She traced a sweeping arc in front of her, then struck downward with ferocity. Shatter! Two faint crimson energy waves flashed through the air, colliding with the Tiger Man's fist, effectively neutralizing the impact. Neither sustained significant injury, resulting in a stalemate. Yet Cassili enjoyed the advantage of her weaponry. Meanwhile, the Tiger Man had yet to draw the dagger at his waist. Observing that Cassili matched his force, he ultimately opted to unsheath his blade. Woman, prepare to meet your end. The dagger, though short, sliced through the air with a silvery gleam, propelled by the Tiger Man's acceleration, reminiscent of a roaring tiger looming behind him. The clash between the two warriors had successfully captivated the orc's attention, unaware that another figure stealthily approached. Perhaps emboldened by the belief that the Tiger Man had yet to unleash his full potential. However, this very confidence led to the silent demise of several among them, their cries and the cacophony of battle effectively muffling the sounds of their deaths. Silenced by Huashang's hand. At this moment, Huashang moved with the grace of a shadow in the darkness, swiftly dispatching another orc somewhat farther back, drawing ever closer to the monkey shaman. The knight easily stirred certain desires within the heart. As he engaged in the act of killing, Huashang felt an accelerated surge of energy coursing through him, a remnant of the murderous intent that had only recently subsided. In this state, he found himself devoid of the earlier thrill of slaughter. Although he continued to kill, his demeanor remained eerily calm. If compelled to articulate the sensation, it might be attributed to the bond forged by the contract, instilling a sense of comfort in his actions, albeit without aversion. If anyone were to notice Huashang amidst the fray, aside from the unexpectedly focused Cassili, it would be the young man who had been thrust into the earthen circle by the Tiger Man. After a brief period of stillness, he regained his mobility, yet the peculiar force emanating from the central pillar constrained him to a standstill, rendering him unable to move. His gaze darted around, searching for any opportunity. At that moment, his eyes met Huashang's, but the connection was fleeting, as he quickly looked away. Fortunately, the shaman remained intensely focused on the pillar, oblivious to the young man's unusual state. The youth's heart raced as he awaited the moment when Huashang might strike at or impede the monkey shaman. His body tensed, ready to spring into action. Though he had never encountered Huashang nor knew his identity, he grasped the concept that the enemy of his enemy could indeed be his ally. Huashang was never one to operate with overt transparency. The dagger in his hand remained the same poison blade he had employed against Telly. For him, the use of poison bore no moral burden. At this moment, Huashang approached the shaman of the monkey people with a sound more subtle than a cat's footsteps. The young man could feel his heart racing, nearly leaping from his chest. While 2 beads of sweat had already formed at his temples, the curved object atop the cylindrical pillar shone with an increasingly eerie luminescence, and the villagers within the earthen circle resembled trees on the verge of withering. Those nearest to the pillar had ceased to breathe, their bodies gradually desiccating like mummies. Strange ripples emanated from the curved object, intensifying the heart-stirring sound waves. Suddenly, beams of bright light appeared in the sky from different directions, vaguely beckoning towards this side. At that moment, the monkey shaman finally displayed a look of relief, joyfully gazing at the increasingly radiant and whistling curved object. However, just as his brow quivered, a sudden sharp pain struck from behind. And before his nerves could react, his vision began to spin horizontally. The last thing he saw was a smiling face. Chapter 45. The female madman. Huashang's speed was remarkable. Before the monkey shaman could even register what was happening, he decisively struck him down. A poison dagger, as it pierced, ensured a delay in his nervous system's response, and within mere seconds, the toxin would halt his heart. Yet, those precious seconds were swiftly snuffed out by Huashang. The monkey shaman died an innocent and pitiful death, had he not been so fixated on the events within the earthen circle, or if he had been granted even a second more. It is very likely this ambush would have failed. However, the timing was impeccably precise, and it was not just Huashang who capitalized on the monkey's moment of relaxation. Another person had also timed his actions with remarkable accuracy. Kakasan. The young man within the earthen circle. The moment Huashang killed the monkey, the young man swiftly dug up a clod of earth and hurled it with all his might toward the curved object atop the cylindrical pillar. The clod, slicing through the air with a sharp crack, struck the curved object, knocking it aside. The unusual phenomena in the sky remained vigorous. The other 4 beams of light did not appear weaker due to the curved object's displacement, but they seemed to lack something essential, becoming discordant. Despite the strange sound waves continuing to resonate, the disquieting noise had vanished from this side. Once the curved object was dislodged from the pillar, the peculiar pressure within the earthen circle dissipated instantly, and the young man regained his ability to act. The pillar collapsed in that moment, crumbling into a heap of useless sand and stones. Huashang observed the young man's actions with keen interest. He found him quite impressive for his ability to coordinate so well in that critical moment, demonstrating a keen grasp of the situation. He was a talent worth cultivating. Huashang's heart began to warm. A high-quality subordinate was always a strategic asset, setting aside Caiuses, who was unwaveringly loyal due to absolute faith, and Zamis, who was merely sent by Li Ruoyuo. Huashang felt a sense of tedium in his work. Caiuses had reached his limits in capability, while Zamis was indeed someone to be wary of. Therefore, seeing this young man now warranted careful consideration, although only a few seconds had passed. Huashang's mind began to form plans for how to bring the young man under his wing. Meanwhile, the greatest reaction came from the Tiger Man, who was currently pressing Keisai Li in battle. His tiger-like eyes widened, and he snorted hot breaths. Upon the monkey shaman's demise, he quickly registered the change. But what infuriated him further was the destruction of the Earthen Circle's magical formation. This meant that all his efforts over this period had been in vain. Although the 4 beams of light in the sky continued to function, what their effects would be remained uncertain. One thing was clear. Without his involvement, the entire plan was in jeopardy, and it was possible that this mission could fail as a result. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the Tiger Man's anger intensified. And he seethed with hatred. The task he had painstakingly secured was slipping away, and he had envisioned ascending to greatness through its success. Now, he felt as though his life was being ruined. Assuming nothing unforeseen occurred, I will kill you all. In a fit of rage, the Tiger Man began to transform. His body underwent a change akin to beastification as he suddenly crouched down, muscles swelling rapidly, tearing his clothes apart, leaving only a pair of tight pants. For sprouted across his body, limbs transformed into powerful, upright legs, and his head morphed to closely resemble that of a true tiger. Beastification. While some beastmen could control this transformation to enhance their strength, the majority succumbed to their primal instincts, losing their rationality in the process. The Tiger Man clearly possessed the ability to control his transformation. Upon completion, his tiger-like eyes retained their intelligence, fixating fiercely on Keisai Li while he roared, claws raking deep gouges into the earth. With a sufficient roar, the massive tiger, having instilled a psychological pressure upon his foe, opened his great maw, seeking to crush the woman before him with his sharp teeth. In this beastified state, the Tiger Man's strength surged, making the battle increasingly difficult for Keisai Li, who had already suffered several lacerations from his claws, blood flowing crimson from her wounds. Meanwhile, as the Tiger Man transformed, his band of beastmen simultaneously charged at Huashang and the young man, forcing Huashang to abandon his attempt to support Keisai Li against the Tiger Man, instead finding himself in a reluctant standoff with the beast soldiers. Huashang was now convinced that these beastmen originated from a certain military unit, as their coordinated tactics were beyond what an ordinary person could replicate. Damn it. Gazing at the beastmen's formidable defenses, Huashang felt a sense of helplessness, a dissatisfaction with his own abilities. It dawned on him that his past victories had not stemmed from his own might, but rather from the weakness of his adversaries or his cunning schemes. In truth, he was not as strong as he had imagined. Luck had merely played a cruel trick on him, leading him to believe he could easily manipulate this world. Yet, even a small squad of beast soldiers shattered that illusion. Perhaps these beastmen were weak against the true powers of this world, but for Huashang, they presented the greatest obstacle he had encountered thus far. He could rely on himself, and perhaps the young man at his side could assist him somewhat. But it would not be enough to help Keisai Li. With their backs pressed together, Huashang could not have anticipated the grimness of the battle. He had already sustained numerous injuries, and the rapid panting from the young man behind him indicated his stamina was waning swiftly. The beastman's physique far surpassed that of humans, and coupled with their superior strength, Huashang realized that without his remarkable ancient martial arts, his injuries would likely have been far worse. Quickly assessing the situation, Huashang whispered to the young man, "To the left, fewer enemies. Charge." The young man nodded, shouting as he surged ahead of Huashang. Though weary in appearance, his fierce momentum radiated a spirit of invincibility. Momentum was crucial. Perhaps due to the young man's audacity, a beastman on the left reacted too slowly and was caught off guard. Huashang's eyes gleamed with admiration, taking advantage of the opening created by the young man. His inner strength surged forth, amplifying his power as he deftly wielded his dagger. While Keisai Li's strength did not match that of the Tiger Man, she was indeed far superior to these beast soldiers. In Huashang's eyes, as long as she was given time, she could strike with her poisoned dagger when the Tiger Man was distracted. Once he was dealt with, the remaining foes would pose no further challenge. This remains the sole and optimal choice at present. A breach in the siege has been opened. Huashang, with a peculiar smile, gazes at the fierce tiger behind him. just as he prepares to launch the dagger in his hand. A series of thunderous roars emanates from the distant Black Ice Mountain range near Linji Aokate City, echoing like a stampede of 1,000 horses. The earth seems to tremble in that instant. A sound filled with dread, piercing the very heart. Huashang is uncertain whether the misfire of his dagger is due to the violent upheaval or a primal instinctive fear. The dagger veers off course, merely embedding itself beside the foot of the Tiger Man. Could this be the beast tide? Huashang swallows hard. If the collective roar of the beast possesses such might, what chaos would ensue upon their actual arrival? At this moment, Huashang is no longer the bewildered newcomer to this world. Though the magical beasts near the foot of the Black Ice Mountain are relatively weaker, they are still formidable. With no less than a rank 3 or 4 existence, possibly even higher point, one can only imagine the terror when countless low to mid-tier magical beasts rampage through this area. Such horror cannot be conveyed in mere words. Ha ha ha. At long last, success. You, Empire of Fast, shall await your demise. Everything commences now, beginning from the Daroka Valley. The Tiger Man's boisterous laughter melds with the resounding beast roars, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the apocalypse. The Tiger Man seems invigorated, his strikes growing fiercer, slicing through the air towards Kessley. Drink. At this moment, a tempestuous aura emanates from Kessley, who begins to chant fervently. Her short hair lengthens and reddens, cascading down to her thighs, transforming into an otherworldly HUE. An enormous azure flame tattoo materializes on her arm, stretching across her hand, while incantations flicker across her visage, like flames dancing upon her face. Kessley has succumbed to her frenzy. Upon realizing the immense danger, she casts aside all reservations and unleashes the ultimate skill of the Berserker clan. The bond forged with Huashang allows her to embrace this transformation with confidence. This frenzy brings Kessley a novel sensation, an unprecedented clarity in wielding the surging power within her. Even the flow of air becomes more distinct, as if the world has magnified before her. As she feels the strength surging from her clenched fist, Kessley realizes that this transformation surpasses all previous experiences. Astonishingly, her rank has skyrocketed, elevating her from a 6th-tier berserker to a unique 7th-tier battle berserker. Her battle aura coils around her like a spiraling dragon, manifesting as a protective energy shield. Is this what they call frenzy? Huashang watches, entranced, as an extraordinary feeling seems to transcend from her striking form through the night sky. Echoing from ages past. This moment, as the source of clarity for the female berserker, Huashang recognizes his own insignificance, smaller than the stars beneath the twin moons, devoid of light, a mere speck of dust lost in the night. Unseen even by himself. Chapter 46. The growth reappears across the continent. Many races possess the ability to instantly amplify their combat prowess. Yet the Azure Black Flame incantations belong solely to one. The Tiger Man senses the long-standing, unyielding hatred between the orcs and berserkers emanating from Kessley's incantations. The power radiating from her instills a sense of fear in the Tiger Man, matching his own post-transformation strength. He had not anticipated that someone inherently weaker than himself would become even more formidable in frenzy. Though the Tiger Man's bloodline carries some influence, pride as a fierce tiger propels them towards an inevitable clash of life and death. Most orcs react similarly when facing berserkers. The Tiger Man and Kessley are no exceptions. This is a fate that has persisted for millennia, as battles between their two races never ceased. In his tiger form, he bellows to the heavens, as if challenging the nearby beast roars, clawing at the earth beneath him before charging forth. The battle between the two resumes its previous intensity, becoming a fierce stalemate. The blades on Kessley's gauntlets clash with the tiger's claws, emitting a sharp, brilliant sound. This is a conflict befitting high-tier professionals, leaving no room for others to intervene. Their speeds are so swift that they appear as mere afterimages. Huashang, feeling helpless, realizes that aside from the continuously kicked-up sand and gravel, he cannot even perceive how Kessley strikes or how the Tiger Man defends. This is the insurmountable gap in strength. How frustrating. Huashang finds himself without any opportunity to intervene. The level of combat exceeds his abilities by an immense margin. As if to vent his pent-up dissatisfaction, his hands move increasingly faster, gaining more power, the internal force within him surging significantly. It feels as if an indomitable fighting spirit ignites within his abdomen, and for someone chasing after strength, such stimulation is unparalleled. Especially when the stimulus is a woman. Huashang harbors a sense of traditional masculinity. Although his actions often exceed the bounds of normalcy, he remains confined within conventional thought. Whether due to the bond they share or his own yearning for battle, a fervent impulse to fight surges within him. His internal energy circulates through his body multiple times before converging in his abdomen, the area known as the dantian, compressing into a compact sphere of energy. Much like a star about to explode. In an instant, a new, more potent force radiates throughout him. The world seems to shift in that moment. Although he still struggles to match Kessley's speed during combat, his eyes can now capture their every movement. Huashang's physical potential has dramatically enhanced due to this breakthrough. He feels a faint luminescence flowing within him. He smiles, his mindset recentering in this moment of sudden clarity. The emotions stirred by Kessley indeed stem from their bond. Yet, it is precisely because of this that he manages to achieve an extreme breakthrough, plunging into a broader realm of battle. The young man is taken aback by the transformation of the handsome youth beside him, who appears to grow bolder with each skirmish. Just moments ago, he seemed fatigued and injured. How has he suddenly transformed into someone so vigorous? With increased speed and strength, the beast soldiers around them seem to be at his mercy, unable to mount a defense against his relentless assaults. Had he been facing ordinary humans, they would have long succumbed to torment. The young man observes Huashang with growing warmth, convinced that he must possess some skill capable of instantaneously enhancing one's power. If only he could learn it himself. As circumstances shift, under the resurgence of Huashang's newfound strength, the beast soldiers collapse one after another, becoming mere nourishment for the soil. Meanwhile, the battle between Kessley and the Tiger Man escalates to a fever pitch. Both have elevated their abilities, and after tentative exchanges, they unleash their strongest techniques, aiming to resolve this conflict swiftly. Kessley desires to return to the valley to relay the news, while the Tiger Man comprehends that the beast tide has commenced, and the orc army will soon mobilize in a direction unimaginable to humankind. Thus, this impending defeat can only be settled on the battlefield through valor. The massive tiger head, with its piercingly sharp teeth, glimmers with a light, signifying concentrated energy. A fist-sized orb of light forms within its maw, the space around it trembling as the orb solidifies. This is a force brimming with destructive power, encapsulating the Tiger Man's essence, representing the mightiest attack he can currently unleash. The light orb, propelled by the Tiger Man's internal energy, shoots towards Kessley like a bullet, its speed nearly reaching the sound barrier. Confronted with the most formidable attack she has ever faced, Kessley's expression shifts to one of grave seriousness. The raging battle aura within her surges forth like a torrent breaking a dam. In the world of berserkers, thoughts of retreat never arise, even when faced with a stronger foe. They remain undaunted, often choosing to withstand the onslaught. While such combat may appear crude, it has allowed berserkers to become one of the few human races capable of standing against the orcs. This is boundless courage that transcends one's limits, a belief capable of shattering all barriers. In an almost instantaneous moment following the sphere's departure from the tiger-headed creature, it found itself mere inches away from Kessley. Observing her clenched fists, the blades crossed in formation, her crimson hair billowed wildly behind her, and waves of fighting spirit surged through her body, coalescing in her hands and flowing onto the silver-white blades. In terms of sheer offensive power and destructive capability, the sphere contained forces that Kessley, in her nascent state of awakened frenzy, could hardly compare to. After all, this was her first conscious experience of such a transformation, and her mastery over this newfound strength was still lacking. However, the female berserker was not one to be easily daunted. She possessed a finesse that was absent among her kin. Kessley endeavored to channel her inner fighting spirit into successive shockwaves, layering them to forge an unyielding line of resistance, manifesting as a cross-shaped blade of energy from her dual weapons, ultimately benefiting from the enhancement of her weaponry. The surging fighting spirit, intertwined with her own extraordinary strength, managed to neutralize the sphere's attack. After a brief struggle, the sphere was cleaved in two, racing past the space between Kessley's arms. The trees behind her were devastated by the dispersing energies of the sphere's assault. Several rows of them felled, and at the point where the sphere finally vanished, two massive craters emerged, gasping for breath. Kessley felt the toll of her defense weigh heavily upon her. The energy expended was indeed considerable. Her gaze remained fixated on the formidable form of the tiger creature, acutely aware that she could not afford even a moment's lapse in concentration, despite the tiger's own powers having plummeted to their nadir. Life and death often hinged on a fleeting instant. They stood in a silent standoff, neither willing to strike first, each seeking to restore their strength for the impending decisive blow. Suddenly, three slender red shadows emerged alongside the tiger, resembling serpentine forms of fiery magic. The intensity of the crimson flames was palpable. For one accustomed to the battlefield and the arcane, this rudimentary yet widely employed magic was almost commonplace. The second-tier fire serpents, conjured from Huashang's magical ring, would typically fail to breach the tiger's protective fighting spirit. However, in its current state of exhaustion, the creature could no longer summon its defenses, and relying solely on its hide might invite complications, especially with a female berserker watching intently nearby. Yet, While Huashang's assault posed a challenge, an unusual beast materialized at the tiger's flank, a creature with earthy yellow skin and a dragon-like head, though smaller in stature and devoid of wings. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a variant of a terrestrial dragon. The tiger would never discern the origins of this beast. It presumed it to be part of the first wave of monsters emerging from the Black Ice Mountains. Though its aura suggested it was not entirely ordinary, it remained evidently a lesser beast. Strangely, typical dragon variants lacked the ability to unleash breath attacks, yet this peculiar creature could expel flames. Contemplating these anomalies, the tiger took a few steps back, and as the fire serpents collided with the sphere, a violent explosion erupted before it. This sudden appearance of the beast was, in fact, a lower-tier evolution of the rolling beast. The ancient beast.as Huashang transcended a threshold of power through the trials of battle. A congratulatory message from the dragon machine heralded the evolution of the once-degraded digital creatures back to their earlier developmental stages. Since the dragon machine had evolved into its true form, each digital creature was no longer summoned in a wholesale manner. Each was unique, birthed from Huashang's myriad emotions and imbued with randomness. The mini-dragon also informed Huashang that new digital eggs had hatched due to this breakthrough, though they were still in their juvenile stage and devoid of combat capabilities. However, the digital creatures allowed to linger in this alternate realm were no longer singular. With the enhancement of Huashang's power, the dragon machine granted him the ability to command 3 digital creatures. As the tiger deftly evaded the combined assault of Huashang and the ancient beast. Huashang felt no remorse. Instead, an enigmatic smile graced his lips. At that moment, as the tiger stepped back, believing it had evaded the ambush, a sudden gust of wind surged forth. It was the son of Aunt Kaka, the young warrior, who seemed to possess an innate combat instinct. Without any prompting from Huashang, he intuitively grasped the trajectory of the battle and began to gather his own strength simultaneously. A translucent blade of fighting spirit, half a meter long and a finger's width across, coalesced around the young warrior's body, propelled forth with a ferocious intent as if to repay the tiger for its earlier humiliation. The young warrior's strength was estimated to lie between the 4th and 5th tiers. While his profession remained unclear, the potency of his long-prepared fighting spirit attack surpassed Huashang's half-formed magic and was notably swifter. The blade struck the tiger's back directly. It was not that the creature lacked the desire to evade, nor was it overconfident in its current state, but rather that it was momentarily immobilized. Upon closer inspection, several purple vines could be seen quietly ensnaring its feet, instilling a sense of paralysis. These were the toxic vines of the Barilu beast. The tiger endured the full force of the young warrior's strike, an immense pain surging through it as if it were being torn apart, leaving a bloody gash across its back. Yet, as if choreographed, the wound not only bled but was also struck by a bolt of lightning the size of an infant's arm, searing the flesh and causing the skin to curl and blister. The third digital beast of the battle was none other than the beetle beast, soaring above with remarkable accuracy. Chapter 47. Crisis. The pain inflicted upon the tiger was excruciating, tears welling in its eyes. Not only was its back slashed, but the flesh was also charred black from the electrical strike. This torture was unparalleled, especially as it faced such an assault at a time when its strength had nearly depleted, leaving it filled with frustration, pain, and seething rage. Vile humans, I shall slay you all. A delirious roar emanated from the tiger, as the backlash of its beastly transformation surged through it, veins bulging ominously, its state dangerously unstable. Resembling a grenade on the brink of detonation, radiating an increasing threat, the young warrior couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. The culmination of his power had resulted in merely a wound. Now, provoked to the brink of madness, the consequences of the tiger's rage could be dire. With a wry smile, the young man addressed Huashang. My lord, I will do my utmost to hold him off. Please, take my mother and leave this place. This was the young man's first spoken request of the night. Huashang was taken aback, not expecting such selflessness from the young warrior. Was it for his mother? As he gazed into the youth's clear eyes, he discerned a profound affection, perhaps for life itself, or for his mother, or something else entirely. Many uncertainties swirled in Huashang's mind, and in that moment, he found himself feeling a twinge of jealousy towards the young man. Once, he too had a mother, only to be cast aside. Taking a deep breath, Huashang turned his attention to Kesley, who stood valiantly in front of him. Battling the tiger. He wondered what thoughts occupied her mind. After a pause, he gently spoke to the young warrior. You are truly remarkable. Huashang would not abandon the fight. There was still someone standing before him, a woman bound to him by a ludicrous covenant. For no other reason than the fact that Kesley had chosen to protect him, he felt compelled to stay. He pursued many ambitions, power, wealth, strength, and women, but deep down, What he yearned for most was love, to be cherished, whether through friendship or familial bonds. At that moment, unbeknownst to Huashang, within the confines of the dragon machine, the mini-dragon emitted a mechanical voice. Contractor's emotional state has reached a critical threshold. Meeting the minimum requirements for vaccine evolution mode. Initiating sacred plan evolution mode. Digital creatures are insufficient in response. They have not reached the limits of evolution. Your mother will need your care, as will you. Huashang shook his head at the young man, feeling an odd sensation stirred within him by the youth's words. Having a mother is truly wonderful, he murmured, his pace quickening instinctively, with the shared vision of his digital creatures now activated. He meticulously monitored the tiger. Ancient beast, Huashang called out, rallying his digital companions, disregarding the young warrior's reaction as he joined the fray. Small flame, winged lightning, poison vines. The restraining attacks of the barrel beast always seemed to yield unexpected effects. Although the combined assaults of the ancient beast and the beetle beast did not inflict significant harm upon the tiger, targeting the vulnerable spot on its back would yield a different outcome. Didar, Kaisili gently called out, her heart brimming with unspoken joy. Let us first deal with this raucous creature. I shall restrain its movements. Huashang quickly articulated his plan, his body leaping into the air as he began to twist and turn, his legs coming together like a drill as he charged towards the Tiger Man. Roar. The Tiger Man raised his head slightly, using his forehead to absorb the impact of Huashang's leg strike, showing no signs of retreat. His forelimbs gripped the ground tightly, and with a swift extension of his neck, he sent Huashang sprawling back. Again, once more, Huashang executed the spinning kick, this time targeting the wound on the Tiger Man's back. Time and again, Huashang was flung away, with the barrel beast trailing closely behind, persistently harassing the frenzied Tiger Man, despite the stark disparity in strength between the two sides. The relentless and coordinated assault made Huashang appear to the Tiger Man as an annoying and diminutive insect, one that could not be easily swatted away. Inciting its primal irritation. Huashang summoned all his internal energy, and during his final send-off, he flipped and landed amidst the vines that ensnared the Tiger Man, instinctively bending his legs to assume the optimal stance for exertion. The flames from Agumon and the lightning from Kabutermon ravaged the wound on the Tiger Man's back, and seizing the moment of the Tiger Man's disarray, Huashang leveraged the strength from the vines to vault onto the Tiger Man's back. His hands tightening around its neck, pulling upwards to expose the tender flesh concealed beneath its fur. Kaisili, Huashang shouted. The female berserker's eyes gleamed with realization. It dawned on her that battles could unfold in such a manner. However, this was not a moment for contemplation. Huashang's previous flurry of distracting attacks had granted her a brief respite. She felt her long, crimson hair billow behind her as the blades on her gauntlets shimmered with a glint of light. Breakthrough. With hands clasped together, Kaisili spun her body just like Huashang, executing a rapid rotation, forcefully bringing the edges of her blades together. Charge. Like a swift arrow, Kaisili shot from one end to the other, driving her blades into the taut muscles of the Tiger Man's neck, slicing through. The dual blades embedded deep into the Tiger Man's throat, and Kaisili twisted them with force, extracting a gory spray of flesh and blood. The Tiger Man, maintaining its upward gaze, had its pupils dilate to an enormous size, regaining clarity in that fleeting moment, only to be greeted by death, regardless of race. Once the throat is torn asunder, survival is utterly impossible. Even the mightiest of beings in the sacred realm would find themselves silenced in death, how much less so for this Tiger Man. I will not yield. The Tiger Man's throat trembled violently, expending its remaining vitality to produce one last sound before it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Reverting to its original human form, utterly devoid of life. Kaisili wiped the sweat from her brow, her hair returning to its previous state, the damp bangs clinging to her beautiful face, yet, in an ungraceful manner. She propped herself up with her hands, spreading her legs as she sat on the ground, gasping for breath. The combination of berserker rage and full-throttle assault had brought her stamina to its limit. She likely lacked even the strength to stand. The berserker's frenzy was inherently exhausting, and after each transformative bout, a rest of several days was necessary for recovery. Although the bond between Kaisili and Huashang had expedited her recuperation, a full day was still required before she could engage in battle once more. Dida, well done. Kaisili, panting heavily, managed to give Huashang a thumbs up. Huashang smiled, saying nothing, merely appreciating the unique charm of the female berserker post-battle. Perhaps having such a woman by his side was indeed a delightful prospect. Suddenly, Huashang thought of Shi-Er and Shi-Go-Wei from Okate City, glancing towards the direction of the city with an enigmatic glimmer in his eyes. Ah, Shang. Agumon scampered excitedly in front of Huashang, followed closely by Barilu and Kabuterimon, who had now settled at his feet. Huashang patted Agumon's head vigorously, choosing not to speak, for he understood that Agumon and the others could sense his thoughts, just as he could feel their emotions. Daida, are these all your summoned beasts? Keisai Li asked in astonishment, gazing at the tirelessly fidgeting Agumon. Huashang nodded, brushing the dirt from his clothes as he helped Keisai Li to her feet. However, Keisai Li, still unsteady, inadvertently bumped into Huashang's embrace, her face turning a deep shade of red. Ha! Huashang. Keisai Li looked so adorable when she flustered. Agumon, ever the chatterbox, seized the moment, especially in such an awkward situation. Huashang cleared his throat, subtly adjusting Keisai Li back to her proper stance. Keisai Li stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts, her cheeks flushed even deeper. It's all right, don't mind what they said, it was just a jest. Huashang reassured gently. Keisai Li nodded obediently, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, how strange, why can they talk? Only magical beasts of the 10th rank should possess the ability to speak, and why do they call you by name? Daida, because they are my closest companions. Huashang did not respond to Keisai Li's first question, instead gazing at Agumon and the others with a smile that radiated childlike joy. Thank you. Young man somewhat awkwardly approached Huashang, filled with gratitude. No need for thanks. Protecting the citizens of Okate City has always been our mission as berserkers, Keisai Li replied politely to the young man. The young man's name was Ben. A villager from this small settlement. In his youth, he had encountered a deceased mercenary, from whom he learned the ways of cultivating fighting spirit. He claimed never to have undergone a formal occupational assessment, but believed he possessed around 4th-tier strength. The recent orc invasion of the village had occurred just days prior. Many villagers had been captured, and he had to blend in to seek a means of rescue while keeping watch over those taken captive. Regrettably, several lives were lost due to the incident. At that moment, the roars of beasts from the distant Black Ice Mountains ceased, and the surroundings fell into a calm that approached the early hours of dawn. Yet beneath the starlit sky, gazing at the vast and undulating mountains, a sense of foreboding crept into the hearts of the group, casting a heavy pall over their spirits. The beast tide? Is it? Chapter 48. You are my ice-calling bird. Daida, you mentioned a beast tide. Did you know something from the start? Keisai Li inquired nervously, instinctively sensing that something dreadful was imminent, her heart inexplicably racing at the thought of the Daroka Canyon. Huashang offered a simple explanation, stating, this is how it is. Although we have thwarted the Tiger Man's mission here, judging by the 4 beams of light we witnessed earlier, the orc scheme has likely commenced. Moreover, it should unfold swiftly. Ben then interjected. I heard the roars of those magical beasts. They sounded extremely urgent. From the Black Ice Mountains to here, it wouldn't take a day before the first wave of low-tier magical beasts arrives. Mr. Huashang, do you have any good ideas? Upon realizing that Keisai Li was a berserker, Ben maintained a respectful demeanor, directly addressing Huashang, whom he perceived to be in charge. As a citizen of Okate City, Ben was understandably concerned about this impending crisis. Moreover, he was a person who refused to be mediocre, especially when he acquired the coveted technique of combat cultivation that commoners yearned for. His heart surged with fervor, perhaps viewing this incident as an opportunity to step beyond the confines of his village. Daida Kesley called out gently. At that moment, Huashang fell into contemplation. He was not an administrative officer of Okate City and had no need to be troubled by these events. Furthermore, he ultimately intended to return to his unvisited territory, which was still far removed from here. Even if a great war were to erupt, it was unlikely to affect that distant land. Besides, the vast empire had stood for a millennium, and the true extent of its latent power remained unknown. Moreover, his purpose for coming to Okate City had largely been fulfilled. Before entering the digital space, he had instructed Mrs. Greff to gather a substantial number of development-type slaves, who were likely ready and simply awaiting his arrival for collection. As for Kasisi, he would take along the 100 or so members of the Dragon Society if possible, for he had few followers at his disposal. Power, after all, is fundamentally built upon influence. Once one possesses their own power, individual valor becomes less significant. Huashang's thoughts began to race, meticulously clarifying various matters that he intended to leave this place, and perhaps should bolster his own power before doing so. He had come here alone, engaging in a venture with no initial investment, thus any gains from the chaos would be deemed a profit. Very well, there is still some time before dawn. The village should have enough of the Windcloud beasts. You will go to the canyon to explain the situation and then return to the city first, Huashang ultimately said to Kesley. If Okate City fell, he would gain nothing. rendering his efforts over the past month futile. Kesley hesitated for a moment, then, biting her silver teeth, declared, "No, I will accompany you." She cared for her grandfather but was also concerned for Huashang's safety. They were bound by a spiritual contract, and she valued that bond even more than he did. The sentiments involved were beyond the understanding of outsiders. Moreover, there was a chance they might encounter other beastmen on their way back to the city. Very well. Huashang eventually acquiesced, having considered the possibility of danger. He was not a hero saving the nation and had no desire to assume the mantle of a savior. Thus, choosing a strong companion in the face of potential peril was indeed the prudent choice. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Ben interjected, making his presence known, as if Huashang had not forgotten him. "You?" Kesley assessed Ben, then glanced at Huashang, a glimmer of hope shimmering in her eyes. Huashang sighed inwardly. It seemed that the so-called marital contract was indeed quite burdensome. "Very well. If possible, you may help by delivering a message to the Dalekar Canyon. Simply relay what you know." "Understood. Will I be able to find you afterward?" Ben hurriedly inquired. Huashang squinted at Ben, pondering, before finally responding, "If possible, seek out someone named Kasisi on Vance Street in Okat City. He will inform me of your situation." "Good. I shall set off now. There are 3 windcloud beasts outside the village." "That should suffice," Ben remarked, casting a lingering glance at his mother, who had been settled but remained unconscious. He then drew some blood from the beastmen and inscribed a few characters before hastily leading Huashang as they began making their way toward the village. Suddenly, a glimmer of light emerged. It was the peculiar curved object that Ben had previously dislodged. It began to rise slowly, as if summoned by some unseen force, emitting an even more potent radiance towards the black ice mountains. In a flash, Huashang seized the curved object in his palm. Yet, the small artifact trembled violently within his grasp, causing his hand to shake uncontrollably, as though it were attempting to escape his hold. Huashang hurriedly stored it within his spatial ring, but no matter how he urged, the curved object resisted being contained, as if possessing a force of its own. It appeared that this curved object was of considerable significance. Huashang's palm tingled from the vibrations, as the light emanating from it illuminated the surroundings as if it were daytime. Gritting his teeth, he defiantly retrieved the dragon machine and pressed a button, causing a vibrant halo to materialize before him, into which he forcefully hurled the curved object. The entrance to the digital space closed instantaneously, and the curved object vanished without a trace. The mini-dragon had previously informed Huashang that he could carry small items into the digital space, but anything larger than a human was beyond his capabilities. The event transpired swiftly, concluding just as quickly. Before Kesley and Ben could fully react, Huashang urged, "All right, let us hurry. Wait, take this with you. If anyone stops you, show it to them and go directly to my grandfather. He is the commander of the Legion. Just tell him I am well," Kesley instructed, tearing a strip of cloth from her attire and imprinting the iron badge onto it, which magically bore the image of a flame. She then handed it to Ben. Ben's eyes widened further. Kesley's grandfather was indeed the commander of the Berserker Legion. His heart raced uncontrollably. This task must be completed, and it must be done well. Ben silently resolved, leaping onto the Windcloud Beast and galloping away with a few whistles. Kesley looked up at the retreating Windcloud Beast, the dust it stirred up trailing behind it like a lingering worry that perplexed her heart. She shook her head vigorously, attempting to free herself from her anxiety, and then said, "Let us set off as well, Didak." Huashang noted the expression on Kesley's face and sighed inwardly. Was it truly worth it? Kesley shook her head once more, her gaze resolute as she fixed her eyes on Huashang. "Oh, you know of a creature called the Cold Songbird?" As if reminiscing, Kesley's tone took on a dreamy quality. "It is a small beast that never abandons its mate. No matter where the male bird flies, the female will follow until its last breath." Huashang yearned to respond, but Kesley continued, seemingly lost in her thoughts. "Our people, especially the women with husbands, often keep such birds to remind them of their distant partners. And you are my cold songbird." Huashang's lips quivered slightly, a strange emotion beginning to swell within his heart. "To follow," he murmured, recalling a time when a girl had persistently followed him as well. Kesley, unaware of his musings, gazed at him with a puzzled expression. "Didak, what is wrong? Come, after we resolve this matter, I will accompany you to the canyon." Huashang carried Kesley on his back, gazing at the stars above, wondering if there was a woman transformed into a star, watching over him through the vast expanse of time and space. Indeed, it is already the early hours. Here lay on her desk, a thin coat draped over her shoulders, a gesture of warmth from Woma. Here gently stroked the fabric, feeling its warmth dissipate the annoyance that had awakened her from her slumber due to the cacophony. The earlier clamor had startled her as if heralding the apocalypse, and Huer's innate sensitivity had perceived an impending sense of dread, as though something dreadful was about to transpire. Wolma sat not far from Huer, her complexion pale, having also heard the unsettling sounds. After a moment, Wolma pressed her hand against her chest, awakening from her fright and looking at Huer. "Miss, are you all right?" Huer shook her head and, once her emotions settled, replied, "Wolma, I feel a foreboding that something terrible is about to happen. Please investigate what is going on." Wolma was well aware of Huer's extraordinary sixth sense upon hearing her mistress's words. The lively and adorable girl shook off her drowsiness and promptly said, "I will go right away." "Yes, that is wise," Huer mused, then hesitated before adding, "Later, please send a message to Li Ruoyuo and ask for his assistance. Miss, that scoundrel is often missing. Why would we seek him out?" Wolma retorted, "Who knows, he might be indulging in some debauchery somewhere, living in blissful ignorance, as he has always enjoyed." Huer let out a bitter laugh. If that were the case, it would be preferable, however, if something were to happen to him. And if my aunt's spirit were to learn that her son met with misfortune under my watch, how could I find peace? This time, Wolma dared not argue, muttering, "I truly do not know what good deeds that scoundrel has done in a past life to warrant such concern now." He looked at the indignant Wolma with a bemused expression, choosing not to say anything. After all, that fire had left quite a poor impression on Wolma, and unless some extraordinary event occurred, such an impression was unlikely to change. But what about herself? He found herself lost in thought, pondering when her own attitude towards fire had shifted. She subconsciously touched her cheek, as if feeling another hand gently caressing her, accompanied by a pair of affectionate eyes gazing at her. After Wolma left the study to attend to her matters, Hill sat alone, gazing at the pile of documents before her, which resembled a small mountain. She felt a tinge of despair, a hint of melancholy, and a touch of self-pity. Some long-buried memories slowly began to unravel. She recalled a little boy once telling her that when he grew up, he wanted to be her guardian knight. She also remembered him saying, "Sister Hill, will you be my mother?" But was she merely a mother? Hill watched the soft glow of the lamp as the sky outside the crystal window gradually brightened. "Yet, you promised to be my winter songbird." Chapter 49. Bluster. Two wind cloud beasts galloped swiftly, with Huashang and Keisai Li side by side, relentlessly driving away the seated magical beasts. However, after barely 3 hours, the wind cloud beasts began to show signs of fatigue. Drooling excessively, their bodies drenched in sweat as if they had caught a cold. The two were in a hurry. Huashang had decent stamina and seemed hardly tired after 3 hours, but Keisai Li, having just fought in a frenzy, was heavily drained, her forehead glistening with sweat and her breathing labored. Silently, Huashang tightened the reins, forcefully halting the wind cloud beasts, and only spoke once Keisai Li had come to a stop. "All right, let's rest for a moment." Keisai Li shook her head, saying, "No, Daida, I can keep going. It wouldn't be good to delay your matters." Her slightly stubborn demeanor made Huashang sigh helplessly, unsure how to handle this surreal feeling. After a pause, he said, "It won't delay anything. Those cries are loud enough to echo across the skies, sure to attract the attention of the townsfolk. I'm merely arranging a few matters. There's ample time." Huashang approached Keisai Li, helping her down with effort. The female berserker had exhausted herself and was unable to dismount on her own, merely relying on sheer willpower to hold on, her body stiff and unable to walk. Huashang smiled wryly and sighed. Then, to Keisai Li's astonishment, lifted her into his arms and carried her to a cluster of stones by the roadside, gently setting her down. "You need to rest now." Perhaps due to the intimacy of Huashang's actions, which were unfamiliar to Keisai Li, who had never interacted closely with men of her own race, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her, a faint blush rising on her defeated face, and she murmured an inaudible Huashang retrieved some water and food from his spatial ring, and they sat silently by the tranquil roadside, watching the sun rise and the scattered, slender shadows of trees on the ground, both lost in their own worlds. After about half an hour, Keisai Li clapped her hands and stretched, feeling some recovery within her. "Daida, let us go." Huashang nodded and was about to approach the wind cloud beast when his body suddenly paused, his brow furrowing. Just as Keisai Li was about to speak, Huashang quickly covered her mouth, pulling her into the nearby bushes, whispering in her ear, "There are beastmen ahead." Keisai Li's expression turned tense. Encountering beastmen of the same caliber as tigermen would leave her chances of victory nearly non-existent unless she recklessly activated forbidden techniques. Looking into Huashang's striking black and white eyes, she felt an inexplicable determination as she clenched her fists and then relaxed them, having made her decision. Keisai Li's body became unusually soft, pressing against Huashang's embrace as she softly said, "Daida, I'm a bit tired. May I lean on you? A hint of confusion flashed across Huashang's face, but he said nothing, gently agreeing and continuing to watch ahead. During their journey, Huashang had already sent out the Biku beast to scout ahead. Through their shared vision, he saw a group of about 10 beastmen hastily approaching, likely to rendezvous with the Tiger Man. However, Huashang was taken aback to see that the leading beastman was none other than Bellefu. Now flanked solely by his fellow beastmen. Damn it. Huashang cursed inwardly, realizing he had forgotten to erase their tracks in his haste, and worse still, the two Windcloud beasts were tied nearby, making it obvious that someone was present. Gripping his dagger tightly, Huashang's internal energy surged, his body gearing up for battle. As expected, Bellefu and his band of beastmen stopped beside the Windcloud beasts. One beastman exclaimed, "Perfect, 2 Windcloud beasts. I'll ride one." "Idiot," another beastman chastised, smacking his head. "Don't you find it odd that 2 Windcloud beasts suddenly appeared here?" "Odd about what?" grumbled the smacked beastman, glancing at Bellefu's sour expression, wary of saying more. Bellefu cautiously surveyed the surroundings, then turned to the Windcloud beasts, stating, "There are people here, at least 2 or more. You all go search." "Yes," the beastmen responded in unison. Dispersing to vigilantly check their surroundings. 3 beastmen approached Huashang's hiding place. Drawing their weapons and sweeping them forcefully through the grass as they slowly neared where the 2 were crouched, Huashang whispered to Keisai, "Kill the one on the left." In that instant, a burst of colors flickered across his chest, and Huashang unleashed his fury, activating the magic ring for one last attack. A slender tongue of fire shot forth, striking the beastman on the far right while Huashang lunged forward. His dagger aimed directly at the middle beastman. Keisai was even quicker, though her blow was the last. The sharp blade on her gauntlet pierced the chest of the leftmost beastman just as Huashang's dagger struck the middle one. The cries of anguish erupted, the beastman on the right wailing more pitifully. The magical attack hadn't killed him. His robust physique allowed the flames to engulf him as he desperately beat out the fire on his body. After a brief struggle, Huashang delivered a powerful side kick, causing the beastman's head to twist at an unnatural angle before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In mere seconds, 3 beastmen were dispatched. By the time Bellefu reacted, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the handsome youth before him. Its Bellefu's voice trembled with an inexplicable fear. That moment, 3 more cries of despair echoed out as 3 beastmen surrounding Bellefu ignited in different colored flames, rolling on the ground as they tried to extinguish the fire consuming them. Bellefu's wolf-like head turned again, his pupils widening as he beheld a beast with a dirt yellow hue and a dragon-like head, reminiscent of that massive blue-black figure from that fateful night. Aside from the Biku beast, Huashang had also summoned Agumon and Gabuman for this encounter. The 3 digital beasts, 1 in the sky, 2 on the ground, unleashed a barrage of fiery attacks from different angles, relentlessly targeting the beastmen. However, amidst the chaos, the beast soldiers quickly organized an effective counterattack, forming teams of 2 or 3 to close in on Agumon and Gabuman. The Biku beast was rendered ineffective. Yet the beastmen began picking up stones from the ground, hurling them into the air. Most of these beastmen were around the 3rd tier, considered elite soldiers in their ranks, yet faced with the relentless and uninterrupted magical assaults from the digital beasts, they were sent into a frenzied retreat. They were baffled. When could magical beasts launch continuous magical attacks without needing to catch their breath? Could it be that the 3 beasts before them were all apex creatures of their kind? "It's you again." Belif gazed at the distant figure of Huashang, a wave of trepidation washing over him. In his mind, the sudden appearance of that high-level magical beast was summoned by this person. Looking at the small, earthy yellow creature, he genuinely feared for his life. Should it strike again, he might find himself meeting a dreadful end right here. Perhaps there remained a slim chance of survival through beastification. But who could tell if the other 2 beasts would undergo similar transformations? If all 3 high-level beasts were to unleash their fury simultaneously, even the most advanced form of beastification would lead to certain doom. Huashang, detecting a subtle anomaly in Belif's tone, especially the way he regarded the Agumon, began to comprehend the reason behind his unease. With a languid smile, Huashang adopted an effortlessly casual tone, saying, "Who would have thought we'd encounter an acquaintance on this path?" Suddenly, he playfully drew Kesley close, teasingly remarking, "Do you realize that interrupting someone else's good fortune could lead to a lightning strike?" As if to affirm Huashang's words, the celestial bestial beast abruptly vanished, replaced by a beetle beast that descended with a flash of electric wings, striking a nearby tree and charring it black. Although this location was adjacent to the main road, it was remarkable how few travelers passed by. Aside from the caravans transporting goods to the Dalakar Gorge, Even the villagers from nearby hamlets seldom ventured forth. Thus, when Huashang spoke of good fortune, it was hard not to associate it with the excessively lush grass and Kesseley's undeniable beauty. Belif immediately categorized this good fortune as something related to a child's playful antics, doubting that Huashang was even aware of his presence here. Consequently, the only conclusion the werewolf could draw was that their meeting was purely coincidental. And Huashang was oblivious to any deeper implications. With this thought in mind, Belif intentionally sidestepped the earlier incident at the Zacalito Hotel, chuckling as he said, "So that's the case, huh? Ha. Then, sir, perhaps this is all just a misunderstanding. Shall we move on?" Belif refrained from mentioning the fact that Huashang had slain several orcs, and since his current followers were merely ordinary beastmen soldiers rather than the capable mercenaries he once commanded, he chose to avoid conflict. He reasoned that once he regrouped with his own forces, there would surely be a resolution to whatever issues arose. Huashang stood silently, seemingly lost in contemplation, while Kesseley could sense beads of perspiration forming on his neck. After a moment, Huashang, with an expressionless demeanor, addressed Belif. "You're Belif, correct? Regardless of your intentions for infiltrating Okat City, as long as you do not provoke me, I can pretend we have never met." Belif regarded Huashang with a deep gaze, suppressing the primal instinct simmering within him, ultimately prioritizing the greater good. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Let us depart." The previously boisterous orc called out in protest, but was silenced by Belif's fierce glare. Huashang and Kesseley watched as Belif and his entourage passed by until they vanished from sight. Only then did Huashang release a long breath, reflecting on how long it had been since he had engaged in such theatrical posturing. Chapter 50. Return to the city. On a solitary peak of the Black Ice Mountains, a magnificent golden edifice shimmered eternally, as though it had never relinquished a trace of its golden glow. Resembling a great king surveying the life beneath the thick cloud-covered At this moment, for beams of light surged from the mountains into the center of the palace courtyard, curiously halting before a middle-aged man who sat in quiet contemplation. The man slowly lifted his eyelids, observing the four luminous spheres before him, and chuckled softly. "It seems those little wild beasts are not as foolish as I imagined." Moments later, his brow furrowed, deepening with concern as strange energy surged around him, causing his garments to billow without wind. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, casting a peculiar glance at the four spheres before gathering them into his possession. When he opened his hand once more, a singular, incomplete pentagram appeared. Who could have delivered the summoning order? The middle-aged man gazed curiously at the ancient figure seated nearby, resembling a fossil, as he absorbed the fragmented summoning order into his being and gradually closed his eyes. The Golden Plaza fell silent once more. As dawn broke, Okat City welcomed a new day. Barely had the citizens stepped outside their homes when whispers filled the air regarding the spine-chilling roars that had erupted during the night. It could be said that in Okat City, unless one was deaf, it was impossible not to have heard those sounds. Elders in the city began to voice their interpretations of the event, with the older generation even proclaiming it to be a divine omen from the gods, causing a palpable sense of anxiety to spread throughout Okat City by noon, adding another topic of discussion among the townsfolk. Li Rualuo had been living in comfort these past few days, indulging in a life of revelry and excess. Although this had been his way of life previously, the acquisition of the Black Ledger from Dennis allowed him greater clarity in many matters, transforming him from a passive player into one who took the initiative. Li Rualuo quietly examined the ledger in his hands, alone in his study, the only sound being his murmured thoughts. "Humph. If it weren't for those old fogies claiming I am unworthy of inheritance, I wouldn't be left with no capable individuals. At least Phil has some utility, but where has he wandered off to now? Don't let me down. And that damned son of the Holy Trial, that chose me as the Dark Sun, yet there are supposedly two other suns out there." Li Rualuo recalled vividly the enigmatic figure in black who had suddenly appeared before him long ago, sharing outrageous yet tantalizing propositions. As he gently closed the ledger, his gaze fell upon the ancient, jet-black ring adorned with wing-like engravings. He rotated the ring between his fingers, his demeanor chilling as he proclaimed, "Just wait. One day I shall tread upon the very earth beneath me." Before long, the tranquil study was disturbed by the sound of urgent, steady footsteps. Li Rualuo squinted, observing the door swing open and shut swiftly, revealing Mizius standing before him. Mizius's imposing stature evoked the majesty of ancient cypress trees, yet a rare expression of worry marred his countenance. "Oh, you know what has transpired?" Li Rualuo inquired, referring to the unsettling sounds that had stirred the city into a frenzy. Mizius shook his head, speaking uncertainly. "I only know that they originated from the Black Ice Mountains. The night watchman reported that it seemed to come from the foothills near our location. So, you mean to say it was the roar of magical beasts?" Li Rualuo responded, connecting the dots. "I believe so. What are your thoughts?" Mizius pondered for a moment, inhaling deeply before continuing. Do you recall the message Miss Hill brought a month ago? Li Rualuo's eyes widened in alarm as he fixed a penetrating gaze on Mizius, asking sternly, "Are you suggesting a beast tide?" Mizius nodded gravely, stating, "Besides this possibility, I have no other data to draw alternative conclusions that a beast tide." Li Rualuo's fingers rhythmically tapped the surface of the desk, his expression darkening as he quietly inquired, "Is the likelihood high?" "Very high," Mizius replied emphatically. "There are records in the city's archives of similar sounds, dating back 300 years. However, at that time, the orcs were largely inactive, allowing the previous chief of the Berserkers to intervene. It took Okat City over a decade to recuperate after that incident. Mizius continued, "This time, however, it seems the orc presence is unmistakable. If chaos erupts in the rear while the orcs mobilize, it is likely that Okat City will not withstand the onslaught. At this moment, Li Rualuo's furrowed brow relaxed, and he responded with an air of nonchalance, as if the situation held no weight in his mind. "Indeed. Aren't you concerned?" Mizius inquired, observing Li Rualuo's relaxed demeanor. "Concerned? My greatest hope is that those orcs remain lethargic and refrain from assaulting the Daliker Gorge." Li Rualuo chuckled. "If the city remains undisturbed, I might just have the chance to confront that reclusive old ghost." In an instant, Mizius appeared to grasp something profound, choosing not to press further on the matter but instead shifted topics. "Our manpower is prepared and ready to act at any moment." "Ah, splendid. With the city in turmoil, things will only become muddier, making it easier to navigate. It seems the goddess of fortune is quite favorably inclined towards me. Perhaps I should seek her counsel soon," he said with a chuckle. "Should your words reach the ears of the goddess's followers, you may find yourself in dire straits," Mizius warned. Nose, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, "Am I not to thank you for being a dark believer?" Li Rualuo teased. Mios shook his head in an indescribable manner and replied solemnly, "If you aim to confront the remaining two saints, these matters will ultimately need to be addressed." Li Rualuo. "Addressed?" Li Rualuo smirked with self-importance. "What is there for me to change? The world will inevitably transform because of me one day. Besides, after all these years, there has been no word from the other two saints. Perhaps they have perished before they even had a chance to mature." "There, well," Mios suddenly interjected. "Oh, what do you know? Have there been any recent communications?" Li Rualuo inquired abruptly. Mios shook his head, stating, "As you know, the other two messengers will not divulge any information about them to me. And I, likewise, cannot do so. What I can offer you is merely some assistance within your growth journey, but ultimately, one must rely on oneself." "How dull," Li Rualuo responded. "Moreover, the appointed time is approaching. Soon you shall discover who they are." "Very well," Li Rualuo conceded, aware that further inquiries would yield the same answers, rendering it pointless. "Knows, do remember to avoid injuring anyone during tonight's operation." He added as a final note. It was not until noon that Huashang and his companion finally arrived outside the gates of Okat City. As usual, the towering city walls stood before them, and Huashang gazed at the weathered structure with a sense of melancholy, pondering how it might soon bear even more scars, or perhaps cease to exist altogether. Did the people within these walls know that soon this place will transform into a site of sorrow? He mused, shaking off these sudden thoughts and striding into the city. At that moment, most people had already begun their midday meals, and the streets were relatively sparse, save for the bustling shops along the main thoroughfare. "I fear that before long, this vibrancy will diminish," Kessely remarked with a wry smile. Huashang glanced at Kessely, contemplating whether these unbidden worries were a result of her presence. This spiritual bond they shared seemed to evoke a complex mix of emotions within him. Just then, Many Dragons suddenly transmitted an urgent message. "Huashang, you should hurry and enter the digital realm," it advised. "What has happened?" Huashang asked, concern creeping into his voice. "It's difficult to explain right now." "Just come in," Mini Dragon insisted. After a moment's thought, Huashang took Kessely's hand and quickened his pace. In Okat City, riding Windcloud Beasts was generally prohibited, and he wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, they encountered a passenger Windcloud Beast carriage around the corner. "Zacalido," Huashang said instinctively as he boarded. Before entering the city, he had been contemplating where to go, but had yet to reach a decision. He was determined to visit Kaijue, and Li Rualuo would also be seeking something, while he had intentions to find Lady Grieve as well. Yet, at that moment, Huashang realized that the person he most longed to see was, in fact, Sierra, the woman who once bestowed upon him a dreamlike sense of kinship. As they traveled, Huashang's hearing sharpened considerably. Although the carriage moved swiftly, he could distinctly catch snippets of conversations from passers-by. Prophecy? Huashang found himself bemused. The simplicity of their reasoning was rather charming. To refer to the signs of the beast tide as a prophecy, one could hardly blame them. When faced with being slain by marauding beasts, it might seem as though they were being summoned to a divine realm for eternal bliss. Having resolved to seek out Sierra first, Huashang began to contemplate his next course of action. Images of Kaijue, Lady Grieve, Li Ruoyuo, and Zami's floated through his mind as he rested his chin on his hand, closing his eyes as if to drift into slumber. Time passed, and soon their destination came into view, revealing the familiar sight of 6 youthful and charming receptionists. "Sir, welcome to Zacalito Hotel. Is that young Master Fire?" A burly man suddenly called out from behind Huashang. Huashang had expected that the first person he would encounter would be the sharp-tongued maid Woma, yet to his surprise, it was none other than Sierra's nightly attendant, Captain Zuduan, a formidable warrior of the 6th rank. Zuduan approached Huashang with a few swift strides and exclaimed, "Young Master Fire, you have finally returned. We've been searching high and low for you these past few days. You have no idea how much the young lady has missed you. She has noticeably lost weight. Young Master Fire, you must not let our lady down. If it weren't for me, Zuduan, I wouldn't have let you off so easily." Huashang was somewhat at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Perhaps during their first encounter, he had indeed felt a surge of attraction towards Sierra, but as time passed, that impulse had transformed into a deep-seated appreciation at this moment. He could firmly assert that this sentiment bore no resemblance to love. However, it was perhaps better left unaddressed. Any attempt to clarify would only complicate matters further. Thus, Huashang opted for silence regarding Zuduan's insinuation. "Very well, Captain Zuduan, could you inform me of Sierra's whereabouts?" Huashang finally asked. Zuduan smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked something crucial. "What am I thinking? Come, I shall take you to see the young lady." He then noticed Kesley standing beside Huashang and asked, "Young Master Fire, who is this?" "She is someone very important to me," Huashang replied vaguely, refraining from disclosing Kesley's true identity. Zuduan shot Huashang a knowing glance, nudging him with his elbow as he whispered, "I understand, a man's secret. But young Master Fire, I must warn you, do not let any other woman break our lady's heart, or else." As Zuduan led the way, Kesley leaned in and quietly asked, "Didida, aren't you called Huashang? Why does he call you Fire?" Huashang found the question a bit complex and decided to defer the explanation for another time. "When there are outsiders, you may call me Fire as well." "Oh," Kesley agreed obediently, her heart fluttering as Huashang's words implied she was regarded as someone close to him. The young girl felt a sweetness akin to honey, instinctively tightening her grip on Huashang's arm. In a quiet corner of the hotel's rear section, Kesley and Zuduan were asked to wait outside, while Huashang stepped alone into Sierra's study. A knock echoed suddenly, and within the study, only Sierra remained, focused intently on her work at the desk. She looked up, slightly puzzled, for aside from Woma, only a handful of people would come to see her, and she had already dispatched them on errands that morning. "Who is it, Woma?" she called, but received no response from outside. Frowning slightly, Sierra said, "The door isn't locked. Come in." As the door opened a crack, Huashang stepped into the sunlit room, and the bright light allowed Sierra to immediately recognize her visitor. The crystal pen she had been holding slipped from her grasp, clattering onto the desk, its clear sound jolting Sierra from her reverie. Taking a gentle breath, she remarked, "Have you finally decided to return?" Sierra's tone was nonchalant, as if discussing a matter of little significance. She picked up the pen and resumed her perusal of the documents, barely acknowledging Huashang's presence, as if he were an inconsequential specter. Huashang quickly moved to her side, rapping the table with his knuckles. "I know there are matters that you find distasteful, but my return is not to discuss those issues. Oh, is that so?" Sierra maintained her indifferent demeanor. "Then what would you like to talk about? Are you planning to go missing again?" Huashang let out a wry laugh. It was difficult to comment on the misdeeds of his former self. After steadying his emotions, he replied, "I have encountered some matters in recent days. Do you remember the heavily injured berserker we met outside the city? What do you wish to convey?" Siege inquired, frowning slightly as she finally raised her gaze to meet Huashang's. Her beautiful dark eyes revealing a flicker of concern, care, and a complex array of unnameable emotions. "The beast tide. I recently encountered a group of orcs. They employed strange methods that seemed to terrify the magical beasts from the Black Ice Mountain. You must have heard the sounds from last night." "What?" With her lips slightly parted, Hill's astonishment was palpable as the crystal pen slipped from her grasp, signifying her momentary shock. After a brief pause, a rare smile graced Hill's face as she turned to Huashang and remarked, "Very well. I concede that your words have indeed taken me by surprise. However, do you truly believe that mere fabrications can absolve you of your unaccounted disappearance?" The woman leaned closer, her palm striking the table with force, her eyes locking onto Hill's from a mere hand's breadth away. With deliberate slowness, Huashang asserted, by midnight at the latest, the first wave of beasts will appear within view of the city walls. As for what to do next, I trust you are aware. Huashang's proximity was disconcerting. She could feel the warmth emanating from him, his breath a tangible presence, exuding a potent masculinity that made her avert her gaze. Yet, even when her eyes averted, the haunting image of his dark eyes lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Regaining her composure, Hill replied, I understand, and I believe you. This response, seemingly unfounded, stemmed solely from her inexplicable sixth sense. Her choice to trust him was simple, yet it baffled even her. Subsequently, Huashang recounted his encounters with the Tiger Man in Belith, elucidating the 4 beams of light in the sky, which heralded the onset of the beast tide. If that is the case, it seems that Occart City is on the brink of its greatest crisis, Hill stated gravely. Though her intellect was primarily showcased in commerce, she was not deficient in strategic acumen. After all, the marketplace is akin to a battlefield, where a comprehensive grasp of the situation is indispensable. Have you informed Li Ruoyuo about these developments? Hill inquired suddenly. Huashang shook his head, responding nonchalantly. No. I have just returned. Hill regarded him curiously, her eyes reflecting an unusual hue that made Huashang feel as if there was something amiss with his appearance, a twinge of unease creeping into his heart, subconsciously touching his face. Huashang asked, Is there something strange? A soft chuckle escaped Hill's lips, imbued with an indescribable charm, perhaps an expression of a once dedicated career woman, now revealing a fleeting moment of grace, soon recovering her demeanor. She surveyed Huashang with a lightened tone. Well, there is something. You are quite filthy. Huashang let out a resigned laugh, acknowledging the truth in her words, having been through a prolonged battle that left him in tatters. Fortunately, the service at the Zacalito Hotel was impeccable, allowing him entry despite his disheveled appearance, sparing him from further complications. Unbeknownst to Huashang, Hill had already instructed her staff to keep a watchful eye on his comings and goings, ensuring that everyone in the hotel, from the servants to the chefs, were familiar with his likeness. Thus, he was able to stride confidently into the hotel, his entrance appearing entirely natural. Very well, then, Phil, go freshen up. I will dispatch someone to relay this information to Li Ruoyuo. She continued. You need not worry. Despite the impending beast tide, do you think the Deer family would leave their rear base unguarded? Huashang looked at her questioningly, realizing that there were many aspects he was unaware of. Although he had a sense of the people's sentiments, he had yet to access the deeper secrets of the matter. Hill shot him a sidelong glance, admonishing, You ought to educate yourself better. Not only the Deer family, but does your own clan not possess a formidable guardian force, if all you do is indulge in pleasure? How can you expect to govern your territory? Hill abruptly halted her words, prompting Huashang to inquire, Protect what? Hill appeared flustered, hastily responding, Nothing, merely that if you wish to make a mark in this world, you must possess your own strength. I mean, your aunt has great expectations for you. I hope you do not disappoint her in the afterlife. Huashang had heard such sentiments from Hill more than once, and he could only respond with a wry smile, unable to articulate the truth, that he was not the genuine Phil, but rather a different soul occupying his body due to mysterious forces. Having conveyed all that needed to be said, Huashang felt no reason to linger further, offering a casual acknowledgement before departing the study. He had several other locations to visit, and time was of the essence. Alone, Hill remained seated at her desk, her expression a mere facade of wooden stillness, her eyes betraying a flicker of disappointment. Before leaving the hotel, Huashang took the opportunity to find a secluded spot. Enlisting Kessely to guard the entrance and prevent anyone from approaching. He activated the dragon machine, entering the digital realm, effectively vanishing from the continent. Even the deities would be unable to detect his presence. Many Dragon awaited him eagerly on the initial island, accompanied by Bada Beast and others. The digital creatures seemed blissful, engaging in light-hearted banter and games, content in their existence. Upon Huashang's return, they rushed to him, eagerly sharing their stories. All right, Mini Dragon. What is it? Huashang inquired, aware that his time in the digital space was limited, with pressing matters awaiting him outside. Nevertheless, the digital realm remained paramount, and he was determined to carve out time for it. Mini Dragon said nothing, merely gestured with its small claw, and the scene shifted, transporting them to a vast platform. They stood at the peak of Infinite Mountain, where Huashang gazed in bewilderment at a spring in the center of the platform. Exclaiming, Could there be an issue within the digital realm? Mini Dragon shook its head, pointing toward the water's surface, which now enveloped a human-sized black cocoon. Strangely, the dark light shimmered harmoniously upon the tranquil water. "Do you recall me mentioning that a new digital beast was hatching?" Mini Dragon prompted. Huashang nodded. "Are you referring to this cocoon?" Mini Dragon shook its head, its expression turning quizzical as it asked. "What on earth did you throw into our realm?" Huashang, puzzled, recalled the peculiar curved object he had discarded into the space. "What does that have to do with this?" "It has everything to do with it." Mini Dragon replied earnestly. "You tossed that object into the mountain's peak, and the newly hatched digital beast consumed it, resulting in this transformation." Huashang's mouth fell slightly agape. He hadn't anticipated that he was the catalyst for this predicament. "Is this digital beast in danger?" he wondered, for he had grown deeply attached to each of his digital companions since unlocking the true functions of the dragon machine. "There is no immediate danger. And it may even be beneficial," Mini Dragon reassured him, its tone lightening. Seemingly pleased with Huashang's recent actions. "It is currently in a state of evolution." "Evolution?" Huashang asked incredulously. "How long has it been in this state?" "The last time I saw Agumon and the others evolve, it was quite swift." Mini Dragon explained. "Their evolution follows the natural laws of this world, akin to their organic growth. However, this one," it gestured to the cocoon in the spring, "is forcibly evolving due to external influences, much like a hormone-induced growth spurt." "Will this forced evolution harm it?" Huashang pressed. Mini Dragon shook its head. "For now, we cannot ascertain that. We need more data and observation to make a determination." Huashang pondered. How curious. Why is it alone on Infinite Mountain? At Huashang's inquiry, Mini Dragon hesitated, a flicker of apprehension crossing its features as it sighed. "Because it is a remnant of the demon beast." "The demon beast?" Huashang's expression turned grave. He had sensed that the moment the demon beast was vanquished, a day would come when they would meet again, though he had never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. Perhaps this is due to some changes in him, yet the essence remains deeply rooted, which ultimately provokes the resurgence of the demon beast. "What is destined to arrive will inevitably linger," Huashang murmured softly, bowing her head. However, when he caught sight of Agumon and the others gazing at him from the side, a surge of warmth surged within his heart when he lifted his head once more. Huashang's gaze had solidified significantly as he looked at Mini Dragon and declared, "Nevertheless, even if it reappears, I shall defeat it. In truth, there is no need for such pessimism. Did I not mention before that the Digimon born within this new world, rather on this initial island, would not inflict harm upon you? Moreover, its current evolution process is favorable and may provide you with considerable assistance." Huashang's brow twitched as if he had seized upon some information. Yet he could not immediately discern anything amiss. "By the way, I discovered that the external world contains certain substances capable of inducing unnatural evolution in Digimon, much like that object you had cast in. After this outing, it would be prudent for you to procure some. I wish to conduct a study." That curved object was not intentionally sought by Huashang. It was merely an unexpected find. However, he recalled that aside from his position, there were also 4 other beams of light in the sky at that time. This implies that such curved objects must exist in at least 4 or more. Huashang remembered that the curved object in his hand was struggling to fly towards that location. Should he wish to unravel its origins, he might have to personally venture to the Black Ice Mountains. So, when will Mini Dragon and the demon beast fully evolve? "It should be soon. Its current state is excellent." Mini Dragon replied thoughtfully. Having learned what Mini Dragon had conveyed, Huashang hastily exited the digital space and returned to the real world. That a peculiar sensation, akin to breaking the surface of water, enveloped him as he stepped through the portal. Leaving him momentarily dazed, regaining his composure, Huashang promptly took Kosli and set off towards another destination. At this moment, he sought Zami's. Finding Zami's would essentially mean that Li Ruoyuo was also privy to his information. He could not believe that Li Ruoyuo would so easily relinquish a power he had cultivated for so long into his hands. Additionally, Zami's and Kosli were both members of the Berserker clan, and Kosli's grandfather, the venerable elder with a white beard, was the current chieftain of the Berserker clan. If possible, through this connection, if Huashang could truly bring Zami's under his control, he would not forego the benefits that Kosli provided him. Within the carriage of the Wind Cloud Beast, Kosli regarded Huashang with a peculiar gaze, her demeanor betraying a sense of discomfort as she shifted her seating position repeatedly to mask her embarrassment. Ultimately, Huashang's own strength was rather inadequate. From what he learned in the Sky of Hill, not to mention his family, even here there existed formidable figures he could not contend with. They were likely at least level 9, or perhaps even within the realm of the Holy Domain. Huashang had gained an intuitive understanding of the might of level 7 professionals, whether it be the Elder Took by Hill's side or the transformed Kosli, or even the beastified Tiger Man. They all operated within this echelon. This was a power he could not yet directly confront. Perhaps one day he would face the Black Dragon Beast, born from the dark evolution of Agumon. At a similar level, moreover, not only Agumon, but during the battle prior to the destruction of the old world, Gabumon and others had also evolved to maturity. Maturity, in comparison, it was roughly equivalent to level 7 professionals on the main road. And the strength of different Digimon at this stage could vary greatly. Just like the Demon Beast, although it was also at maturity, it was undoubtedly inferior to the likes of Tyrannomon. Ultimately, it was only through the evolved Angemon. Born from Batamon, gathering the strength of all Digimon that it was defeated, Huashang suddenly sighed softly at the thought of the Demon Beast, his heart igniting with fervor. The newly born Digimon would not resist him. And against virus-type Digimon, he could facilitate powerful evolution through slaughter in the real world. At this moment, Huashang clenched his fists tightly, yet when he emerged from the digital space, he initially felt a twinge of unease due to the Demon Beast. However, after witnessing the battle between the Tiger Man and Kosli, a wave of intense dissatisfaction surged within him. I can achieve that too, and one day, I shall surpass them all. In that instant, Huashang's proud heart screamed in fervent exultation. If only he had 3 or more Digimon of equivalent strength to the Demon Beast, then his actions would not be so heavily constrained, nor would he have to continuously devise intricate schemes to gradually augment his power. Contemplating the might of the Demon Beast and the prospect of evolving to even greater heights, along with the myriad other varieties of Digimon, each possessing boundless potential for growth. Mini Dragon had once mentioned that certain extraordinary substances in this world could induce mutations in Digimon, allowing for rapid evolution in a remarkably short time. Evolution, the word echoed throughout Huashang's mind, his spirit soaring uncontrollably, his eyes sparkling with an entrancing brilliance, exuding a primal ferocity. Outside the carriage, the Wind Cloud Beast seemed to sense this dangerous aura. Its body suddenly trembling, causing the carriage to come to a halt. The voice of the driver, dripping with sycophantic respect, floated in from beyond the curtain. "Sir, we have arrived." Chapter 53. The eve of the beast tide having entered the digital space, Huashang had not contacted Zami's for several days. Thus, this cunning and unconventional berserker found himself earnestly wishing that Huashang would never reappear. Only then would he be genuinely free. Zami's tightly gripped an ancient scroll in his hand. Because of it, he had achieved the life he had long desired. Because of it, he was now the leader of the largest gang in Occart City, and as long as he managed it well, such a life would endure. However, it was precisely due to this scroll that he had lost his freedom. No matter how glamorous he appeared before others, there remained someone behind the scenes who could dictate his life and death. Now, that person had sent the scroll back to him, which truly felt like a sentence of exile. Reflecting on this, Zami's erupted with profound resentment, a pride that belonged to the berserker. Yet he dared not resist. At least not within Occart City. However, he could not bear to relinquish the wealth within the city, thus maintaining this ambiguous state, which left him perpetually vexed, hoping that Huashang would never appear before him again. Yet fate often delights in playing tricks on those who seek it. Just as Zami's was about to summon a dancer to unwind, instead of a captivating beauty, he was met with someone he wished to avoid at all costs. Zami's gripped the small object in his hand tightly. Not only had he encountered Huashang, but more alarmingly, he had also come face to face with a woman, the granddaughter of a person with an unshakable status within the group. Of course, Kosli could not possibly recognize Zami's, but that did not preclude him from recognizing the paragon of the Berserker clan. Moreover, to be precise, she was a refugee from within the clan. Upon seeing Kosli, Zami's heart inexplicably skipped a few beats. He observed Kosli standing closely behind Huashang, slightly bowing her head in a submissive manner, her hands clasped naturally at her side, resembling a humble maid. Such a demeanor struck Zami's like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly shocked. For someone well-versed in clan customs, Kosli's behavior was all too familiar. When his wife, the woman who had remained within the group, had seen him, had she not displayed the same demeanor? How could this person be the husband of Kosli? Zami's heart cried out helplessly. He could never have imagined that the union of Huashang and Kosli was merely a whimsical consequence of Mini Dragon's momentary distraction. Yet this absurdity felt like a death sentence. Casting Zami's into the abyss, he could engage in slight resistance against Li Ryuo, albeit with trepidation, But Kosli was an entirely different matter. Zami's complexion drained of color, appearing as though he had aged decades, as he slumped against the back of his chair, lacking even the motivation to rise in greeting. His grip on the scroll turned pale, his knuckles cracking audibly. And in mere seconds, he reluctantly loosened his fingers, resigned to his fate. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Huashang. So, you have returned. Upon witnessing Zami's reaction, Huashang felt a twinge of surprise, particularly at the tone of his voice, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a heartbroken damsel. Coupled with Zami's robust physique, Huashang felt as though he had been swept by a chilling breeze, sending shivers down his spine. However, this sensation did not linger for long, as Huashang promptly handed a letter to Zami's, his expression grave as he instructed, "You must deliver this to Li Ruoyuo at once, with the utmost haste." To Huashang's astonishment, Zami's accepted the letter with a demeanor of humility, bowing his head as he exited the room, resembling a devoted servant. This was indeed peculiar. Zami's behavior today was markedly different from his usual self, exhibiting a submissive demeanor that seemed difficult to feign. Having had many subordinates in his past life, Huashang was adept at reading people's expressions. Was it possible that Zami's had encountered some troubling event that had rattled him? Yet, at this moment, no matter how astute Huashang was, he could not fathom that Li Ruoyuo had carelessly cast Zami's aside like a mere trifle, and that Zami's compliance was spurred by the arrival of Kesseli. Before long, Zami's returned, standing quietly before Huashang, his head bowed as he awaited his master's commands like the most loyal of servants. "Has anything transpired in recent days?" Huashang inquired casually, though he was soon to depart for other matters. Seeking further information, Zami's took a deep breath and walked to the wall behind the desk, moving aside a large portrait to reveal what lay concealed within. Huashang narrowed his eyes, observing Zami's as he retrieved a small square box from the hidden compartment. Neglecting to close it again, with both hands, he presented the box to Huashang, that on top of it rested a tightly rolled, ancient scroll. "What is this?" Huashang asked, intrigued. "Inside the box are items that the second young master has procured for you." Zami's replied, his expression betraying a hint of struggle, before finally uttering, "As for this scroll, it is my life bond contract. He instructed me to hand it over to you." Huashang's eyes widened slightly. He was no stranger to the concept of a life bond contract. Long ago, in his quest to control the unruly members of the Dragon Society, he had diligently studied such matters. Tio put it plainly, a life bond contract constituted a permanent mark of servitude. With this, Zami's would be compelled to obey Huashang's every command, even to the point of killing Li Ruoyuo or taking his own life, bound by the power of the contract. Of course, if Zami sought death on his own accord, that would be another matter entirely. Huashang harbored two questions. Firstly, Li Ruoyuo's generous offer of the scroll blatantly indicated a desire to bestow power upon him without cost if there were no ulterior motives. It would be hard to believe. What could his true intentions be? Did he genuinely care for that ethereal contract? Or was it simply that Huashang possessed something worthy of investment? Secondly, Zami's need not have relinquished this contract to him, who would willingly forsake their newfound freedom to submit to another. Huashang regarded Zami's with a strange expression, pondering whether this man was a masochist or simply foolish. Nevertheless, observing Zami's near-worshipful demeanor, Huashang was inclined to believe him. Regardless, the life bond contract was undoubtedly a valuable asset. It was worth noting that Zami's, aside from his many subordinates, was himself a sixth-tier berserker. In terms of overall strength, he was not to be underestimated. However, accepting Zami's meant accruing a significant debt to Li Ruoyuo. Although there existed an informal agreement between them, the future was uncertain. Huashang realized he could not fully comprehend Li Ruoyuo, and began to harbor a sense of trepidation. A person capable of such generosity must either be unconcerned or a hidden tyrant. "Very well, Zami's. I concede that you have indeed surprised me. However, my return is not without purpose. Tell me, does your faction possess individuals unknown to Li Ruoyuo?" Huashang regarded Zami's like a sovereign, his eyes gleaming with an intimidating light, not merely from his strength, but from the authority cultivated over many years in high positions. "Yes, there exists a third-tier mercenary group registered in another locality. If needed, they can arrive here within a day." Zami's glanced briefly at Kesseli before gritting his teeth and continuing, "Most of them are berserkers, and the current leader is my cousin. A third-tier mercenary group, by the continent's standards, is already quite formidable, boasting at least 100 members. 100 berserkers can, at times, overwhelm 1,000 heavily armored knights. Huashang's expression betrayed a hidden smile, and amidst Kesselly's peculiar gaze, he began to modify his original plans. Excellent. I require their services immediately. Additionally, there is another matter. The city of Okat will soon face a formidable beast-tide attack, instigated by the Orc Empire. With this, Huashang's gaze fixated on the small box, he spoke softly to Zami's. In other words, turmoil is imminent here. Zami's quickly grasped the implication, his expression turning fearful. Does this mean that the era of chaos is upon us? My lord, may I inquire about your forthcoming actions? Knowing this would enable me to mitigate the damage. With Zami's having dutifully handed over the lifebond contract, his address toward Huashang had shifted. Zami's was a perceptive individual. Having chosen Huashang as his master, he understood the depth of the power behind Huashang, the son-in-law of the Berserker clan leader. To put it bluntly, even if the warriors of the Daroka Gorge perished in this conflict, Zami's knew that the true homeland of the Berserkers had already begun to cultivate a new generation, and the strength of the Berserker clan would eventually rise again on the continent. Moreover, the current clan leader was reputed to be the closest to the realm of sanctity, making it far from easy to eliminate him. In the ensuing moments, Huashang articulated his revised plans to Zami's. The lifebond contract in his possession allowed Huashang to employ Zami's without hesitation. Everything felt akin to stumbling upon a windfall from the heavens, initially preoccupied with how to secure greater benefits from the unfolding events. An unexpected turn of fortune had presented itself from another direction. Life often unfolds in such a manner. While one strives to resolve a dilemma, assistance may unexpectedly arise from unforeseen quarters. Although this twist of fate was not one he had sought, it brought with it a sense of helplessness. Yet it was not without its merits. As Huashang exited the gambling house, dusk had already fallen. The sky was ablaze with fiery clouds, a mesmerizing sight of crimson hues. Yet the beauty of the sunset was tinged with the melancholy of approaching nightfall. Who could fathom the sorrow concealed behind such a beautiful twilight? The windstorm beasts continued to gallop down the main road, drawing nearer to the bustling streets of Vanny. Chapter 54. The surge of the beast tide within the dilapidated courtyard. Members of the Dragon Society languidly lounged in the open-air backyard, resembling a group resigned to their fate. Since Huashang's forceful emergence and decisive consolidation of several small gangs, their morale had surged. Recent gang conflicts had led to the complete disintegration of the two largest factions in the city, leaving only Zami's Qinghua intact, reigning supreme. However, the Qinghua members paid no heed to the inconsequential forces on Vanny Street, and the Dragon Society members were wise enough not to provoke them, recognizing the limits of their own power. This mutual indifference allowed the Dragon Society to expand at an astonishing rate on Vanny Street. During Huashang's absence, under the leadership of Qi Shixi, the Dragon Society had incorporated dozens more members. Presently, there were hardly any gangs in Vanny Street that could rival the Dragon Society. In recent days, the members of the Dragon Society had developed a profound respect for the young man who had consistently stood by Huashang's side. Even Qi Shixi treated him with utmost deference. The operations had been orchestrated entirely by Qi Gawei. Whenever they stood before him, an overwhelming chill enveloped them, a deep-seated fear taking root. Qi Gawei appeared as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. His presence shrouded in an eerie aura, his lifeless gray eyes striking terror into the hearts of those who dared to meet his gaze, a sensation more profound than that experienced by those undergoing training under Qi Shixi. If Kiria and his 6 companions were akin to bloodthirsty beasts, then Qi Gawei was the hidden serpent, striking in silence, a deadly force lurking in the shadows. Certainly, this is merely a sensory perception. Yet it is sufficient for Kaijue to establish an unassailable position within the Qianlong society, to say nothing of other matters. One need only observe the manner in which Kasisi heeds Kaijue's every command. Akin to a devoted servant, to grasp the extent of Kaijue's standing, she embodies the essence of floral admiration, effortlessly manipulating the members of the Qianlong society. Moreover, with each of her actions, she is accompanied. And in the final moments, those who refuse to submit are ruthlessly executed before all. At such times, timid members avert their gazes, unable to bear the sight of her lifeless gray eyes. She is a malevolent specter. This is the primary assessment of Kaijue by the society's members. Hence, in ordinary circumstances, no one dares approach the study she occupies. Even those delivering meals tread cautiously, as if walking on eggshells. Suddenly, the dilapidated house creaked open, emitting wooden sounds as the door fully swung wide, revealing a man and a woman entering. However, No one dared voice complaints towards this pair who interrupted their monotonous wait for death. For the newcomers were the true masters of the Chuanlong society. A sharp-eyed ruffian quickly recognized them, scampering over with a quivering backside, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile as he greeted Huashang, exclaiming, "Oh, my heavens, you have finally returned. Without your presence, we have been living like the undead." He likened her to the twin moons in the sky illuminating their path, leaving one to wonder if this little scoundrel had journeyed through time. A skilled flatterer from another era. Regardless, Huashang found this individual's verbosity reminiscent of a monk from a film she had once watched, buzzing around like a fly. Impatient, she waved her hand dismissively, her voice low and commanding. "Where is Kaijue, and where is Kasisi?" The ruffian chuckled awkwardly before replying, "Oh, Lord Kaijue is currently in the study, and Brother Kasisi is training Korea and the others." The ruffian, vexed internally, pondered whether his words had lacked charm and failed to win Huashang's favor. It seemed the bard he had encountered previously had surely deceived him, claiming that eloquent speech would yield favorable outcomes. Damn that charlatan. The ruffian silently vowed to show no kindness upon their next meeting. Huashang merely acknowledged him with a soft and, accompanied by Keisai Li, proceeded deeper into the grand house. Behind them, faint chuckles from a few ruffians echoed. The earlier one's face flushed with anger as he spat defiantly and stormed out, seeking that charlatan. Huashang's feelings toward Kaijue were complex. He had never seen her true face, yet had brutally instilled within her the need to thrive in the shadows. At this moment, he found himself unable to articulate why he had acted thus initially. Standing before the door, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation at the thought of facing Kaijue. This sentiment intensified when he finally beheld her, curled up in a chair, her gray eyes void of life as they met his gaze, transforming into a profound regret and self-reproach. She was merely a pitiable girl. Indeed, who could have guessed that within a mere few days, Huashang would undergo such a profound transformation? Even he himself found it hard to believe that in such a short time, feelings could blossom anew. Since Huashang's entrance into the room, Kaijue had remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him, her presence shrouded in a murky aura, akin to a black lotus in full bloom. This malevolent energy, Huashang had witnessed on seasoned butchers over decades. Yet, in just a few days, Kaijue had accumulated such a dense aura of malevolence. She had undeniably been led into a wicked abyss of her own making. Huashang regarded her with a pang of bitterness. Noting that her posture, hugging her knees, rendered her even more pitiable and sorrowful than upon their first encounter, time seemed to halt at that moment. It was their fourth such gaze, and the duration was immeasurable. Kaijue softly murmured, as if addressing both Huashang and herself, "I did it. I truly did it that I did it." Her voice crescendoed into a frenzied roar, as if she were unleashing her innermost anguish. "I did it. Do you understand? I did it." Abruptly, Kaijue fell silent, her demeanor reverting to a stillness as she coldly stated to Huashang, I will kill you." At that moment, Huashang experienced an inexplicable fear of meeting her gaze, a look that frightened even him. How ironic it was that the very state Kaijue found herself in was of her own design, and yet he felt fear. However, since this had become a foregone conclusion, whatever Huashang might say now would be devoid of power. He found himself utterly helpless, incapable of action. Humanity is a contradictory species. Even when one recognizes their grave errors, instinctively, they resist rectification until the moment of irrevocable loss. When deep regret settles in, Huashang approached Kaijue, step by step, in silence. "What? Do you intend to humiliate me with that contract again?" Kaijue retorted, her tone devoid of anger, as if her body were no longer her own. "Even relinquishing control of it, I have come to impart some news that a great war will soon erupt in Okart City, and chaos will ensue." Kaijue's expression turned contemplative as she listened attentively to Huashang continue. "It is a beast tide, instigated by the orcs on a grand scale. This may very well be our final meeting in the near term. As for matters concerning the Chuanlong society, if you desire, so be it." Having spoken, Huashang set down a sum of money he had acquired from Zhajiamis before quietly departing. The intentions he had harbored prior to encountering Kaijue evaporated. Perhaps within his heart, he was ultimately evading her. As night fell, the evening breeze carried a chill, prompting Huashang to instinctively draw his cloak tighter around him. He instructed the carriage to move towards another location. Before departing, he exchanged a brief word with Kasisi, who, due to unwavering faith, would unhesitatingly execute any task Huashang assigned. The small box containing the dried dragon grass ultimately did not reach Kaijue, not for lack of desire on Huashang's part, but because he was unable to present it at that moment. The box remained quietly ensconced within the confines of his spatial ring, tightly locking away his heart, uncertain of when it might reopen. Huashang's fingers incessantly twirled the spatial ring on his other hand, finding it hard to believe that it contained such miraculous things as absolute faith, and perhaps more. Beyond that, countless unimaginable treasures lay within, including a spatial transfer scroll he had used once before. Should these items be released, they would undoubtedly cause a considerable uproar. Yet, from the fusion of Na Fei's soul, there appeared to be no memory of such matters, and the origins of the ring were not recorded. What secrets might be concealed within the ancient obsidian ring? Moreover, the sporadic lapses in memory that flickered through his mind, did Na Fei possess some undisclosed truths from his former life? Kaisai Li observed Huashang's contemplative demeanor, hesitating, her gaze lingering on him. The carriage was enveloped in silence, with midnight drawing near, uncertain if they would return to the canyon, or what the world might become in the days to come. Suddenly, Huashang softly inquired, Kaisai Li, if you were to leave this place for a distant land, where you might not see your family for a long time, would you go? Kaisai Li paused, staring blankly at Huashang, her mind processing his words. After a moment, she smiled brightly and replied, I will always follow you. Daida, may I embrace you? Huashang murmured gently, already drawing Kaisai Li into a tender embrace, finding solace in her warmth. Chapter 55. The sudden beast tied the luxurious carriage came to a halt directly in front of the Viscount's estate. The two sentinels immediately brightened at the sight. They had seen many such carriages, some even more opulent than the one before them. However, after a prolonged silence, when a figure suddenly appeared, one that appeared to be of high status, their hearts held a flicker of hope that perhaps their lady would revive the grandeur of yesteryears. Yet, despite racking their brains, they could not fathom who this handsome youth might be. One of the guards, with a hint of caution, inquired, May I ask, what brings you here? Huashang assessed the grandeur of the entrance and the guards, offering a gentle smile and responding politely, Please inform your mistress that I have arrived. The guard's expression shifted to one of heightened curiosity as he examined Huashang closely. Nevertheless, as he stood at the threshold and observed Huashang's attire, it was evident that he was no ordinary commoner. After a moment's contemplation, the guard took his leave to report within. A short while later, the guard returned, his demeanor markedly more respectful, gesturing for Huashang to enter. Sir, the Viscount requests your presence in the inner hall. Huashang patted Kaisai's hand, saying, Wait for me in the carriage. I shall return shortly. Kaisai obediently acknowledged, gracefully retreating into the carriage. Huashang, adorned with a serene smile, followed the guard inside. Indeed, as Huashang had predicted, he emerged quickly, within less than half an hour. No one knew what transpired during the meeting with Lady Gree, as they had dismissed all others upon their encounter. Didar, Kaisai called softly, puzzled by the swiftness of his dealings. Huashang gently shook his head and, instructing her, the carriage made its way toward the Zacalito Hotel. It was during this meeting with Lady Gree that Huashang truly grasped the meaning of the adage that plans rarely withstand the test of rapid change. To his astonishment, the extraordinary powers of the magical contract he had utilized with Lady Gree proved to be exceedingly formidable. Recalling her somewhat vexed yet bashful remarks, Huashang felt an unsettling shiver run down his spine. No wonder Kaijue had reacted so strongly upon learning of this contract. Left speechless, Huashang could only marvel at the peculiarities of the artifacts left behind by Na Fei. From the melding of his memories, he inferred that such powerful tools, including the spatial ring upon his finger, were hardly possessions of a mere wastrel. The windstorm beast continued its journey, ultimately returning to its original position several hours after Huashang had departed. The coachman, satisfied with his fare, awaited the next generous patron. For those drivers lingering outside the hotel, earning tips throughout the day was already a source of great joy. Someone had been waiting in the hotel lobby for quite some time. When Huashang's figure appeared, the person's eyes sparkled with recognition. Ella Rualuo, Na Fei, you little scoundrel, why do you always bring me so much trouble every time you disappear? Are you the reincarnation of a calamity? From Li Rualuo's tone, one could discern little annoyance. Logically, he should have been aware of the impending beast tide by now. So why was he so leisurely waiting in the hotel for Huashang's return? This merely sparked a fleeting curiosity, which he did not express outwardly. Huashang immediately donned a languid expression, embracing Li Rualuo heartily and playfully patting his back. You often call me a disaster, so if I don't cause you some trouble, I'd hardly live up to your assessment. Li Rualuo wriggled free, rubbing his shoulders and exclaiming, "You rascal, you're surprisingly strong. Are you venting your frustrations on me because you can't find a woman?" He was genuinely astonished. Based on his knowledge of Na Fei, he had never anticipated such strength. Li Rualuo narrowed his eyes at Huashang, a glimmer of intrigue flickering within. "Enough with the pleasantries. What do you need from me? You must have a plethora of urgent matters to attend to at this moment, given that magical beasts are set to emerge at midnight. Don't tell me you plan to throw a citywide party. Otherwise, you'd be a fool," Huashang retorted, slightly exasperated. "Well, it's not as dire as you presume. When Okat City was initially constructed, it was intended as a fortress for war. That you've seen the towers outside the city gates. Haven Tu, they house defensive barriers laid down jointly by several masters of the sanctuary a millennium ago, impervious to anything below that tier. Even experts of the sanctuary would be momentarily stymied by it. If we can hold out through tonight, I'll find a way to send those beasts back whence they came." Li Ruo's eyes gleamed with fierce determination, as if revealing his true self, while the wastrel in the eyes of the populace was merely an illusion. Those who truly understood would find themselves at the mercy of this hidden viper. A chill ran through Huashang. It was no wonder that figures such as Sierra, Lady Gree, and even zombies, despite their concerns upon learning of the beast tide, did not descend into panic. It seemed that this formidable defensive barrier was indeed the source of their confidence. Coupled with the ultimate protective forces of the deer family, it appeared that Huashang had perhaps overestimated the gravity of the situation. He furrowed his brow slightly, feeling discontented with his limited understanding of this world. However, it was not a grave matter, as he had not established any insurmountable enemies. Despite numerous unforeseen changes, his original plans remained intact. Furthermore, the defense barrier Li Rualuo spoke of implied that Huashang could secure even more time. Huashang regarded Li Rualuo with a mysterious smile. "Excellent. But you didn't come here just to share this news, did you?" Li Rualuo chuckled. "Well, I was initially here to discuss matters with Miss Sierra, but upon learning you had returned, I thought I'd wait a while. How about this? Let me treat you at the Fallen Paradise. We still have several hours before midnight." In an instant, Li Rualuo transformed, his demeanor radiating exuberance. Huashang, somewhat speechless, waved his hand dismissively, stating he was quite fatigued and preferred to rest, thus declining Li Rualuo's invitation. Undeterred, Li Rualuo's enthusiasm remained unabated. Upon catching sight of Kesali, he expressed mild surprise, then teased Huashang with a grin. "Little bug, you're quite daring. But brother, I've got your back." Huashang regarded Li Rualuo's peculiar grin with bewilderment, as if he had stumbled upon something exceedingly amusing, and the two exited the hotel in a fit of laughter. "Kesali, do you know Li Rualuo?" Huashang noted the expression Li Rualuo wore when looking at Kesali. However, it dawned on him that, given Kesali was the granddaughter of the Berserker Legion commander, it was reasonable for Li Rualuo to recognize her. Technically, he was the outsider. To Huashang's surprise, Kesali shook her head, replying, "I've never met him, but I've heard my grandfather mention him. He should be the wasteful second son of the deer family, right?" Kesali had initially intended to say wastrel, but upon observing Huashang's familiarity with Li Rualuo, she quickly corrected herself. "Is that so?" Huashang murmured, not pressing further as he led Kesali into the suite at the back of the hotel. Outside, Li Rualuo stepped into a carriage emblazoned with the esteemed family crest of Okat City. Gazing through the curtains toward the Zacalito Hotel, musing softly, "I never imagined Na Fei and Kesali would be here. Huh? I wonder if that older brother will be so enraged that he'll fly over on that dragon of his. Na Fei, oh Na Fei, you continue to surprise me. However, I've got my surprises lined up for you too. Don't hold it against me. Dear little Bugli Rualuo," instructed the coachman, directing him to the Fallen Paradise. A soft crystal lamp cast a gentle glow upon Sierra's exquisite visage, filling the air with an intoxicating fragrance, a scent derived from the oils of an unknown magical beast, slowly emanating a soft red hue, with wisps of pale yellow smoke swirling like ethereal dreams. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps as Miss Woma burst through the door, rushing towards Sierra. The night breeze swept in, scattering the delicate yellow smoke and dispelling the serene atmosphere of the room. "Woma, what's the matter?" Sierra did not seem displeased by the interruption. After years of camaraderie, their bond was as strong as that of blood relatives. Woma, panting with agitation, replied, "Miss, That scoundrel has returned. Sierra chuckled lightly. I know. I saw Na Fei when he came back. Woma's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Sierra. Miss, aren't you the least bit angry? What is there to be angry about? As long as he returns safely, I shall have fulfilled my duty to my aunt. Moreover, Woma, the truth is that Phil is not as despicable as you perceive him to be. You ought to treat him with a modicum of courtesy. Hill remarked with a hint of indifference. My dear lady, your magnanimity is quite remarkable, Woma responded, akin to a defeated rooster, his voice barely above a whisper. Well, since you have said so, I shall cease my fretting. He added. Hill furrowed her brows and inquired. Woma, what exactly do you wish to convey? Nothing. It's merely that I see how well you treat that scoundrel. Oh no, I mean Master Phil, you are so kind to him. Yet he just brought a woman to his room. I truly feel it is quite unjust on your part, Woma exclaimed, raising his voice in indignation. What did you say? Hill asked, momentarily taken aback. Just then, several shadowy figures appeared in the room, their presence unknown until now. A clearly designated leader among them shrieked, Miss Hill, my master wishes to invite you as a guest. Chapter 56. The crisis of Hill amidst the beast tied a deep crimson whip. Resembling a sinuous serpent, sliced through the air, coiling around Woma and Hill as if imbued with life. Its tip pointed defiantly at the leader of the cloaked figures. Woma's expression grew increasingly grave. Influenced by the formidable aura emanating from the leader, from this individual, she sensed an oppressive force akin to towering mountains, a direct indication of the spiritual confrontation between martial artists. Woma understood that the adversary she was about to confront was terrifyingly likely to be a master of 7th rank or beyond. She often experienced this suffocating pressure from Tuk. At that moment, her intention was not to defeat the enemy before her, but to buy time until Tuk arrived, for perhaps that would offer a glimmer of hope. As Woma unsheathed the crimson whip, Hill, sharing a silent understanding with her, discreetly produced a specialized alchemical communication device. Not only Tuk, but even Zuduin at the 6th rank possessed such a communication tool. However, Tuk was currently engaged in a task assigned by Hill earlier, and it seemed unlikely he could arrive in a short span of time. Faced with these powerful cloaked figures, Hill instinctively took a small step back. Though their faces were concealed, she seemed to detect a hidden smirk of disdain and amusement in their eyes. The cloaked figures had their own backgrounds, apart from the leader, who was confirmed to be a master of 7th rank or higher. The others were no weaklings either. Even the least among them was not significantly inferior to Woma in terms of rank. The leader tilted his head, signaling 2 of the less capable cloaked figures, who then dashed towards Woma, one on the left and one on the right. Their synchronized movements indicated they had mastered a combined attack technique. That Woma's expression darkened further. The enemy's strength appeared to exceed what was evident on the surface. Setting aside the most formidable leader, even the 2 attackers she was about to face wielded a combined technique that Woma alone could not contend with, the whip world, conjuring a crimson whirlwind. At this moment, Woma hardly cared about the destruction within the room. She unleashed her inner fighting spirit. The originally vibrant crimson whip, infused with her energy, emitted a ghastly glow reminiscent of blood, radiating the might of the blazing inferno. Interesting, to possess such cultivation at such a young age, 5th rank no less. And that weapon in your hand must be a magical one. However, given the financial power of the Phil Chamber of Commerce, this is hardly surprising, the leader remarked nonchalantly, observing the ongoing skirmish without any sense of urgency, knowing that the strongest force protecting Hill was still outside. Even if he wished to return now, it would only occur after their mission was completed. The 2 cloaked figures adept in combined techniques grasped oversized swords. Though the room was small and cramped, their swords moved with an astonishing flexibility. As if they were mere ropes. As the swords and whip clashed, Woma was able to maintain her ground due to the length of her weapon, yet the consumption of her energy was escalating exponentially. Suddenly, the 2 cloaked figures crossed their swords, generating a blinding azure light from the junction. From that moment, the light surged forth like a relentless stream, continuously bombarding Woma, akin to a machine gun unleashing a torrent of lethal bullets, resulting in dozens of explosive impacts before her. Fortunately, Woma's magical whip excelled not only in offense but also in defense. After expending nearly half of her strength, she managed to fend off the onslaught of energy waves. However, following the fierce collision, her whip fell limply to the ground, resembling a discarded rope. Impressive. You actually managed to withstand our brotherly duo's ultimate technique. But the real battle is only just beginning, one of the attackers shouted. Raising their swords once more, readying for another wave of terrifying energy blasts, Woma let out a bitter laugh, still fighting desperately. At that moment, a ghostly blue aura surged from beneath her, filling her with a refreshing chill. Her previously parched strength began to rejuvenate with newfound vigor. Miss, Woma exclaimed gratefully, realizing that her mistress had utilized restorative magic. Hill, already a 5th-rank mage, would not cower like a mere ornament behind another. Despite the dire circumstances, not only was she casting restorative magic upon Woma, but a chilling blue aura, reminiscent of winter's ice, enveloped her hands that a flurry of crystalline swords formed around Hill, increasing in number until they coalesced into a massive circular blade barrier. Encasing both women. At that moment, a deep blue gemstone entwined with golden threads around Hill's neck emitted a magical glow. Could this be the guardian of the Ice Empress? No wonder it fell into the hands of the Phil family. Only a vast family like the Phil's could possibly have unearthed this long-lost artifact, one of the 5 sacred relics of the Snow Kingdom. An admiring black-clad figure mused, his eyes revealing unmasked greed as he gazed upon the sword barrier formed by the ice swords. Alas, your power is too inadequate to unleash the true potential of the relic. If only your strength were even a rank higher, the leader of the black-clad figures lamented, shaking his head dismissively before revealing his own weapon. He understood that Hill, shielded by the guardian of the Ice Empress, was akin to being ensconced within a superlative shell. Although this relic possessed no offensive capabilities, its defensive power was formidable beyond reason, impervious to anything below the sanctum rank. However, this was relative. Should the wielder's strength be exhausted, the relic would become but a useless trinket. The leader's objective was to drain Hill's energy completely before Tuke could return, thus ensuring the success of their mission that night. Come forth, all of you. If you do not hasten to breach the defenses, and more individuals are drawn here, leading to the failure of our plans, you shall face the wrath of our master, he commanded sharply. With that, 2 more black-clad figures emerged into the room. Upon their arrival, the 2 previously engaged with Woma stepped aside, bowing their heads in deference. The newcomers radiated an aura not inferior to that of the leader. Their expressions grave as they stood in formation, exuding the distinct protective energy of 7th-rank fighters. Woma's face turned ashen as she gazed helplessly at the 3 7th-rank powerhouses outside the sword barrier. Despair washing over her as she realized the futility of opposing them. Miss, when the sword barrier can no longer hold, do not mind me. You must escape first, she implored, her face twisted with anguish. Hill shook her head, her focus unwavering on controlling the sacred artifact. Outside the barrier, the 3 7th-rank powerhouses had launched their assault, and they were not alone. 5 other black-clad figures joined the fray. With each clash, Hill felt the crushing weight of their formidable power. Were it not for the might of the artifact in her grasp, her fragile form as a mage would have been obliterated by now. Miss, Woma cried out in despair, feeling utterly helpless as it was her mistress who now had to protect her while she could do nothing. The energy attacks unleashed by the 3 black-clad figures exploded with blinding brilliance. In this land, 7th rank often signified an invincible force that a 7th-tier professional, regardless of the specific vocation, can reliably best 5 to 6 individuals of the 6th tier. Attaining the 7th tier represents a pinnacle that most individuals can only aspire to throughout their lives. Yet, astonishingly, 3 such individuals congregated here, bolstered by formidable subordinates, rendering the shattering of the sword curtain merely a matter of time. After all, the protective power that Hill could offer to the Ice Empress was rather lacking. No matter how extraordinary it might be, it remains true that a skilled artisan cannot craft a meal without ingredients, intentions are futile without means. The black-clad individuals had devised a clever strategy. Choosing a moment when the strongest guardian beside Hill was conspicuously absent, and they attacked in unison with 3 formidable 7th-tier warriors, they had initially anticipated an effortless completion of their task. Yet unforeseen complications arose. The sheer might unleashed by a sacred artifact under the command of a mere 5th-tier mage left them momentarily at a loss. Even appearing somewhat flustered, Hill's study had long been compromised. With the ceiling shattered by the emergence of the sword curtain. At this juncture, the black-clad assailants were frantically launching reckless attacks, and the once grand study had been reduced to ruins, beneath the veil of night. Ice-blue long swords were arranged in an orderly fashion, forming a wall, and amidst the relentless barrage, not a single ripple disturbed the serene reflection of the twin moons above, creating a scene of striking beauty and vastness. Such a cacophony of chaos, if there were still those unmoved by it, could only be attributed to either the foolish or the deaf. However, Zeduin was not among such individuals. In a state of urgent fervor. He had arrived fully armed at the scene, Alongside him, Hill's knightly guard, comprising dozens of mid-tier knights, rallied together with a fierce resolve, encircling the black-clad intruders. The resounding clash of their shining knightly swords being drawn from their sheaths echoed with an imposing presence. "Milady, I have arrived late," Zuduin declared, stepping forward to confront the three leading black-clad figures. Facing them with unwavering courage amidst the overwhelming pressure that he boldly shouted, "Who dares to threaten my lady? You shall answer to my sword." A familiar energy began to emanate from Zuduin, a sign of the protective battle aura coalescing around him. "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you shall ascend to the 7th tier within 3 years." The leader of the black-clad individuals remarked with a hint of sorrow. What a pity for such a talent. They ceased their assault on the sword curtain and redirected their attention to the newly arrived knightly guard. The leader's brow furrowed deeply as the unfolding events appeared to stray ever further from their original plans. Chapter 57. The Beast Tide, Bad or a Beast. Enough with the idle chatter. If you seek battle, then let us engage. It was not in Zuduin's nature to indulge in lengthy discourse, though this could vary depending on the individual. Were it someone else, he might have exchanged a few words, but when facing an enemy, his only response would be the sharp edge of his sword. Although he had not yet fully mastered the protective battle aura, Zuduin, being at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, had cultivated a formidable power within his essence that in terms of sheer offensive capability, he was perhaps only slightly weaker than a freshly ascended 7th tier professional. What he lacked were endurance and speed. Particularly after encountering the formidable one-eyed dragon leader, Zuduin had recognized that his insufficient speed had rendered him unable to showcase his true strength, resulting in his swift defeat. Since that incident, he had been consciously training to enhance his speed in honor of a knight's dignity. At this moment, he had already made significant strides in that regard.